Chapter 1: Transmigrating into a Rare Animal. Lin Chen opened his eyes to find himself facing an unfamiliar ceiling. The wallpaper was a pale blue starry sky, and the solid wood bookshelves were neatly arranged with books he had never seen before. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the beige curtains, casting a bright dappled light on the light gray sheets. He sat up abruptly. Memories surged in like a tide. Two streams of memories. A story from another world, 28 years old, an ordinary office worker, working 996, single, working overtime until 3 a.m. One day, everything went black. Another group belongs here, 20 years old, a junior at Jiangcheng University, majoring in economics, 185 centimeters tall, and good-looking. Lin Chen subconsciously touched his face. His skin was smooth and firm to the touch, his nose was high and straight, and his jawline was well-defined. He threw off the covers and rushed to the full-length mirror on the wall. The person in the mirror made him freeze for 3 seconds. This is me? Before Lin Chen could recover from the shock of seeing such a handsome face, more fragments of memories flooded into his mind. Blue Star Reboot Era 78 years. The male-to-female ratio is 1 to 1,000. Men are classified as a specially rare and protected group from the age of 18, and must participate in the national mandatory marriage matching system at the age of 20, with a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 200 marriage partners. Women dominate all sectors of society, from politics and economics to the military and scientific research, while men are legally required to receive careful attention, including but not limited to nutritional meals, regular physical examinations, and mental health monitoring. Adultery or abandonment of a man? The maximum penalty is life imprisonment. If a man dies under suspicious circumstances, his spouse and guardian must be subject to a state investigation. As for Lin Chen himself, he was adopted by the Lin family of Jiangcheng at the age of 5, nominally as a childhood sweetheart, and was to be married to the 3 daughters of the Lin family when he came of age. The Lin family's father died in a car accident 3 years ago, and now the family is managed by his mother, Su Wanqing, and his eldest sister, Lin Lun. Ring ring. My phone rang. Lin Chen walked to the desk and picked up the silver phone. The screen showed the caller ID, Mom. In my memory, my adoptive mother, Su Wanqing, is 45 years old this year. She was a famous beauty in Jiangcheng when she was young, and now she is well maintained and looks like she is in her early 30s. She has a gentle and virtuous personality and treats Lin Chen as her own son, even, somewhat excessively. He pressed the answer button. Chener, are you awake? The voice came through the receiver, gentle as water, with a hint of barely perceptible concern. You said you had a headache last night, and Mom was worried all night. Mom, I'm fine, Lin Chen answered instinctively, his voice a little hoarse. It's good that you're all right. Su Wanqing said softly, there's an important notice from school today, remember to be on time. Come home early after school, Mom made you some ginseng chicken soup. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was still somewhat dazed. He walked to the window and drew back the curtains. A large crowd had already gathered downstairs at the dormitory building, almost entirely of girls. They were in small groups, their gazes drifting intentionally or unintentionally toward the boys' dormitory. One short-haired girl was holding up her phone, the camera clearly pointed in his direction. Taking pictures of Lin Chen again. Isn't today the first matchmaking day for the forced marriage system? Lin Chen is turning 20. Oh my god, he's going to be matched with someone else? I don't want to. The faint sounds of discussion drifted up. Lin Chen quickly drew the curtains. Just then, my phone started vibrating continuously. Jiangcheng University Academic Affairs Office, urgent notice, all male students aged 20 and above are requested to attend the initial matching briefing of the National Mandatory Marriage System at 10 a.m. today in the large conference room on the 3rd floor of the administration building. Unexcused absences will be recorded in your personal integrity file and will affect your future marriage eligibility. National Marriage and Matching Administration warmly reminds you, dear Mr. Lin Chen, your citizen ID has been included in the first batch of matching queues this year. Please keep your communication channels open. The matching results will be announced at 3 p.m. today. We wish you a happy marriage and a healthy baby soon. Lin Chen stared at the last 4 words of the second text message, his lips twitching. May you have a son soon. In this world, this is probably the most sincere blessing. He sighed and began to change. He didn't have many clothes in his wardrobe, but they were all of good quality. He casually picked up a white shirt and black trousers, put them on, and stood in front of the mirror adjusting his collar. The person in the mirror was tall and slender, and even simple clothes looked crisp and neat on him. Lin Chen suddenly recalled details from the original owner's memories from childhood to adulthood. Whenever he appeared in public, he would always cause a small-scale disturbance. Female classmates fought for him in elementary school, female teachers secretly gave him snacks in middle school and after college. Never mind, let's not think about these things for now. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the dormitory. The corridor was quiet. This boys' dormitory building has 12 floors, with 8 rooms on each floor, theoretically enough to house 96 boys, but in reality, only 23 people live in the entire building. The male-to-female ratio is 1 to 1,000. Jiangcheng University has 20,000 students, but fewer than 20 are male. Lin Chen is the only male student in the School of Economics and Management. He stopped when he reached the top of the stairs. The lobby downstairs was packed with people. At least 100 girls were crowded there, some holding up their phones, some holding small gifts, and some simply holding up signs. Senior Lin Chen, look at me. Please try your luck in the marriage matching draw. The country owes me a husband. In the crowd, a young female teacher in professional attire tried to maintain order. Students, calm down. Don't push. Lin Chen needs to go to a meeting. But her voice was drowned out. Lin Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to continue. When he appeared at the corner of the stairs, the hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards. Ah, Lin Chen is out. You look so handsome today. Look here, senior. The sound of camera shutters, screams, hands offering gifts. Lin Chen felt like a sheep that had strayed into a pack of wolves. He tried his best to remain calm and cast a pleading look at the female teacher. The female teacher blushed, but still managed to squeeze through. Make way. Lin Chen has to attend an important meeting. Will you take responsibility if he delays the marriage matching process? That sentence worked. The girls reluctantly made way for him, but their eyes remained fixed on Lin Chen. He quickly walked through the crowd, feeling countless gazes falling on his back as if they were real. Stepping out of the dormitory building, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. More girls gathered on the main road of the campus. They didn't approach, but just watched from a distance, whispering and their eyes burning with desire. Lin Chen quickened his pace. Just then. Bite. Host has been detected to have fully adapted to the new world environment. The 100% pregnancy system is being activated. Activation successful. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Lin Chen paused in his steps. Suddenly, a pale blue light screen appeared before him, like a holographic projection from a science fiction movie, but only he could see it. System name, 100% pregnancy system. Bound host, Lin Chen. Core function, when mating with any healthy woman, there is a 100% probability of conception, and the fetus's talent value will reach the upper limit of the woman's genetic potential. Additional effects, after successful conception, the mother will receive benefits such as enhanced physical constitution and improved fortune. Host rewards, after each successful pregnancy, corresponding skills, permissions, and resource rewards will be unlocked based on the mother's overall score. Below the light screen were a few lines of smaller text. Current status, no rewards activated. Number of marital partners, 0-10 minimum requirement. Special permissions, not locked. Today's reminder, please complete your first marriage as soon as possible to unlock the newbie gift pack. Chapter 2 Transmigrated into a rare animal. Lin Chen stood under the sycamore tree, completely stunned. System? 100% pregnancy? There are other rewards? Excuse me, are you alright? A gentle female voice sounded from the side. Lin Chen snapped out of his reverie and turned to see a woman in her 30s, dressed in a beige suit, with a gentle and refined demeanor. She wore a name tag around her neck, Academic Affairs Office, Su Min. Teacher Su. Lin Chen licked his lips. Su Min's face flushed slightly. You know me? I've seen your introduction on the Academy's official website, Lin Chen said casually. Actually, it was the original owner's memories. Oh, I see. Su Min's eyes darted around a little. She cleared her throat. Are you going to a meeting in the administration building? I'm going there too, let's go together. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path. There were even more eyes on us. Su Min said softly, don't be nervous. Although marriage matching sounds scary, the government will actually take into account the wishes of both parties. And... She paused, her voice even softer, with your qualifications, you will be matched with very outstanding women. Thank you, Teacher Su. Lin Chen's gaze was so intense that Su Min subconsciously puffed out her 36D breasts. "Oh, right," Su Min suddenly took a small box out of her bag. "This is for you." It was an exquisite dark blue velvet box. "It's a small gift the school prepared for the first batch of male students matched this year." Su Min stuffed it into his hand without saying a word. "Take it, consider it a blessing." Open the box. Inside was a silver brooch, simple in design, with a line of small words engraved on it: "Rare as you are, you deserve the best." Seeing that Su Min's ears were bright red, Lin Chen immediately looked away from her 1.2-meter long black stockings. "Teacher! Let's hurry, we're going to be late." Su Min quickened her pace. Lin Chen watched her retreating figure, then looked down at the brooch, and finally glanced at the various gazes around him, some bright and some dim. This world is truly outrageous. But the system's light screen still hovered in my mind. New player quest optional: complete your first marriage match with any female character. Task rewards: permanent charm max buff, guaranteed genius baby on first pregnancy, basic bedroom harmony buff. Tip: the earlier you complete the task, the richer the reward. Lin Chen gripped the brooch tightly in his hand. Before he transmigrated, he was just an ordinary person among the masses. After transmigrating, he became a rare animal in this world. Now, he has the system. Heaven. Lin Chen murmured to himself, a slight smile unconsciously curving his lips. It doesn't seem so bad. Lin Chen. Su Min waved from ahead. "The elevator is here." He stepped forward and followed. In the large conference room on the third floor of the administration building, there were already more than a dozen people sitting there. All of them were boys. When Lin Chen walked in, the previously quiet conference room fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to him, their expressions complex, some envious, some jealous, some helpless, and some resigned. A tall, thin boy wearing glasses sighed. "Lin Chen is here. We're just there to make up the numbers again today. Be content, at least we still have the chance to be matched." The chubby boy next to him munched on his bread. "My cousin failed to get matched last year and now he's been sent to a male re-education academy. It's awful." Lin Chen found a corner seat and sat down. On the stage, a staff member from the Marriage and Matching Bureau was adjusting the projector. She was a woman around 40 years old, with a serious expression and wearing a dark uniform. The meeting began at 10 a.m. sharp. "Good morning, everyone." The female official's voice was flat. "I am Director Wang from the Jiangcheng branch of the National Marriage and Matching Administration. I have gathered you all here today to explain the specific procedures for the first mandatory matching of the year." The projection screen lights up. National Mandatory Marriage System Matching Rules Revised Edition. Matching candidates, male citizens age 20 or above, in good physical and mental health, and with no major criminal record. Matching base, minimum of 10 women for the first match, with no upper limit currently capped at 200. Matching principle, comprehensive scoring system. Male appearance, education, and health status account for 60%. Female social contribution, economic ability, and genetic rating account for 40%. Objection handling, the matching results will be publicized for 3 days, during which both parties may raise objections, but must provide sufficient reasons. Subsequent obligations, after a successful match, the male must conceive with at least one partner within 1 year, otherwise, his credit rating will be affected. As Director Wang explained each point, the boys in the audience displayed a variety of expressions. Lin Chen noticed that the word pregnancy was mentioned many times in the rules. In a world with a severe gender imbalance, the birth rate has fallen below the warning line for nearly 50 years. The fundamental purpose of state-mandated marriage is to increase the birth rate. Therefore, Director Wang pushed up his glasses. "You students are not only a lucky minority, but also a strategic resource that shoulders the important task of the nation's reproductive health. Please take this seriously." Strategic resources. This word made Lin Chen's lips twitch again. The meeting lasted 40 minutes. Finally, Director Wang said, "The matching results will be announced promptly at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and will be simultaneously pushed via SMS and the Marriage and Matching Management Bureau's app. Please keep your mobile phones accessible." After the meeting, the boys left in 2s and 3s. Lin Chen had just stepped out of the conference room when his phone rang again. "It's still Mom. Chener, is the meeting over?" Su Wanqing's voice was as gentle as ever. "Mom has made a reservation at the Cloud Top restaurant near your school. Come over for lunch." "Mom, there's no need to go to so much trouble." "No trouble at all," Su Wanqing interrupted him softly. Today is your big day, and Mom wants to cheer you on. Besides, there are some things I should talk to you about. There was a certain meaning in her tone. Lin Chen recalled that in the original owner's memories, this adoptive mother was gentle, but she was unusually persistent on certain things. For example, she insisted that he stay in the Lin family and marry one of the 3 daughters. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was about to go downstairs when someone suddenly called out to him. Lin Chen. He turned around and saw Director Wang, who had just chaired the meeting. Director Wang, is there anything else? Director Wang walked over, a rare smile appearing on his face. I've reviewed your file, and your overall score is very high. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll receive many applications for matching this time. Thank you for letting me know. You're welcome. Director Wang paused, then lowered his voice. My personal suggestion is to give priority to families with resources. In this society, a man's quality of life largely depends on the strength of his spouse. That's very straightforward. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. With my 100% fertility ability, 200 would probably be the minimum. It was already 11:30 when I walked out of the administration building. The sun was shining brightly, and the campus was bustling with activity. Almost every girl who passed by cast a glance at Lin Chen. Some were shy, some were direct, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Lin Chen walked quickly with his head down, but he was making plans in his mind. The system, marriage, the Lin family, and that unusually gentle and beautiful mother. This world seems to be more interesting than he imagined. But he didn't notice that not far behind him, a tall figure in a black leather jacket was leaning against a motorcycle, his eyes fixed on him. The person took off their sunglasses, revealing a striking and flamboyant face. It was Zhao Manli, Zhao's cousin. She stared at Lin Chen's retreating figure, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. You brat. I've finally waited for you to turn 20. Chapter 3: The Beautiful Mother's Invitation and the Truth About Genetics. The rooftop restaurant, the private dining room on the top floor. When Lin Chen pushed the door open, Su Wanqing was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She stood with her back to the door, wearing a light purple-fitted cheongsam that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. The slit in the cheongsam was just right, revealing a section of her fair and toned calves. Her long hair was loosely tied up, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck, shimmering softly in the afternoon light. She turned around when she heard the door open. That face made Lin Chen's breath catch in his throat. I knew my adoptive mother was beautiful from memory, but seeing her in person was still more impactful than I could have imagined. She has willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a delicate and straight nose, and naturally rosy lips. Her skin looks better than 45 years old. It's smooth, firm, and has only very faint fine lines around her eyes. Her temperament is gentle yet exudes an indescribable charm, especially when she looks at people. Her eyes are so soft they seem to drip with water. Chenner is here. Su Wanqing smiled, her eyes sparkling. Please sit down, the dishes have just been served. She walked over, bringing with her a faint scent of gardenias. Her cheongsam swayed slightly with each step, revealing glimpses of her full breasts. Lin Chen subconsciously looked away, inwardly cursing himself. Holy crap, this is the original owner's mother, even though she was adopted. With that face and figure, who can resist? What are you daydreaming about? Su Wanqing had already walked to his side and naturally reached out to straighten his collar. Her fingers brushed against the skin on the side of his neck, and the warm touch made Lin Chen stiffen. Oh my god, this physical contact is way too natural. Mom, I can do it myself. He took a half step back. Su Wanqing's hand paused in midair, her eyes dimmed for a moment, then softened again. Why are you being so polite with your mother? Come, sit here. The spot she pointed to was right next to her seat. The chairs were very close together. Lin Chen forced himself to sit down. The table was laden with food, all of which were the original owner's favorites. Su Wanqing kept piling food onto his plate. Eat more, you've used up a lot of energy today. The matching results will be announced this afternoon, so no matter what, your health is the most important thing. Mom, you should eat too. I'm happy just watching you eat. Su Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, her gaze softly falling on his face. That gaze is so focused. Lin Chen lowered his head and ate his rice, mentally complaining, something's not right with this adoptive mother. Although she always doted on the original owner in my memory, this look, this atmosphere, it feels like it's going beyond a mother-son relationship? Halfway through the meal, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke up. Chenner, after the matching results come out, no matter how many people apply, Mom hopes that you will give priority to the Lin family. They've arrived. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks. Mom, what do you mean? Before your father passed away, his biggest wish was for you to marry Lin Lan, Lin Ko, and Xiaoran, Su Wanqing said softly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her wineglass. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as it used to be, its foundation is still there. Your 3 older sisters all like you very much. She paused, looked up at him, her eyes carrying a certain meaning. Besides, with Mom here, you won't be wronged. These words were spoken gently, yet they carried an undeniable authority. Lin Chen remained silent for a few seconds, secretly delighted. This is practically binding me to the Lin family. But speaking of which, all 3 sisters are quite beautiful. The eldest sister, Lin Lan, is the domineering CEO type. The second sister, Lin Ko, is a research goddess, and the youngest sister, Lin Xiaoran, is a pure and innocent school beauty. What the hell is there to consider? I understand. He finally nodded, feigning seriousness. Mom, the Lin family has been kind to me in raising me, and I will never let you down. Su Wanqing smiled, her smile revealing genuine joy. Mom knew Chenner was the most sensible. She served him another bowl of soup, and as she bent over, the collar of her cheongsam opened slightly. Lin Chen's gaze involuntarily swept over a patch of snow-white ravine, and he quickly looked away, his ears burning. Don't look, don't look. But this figure is amazing, 35? I'd believe you if you said 25. By the way, Su Wanqing said casually, seemingly oblivious to his embarrassment, as she sat up straight, I heard that a teacher at your school named Su Min gave you a gift today? Lin Chen was taken aback. How did you know? Mom cares about you, so naturally she wants to know more about you. Su Wanqing smiled, but her eyes sharpened for a moment. That teacher Su, is she quite young? Unmarried? Mom, don't overthink it, we're just ordinary teachers and students. Mom didn't think much of it. Su Wanqing took a sip of red wine, a little glistening on her lips. I'm just reminding you that people outside have complicated thoughts. Your current status is special, and those who get close to you may not be sincere. This statement has a hidden meaning. Seriously? Aren't men all driven by their lower instincts? Before Lin Chen could reply, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Special energy fluctuation detected. Analyzing. It has been discovered that the host's current genetic sequence does not match the original essence of the soul, posing a risk of rejection. To ensure the 100% fertility system functions correctly, the gene replacement procedure is initiated. Extracting the host's genetic template from before transmigration. Extraction successful. Replacing the current body's gene sequence. Replacement progress 1%. Lin Chen froze. Gene replacement? What's going on? Su Wanqing noticed his unusual behavior. Chenner? What's wrong? Your face is so pale. And nothing, Lin Chen said, trying to sound calm. I'm just a little tired. Then eat quickly, and go home to rest after you finish eating. Su Wanqing put some food on his plate with concern and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Chen, however, had no appetite. He could feel some kind of change happening inside his body, very subtle, but definitely happening. It was as if something was being peeled away little by little, and something new was being injected into it. The system light screen automatically popped up, displaying rows of progress bars. Gene replacement progress, 15%, 30%, 50%. Replacement content, retain current physical appearance and constitution, replace the core genetic sequence with Lin Chen's before transmigration original genes. Replacement effect, descendants will inherit 100% of the host's genetic traits from before the transmigration, including intelligence, talent inclinations, and latent potential. Special note, your original genes have been systematically enhanced, and your talent for conceiving offspring will exceed the normal upper limit of this world. Lin Chen looked at these instructions, his mind in turmoil. So? I'm using the original owner's body now, but my genes are being replaced with my own? Then who will be responsible for the children I have in the future? No, they'll all be my genes, so they'll definitely be mine. This system's operation is awesome. Now all my children will inherit my genes, and I won't have to worry about any weird hidden diseases in the original owner's genes. The replacement process was very fast, reaching 100% in less than 10 minutes. Ding! Gene replacement complete. Current status, physical appearance, physical condition remains unchanged. Genetic material has been replaced with an enhanced version of Lin Chen's pre-transmigration original source. System functions are now fully integrated. New player quests are officially activated. Light screen refresh. New player quest, complete your first marriage match. Task rewards, permanent charm max buff, guaranteed genius baby on first pregnancy, basic bedroom harmony buff. Failure penalty, none but subsequent features will be delayed. Lin Chen took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. Su Wanqing was still gently serving him food, occasionally speaking softly about everyday things. But he knew that from this moment on, everything would be different. The transmigrator's soul, combined with his enhanced genes, and this bug-level gestation system. In this world, I'm going to win without lifting a finger. Chapter 4: Matching Storm and School-Wide Sensation. At 2:50 p.m., Jiangcheng University was in complete chaos. Almost all the girls were glued to their phones, constantly refreshing the marriage and matching administration's app or website. The classroom was half empty, and the teacher seemed distracted, frequently checking the time. Lin Chen sat in a corner of the library, hoping for some peace and quiet, but he couldn't block out the whispers around him. 10 minutes left. I'm so nervous, what if I can't get a match with Senior Lin Chen? I heard that only a little over 2,000 men in their 20s were matched nationwide this time. The competition is fierce. Lin Chen's overall score seems to be the highest in Jiangcheng? Then the matchmaking list must be very long. Lin Chen silently put on his headphones and opened the system light screen to study it. After the gene replacement was completed, he felt some subtle changes in his body. He had more energy, clearer thinking, and more acute senses. The system explained that this was a side effect of complete harmony between the original genes and the soul. In other words, this body now truly belongs to me. He looked at the beginner quests on the screen. What constitutes complete initial matchmaking? Is it merely system registration, or is a real relationship required? Just then, my phone vibrated. It was exactly 3 p.m. National Marriage Administration Bureau, dear Mr. Lin Chen, your first mandatory matching result has been generated. According to system calculations, your overall score is 98.7 points, ranked first out of 23 in Jiangcheng region, and 7th out of 2,156 nationwide. Based on the mandatory marriage law and your personal circumstances, a suitable spouse candidate has been matched for you. Please log in to the app to view and confirm. Lin Chen opened the matchmaking app that he had downloaded long ago. Log in, verify your fingerprint, and enter your personal center. Then, he froze. The list of spouse candidates a long, seemingly endless column. The number displayed in the upper right corner is 147. 147 candidates? This is only the first match. He swiped his finger across the screen, quickly scanning the list. Each candidate had a photo, basic information, overall score, and a statement of their application intention. The top-ranked ones all have ratings above 90. Lin Lan, 26 years old, CEO of Lin's Group, overall score 96.5. Application intention, family marriage, full support for Lin Chen's career development. Lin Ko, 24 years old, PhD supervisor in biology at Jiangcheng University, with an overall score of 95.8. Application intention, research partner, hoping to have high IQ offspring together. Lin Xiaoran, 19 years old, a freshman in the art department of Jiangcheng University, with an overall score of 92.1. Application intention, childhood sweetheart, genuinely in love with brother Chen. Su Min, 30 years old, deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office of Jiangcheng University, with an overall score of 91.3. Application intent, admiring Lin Chen's character and talent, and willing to provide educational resources support. Zhao Manli, 26 years old, owner of Night Fury Bar, overall rating 90.7. Application intention, my childhood betrothal, this brat dares not choose me. Zhao Xiaotang, 19 years old, dance department, Jiangcheng Art Academy, overall score 88.9. Application intention, brother Chen is mine. No one can take him away. Zhou Siyu, 28 years old, chief announcer of Jiangcheng TV, with an overall score of 94.2. Application intention, national reproductive health ambassador, hoping to set a good example for fertility alongside outstanding men. Scrolling down the list, you'll find various female CEOs, scientists, military officers, and celebrities. There's even one with the note, the eldest daughter of a prominent family in Kyoto, with a rating of 97.1. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. 147, if I married them all, I'd be exhausted. But the system limit is 200, so there seems to be room left? Wait, what am I thinking? App prompt, please select at least 10 candidates as initial matchmaking partners. After selection, you can proceed to the two-way confirmation stage. Please note that your choices will affect subsequent marriage matching privileges and resource allocation. Select at least 10. Without a second thought, Lin Chen first seduced the three Lin sisters. This was his adoptive mother's request and also the original owner's responsibility. Then, teacher Su Min was good to me, and being from the education system meant she had useful resources, and most importantly, those jade-like legs could prolong my life. Zhao Manli and Zhao Xiaotang. Although these two cousins had troublesome personalities, the Zhao family was quite powerful, and the original owner had feelings for them and was familiar with each other. Zhou Siyu, National Publicity Ambassador. This is a special position, there must be benefits to choosing her. Scrolling down further, he saw three eye-catching IDs. Yang Panning, 28 years old, director of Yang's Group, top-tier female star, overall score 96.8. Application intention, seeking high-quality genes to continue the family bloodline, and can provide top resources in the entertainment and fashion fields. Lu Ruier, 27 years old, vice president of Lu's Automobile Group, a list actress, overall score 95.4. Application intention, under pressure from family to get married, hoping to find a partner with both high looks and high intelligence, and to exchange resources. Wang Yuton, 29 years old, founder of Wang's model agency, a talented actress, with an overall score of 94.9. Application intention, independent woman, only wants to have a genius baby through genetics, and is willing to live separate lives after marriage. Wow, 3 high-profile car model actresses are here. So direct? Using each other's genes to have a baby? Lin Chen touched his chin. However, these 3 are all top tier in terms of looks and resources, so choosing one is a huge win. Besides, the system wants the pregnancy reward, so it doesn't matter who you have a child with, right? He checked off all 3 of them. Exactly 10. Click Submit. Almost simultaneously, the phone started vibrating wildly, not from an incoming call, but from the app's instant messaging function being triggered. Lin Lan, your choice has been received. We await mutual confirmation. Additional message, we'll discuss the engagement details when I get home tonight. Lin Ku, received, confirmed. Additional message, I'm free before 10 p.m. tonight, you can come to my lab. Lin Xiaoran, Brother Chen chose me. I'm coming to find you right away. Su Min, Lin Chen, thank you for your choice. I can provide you with guidance on the subsequent procedures. Zhao Manli, you're smart to know what's good for you. Come to my bar tonight, I have something to tell you. Zhao Xiaotang, Brother Chen is the best. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop of the art building, don't be late. Zhou Siyu, Mr. Lin, it's an honor. I have applied for expedited two-way confirmation, which is expected to be completed within an hour. Yang Panning, the efficiency is good. My team will contact you to sign a prenuptial agreement. Lu Ruier, it's been a pleasure working with you. Would you like me to send a car to pick you up? Wang Yuton, a wise choice. I will cover all expenses during your pregnancy and childcare. You only need to provide your genetic information. Lin Chen looked at the row of messages and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This setup is way too exaggerated. Before he could reply to any of them, a huge commotion suddenly erupted outside the library. Lin Chen is in the library. He really selected 10. Our school's teacher, Su Min, is one of them. And Lin Xiaoran. She just ran out crying. Zhao Xiaotang is on the list too. The most beautiful girl in the art department. Not only that. Look at the national list. Among Lin Chen's potential matches are Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, and Wang Yuton. 3 female celebrities. Footsteps, screams, and chatter came in like a tidal wave. Lin Chen realized something was wrong, grabbed his school bag, and tried to sneak out the back door. But it was too late. The library door was pushed open, and dozens of girls rushed in, staring at him with bright eyes. Senior Lin Chen. Congratulations. Senior, look at me. Could you consider me for the next match? What type of guy do you like, Senior? I can learn from him. All the phone cameras were pointed at him. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine and forced a smile. Thank you everyone, I have something else to attend to. He tried to squeeze out, but the crowd was so tight he couldn't get through. Just then, a clear, cold female voice rang out, "Make way, everyone." The crowd automatically parted to form a path. A young woman wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. She was tall, with her long hair neatly tied back, and had a cool and aloof demeanor. Lin Ku. The second eldest sister of the Lin family is a super genius in the field of biological research. She became a doctoral supervisor at the age of 24. She walked up to Lin Chen, adjusted her glasses, and said calmly, "Mom asked me to come and take you home. Now, come with me." An unquestionable tone. Although the girls around her were unwilling, none of them dared to stop Lin Ke. This girl had a very high reputation at school, and it was said that she had a very powerful background. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. He followed Lin Ke out of the library, followed by countless envious and jealous glances. Only after getting into Lin Ke's silver sports car did Lin Chen truly relax. "Thank you for helping me out, second sister." "Of course." Lin Ke started the car, her profile sharply defined in the setting sun. "Mom said that from today onwards, you are the Lin family's top priority for protection. Avoid the chaos outside as much as possible." The car drove out of the campus. Lin Ke suddenly spoke up, "I'm very happy that you chose me." Lin Chen was taken aback. "But don't get me wrong, it's not because of feelings." Lin Ke looked straight ahead, her tone still calm. "My research needs high IQ offspring as observation samples. Your genetic rating is very high, making you the best choice." "So direct?" "Of course, as a spouse, I will fulfill all my obligations," Lin Ke added, "including my physical needs. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime, and I will arrange a time." Lin Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Arranging a time. This sounds like scheduling a meeting, doesn't it? But it's kind of intriguing, isn't it? Like a celibate, research-oriented goddess or something. He glanced at Lin Ke secretly. Beneath the white lab coat, her figure was actually quite shapely. Especially her long legs, which looked straight and slender in the suit trousers. "Calm down, Lin Chen, this is your second sister, although she's not blood related." The car drove into the most upscale villa area in Zhangchang. "We've arrived at the Lin family residence." As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, he saw two people standing at the door. One is a short-haired woman in a business suit with a powerful aura, the eldest sister, Lin Lan. The other is a girl wearing a pink dress with red eyes like a little rabbit, the third sister, Lin Xiaoran. Lin Lan crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at him. "You're finally back. Kid, you have good taste in choosing me." Lin Xiaoran rushed over and hugged his arm, exclaiming, "Brother Chen. I'm so happy." Lin Chen was caught in the middle, a little confused. Then, the door opened. Su Wanqing stood at the door, wearing a light blue casual dress with a slender waist, her long hair flowing freely, and a gentle smile on her face. "Stop fooling around, let Chener come in first." Her gaze swept over Lin Chen, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "The dishes are all heated up, let's have a good celebration as a family today." But Lin Chen noticed that when Su Wanqing said family, her gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds longer. "Tonight, it's probably more than just a celebration." Chapter 5: Family Feud in First Contact with the System. At the Lin family restaurant, the long table was laden with dishes. But the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lin Lan sat to the left of the main seat, dressed in a black suit dress, exuding an aura of power, like a queen surveying her territory. Lin Ke sat opposite her, having changed out of her lab coat and into a simple gray knit sweater and jeans, still aloof and quiet. Lin Xiaoran sat close to Lin Chen, occasionally putting food on his plate, her eyes glued to him. Su Wanqing sat in the main seat and gracefully served soup to everyone. "Chener, eat more of this, it's good for your health." She placed a bowl of stew in front of Lin Chen, her collar drooping slightly as she leaned over. Lin Chen quickly lowered his head. "Thank you, Mom. This meal was so stressful." By the way, Lin Lan put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen. "Now that the match has been made, the details of the engagement need to be finalized. My requirements are very simple. First, you must live at home. Second, you must accompany me to handle company affairs at least 3 days a week. Third, I want a child within a year." Straightforward. Lin Ke adjusted her glasses. "My requirements are simple. Cooperate with my research and provide medical examination samples regularly. The timing of childbirth needs to be arranged according to my research cycle. In addition, I hope that the first child will take my surname, Lin, as a continuation of the research project." Lin Xiaoran pouted. "Big sister and second sister are so mean. Brother Chen is not a tool. Brother Chen, all I want is for you to spend more time with me. As for the baby, we can have the baby later, I'm not in a hurry." "Is this even a requirement?" Before Lin Chen could speak, Su Wanqing spoke first. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable force. "Don't rush. Chun'er has just turned 20. His health is the most important thing. I'll arrange the marriage, and I'll guarantee it's fair. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Chen with gentle eyes. Chun'er, what do you think? I said. What could I say? Mom, I'm fine, I can handle it. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said politely, well, I think Mom is right, let's take it slow. Besides, the matching system has a two-way confirmation process, we have to wait for the other party to confirm as well. Do they dare not confirm? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. Choosing you is their good fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. It's an app notification. Zhou Siyu, the two-way confirmation has been completed, and your marriage relationship with Zhou Siyu has been officially established, awaiting national registration. Yang Panning, the two-way confirmation has been completed, and the prenuptial agreement has been sent to your email address. Please check your inbox. Lu Ruier, we have completed mutual confirmation and are happy with our cooperation. My assistant will contact you to arrange your first meeting. Wang Yuton, both parties have completed the confirmation process, and the gene supply contract has been drafted. Please sign it as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, the Lin sisters' phones rang. They also received confirmation notifications from the other party. Lin Lan glanced at her phone and smiled, pretty efficient. Lin Ke nodded, that makes sense. Lin Xiaoran happily waved her phone. Brother Chen, we're officially recognized as a couple now. Su Wanqing smiled, it seems everyone is very enthusiastic. In that case, Mom will organize a family gathering this weekend and invite the two girls from the Zhao family, as well as teacher Su Min. Everyone can meet and get to know each other. A family gathering? Does this mean everyone has to get together? Lin Chen felt his scalp tingling even more. After dinner, Lin Xiaoran pestered Lin Chen to go for a walk in the garden, but Lin Lan pulled her away under the pretext of having company business to discuss. Lin Ke went straight back to the lab, saying that there was some data that needed to be processed that night. Su Wanqing asked Lin Chen to sit with her in the living room for a while. She brewed some herbal tea, sat on the sofa, and patted the spot next to her. Chun'er, come here. Lin Chen sat down, keeping a slight distance between them. But Su Wanqing naturally leaned closer to him and handed him a cup of tea. Are you tired today? Let Mom give you a head massage? No need, Mom, I'm not tired. Don't be so polite with Mom. Su Wanqing reached out and gently pressed her fingertips against his temple. Her fingers were slightly cool, her touch gentle, and carried a faint scent of gardenias. Lin Chen froze, not daring to move. This distance is too close. I can smell her fragrance and feel her body temperature. Chun'er, Su Wanqing said softly as she pressed his hand, Mom knows it's a bit sudden to have you accept so much all at once. But that's how the world is. There are too few outstanding men. You must learn to protect yourself. Her voice was right next to my ear, her breath warm. The Lin family is your support, but the people outside are not necessarily sincere. Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, and Wang Yuton, they are interested in your genes and looks, not you as a person. Lin Chen remained silent. Mom doesn't object to you choosing a few more, after all, it's legal and it's good for you. Su Wanqing's fingers slid to the back of his neck and gently massaged it. But you have to have a sense of right and wrong. You have to be able to tell who is really looking out for you and who is just trying to take advantage of you. She paused, then spoke even softer, at least in this family, Mom truly cares for you. These words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. I know, Mom. Good to know. Su Wanqing smiled and withdrew her hand. Go and rest. Mom has already had your room renovated and furnished with larger furniture, you'll need it later. Large furniture? Mom, you've thought of everything. Lin Chen stood up, his ears red. Then, I'll go up first. Go ahead. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, watching him go upstairs, her eyes gentle and tender. Back in his room, Lin Chen closed the door, his anger still burning. There was so much information that day, but the progress was incredibly slow. He lay on the bed and brought up the system light screen. The beginner quest Complete Your First Marriage Match is showing as in progress, but it's not finished yet. It seems that system matching alone isn't enough. A substantial relationship needs to be established. Just then, my phone vibrated again. This time it was Zhao Manli, who sent a voice message. Opening it revealed her fiery voice. You brat. Did you see I confirmed? Tonight at 10 p.m., Night Fury Bar. If you don't show up, you're dead. Immediately following was a message from Zhao Xiaotang. her voice trembling with tears, "Brother Chen, my older sister said you're going to marry so many people. Xiao Tang is so sad. I'm waiting for you on the rooftop of the art building. I'll keep waiting until you come." What kind of mess is this? Lin Chen was in a real bind. To the bar? Or to the rooftop? Or, go to all of them? As he was struggling with this decision, a system notification suddenly popped up. Multiple emotional conflict events detected. Side quest triggered, a choice in a battlefield. Task description: please establish a substantive relationship with at least one confirmed spouse tonight to activate the core function of the pregnancy system. Task rewards: unlock exclusive buffs depending on the selected target. Option A: go to Night Fury Bar to meet Zhao Manli, unlocks the hot and mature woman exclusive buff, increased physical strength and stress resistance. Option B: go to the rooftop of the art building to meet Zhao Xiaotang, unlocks the cute Lolita exclusive buff, increased affinity, enhanced emotional soothing ability. Option C: stay in the Lin family and establish a relationship with any of the older sisters, unlocks the family bond exclusive buff, increased efficiency in acquiring family resources. Please make a choice within 30 minutes. Lin Chen looked at the three options and fell into deep thought. Zhao Manli has a fiery temper, but her figure is really hot. In my memory, she bullied the original owner since childhood, but actually had a crush on her? If she goes to a bar, she probably won't get away so easily. Zhao Xiaotang is clingy and cries easily, but genuinely depends on the original owner. Going to the rooftop to comfort her should increase her favorability, but will she become so clingy that I can't shake her off? Staying with the Lin family is the safest option. The eldest sister, Lin Lan, is domineering. The second sister, Lin Ku, is aloof. The third sister, Lin Xiaoran, is naive. Who should I choose? He checked the time, 8:30 p.m. There's still time to consider. But just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Chener, are you asleep?" It was Su Wanqing's voice. Lin Chen quickly put away the system screen. "Not yet, Mom, please come in." The door opened. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a glass of milk, having already changed into a silk nightgown. She wore a light pink slip dress with straps, loosely draped with a matching cardigan. The dress reached just to her knees, revealing her fair calves and delicate ankles. She wasn't wearing shoes. Her bare feet shone lightly on the carpet. Isn't this nightgown a bit too thin? Chapter 6: Drink it while it's hot, it helps you sleep. Lin Chen looked away and took the milk. "Thank you, Mom." Drink it while it's hot, it helps you sleep. Su Wanqing sat down by the bed, watching him drink the milk with gentle eyes. The room was quiet, except for the sound of Lin Chen drinking milk. "Chener," Su Wanqing suddenly spoke, "there's something I've always wanted to ask you." "Please speak." "What, how do you feel about Mom?" Lin Chen's hand trembled, and the milk almost spilled. "What does this question mean?" Su Wanqing seemed oblivious to his panic and continued speaking. "The Lin family has raised you for 15 years, watching you grow from a tiny baby into what you are now. But sometimes I feel it's not quite the same." Her fingers unconsciously twisted the straps of her nightgown. "Mom knows you've grown up and need to have your own family and your own woman. Mom shouldn't be overthinking this." She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. "But Mom just can't bear to let you go." Lin Chen's heart was pounding, and he didn't know how to respond. Su Wanqing suddenly laughed, a hint of self-deprecation in her smile. "Did Mom say too much? Don't take it to heart. Mom just cares about you too much." She stood up and gently patted his shoulder. "Go to sleep early, you have school tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and left. As she reached the door, she stopped and glanced back at him. That look in his eyes was so complex that it startled Lin Chen. There was tenderness, reluctance, struggle, and a certain desire he dared not delve into. The door closed gently. Lin Chen sat on the bed, motionless for a long time. Su Wanqing's attitude, there's definitely something wrong with it. But then again, with Su Wanqing's looks, figure, and gentle yet alluring temperament, could she be testing me? Stop. Lin Chen, what are you thinking? He shook his head, suppressing the jumbled thoughts. Looking at the system again, the countdown shows 20 minutes remaining. Go to a bar? Go to the rooftop? Or stay home? With the water nearby, who would choose the more distant option? He thought about it for a while and suddenly made a decision. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaotang. "Xiaotang, it's too late, you should go back to your dorm first. I'll come to the art academy to see you tomorrow and bring you a gift." Then he replied to Zhao Monli, Sister Monli, I really can't go tonight, there's a school curfew. I'll come to the bar to find you this weekend and apologize in person. He breathed a sigh of relief after sending out the two messages. I'll stay home tonight. But if you stay at home, who should you choose? Just as he was thinking this, there was another knock on the door. This time, the door opened without waiting for his response. Lin Lan stood at the door, wearing a black silk nightgown with the belt loosely tied, revealing a large area of her collarbone and a hint of cleavage. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at him, still not asleep? Perfect, come to the study with me, there's a document I need you to sign. Big sister? This seems like, it's not as simple as just signing documents? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he got up and followed. On his way to the study, he passed Lin Ke's room. The door was ajar, and the sound of typing could be heard from inside. Passing by Lin Xiaoran's room, I could hear soft sobbing. The girl was probably still sad. Finally, he followed Lin Lan into the study. Lin Lan closed the door, turned around and leaned against the desk, looking at him. Do you know what you need to sign? What? A prenuptial agreement. Lin Lan took a document out of the drawer. My spouse, Lin Lan's spouse, cannot be just a pretty face. From today onwards, you are also a shareholder of the Lin Group. Although the shares are not many, they are enough for you to have a say in the future. Lin Chen took the document and glanced at it briefly. It was indeed a share transfer agreement. Lin Lan transferred 5% of the shares of Lin's group to him, with a market value of, at least tens of millions. Wow, that's a big spender. Sign it, and you'll be a member of the Lin family, completely bound to them. Lin Lan handed over a pen. Of course, you don't have to sign, but then, your status with me will just be a breeding tool. She spoke as directly as ever. Lin Chen looked at the agreement, then at Lin Lan. She leaned against the desk, her robe collar open, her long hair flowing freely, her eyes sharp yet filled with a certain expectation. To sign or not to sign? Signing it means you're completely on the Lin family's side. But the advantage is that you'll have real shares and status. If I don't sign, I think my older sister will be unhappy, and it might not be easy for us to get close in the future. He thought for a moment, took the pen, and signed his name on the agreement. Lin Lan smiled, a genuine joy in her smile. Very good. From today onwards, you are mine. She carefully put the agreement away, then walked up to him and patted his face. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow night, I'll come find you. These words poured cold water on Lin Chen. No. Tonight was fine, why tomorrow night? I should have known. Before Lin Chen could react, Lin Lan had already turned and left the study. He stood there, somewhat bewildered. Upon returning to my room, a system notification sounded. The host has made a choice, to stay with the Lin family. Relationship progress detected with spouse Lin Lan, prenuptial agreement signed, emotional bond strengthened. Side quest choice in the battlefield completion, 50%. Note, to fully activate the core functions of the pregnancy system, a substantive relationship must still be established. Lin Chen lay on the bed inside. A real relationship, it'll happen sooner or later. But who should I choose for the first time? He closed his eyes, and faces flashed through his mind. Gentle and alluring, the domineering and powerful Lin Lan, the aloof and abstinent Lin Ke, the innocent and clingy Lin Xiaoran, the fiery and fierce Zhao Monli, the soft and adorable Zhao Xiaotang, the intellectual and elegant Su Min, and those three ambitious and scheming socialite actresses. This harem, it's huge. However, with the system in place, it seems like it's not impossible to manage. As he pondered these thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to hear a system notification. On the first night after the gene replacement was completed, the host's physique began to adapt and strengthen. The initial enhancement is expected to be completed by tomorrow morning. Chapter 7 only needs a small portion. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the sunlight. He sat up, feeling refreshed and incredibly energetic. The fatigue from last night vanished, and his senses became more acute. He could hear the faint sounds from the kitchen downstairs, smell the fragrance of flowers wafting from the garden, and even see the fine veins on the leaves outside the window. This is physical enhancement? It feels pretty good. He got out of bed to wash up, and when he stood in front of the mirror, he was stunned again. Looking at myself in the mirror, I seemed to look a little more handsome. It wasn't a change in facial features, but rather a change in her overall demeanor. Her skin was smoother, her eyes brighter, and her figure seemed more defined. Especially those amber eyes, so deep they seemed to draw out one's soul. Is the Charm Max buff starting to take effect? Or is it just a side effect of gene enhancement? He changed his clothes and went downstairs. Inside the restaurant, Su Wancheng had already prepared breakfast. Today, she was wearing a light green cheongsam, her hair styled in an elegant updo, and she was arranging the dishes. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and smiled. "Shanur is awake? Come and have breakfast." Lin Lan and Lin Ku were already seated at the table, one reading financial news and the other processing data on a tablet. Lin Xiaoran hadn't come down yet. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, eldest sister and second sister." "Good morning." Lin Lan looked up at him, her gaze pausing for a moment. "You look good today." Lin Ku also looked up, adjusted her glasses, and carefully examined him for a few seconds. "Your skin condition and the luster of your pupils have changed. Did anything unusual happen last night?" The observational skills of a research fanatic are truly terrifying. "No, I just slept well," Lin Shen said vaguely, and sat down to eat breakfast. Breakfast was plentiful and nutritionally balanced. Su Wanqing kept putting food on his plate, her gentleness was irresistible. "Shenner, there might be reporters waiting for you at school today. Mom has already had bodyguards follow you from the shadows, so don't worry," Su Wanqing said. "Reporter? Your matching results yesterday ranked 7th nationwide, and you selected 3 female celebrities, which has already become a trending topic." Lin Lan scrolled through her phone, her tone calm. "Now you're a nationally renowned carrier of superior genes, so of course the media will be watching." Lin Chen felt secretly pleased. It's only the second day, and it's already trending? The media efficiency in this world is just too high. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the school, he was surrounded by reporters who were waiting at the school gate. "Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on being matched with 3 female celebrities? What are your criteria for choosing a spouse? There are rumors that you and the 3 Lin sisters were childhood sweethearts. Is that true? When do you plan to start your pregnancy plan?" The flashes went off like crazy, and the microphone was practically poking my face. Lin Chen walked towards the school under the protection of bodyguards, without saying a word. Having finally shaken off the reporters, and just as they reached the teaching building, they encountered trouble again. Several boys were blocking the stairwell, led by a young man with dyed yellow hair and wearing trendy clothes. Zhao Kai, a famous campus heartthrob at Jiangchen University, whose family had some connections, and whose brother was said to work at the marriage bureau. "Hey, isn't this our rare animal, Lin Chen?" Zhao Kai said sarcastically, arms crossed. "You really stole the show in yesterday's matchmaking, picking 10 in one go, including 3 female celebrities." "Awesome." Several boys around him also joined in the jeering. "She's got the best looks ever, we can't compare. Being a child husband is great, you save 20 years of hard work." "But I heard that Su Wanqing, the beautiful mother of the Lin family, is also interested in you? TSK, mother-son play?" Upon hearing this last sentence, Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. He can tolerate others criticizing him, but he cannot tolerate others insulting Su Wanqing. "What did you say?" He took a step forward. Zhao Kai was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor, but quickly regained his arrogance. "What, did I say something wrong? Everyone in the school knows how much Aunt Su Wanqing spoils you. People who don't know better would think you're her kept man." A number of students, mostly girls, had gathered around to watch the commotion, and they all showed expressions of disgust upon hearing this. "Zhao Kai, watch your mouth. Aunt Su is Lin Chen's adoptive mother. What nonsense are you talking about? Just admit you're jealous, don't be so shameless." The girls voiced their support for Lin Chen. Zhao Kai's face darkened. "A bunch of simps. So what if he's a little handsome? What's so great about that? My brother said the marriage bureau is investigating people who use their looks to scam marriages and resources. Be careful not to get caught." Lin Chen stared at him, then suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it sent a chill down Zhao Kai's spine. "Zhao Kai," Lin Chen began, his voice calm. "Who I get matched with is my business. I can understand your jealousy. After all, you only received 3 matchmaking requests last year, and all of them were barely passable scores." These words struck a nerve with Zhao Kai. His matching results last year were indeed very poor, and he only managed to barely reach the minimum number of participants thanks to his brother's connections. "You." In addition, Lin Chen continued. "If you continue to speak disrespectfully about my adoptive mother, Miss Su Wanqing, I will consider suing you for defamation. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as before, we still have the money to hire a lawyer." He spoke casually, yet with an undeniable air of authority. The girls around them all lit up. So handsome. Senior Lin Chen fiercely protects his mother. Zhao Kai, get out of here. You're a disgrace. Zhao Kai's face flushed red. He wanted to say something harsh, but seeing Lin Chen's cold eyes, he chickened out. In the end, he can only leave with the words "you just wait," before slinking away with his henchmen. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it to be so satisfying to roast people. He was about to go to the classroom when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! First direct conflict with the host detected. Achievement triggered, protecting mother with might. Reward, basic version of the husband protection buff unlocked. Effect, when the host or spouse is verbally or physically attacked, an aura suppression effect is automatically triggered to weaken the attacker's aggression. Bonus, unlocks the male leader reputation seed because the conflict target is jealous male. A light screen popped up, displaying the description of the newly unlocked buff. A husband protecting buff? That's a weird name, but the effect seems pretty good. He walked into the classroom and found that almost everyone's eyes were on him. The girls' eyes burned with passion, while the boys' eyes held a complex expression. Ms. Su Min was already standing on the podium. When she saw him enter, her eyes softened for a moment, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. Lin Chen, please have a seat. Let's begin the lesson. The class was on macroeconomics, but Lin Chen found himself listening to it with unusual ease. Those theoretical models that he used to find complex could now be understood after just one reading, and he could even apply the knowledge to other situations. Did gene enhancement even boost IQ? After class, Su Min called out to him, Lin Chen, come to my office for a moment. In the office, Su Min closed the door, turned to look at him, and said gently, I heard about what happened this morning. You handled it very well. Thank you, teacher. Just call me Su Min from now on. She smiled slightly. We're a couple now, no need to be so formal. Lin Chen nodded, okay. In addition, Su Min took out a card from the drawer. This is a special resource card from the Marriage and Matching Administration Bureau, which includes access to some medical resources and nutritional subsidies related to childbirth. You are a key candidate for the first match, and the state has given you extra support. Lin Chen took the card, thank you. You're welcome. Su Min looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said softly. If you need any help, feel free to contact me anytime. Whether it's academics or anything else. She said it subtly, but the meaning was clear. Lin Chen's lips were dry, I understand. As he spoke, he moved a few steps closer to Su Min. Su Min lowered her head shyly, followed by a soft moan. It looks like someone's coming. As he left the office, he checked the time, 11 a.m. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Xiaoran, Brother Chen, I'm waiting for you at the coffee shop next to the art building. You said you'd come see me today. By the way, I promised Xiao Tang. He walked towards the art building. In the coffee shop, Zhao Xiaotang had already found a seat. She was wearing a white dress today, her long hair tied in pigtails, looking pure and lovely. Seeing Lin Chen enter, her eyes lit up, and she waved vigorously. Brother Chen. Over here. Lin Chen walked over and sat down. Have you been waiting long? No. Zhao Xiaotang pushed the coffee she had ordered earlier towards him. This is your favorite latte, and I asked the barista to add extra sugar. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying, but she tried to force a smile. Lin Chen's heart softened. Xiaotang, about yesterday. I know. Zhao Xiaotang interrupted him, lowered her head, and twisted her skirt with her fingers. Brother Chen is so outstanding, there must be many people who like him. I am just a little sad, but I will try to accept it. She looked up, tears welling in her eyes, but her smile was strong. As long as Brother Chen has me in his heart, that's enough. I don't want to have you all to myself, I just need a little bit of space. Chapter 8 Time management is truly a science. That's such a thoughtful thing to say, so thoughtful it's heartbreaking. Lin Chen reached out and ruffled her hair. Silly girl, of course you're in my heart. From childhood to adulthood, you've always been my most beloved little sister. Just my younger sister? Zhao Xiaotang's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. It's okay, my sister is fine too. At least I can always stay by Brother Chen's side. As she spoke, she took a small box out of her bag. This is for you. Lin Chen opened it, and inside was a hand-woven bracelet made of light blue silk thread, with a small moon-shaped silver ornament strung in the middle. I made it up myself, Zhao Xiaotang said softly. I've heard that the moon can protect people, and I hope that Brother Chen will always be safe and sound. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart. This little girl, really? He put on the bracelet. Xiaotang, I like it very much. Zhao Xiaotang smiled even more happily. The two chatted for a while longer, mostly Zhao Xiaotang talking about interesting things at school, while Lin Chen listened quietly. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, and before they knew it, the two were sharing a sweet kiss. But this warmth was soon shattered. The coffee shop door was pushed open forcefully, and a tall, voluptuous figure walked in. Black leather jacket, red tight skirt, long curly hair, bright red lips. Zhao Manli. She spotted Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaotang at a glance, walked straight over, placed her hands on the table, and leaned down to stare at Lin Chen. You brat, you stood me up yesterday, and now you're here on a date with Xiaotang? Oh no, we've been found out. As soon as the two separated, Zhao Xiaotang immediately grabbed Lin Chen's arm and looked at Zhao Manli warily. Big sister, it was me who invited Brother Chen. I didn't ask you. Zhao Manli glanced at her, then looked at Lin Chen. Tonight, you have to come to the bar. If you stand me up again, I'll come to your dorm and drag you out. His tone was domineering and left no room for refusal. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Sister Manli, I might. What could it be? Something came up? Cancel it. Zhao Manli straightened up, crossed her arms, and looked at him. Or, do you want me to go to the Lin family to pick you up myself? I wouldn't mind saying hello to Aunt Su Wanqing. A threat, a blatant threat. Lin Chen sighed, feigning helplessness. Alright, I'll go. That's more like it. Zhao Manli smiled with satisfaction, then glanced at Zhao Xiaotang. Xiaotang, I'm borrowing her now. I'll return her to you tonight. After saying that, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking loudly. Zhao Xiaotang pouted. Big sister is so domineering. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. This is a life where real progress is constantly being interrupted. When will it ever end? After his afternoon classes ended, Lin Chen was about to go home when his phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone, and a crisp female voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen, this is Ms. Yang Panning's assistant. Ms. Yang would like to meet you at 8 p.m. tonight in the penthouse suite at the Hentaying Hotel to discuss the details of a prenuptial agreement. Do you have time? Lin Chen, it might not be convenient tonight. What about tomorrow night? Tomorrow night too. Mr. Lin, the assistant's voice remained polite, but carried a hint of pressure. Ms. Yang's time is very valuable, and we hope you can make arrangements as soon as possible. If you have any difficulties, we can provide pick-up and drop-off services, and we can even meet at a location that is convenient for you. This is something I absolutely must see. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, then, how about tomorrow night? I'll decide on the location. Okay. I will send Ms. Yang's request list to your email later. Please read it in advance. I look forward to meeting you. The call ended. Immediately afterwards, two more unfamiliar numbers called Lu Royer and Wang Yutong's teams, respectively, to arrange a meeting. Lin Chen was in a real bind. Are these three female celebrities going to take turns attacking each other? He had finally managed to deal with the situation and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Lan called again. Come home for dinner tonight, I need to discuss something. He said briefly and then hung up. Lin Chen looked at his phone and smiled wryly. With so many spouses, time management is truly an art. Evening, at the Lin family restaurant. The atmosphere was more subtle than yesterday. Su Wanqing remained gentle, but Lin Lan and Lin Ke looked at him with scrutiny. Lin Xiaoran was very happy, chattering on and on about how many people at school envied her today. After the meal, Lin Lan called him to the study. Starting tomorrow, come directly to the company after school. Lin Lan sat in her boss's chair, looking at him. I've assigned you to an assistant position. Get familiar with the business first. But sister, I'm still in school. Your studies can't be neglected, but you also need to understand the Lin family's businesses. Lin Lan interrupted him. You are my spouse, and you may be involved in management in the future. Getting started early will be beneficial for you. As she spoke, she took a car key from the drawer. This is for you. Park it in the garage. It'll be more convenient for you to go to and from school, or to see your other spouses. Lin Chen took the keys. It was a black sports car, the brand of which he didn't recognize, but it looked very expensive. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? Also, Lin Lan stood up and walked over to him. Regarding the substantive relationship, when do you plan to begin? She asked so directly that Lin Chen was overjoyed. Sis, I think now is fine. I know you're young, but things take time. Lin Lan raised her hand, her fingers gently tracing his cheek. But you can't wait too long. The Lin family needs an heir, and I need children to solidify my position. Her fingers were slightly cool and carried a faint scent of perfume. I'll come see you after the family gathering Mom organized this weekend. Lin Lan withdrew her hand, her tone returning to calm. Get ready. After saying that, she turned and left the study. Lin Chen stood there, somewhat disappointed. This is a reservation? Wow, might as well do it now. He went back to his room, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. The system light curtain pops up automatically. Current status of spousal relationship. Lin Lan, the contract is complete, and the emotional bond is strengthening. Lin Ko, clear intention to scientific research cooperation. Lin Xiaoran, extremely high emotional dependence. Su Min, supporting the establishment of relationships. Zhao Manli, forced dating in progress. Zhao Xiaotang, emotional support completed. Zhou Siyu, official relationship confirmed. Yang Panning Lu Ruier Wan Yutong, to be met. New player quest completed. First marriage match progress, 80%. Note, please complete the establishment of a substantive relationship as soon as possible to fully activate the system's core functions. Lin Chen turned off the light screen. Substantive relationship, who should I choose? Faces flashed through his mind. Finally, the image settled on Zhao Manli's striking and flamboyant face. Let's go to the bar tonight. Although Sister Manli has a fiery temper, at least she's straightforward. He changed into a simple black shirt and trousers, greeted Su Wanqing, and said he was going out to meet some friends that evening. Su Wanqing was arranging flowers in the living room when she heard this. She looked up at him with gentle eyes and said, "Go ahead, be careful. Come back soon." Okay, Mom. He drove out and set the navigation to Night Fury Bar. The city of Jiangcheng is ablaze with neon lights and bustling with activity at night. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, feeling both nervous and somewhat expectant. Who will be the first person with a substantial relationship? Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Su Wanqing put down the flowers in her hand, walked to the window, and watched the black sports car drive out of the villa area. Her eyes held a gentle yet complex expression. Chunner, you've really grown up. She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tracing her lips. The gesture was so ambiguous it was unsettling. Chapter 9. My cousin's affection for me is soaring. Night Fury Bar is located in the most bustling nightclub district of Jiangcheng, with luxury cars parked in front and neon signs flashing dazzling purple red lights. Lin Chen parked his car and had just walked to the entrance when he was stopped by two muscular female security guards in black suits. "Sir, please show your membership card," one of the security guards said expressionlessly. "I was invited by Zhao Manli. My name is Lin Chen." Upon hearing the name, the two security guards exchanged a glance, and their attitude immediately became respectful. "Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Sister Manli has already told you that you can just go in. She's waiting for you in the VIP room on the second floor." Lin Chen nodded and walked into the bar. The deafening music instantly enveloped him. The dance floor was packed with young men and women swaying their bodies, mostly women, with the occasional man surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The lights were dim and flickering, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of alcohol and perfume. He weaved through the crowded people and climbed the spiral staircase to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter, with thick carpets covering the corridor and private rooms on both sides. The innermost room had its door ajar, and Zhao Manli's boisterous laughter could be heard coming from inside. Lin Chen knocked on the door. "Come in," came Zhao Manli's voice. He pushed the door open and went in. The private room was large and luxuriously decorated, with a circular sofa in the center and a huge screen on the wall playing a music video. 5 or 6 women, all dressed very fashionably, were sitting on the sofa. Zhao Manli sat in the center, wearing a red sequined halter dress, her long hair flowing freely, and her makeup exquisite and glamorous. She held a glass of whiskey in her hand, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen enter. "Yo, you finally arrived." She patted the seat next to her. "Come sit down." Lin Chen walked over and sat down. He could feel the gazes of the other women in the private room all falling on him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and undisguised amazement. This is Lin Chen? He's even more handsome than in the photos. Sister Monli is so lucky to have been matched with such a perfect man. I heard he's ranked 7th in the country? Wow, his genes must be amazing. The murmurs weren't loud, but Lin Chen could hear them clearly. Zhao Monli proudly raised her chin. Of course, look who has taken a liking to this man. She turned to Lin Chen and handed him a glass of wine, saying, "Have a drink, relax." Lin Chen took the wine glass but didn't drink it. Sister Monli, what did you want to see me about? What, can't I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Zhao Monli raised an eyebrow. You brat, I haven't settled the score with you for standing me up yesterday. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer, almost touching his ear, and whispered, if you don't give me an explanation tonight, you're not leaving here. The warm breath, carrying the scent of wine, sprayed onto my ear. Lin Chen's body stiffened slightly. This distance is too close, shall we begin? Seeing this, the other women wisely stood up and said, Sister Monli, let's go downstairs and play for a while, you guys chat. Go ahead, Zhao Monli waved her hand. After everyone left, only the two of them remained in the private room. The music was blocked out by the soundproof door, and the space suddenly became so quiet that you could hear each other breathing. Zhao Monli leaned back on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked him up and down. Tell me, why didn't you come yesterday? School curfew, and it's too late. An excuse, Zhao Monli scoffed. You're just a coward, afraid I'll eat you up? Afraid? I'd love for you to come and eat. Lin Chen's throat was dry. Zhao Monli stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. But you look kind of cute when you're being cowardly. You've always been like this since you were little, you blush easily when teased. She reached out and lifted his chin with her fingertips, forcing him to look at her. Lin Chen, tell me honestly, did you choose me because of our childhood betrothal, or because you actually like me too? This question is too direct. Lin Chen looked into her eyes. Zhao Monli is very beautiful, the kind of beauty that is flamboyant and striking. She has three-dimensional features and wild eyes, like a ball of fire that can set people on fire. In his memory, the original owner's feelings for her were complicated. He was bullied by her as a child, yet also relied on her for protection during adolescence. He had a vague affection for her, but was scared off by her carefree personality now. To be honest, Sister Monli's type is quite appealing. I think so, Lin Chen finally replied. The arranged marriage is part of it, but I don't dislike you either. You don't dislike it? Zhao Monli narrowed her eyes. Just not dislike it? She suddenly leaned forward, almost pressing her entire body against him. The neckline of her sundress was very low, and from this angle, a glimpse of her snow-white cleavage could be seen. Lin Chen's heart raced. Holy crap, this offensive is too intense. Lin Chen, Zhao Monli's fingers traced his cheek, her voice low and seductive. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? I've known since I was little that you're mine. Even though you were adopted by the Lin family, I've never given up on you. Her fingers slid to his lips and gently caressed them. I don't care about those women, the Lin family yes or outsiders. But you must remember, your first woman must be me. As soon as she finished speaking, she kissed him. The lips were soft and hot, with the spicy taste of whiskey. The kiss was forceful and domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Chen's mind went blank for a moment, but his body reacted first. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, deepening the kiss. Zhao Monli was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes flashed with surprise, and she responded even more enthusiastically. The temperature in the private room seemed to rise instantly. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhao Monli finally pushed him away. You brat, your skills are pretty good, who did you learn from? Lin Chen was also panting, self-taught. You're kidding me. Zhao Monli licked her lips, her eyes burning with desire, but it doesn't matter, anyway, you're mine from now on. Lin Chen quickly grabbed her hand. Sister Monli, this place isn't very convenient, is it? What's inconvenient about it? Nobody dares to come in anyway, Zhao Monli said, dissatisfied, but she still stopped what she was doing. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for today. But... She leaned close to his ear, her voice suggestive. After the family gathering this weekend, I want you to stay with me all night. No excuses, no running away, understand? Oh my god, I'm not telling you to give up, I'm just saying, let's go somewhere else. Lin Chen nodded helplessly, okay. That's more like it. Zhao Monli sat up straight with satisfaction and tidied her hair. Come on, come downstairs with me to dance for a while. Let those women see that you belong to me, Zhao Manli. She took Lin Chen's hand, their fingers intertwined, and they walked out of the private room. As I went downstairs, a system notification sounded. Ding! Relationship progress with spouse Zhao Manli, first kiss completed, substantial progress in the relationship. Unlock the hot and mature woman exclusive buff, physical fitness increased by 20%, and stress resistance enhanced. Current progress of beginner quests, 90%. Note, only one final step is needed to fully activate the system's core functions. Chapter 10, The Life of Effortless Success officially begins. Lin Chen felt the warm current surging through his body that was the feeling of the buff taking effect. Indeed, he felt more energetic, and the excitement from the kiss earlier subsided much faster. This system, the rewards come at just the right time. On the dance floor, Zhao Manli pulled Lin Chen through the crowd. She danced very freely, her body swaying to the music, revealing her curves and attracting a lot of attention. But she held Lin Chen's hand tightly the whole time, as if asserting her ownership. The women around her cast envious and jealous glances, but no one dared to approach her. Zhao Manli was notoriously difficult to mess with in Jiangqing's nightclub scene. After jumping for half an hour, Lin Chen was a little tired. Sister Manli, I want to go get some fresh air. Okay, I'll go with you. The two walked to the alley behind the bar. It was much quieter there, with only faint music coming from afar. A cool night breeze blew by. Zhao Manli leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Her profile was sharply defined in the dim light, possessing a decadent beauty. Lin Chen. What do you think will happen to us in the future? Looking at the night sky, Zhao Manli asked in a rare serious tone, You will marry many women and have many children. Where do I rank in your heart? Lin Chen remained silent. He couldn't answer that question. Zhao Manli smiled, a little bitterly, Fine, I won't ask you anymore. Anyway, I'll keep bothering you, don't even think about getting rid of me. She stubbed out her cigarette, turned around and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. I told you when we were little that you were mine. And it's the same now. Lin Chen raised his hand and gently stroked her long hair. Although Sister Manli looks tough, she's actually quite insecure. The two hugged quietly for a while. Until Zhao Manli's phone rang. She answered the phone, listened for a few words, and her expression changed. What? I'm coming right away. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Lin Chen. Something came up at the bar, I have to go take care of it. You go back first, be careful on the way. Do you need any help? No need, I can handle it. Zhao Manli kissed him on the cheek. See you this weekend, and remember what you promised me. She turned and strode quickly into the bar, her back view crisp and clean. Lin Chen stood there, touched the spot where he had been kissed, and smiled. Sister Manli is quite interesting. He drove home, his feelings a mix of emotions. So much happened today, a conflict on campus, a heartwarming moment with Xiao Tang, Sister Manli's forceful confession and first kiss. It's only been 3 days since I transmigrated, and life is already this exciting. What will happen next? I got home at 11 p.m. The villa was quiet, with only a small light still on in the living room. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, wearing her light pink nightgown, holding a book, but clearly not reading it. Hearing the door open, she looked up, her eyes gentle. You're back? Mom, you're still awake? I've been waiting for you. Su Wanqing put down her book, stood up, and walked over. Have you been drinking? A little bit. I'll go make you some hangover soup, she said, heading towards the kitchen. Lin Chen followed her. Mom, no need to trouble yourself, I'm not drunk. Listen to me, sit and wait. Without saying a word, Su Wanqing pressed him down next to the dining table and turned to start the fire. In the kitchen, her busy figure in her nightgown appeared exceptionally gentle and virtuous under the warm yellow light. Looking at her, Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. No matter how many women are outside, at least at home, my mother is waiting for me. After cooking the soup, Su Wanqing brought it over, sat opposite him, and watched him drink it. Did you have fun tonight? She asked softly. Good. With that girl Manli? Lin Chen paused. Mom, how did you know? What doesn't Mom know? Su Wanqing smiled, but her eyes held a complex expression. Manli is a bit strong-willed, but she is truly devoted to you. She has been like this since she was little, protecting you like the apple of her eye. She paused, then said, "But Chenner, you must remember, no matter how sincere Monli is, she is just one of your many partners. Your heart cannot be given entirely to one person." This statement has a hidden meaning. Lin Chen looked up at her. Su Wanqing's eyes remained gentle, but deep within them lay an emotion he couldn't understand. "Mom, I understand." "Good that you understand." Su Wanqing reached out and gently patted his head. "Go and rest, you have school tomorrow." Lin Chen finished his soup and went upstairs. Back in his room, he lay on the bed and brought up the system light screen. The beginner's quest is 90% complete, just one last step away. A substantive relationship, he's already making progress. I spent the weekend with Sister Monli. Or, even earlier? As he was thinking, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Lan: "Come to the company at 3 p.m. tomorrow to sign the official documents for the share transfer. Also, accompany me to a business cocktail party tonight." Immediately following was a message from Lin Ko: "Come to my lab at 5 p.m. tomorrow for a blood sample to be backed up as a gene sample." Then Lin Xiaoran asked, "Brother Chen, I have a performance at the art department tomorrow. Can you come and watch?" "Su Min, Lin Chen, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to talk to you about the specific application process for maternity subsidies." "Zhou Siu, Mr. Lin, the national promotional video for family reproduction needs to shoot a series of family footage. Do you have time to cooperate recently? Yang Panning's assistant, Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang's prenuptial agreement has been revised. Please check your email. Lu Royer's assistant, Mr. Lin, President Lu would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow night to discuss the details of the cooperation. Wang Yutan's assistant, Mr. Lin, the supplementary terms of the gene supply contract have been sent. Please review them as soon as possible." A barrage of messages bombarded the media. Lin Chen looked at his phone and smiled wryly. Time management is truly a skill. He thought for a moment and then began to reply to each message one by one. He told Lin Lan, "Okay, big sister, I'll be at the company at 3 p.m. tomorrow." He said to Lin Ko, 5 o'clock might be too late, how about 6 o'clock? He asked Lin Xiaoran, "When is the performance?" "I'll check the schedule." To Su Min, "Are you free at 4 o'clock this afternoon, in your office?" To Zhou Siu, "Is the weekend okay? This week's workdays are pretty full." The assistants of the three female celebrities were given a unified reply: "We can arrange a meeting after the family gathering this weekend. The specific time will be discussed later." After replying to the message, he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Okay, that's all arranged for now." He turned off his phone and prepared to go to sleep. But when I close my eyes, many images flash through my mind. Su Wanqing's gentle gaze, Zhao Manli's passionate kiss, Lin Lan's assertive declaration, Lin Ke's aloof figure, Lin Xiaoran's dependent expression, Su Min's intellectual smile, and those three female celebrities who had never met but whose purposes were clear. This world, where there are more women than men, is both dangerous and full of temptation. However, with the system, this face, and so many resources. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The life of effortless success has officially begun. Chapter 11: Sweet Troubles 1. The next day, Lin Chen experienced firsthand what time management hell truly meant. He got up at 7 in the morning, and Su Wanqing had already prepared breakfast, gently reminding him to take care of his health. I left home at 7:30, drove to the school, and avoided the reporters who were waiting for me. Classes start at 8 a.m., and during breaks I'm surrounded by girls asking for autographs and photos. At 11 o'clock, Su Min asked him to meet her in her office, explained the national maternity subsidy policy in detail, and helped him fill out the application form. Your situation is special. You have multiple potential partners and a heavy burden of carrying children, Su Min said, adjusting her glasses with a serious tone. The government will provide extra nutritional subsidies and medical resources to carriers of superior genes. I have already applied for the highest level for you. Thank you, Teacher Su. I've already told you, just call me Su Min. She smiled slightly, her eyes gentle. Also, what are your thoughts on our relationship? Lin Chen was taken aback. Thoughts? So, when do you want to move forward? Su Min blushed slightly, but her tone remained calm. I'm not young anymore, and my family is pressuring me to get pregnant. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to complete my pregnancy plan as soon as possible, but I got my period in the last 2 days. What's the rush now that you're here? It's all right, Teacher Su. I also need time to prepare. Lin Chen carefully chose his words. Besides, I'm still in school. I understand. Su Min nodded. I'm just expressing my wishes. You decide on the specific time, and I'll cooperate. As she spoke, she took a document out of the drawer. This is a school district property under my name, very close to the school. If you need to live there in the future, it will be convenient for going to school, and also, convenient for us to meet. Lin Chen stared in disbelief at the property transfer agreement. Giving away a house? That's incredibly generous. Teacher Su, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Take it. Su Min handed him the pen. We're already a couple, so what's mine is yours. Besides, the house is just sitting empty anyway, so I'll feel more at ease if you move in. Her eyes were sincere and left no room for refusal. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still signed the document. Another property. He's really enjoying being a kept man. Ding. Progress in relationship with spouse Su Min, resource donations strengthen emotional bond. Unlock the exclusive intellectual partner buff, 15% increase in learning efficiency, and higher priority for accessing educational resources. At noon, Lin Chen accompanied Lin Xiaoran to lunch in the cafeteria. The little girl was overjoyed, constantly putting food on his plate, attracting countless envious glances. At 2 p.m., he drove to the Lin Group. Lin Lan's company occupies 3 entire floors of the most upscale office building in the city center. When Lin Chen arrived, the receptionist's eyes widened, and she stammered as she led him to the president's office. Lin Lan was in a video conference when she saw him come in and gestured for hin to sit down. The office was large, with a simple and modern decor, and floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Jiangchang. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, surveying the space everywhere reflecting Lin Lan's strong and capable style. After the meeting ended, Lin Lan walked over and handed him a document, the formal contract for the share transfer. Sign it. Lin Chen signed the document. Lin Lan put away the documents, sat down next to him, and looked him over. You look good today. Did you have fun with Zhao Manli last night? This older sister's intelligence network is incredibly extensive. Good. Poof. Lin Lan snorted lightly, but didn't say anything more. The cocktail party starts at 6 o'clock tonight. You'll come with me. I've already had my clothes prepared. Go change in the lounge. Lin Chen went to the lounge, where a custom-made black suit hung, fitting him perfectly. After changing, he looked at himself in the mirror. He did indeed look quite dashing, almost too handsome. Back in the office, Lin Lan saw him, paused for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, that's about right. She stood up, walked over to him, and straightened his tie. They were very close, and Lin Chen could smell her faint, cool fragrance. There will be a cocktail party tonight with many business luminaries. You are my spouse, representing the Lin family. Lin Lan looked up at him, her eyes sharp. Speak when you should, and just smile when you shouldn't. Understand? Clear. Also, she said, her fingers lightly tracing his collar, her voice low, after the party don't rush off. I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk about this again. Sister, can you please change your lines? At 5 p.m. sharp, Lin Chen arrived at Lin Kue's laboratory. The laboratory is located on the top floor of the research building at Zhengzhou University, with tight security. Lin Ku, wearing a white lab coat and goggles, is operating a precision instrument. You're here? She didn't even look up. Go sit over there and wait for me for 5 minutes. Lin Chen obediently sat down and looked around. The laboratory was filled with all sorts of equipment he couldn't understand, and the walls were covered with complex molecular structure diagrams and experimental data. 5 minutes later, Lin Ku walked over, holding blood drawing equipment. Extend your left hand. Lin Chen stretched out his arm. Lin Ku's movements were skilled and efficient. She disinfected, inserted the needle, and drew blood all in one smooth motion. Her fingers were long, slender, and fair, wearing medical gloves, and felt slightly cool to the touch. 3 vials, that's enough. She pulled out the needle and applied a band-aid. The samples will be used for genetic analysis and compatibility testing. Also, I need your biological genetic sample for the control group in the in vitro fertilization experiment. Genetic sample? Lin Chen almost jumped up from his chair. Lin Ku adjusted his glasses, his expression calm. This is necessary for scientific research. I can do it myself. Lin Chen blushed. Lin Ku nodded and handed him a small test tube and a sealed bag. Bring them to me tomorrow. Remember to store them properly. They shouldn't be kept at room temperature for more than 2 hours. Lin Chen took the test tube and felt it was too hot to handle. This second sister, she's a research fanatic, isn't she ashamed at all? Ding. Progress in relationship with spouse Lin Ku, deepening research collaboration. Unlock the exclusive buffs for that abstinent partner, enhanced rational thinking and improved data analysis skills. When Lin Chen left the lab, he still felt his face burning. At 6 p.m., at the business cocktail party. When Lin Lan walked into the venue arm in arm with Lin Chen, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Today, Lin Lan wore a burgundy off-shoulder dress, exuding confidence and charisma. Lin Chen, on the other hand, wore a black suit, looking handsome and dashing. Standing together, the two looked like the male and female leads in an idol drama. President Lin, who is this? A middle-aged female entrepreneur came forward, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen. My spouse, Lin Chen, Lin Lan introduced with a smile, her tone filled with pride. Oh my, what a handsome man. Mr. Lin is so lucky. I heard that Mr. Lin Chen is ranked 7th in the national matching rankings? No wonder President Lin attaches so much importance to him. Young and promising, truly young and promising. Praises were endless. Lin Chen maintained a polite smile, occasionally nodding in response. He could feel that almost all the women in the venue were looking at him, some with admiration, some with envy, and some with jealousy. Chapter 12 Sweet Troubles 2. Halfway through the party, Lin Lan went to talk business with several important clients, leaving Lin Chen to wander around on his own. He had just walked to the food counter, intending to grab something to eat, when a woman stopped him. She was a strong woman in her 40s, with exquisite makeup and expensive clothes, but her eyes revealed shrewdness and calculation. Mr. Lin Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. She handed over a business card. I am Li Wenqi, the chairman of Hui Huang Group. Lin Chen accepted the business card and nodded politely. Hello, Chairman Li. Mr. Lin is young, promising, and handsome, Li Wenqi said with a smile. I've heard you've been matched with quite a few outstanding women, it's truly enviable. She paused, then lowered her voice. But Mr. Lin, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say. Please speak. Although Lin Lan is capable, the Lin family is not what it used to be. Which of those female celebrities and powerful women you've been matched with doesn't have resources like the Lin family? Li Wenqi's eyes flickered. Why do you want to tie yourself to the Lin family? Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. What does Chairman Li mean? What I mean is, with your qualifications, you could have had much better options. Li Wenqi leaned closer. I have a daughter, 25 years old this year, who just returned from studying abroad. She is stunningly beautiful and has a great figure. If you're willing, I can help you arrange for her to become your spouse. Our brilliant group is much richer than the Lin family. Is this an attempt to poach our employees? Lin Chen smiled, a faint smile. Thank you for your kindness, Chairman Li. But I have already chosen the Lin family, and that will not change. Young man, don't be so quick to refuse, Li Wenqi persisted. Think it over again. With the Lin family, you'll at most get some shares. But with our brilliant group, I can give you. Before she could finish speaking, a cold voice interrupted. Mr. Li, what are you talking about with my spouse? Lin Lan walked over unnoticed, her eyes cold. Li Wenqi's expression changed, but she quickly regained her smile. Oh, President Lin is here. It's nothing, just chatting with Mr. Lin Chen for a few minutes. Casual chat? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. Why did I hear things like better options and richer than the Lin family? The atmosphere instantly froze. People around looked over and whispered among themselves. Li Wenqi's face was pale, but she still forced a smile. President Lin, you've misunderstood. Just what? Lin Lan interrupted her, her tone sharp. Those who want to poach my people should first consider whether they have the ability. Chairman Li, isn't Hui Huang Group facing a tight cash flow lately? You still have the leisure to meddle in other people's family affairs? These words struck a nerve with Li Wenqi. Her face flushed red and then turned pale. Finally, she gritted her teeth, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Lin Lan watched her departing figure and snorted coldly. She turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes softening. Are you all right? Fine. Stay away from people like that in the future. Lin Lan took his arm. You're too young, you don't know how dirty their minds are. Lin Chen nodded, understood. The reception continued. But after what just happened, no one dared to approach Lin Chen anymore. Everyone could see that Lin Lan was extremely protective of her little spouse, and no one dared to mess with her. The party ended at 9 p.m. Lin Lan had drunk quite a bit, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were somewhat unfocused. Leaning against Lin Chen, her voice softened, "Take me home, no, back to the company. I still have documents to review. Sister, you've had too much to drink. Go home and rest first." "You won't listen to me?" Lin Lan looked up at him, her eyes dangerous. "I said we should go back to the company, so we should go back to the company." Helpless, Lin Chen could only help her into the car. Back at the company, Lin Lan's office had a lounge with a bedroom and bathroom. Lin Chen helped her to the bed and tried to leave, but she grabbed his hand. "Don't go," Lin Lan said in a muffled voice, "stay with me for a while." She pulled hard, and Lin Chen lost his balance and fell to the side of the bed. Lin Lan hugged his waist and buried her face in his stomach. "Lin Chen, do you know how much pressure I'm under?" Her voice revealed a rare vulnerability. "The Lin family is such a big family. My father passed away early, my mother doesn't manage things, Lin Ku only cares about scientific research, and Xiao Ran is still young, everything is on my shoulders." She said softly, "Sometimes I'm tired, and I wish I had someone to lean on." Lin Chen's heart softened, and he gently patted her back. "So I chose you." Lin Lan looked up at him, her eyes glazed over. "It's not just because we're a good match, and it's not just because the Lin family needs an heir. I really want you." As she spoke, she reached out and touched his face, slowly moving closer. The scent of alcohol mingled with her cool fragrance, filling the small space. Lin Chen's heart raced. Is this a serious move by the older sister? Their lips drew closer and closer. Just as they were about to touch, Lin Lan suddenly pushed him away, rushed into the bathroom, and then the sound of vomiting came from behind. "Lin Chen. Okay, looks like it's not going to happen tonight." He walked into the bathroom helplessly and saw Lin Lan slumped over the sink, vomiting violently. He wrung out a towel, gently wiped her face, and then poured her a glass of warm water. Lin Lan rinsed her mouth, her face pale, but her eyes became clearer. "I'm sorry," she said softly, "I'm embarrassed." "It's all right." Lin Chen helped her back to bed. "Get some rest." Lin Lan lay down, closed her eyes, and suddenly spoke, "Lin Chen. What I just said was true." Her voice was soft. "I do want you. Not just because of a sense of duty." Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then gently took her hand. "I know. Go to sleep." Lin Lan fell asleep quickly, her breathing becoming steady. Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her sleeping face. Shedding her usual assertiveness and sharpness, Lin Lan, asleep, resembled a child, her brows slightly furrowed, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "My older sister, it's actually been pretty tough for her too." He covered her with the blanket, turned off the light, and left quietly. It was almost 11 o'clock when I got home. The living room light was still on. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, holding a needle and thread, sewing something. "Mom, you're still awake? I was waiting for you." Su Wanqing looked up, saw him, and her eyes softened. "Why are you so late? Did the party end late?" "Yes, my sister drank too much. I'll take her back to her company. Lan Lan is always so hardworking." Su Wanqing sighed and put down what she was holding. "Here, try this." She picked up a hand-knitted sweater and came over. "Autumn is coming soon, so Mom knitted you a sweater. See if it fits." Lin Chen took off his coat and tried on the sweater. The size is just right, it's soft and comfortable, and the stitching is fine, showing that a lot of thought was put into it. "Thank you, Mom, it feels very comfortable." "I'm glad you like it." Su Wanqing straightened his collar, her fingers brushing against his neck. "Mom doesn't have any great skills, I can only do these little things to make sure you're warm." Her eyes were so gentle they could melt your heart. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart. "Mom, what you did is better than anything else." Su Wanqing smiled, a smile that contained satisfaction, but also some complex emotions. "Go and rest, you'll be busy tomorrow," she said softly. Lin Chen nodded and went upstairs. Back in his room, he lay on the bed and brought up the system screen. "Today, I unlocked 2 new buffs and made progress in my relationships with several spouses. The beginner quest progress is still 90%, unchanged. A real relationship, looks like we'll have to wait until the weekend." He turned off the light screen and prepared to sleep. But when I close my eyes, many images flash through my mind. Lin Lan's vulnerable gaze, Lin Ke's calm research demands, the property gifted by Su Min, Zhao Manli's passionate kiss, Xiao Tang's dependent expression, Su Wanqing's gentle care. So many women, so many relationships. Chapter 13 Family Feud, The Three Sisters Forced Marriage Part 1. When Lin Shin pushed open the door of the Lin family villa, he was not greeted by the warmth of home, but by an atmosphere of tension. In the living room, three figures turned to look at him simultaneously. The eldest sister, Lin Lan, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, still dressed in a black business suit, arms crossed, her eyes sharp as knives. The second sister, Lin Ko, sat on a single sofa, a white lab coat draped over the armrest, her gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses calmly scrutinizing. The youngest sister, Lin Xiaoran, knelt on the carpet, her eyes slightly red, like a frightened little rabbit. "So you finally decided to come back?" Lin Lan spoke first, her voice icy. "I thought you were going to spend the night at Zhao Manli's bar tonight." Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Holy crap, their intelligence network is that advanced? They even know about Sister Manli's affairs? Big sister, I just... No explanation needed. Lin Ke pushed up her glasses, interrupting him. "According to your schedule today, school in the morning, lunch with Xiaoran, company in the afternoon, cocktail party in the evening, and a 47-minute stop at a bar afterwards. Your time management is quite good. Even the stay time is accurate to the minute? Second sister, did you put a GPS on me?" Lin Xiaoran stood up, walked up to him, looked up at him with her small face, and said in a tearful voice, "Brother Chen, do you like Sister Manli more? She posted on her WeChat moments today, and you and she are so close in the photo." Lin Chen glanced at his phone. Zhao Manli had indeed posted a picture on her WeChat moments, showing the two of them in a private room at a bar. She was leaning half her body on his shoulder, smiling radiantly. The caption read, "My person." The comments section has exploded with hundreds of messages, mostly from Zhao Manli's group of friends egging her on. "That Zhao Manli." Lin Lan snorted coldly. "She's been like this since she was a child, so domineering." "But she has the capital to be domineering," Lin Ke said calmly. "The Zhao family's share in Jiangcheng's nightclubs and logistics sector is indeed not to be underestimated." "Second sister, why are you still defending her?" Lin Xiaoran exclaimed anxiously. "I'm not speaking up for her, I'm just stating the facts." Lin Ke looked at Lin Chen. From a genetic compatibility perspective, Zhao Manli's fertility potential score is 89, which is in the excellent range. If you choose her as the first candidate for pregnancy, I can adjust the experimental plan. Second sister, can you please stop using a scientific research mindset to discuss this kind of thing? Lin Chen was at his wit's end and was about to explain when soft footsteps came from the direction of the kitchen. Su Wanqing came out carrying a plate of sliced fruit, wearing a light purple apron, her long hair loosely tied up, with a few strands hanging down her neck. She glanced at the situation in the living room and sighed softly. "Stop arguing." The voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable strength. "Chener just got back, let him catch his breath." She placed the fruit platter on the coffee table, sat down next to Lin Chen, and naturally took his hand. "Your hands are so cold, is it cold outside? Mom will go heat up some milk for you." "No need, Mom, I'm not cold." Lin Chen tried to pull his hand away, but Su Wanqing held it tightly. Her hands were warm and soft. Lin Lan frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. "Mom, don't spoil him. We need to get this straight today." "Say what?" Su Wanqing looked up at her eldest daughter, her gaze still gentle, but now with a hint of sharpness. "You three are ganging up on me to force me into marriage? You're saying Chener has to choose one to consummate the marriage tonight? Lan Lan, you're the eldest sister, you should be more sensible." Lin Lan was momentarily speechless, then softened her tone slightly. "I'm not forcing him, but the marriage match has been finalized, and the substantive relationship needs to be moved forward. I am the CEO of the Lin Group, and I need an heir to stabilize shareholder confidence. Lin Ko's research project needs high IQ offspring samples. Xiaoran is too young to wait, but the Lin family needs a future." She paused, then looked at Lin Chen. "Moreover, those women outside are eyeing us covetously. Zhao Manli has already made her move. The teams of those three female celebrities are contacting my assistant every day, asking when a meeting can be arranged. If our Lin family doesn't secure our position first, do you believe someone will come to our door and snatch her away tomorrow? This is not an exaggeration." Lin Chen recalled Li Wenqi's poaching attempt at the party today, as well as the unread messages on his phone. Yang Paning's assistant sent 3 more emails. Lu Royer directly proposed an annual cooperation, and Wang Yutong went even further, sending a gene usage schedule accurate to the hour. The competition for high-quality men in this world is practically on warlike levels. Big sister is right, Lin Ke nodded. Based on my follow-up study of 152 high-scoring male marriage cases, the first 3 days of the matching announcement period are the golden window for establishing a relationship. If a substantive relationship is not established with at least one spouse within this window, subsequent spousal loyalty will decrease by 37%, and resource acquisition efficiency will decrease by 52%. She pulled up a data chart on her tablet and showed it to Lin Chen. To put it simply, if you don't seal it as soon as possible, those women will think you're indecisive, or have a problem with your abilities. Although Lin Xiaoran didn't understand the data, she understood the last sentence and hurriedly said, "Brother Chen is definitely okay. He must be very capable." She blushed after saying that. Lin Chen. Su Wanqing tightened her grip on Lin Chen's hand, her voice soft yet firm. Lan, Kiki, what you said makes sense. But Chenner is a person, not a tool. His feelings and his wishes are the most important. She turned to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness that could melt hearts. Chenner, tell Mom what you think. Don't worry about them pressuring you, just tell me what's on your mind. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Lin Chen felt immense pressure. What can I think? I've only been in this world for 4 days. Even though I have the system and it's great to have so many beautiful women throwing themselves at me, this is all too sudden. Who to choose? The eldest sister is strong and capable, the second sister is a restrained and aloof research goddess, the third sister is innocent and clingy, Sister Monli is fiery and direct, Teacher Sumin is intellectual and gentle, and there are 3 female celebrities I've never met. The key point is that the system task requires completing the first marriage match, which refers to a substantive relationship. The longer it takes, the longer the reward will be delayed. He took a deep breath and said, I understand everyone's concerns. But, could you give me some time? At least let me spend some time alone with each person, get to know them, and then make a decision? That makes perfect sense. Lin Lan's brows relaxed slightly. Okay. But time is limited. You must give us a preliminary indication before the family gathering this weekend. A family gathering on the weekend? Lin Chen was taken aback. Didn't Mom tell you? Lin Ku asked Su Wanqing. This Saturday, the Lin family is hosting a dinner party at their home for all your confirmed spouses. Zhao Manli, Zhao Xiaotang, Teacher Su Min, and representatives from the teams of those 3 female celebrities will all be there. Lin Chen's vision went black. Everyone assemble? Is this some kind of chaotic battleground? Su Wanqing gently patted the back of his hand and smiled. Don't worry, Mom will arrange it. It's just a meal to let everyone get to know each other. After all, we'll all be family in the future. A family. Mom, you make it sound so easy. In addition, Lin Lan added, starting tomorrow, you will take turns spending time with us after school. On Monday, you will help me with company matters. On Tuesday, you will go to Lin Ke's lab. On Wednesday, you will spend time with Xiao Ran. On Thursday, you can arrange your own time, and on Friday, you will prepare for the gathering. The schedule is clearly laid out. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Big sister, I'm still in school. Chapter 14. The 3 sisters force marriage too. My studies can't be neglected, but some things are more important. Lin Lan stood up. It's settled then. See you at the company tomorrow at 3 o'clock. After she finished speaking, she turned and went upstairs, her high heels making a crisp sound on the stairs. Lin Ku also stood up. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, in the lab. Don't forget to bring your samples. She left too. Lin Xiaoran leaned closer and whispered, Brother Chen, how about we go see a movie on Wednesday? It's a newly released romance film. Okay. Lin Chen patted her head. Lin Xiaoran smiled happily and skipped upstairs. Only Lin Chen and Su Wanqing remained in the living room. Su Wanqing didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she moved even closer, her voice gentle. Are you tired? Mom will draw you some water. Take a bath to relax. No need, Mom, I can do it myself. Don't be so polite with Mom. Su Wanqing stood up and pulled him upstairs. When you were little, didn't your mom always bathe and scrub your back for you? Now that you're all grown up, you're shy. Childhood is childhood, can it be the same now? Lin Chen was pulled to the bathroom door before Su Wanqing let go of his hand. Go on, Mom will get you your pajamas. In the bathroom, hot water was already running, and scented candles sat on the edge of the bathtub, filling the air with a faint sandalwood fragrance. As Lin Chen undressed, he saw his slightly flushed face in the mirror. Is Su Wanqing's concern a little excessive? He soaked in the hot water and sighed contentedly. Today was indeed tiring, physically tiring, and mentally tiring even more so. Just as I was resting with my eyes closed, there was a gentle knock on the bathroom door. Chinner, the pajamas are at the door. Su Wanqing's voice. Okay, Mom. Do you need Mom to scrub your back? Lin Chen almost jumped out of the bathtub. No need. A soft laugh came from outside the door. Okay, Mom won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and wash, don't catch a cold. The footsteps faded into the distance. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still beating a little fast. Was Mom joking or serious about what she just said? After taking a bath, he put on his pajamas, a brand new set of silk pajamas, smooth to the touch. Stepping out of the bathroom, he saw Su Wanqing sitting by his bedside, holding a photo album. Finished washing? She looked up and smiled, patting the spot next to her. Come on, keep Mom company while we look at the photos. Lin Chen sat down and smelled the faint scent of gardenias on Su Wanqing. The photo album contains pictures of him from childhood to adulthood. There's the skinny little boy he was at 5 when he was first adopted by the Lin family, the carefree laugh he had on his 10th birthday, the budding young man at 15, and the youthful, handsome figure in a suit at his 18th birthday celebration. Look at this, Su Wanqing pointed to a photo of him when he was 12 years old, playing football in the yard, covered in mud. Your dad said you weren't like a boy. I said it's good for boys to be lively. Her fingers gently caressed the photo, her eyes filled with tenderness and longing. Before your father passed away, your biggest worry was you. He said that Chinner was too soft-hearted and he was afraid that he would be bullied, so he asked me to protect you. Su Wanqing's voice was a little choked up. Mom promised him. For the past 3 years, Mom has risked her life to protect the Lin family and protect you. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Mom, you've worked so hard. It's not hard work. For you, it's all worth it. Su Wanqing turned to look at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Chinner, do you know? Sometimes when Mom looks at you, I think of what your dad looked like when he was young. But he wasn't as handsome as you, nor as charming. Her gaze was so gentle and focused that it made Lin Chen feel uneasy. Mom knows you're all grown up now, and you need to have your own family and your own woman. Su Wanqing interrupted him, her voice even softer. Mom shouldn't be saying these things. It's just sometimes it hurts. She suddenly reached out and gently hugged him, burying her face in his shoulder. Chinner, promise Mom something. Please speak. No matter how many women you have, no matter what happens in the future, in Mom's heart, you will always be the most important. And you, don't forget Mom, okay? Her voice trembled, and her body shook slightly. Lin Chen froze. This hug? He dared not think too deeply about it, and could only gently pat her back. Mom, how could I forget you? You will always be my mom. Su Wanqing hugged him for a long time before slowly letting go. Her eyes were red, but she forced a smile. All right, Mom won't keep you from resting any longer. Good night, Chinner. Good night, Mom. Su Wanqing stood up and glanced back at him as she walked to the door. That look in his eyes was so complex that it startled Lin Chen. The door closed gently. Lin Chen lay on the bed, unable to calm down for a long time. The system screen shows the beginner quest progress is still 90%. A substantive relationship, it seems we really can't delay any longer. A choice must be made before the weekend. He closed his eyes, and faces flashed through his mind. Finally, the focus settled on Lin Lan's eyes, which held a hint of vulnerability beneath their strength. Perhaps, we should start with the eldest sister? Chapter 15. My cousins kicking down the door and declaring dominance. On Tuesday afternoon, Lin Chen had just stepped out of the teaching building when he was blocked by a bright red sports car. The car window rolled down, and Zhao Manli, wearing sunglasses, smiled arrogantly with her bright red lips. Get in the car. Sister Manli, I'm going to second sister's lab today. I said, get in the car. Zhao Manli took off her sunglasses, her eyes dangerous. Don't make me say it a third time. A number of students had already gathered around and were whispering among themselves. Lin Chen sighed, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. The sports car roared out of the campus. Sister Manli, where are you taking me? My home. Zhao Manli gripped the steering wheel with one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. What, afraid I'll eat you? No. Then shut up. The sports car sped all the way to the most expensive upscale apartment area in Jiangcheng and parked in the garage of the top-floor duplex apartment. Zhao Manli grabbed Lin Chen's wrist and practically dragged him into the elevator, taking him straight to the top floor. The apartment was spacious, and its decor, like the woman herself, was flamboyant. A black and red color scheme, leather sofas, metal accents, and abstract paintings and motorcycle helmets adorning the walls. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered panoramic views of the city, providing an excellent vista. "Sit down." Zhao Manli pressed him down on the sofa, then walked to the liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses of whiskey. "Have a drink." Lin Chen took the glass but didn't drink it. Zhao Manli sat down opposite him, crossed her legs, and the hem of her red tight-fitting dress slid up to her thighs. She squinted at him and said, "Lin Chen, let's be frank. You say. What are your plans for those 3 from the Lin family, plus Su Min, and those 3 actresses?" Zhao Manli asked bluntly. "Who will you have children with first? Who will you have children with next? Have you arranged a timetable?" Lin Chen was caught off guard by the question and choked a little. "Sister Manli, this. Stop with the this and that dot." Zhao Manli took a big gulp of wine. Zhao Manli, don't like beating around the bush. I've had my eye on you since I was little. Now that we've matched, you're mine." She stood up, walked to him, leaned over, and placed her hands on the back of the sofa, trapping him between them. "But I'm a fair person. I understand the Lin family raised you. I also understand those 3 actresses have resources." Her face was close to his, her breath reeking of alcohol. "So I can wait, I can take a number. But there's one condition." She stared into his eyes and said, slowly and deliberately, "The first time must be mine." Lin Chen's heart raced. Sister Manli is so direct. "Why?" "Because I don't want to lose." A rare hint of vulnerability flashed in Zhao Manli's eyes. "Lin Chen, you may not know, but I've liked you since I was a child. But you're the Lin family's adopted son, and I can't compete with you. Now that I finally have a chance, I don't want to lose to anyone again." She reached out and stroked his face, her voice softening. "Especially Lin Lan. I've hated her arrogant attitude since I was little. If I lose to her even the first time, I'll never be satisfied with it for the rest of my life." Lin Chen remained silent. He could actually sense Zhao Manli's feelings for him. In his memory, the seemingly tough cousin would chase away the boys who bullied him when they were young, secretly give him snacks, and stay by his bedside when he was sick. But her way of expressing herself is always so domineering. "Sister Manli, No need to answer now." Zhao Manli interrupted him, straightening up. "Family gathering this weekend, right? Just give me your answer before then." She walked back to the liquor cabinet, poured herself another drink, and turned her back to him. "But if the answer isn't me, Lin Chen, I'll be very sad. When I'm sad, I might do something irrational. Like, beating up all the women in the bar who try to seduce you. This is a threat. This is definitely a threat." Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhao Manli frowned. "Who is it?" She walked to the door, glanced through the peephole, and her face instantly darkened. "Damn it, it's like a ghost that won't go away." She flung the door open. 2 women stood outside the door, one in a business suit, exuding competence, the other in a cheongsam, gentle and dignified. They are Yang Panning's assistant and Wang Yutong's assistant. "Ms. Zhao, excuse us." Yang Panning's assistant smiled. "We're here to see Mr. Lin Chen." "He's not here." Zhao Manli tried to close the door. "We saw him go upstairs with you," Wang Yutong's assistant said calmly. "Ms. Yang and Ms. Wang hope to meet with Mr. Lin Chen as soon as possible to discuss the details of the cooperation." Zhao Manli sneered. "Cooperation? What cooperation? Cooperation through sex?" "Ms. Zhao, please watch your words." Yang Panning's assistant maintained her smile. "We are here on behalf of the 2 ladies to discuss serious business. If Mr. Lin Chen is not available, we can come another day. But today, we must have a specific time arrangement." The atmosphere was tense. Lin Chen walked over and said, "Gentlemen, please come in and talk." Zhao Manli glared at him, but still moved aside. When the 2 assistants entered the apartment and saw Lin Chen, their eyes lit up for a moment, but they quickly returned to their professional demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Ms. Yang Panning's assistant, my surname is Li." The capable woman handed over her business card. "I am Ms. Wang Yutong's assistant, my surname is Zhang." The woman in the cheongsam also handed over her business card. Lin Chen accepted the seat, saying, "Please have a seat, both of you." The 4 of them sat down. Zhao Manli sat next to Lin Chen with her arms crossed, adopting a protective posture. Assistant Li spoke first. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang has a very tight schedule. She will be joining a film crew next week for 3 months. Therefore, she hopes to complete the genetic union with you before joining the crew. She phrased it tactfully, but her meaning was clear. Assistant Zhang continued, Ms. Wang's situation is similar. She's attending Paris Fashion Week next month, and then she has 3 international endorsement deals to film. The best time to conceive is in these 2 weeks. If she misses it, she'll have to wait another month. Zhao Manli couldn't help but sneer. Are you treating Lin Chen like a stud? Optimal conception period, you say? Should we also test his ovulation period? The 2 assistants remained unfazed. Assistantly, Ms. Zhao, our decision is based on scientific and efficiency considerations. Mr. Lin has excellent genes, and both women are high-quality mothers who have undergone rigorous selection. Such a union is of great significance to improving the country's fertility rate. Assistant Zhang, yes. And both ladies are willing to pay substantial compensation. Ms. Yang proposed that if she successfully conceives, she will give Mr. Lin 1% of the shares in Yang's group, worth approximately 50 million. Ms. Wang is willing to pay a one-time gene transfer fee of 80 million, plus a child support fund after the child's birth. Lin Chen was stunned. 1% of shares? 80 million? That price. Zhao Manli was also stunned for a moment, but then became even angrier. So what if you have money? Lin Chen doesn't lack money. This isn't about money, it's about optimizing resource allocation, Assistant Li said calmly. As far as we know, among Mr. Lin's current potential spouses, the 3 Lin sisters are outstanding, but their family resources are limited. Ms. Zhao, you have influence in the nightclub and logistics sectors, but your connections in the entertainment and fashion circles are limited. Ms. Yang and Ms. Wang, on the other hand, can provide top-tier resources in these fields. Assistant Zhang added, Ms. Lu Royer's team has also contacted us. They are willing to jointly provide resources: the Young family's fashion industry, the Wang family's model agency, and the Lu family's car dealership network. The 3 companies can form a strategic partnership to jointly support Mr. Lin's future development. Is this about forming a harem alliance? Chapter 16 Mom Can Tell. Lin Chen's mind was a bit of a mess. Zhao Manli turned pale with anger. Are you all ganging up on me to force me to resign? It's not about forcing him to resign, it's about a win-win cooperation. Assistant Li smiled. Ms. Zhao, think about it. If Mr. Lin only has you and a few members of the Lin family, his development ceiling is Jiangcheng. But if we add the resources of the 3 actresses, he may go national or even international. At that time, as his first spouse, your status will only be higher. That's a very tempting statement. Zhao Manli fell silent. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Gentlemen, I understand what you mean. But I need time to consider this matter. The 3 ladies' team representatives will be attending the family gathering this weekend, right? Can we discuss it face to face then? The 2 assistants exchanged a glance and nodded. Okay, then we'll wait until the weekend. Assistant Li stood up. However, Mr. Lin, time is indeed tight. We hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. We will relay the contents of today's conversation to the 2 ladies. Assistant Zhang also stood up. Goodbye. After the 2 left, the apartment fell silent. Zhao Manli sat on the sofa, head down, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Lin Chen walked over and sat down next to her. Sister Manli. They're right, Zhao Manli suddenly said in a low voice. I really can't give you that many resources. Although the Zhao family is rich, their businesses are all low class. Unlike them, they're glamorous and on the international stage. She looked up, her eyes red. Lin Chen, if you choose them, I won't blame you. But could you promise me that you'll at least come and see me occasionally? I don't ask for anything to myself, I just want a place. This usually domineering woman was so vulnerable at this moment that it was heartbreaking. Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulder. Sister Manli, don't be like this. I didn't say I wanted to choose them. But you didn't say you wouldn't choose them. Zhao Manli leaned on his shoulder. Lin Chen, I'm not stupid. Those resources will definitely help you. If you really want to move up, they are the best stepping stone. She paused, her voice even softer. It's just, I'm heartbroken. I've always dreamed of marrying you when I grew up. Now that I finally have the chance, so many people are trying to take it from me. Lin Chen didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only gently pat her back. The two sat there quietly for a long time. Until the sky outside the window gradually darkened. "Let me take you home." Zhao Manli stood up, already back to her usual flamboyant self. "Aunt Su Wanqing will be worried if it gets late." "Sister Manli, are you alright? What could possibly happen to me?" Zhao Manli curled the corners of her lips, but her smile was somewhat forced. Zhao Manli, can take things in stride. Don't worry, I'll go to the weekend gathering and won't embarrass you." She escorted Lin Chen downstairs and drove him back to the Lin family home. Neither of them spoke on the way. When they arrived at the Lin family villa, Zhao Manli stopped the car and turned to look at him. "Lin Chen. No matter who you choose in the end, don't forget me," she said earnestly. "I truly love you, and that has never changed since we were children." After saying that, she leaned down and planted a kiss on his lips. This kiss wasn't as passionate and domineering as the last one. Instead, it was gentle and tinged with reluctance. "Go ahead." She let go of him and turned her head away so he wouldn't see her expression. Lin Chen got out of the car and watched the red sports car disappear into the night. "I felt a little uneasy. Sister Manli." He turned and walked into the villa, where he found Su Wanqing standing at the door, quietly watching him. "Mom, what are you doing at the door?" "I was waiting for you." Su Wanqing smiled, her eyes gentle. "Did Manli bring you back?" She's a good girl, just a bit too strong-willed." Su Wanqing walked over and gently straightened his collar. "But she's sincere towards you. Mom can tell." Lin Chen nodded. "I know." "Chunner," Su Wanqing looked at him and suddenly asked, "If you had to choose now, who would you choose?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Su Wanqing's eyes were gentle yet complicated. "Mom isn't forcing you, I just want to hear your honest opinion. Among so many girls, is there someone you particularly care about?" Lin Chen remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said softly, "Mom, I don't know. They're all very nice, but I'm only 20 years old." "That's a very honest statement." Su Wanqing smiled, a smile that held both relief and heartache. "Yes, you're only 20 years old, and you have to shoulder so much. Sometimes I'm conflicted. I hope you can choose more children and leave more bloodlines, but I'm also afraid you'll be too tired." She reached out and patted his head. "Go on, get some rest. You're going to Coco's lab tomorrow, right? Remember to bring samples." Su Wanqing smiled meaningfully. "Your second sister is very strict about this." Lin Chen blushed. "Mom even knows this?" He fled upstairs as if he were escaping. Upon returning to the room, a system notification sounded. Ding! Multiple emotional conflicts detected to be escalating. New quest triggered, balancing the battleground. Task description: before the weekend family gathering, engage in deep emotional conversations, at least 2 hours of one-on-one time with at least 3 spouses. Task rewards: improved emotional perception and unlocked conflict prediction abilities. Current progress: Zhao Manli completed, Lin Xiaoran completed, Su Min completed, Lin Lan in progress, Lin Ku to be completed. Lin Chen looked at the task list and smiled wryly. Deep emotional exchange, and it needs to last at least 2 hours? Is this system trying to make sure I'm not busy enough? But the reward is tempting emotional perception and conflict prediction, which are practically divine skills in a chaotic situation. Okay, then, let's keep trying. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Tomorrow, I'm going to my second sister's lab. We also need to bring samples. Hope everything goes well. Chapter 17 Second Sister's Rationality 1. At 5 p.m. on Wednesday, Lin Chen appeared on time at the door of Lin Ke's laboratory. He was carrying a sealed bag containing the small test tube. Just thinking about its contents made his face burn. I've never done anything so embarrassing in my life. The lab door opened, and Lin Ke, wearing a spotless white lab coat, goggles, and gloves, said expressionlessly, "Come in." Lin Chen went inside and found that Lin Ke was not the only one in the laboratory. There was also a young female researcher, who looked to be in her 20s, sitting in front of a microscope. When she saw Lin Chen enter, her eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her head, frightened by Lin Ke's cold gaze. "Did you bring the samples?" Lin Ke asked. "I brought it." Lin Chen handed over the sealed bag. Lin Ke took it, checked the label and seal, and nodded. "Quality is acceptable. Go sit over there, we'll draw blood in a bit." Lin Chen obediently sat down on the chair in the blood drawing area. Lin Ke said to the female researcher, Xiao Chun, go and get petri dish number 3. Okay, Dr. Lin. The female researcher, Xiao Chun, left quickly, but secretly glanced at Lin Chen several times before leaving. Lin Ke walked to Lin Chen's side and skillfully disinfected, inserted the needle, and drew blood. Her fingers were icy cold, and she was wearing medical gloves. The touch felt very professional. Does it hurt? She suddenly asked. It doesn't hurt. Lin Ke pulled out the needle and applied a bandage. Your pain threshold is 17% higher than average, which is a good thing. How could this be detected? After the blood was drawn, Lin Ke did not leave immediately, but stood in front of him, looking him over. Your sleep quality has been declining recently, with an average of 1.2 hours less sleep per night and a 15% decrease in deep sleep, she said calmly. Too much stress? Or irregular sex life? Lin Chen almost fell off the chair. Second sister, you. I am your spouse and also a researcher. I need to understand your physiological state. Lin Ke adjusted her glasses. According to the data, men often experience symptoms such as anxiety, sleep disorders, and changes in appetite when faced with the choice of multiple partners. Your current behavior is consistent with this model. She brought up her tablet, which displayed Lin Chen's recent physiological data curves: heart rate, blood pressure, sleep quality, and even frequency of morning physiological responses. How did she detect all this? I've placed a few miniature sensors in your room. Lin Ke seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't worry, they only collect physiological data and don't involve any private images. This is already a huge invasion of privacy. Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. However, Lin Ke changed the subject. Although your data shows stress, your overall health is good. The adaptation after gene replacement is very strong, with cell activity increasing by 23% and metabolic efficiency increasing by 18%. This indicates that the system enhancement effect is significant. She put away the tablet and looked at Lin Chen. So, you can now withstand a higher physiological load. Physiological burden? Second sister, can you please put it another way? Second sister, what exactly are you trying to say? I want to say, Lin Ke said calmly. Based on my calculations, given your current physiological condition, you are fully capable of meeting the reproductive needs of multiple partners. An average of 3-4 times per week, with each session at least 12 hours apart, is the optimal frequency. She pulled up another data table. This is the optimal scheduling table calculated based on your genetic compatibility with each spouse, your menstrual cycle, and your fertility potential score. You can refer to it. Lin Chen stared in disbelief at the densely packed form. The table details the schedule for the next 3 months. Monday evening, Lin Lan fertility potential 91, genetic match 87%. Tuesday afternoon, Zhao Manli 89, 85%. Wednesday evening, Sumin 86, 83%. Thursday off. Friday afternoon, Lin Ke 93, 88%. Saturday morning, Lin Xiaoran 82, 80%. Saturday night, to be determined Yang Lu Wang. Sunday, rest flexibility. There's even a note: if there are changes due to menstruation or ovulation, adjustments need to be made dynamically. Is this person using me as a guinea pig? Second sister, this isn't appropriate. This is the optimal solution, Lin Ke interrupted him. It maximizes reproductive efficiency while ensuring your health. Of course, you can make minor adjustments if you have emotional preferences. But it's recommended to keep the overall framework. She sent the form to Lin Chen's phone. You can try following this schedule before the weekend gathering. Tonight is, but she has to go on a business trip at the last minute, so I suggest you join my schedule in advance. Lin Chen's heart raced. Chapter 18 Second Sister's Rationality 2. Second sister, this is too sudden. Scientific research needs data support, Lin Ke said calmly. I need to collect physiological data before and after your first sexual encounter to build a model. This is for scientific research purposes. She spoke in a very serious manner, as if she were discussing experimental procedures. Of course, if you don't want to, I can adjust the plan. Lin Ke looked at him, but according to my calculations, tonight is the best time. My ovulation period is in 3 days, so starting preparations now is just right. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. My second sister's extremely rational style actually makes me even more nervous. At this moment, researcher Xiao Chen returned, holding a petri dish in his hand. Dr. Lin, petri dish number 3 is ready. Put it over there. Lin Ke nodded, then said to Lin Chen, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. I'll go process the sample. She turned and walked towards the lab table, leaving Lin Chen sitting there alone, his mind a complete mess. 10 minutes later, Lin Ke returned, have you made up your mind? Lin Chen took a deep breath, second sister, I need time. Okay. Lin Ke nodded. But time is limited. You must have at least one physical relationship before the weekend gathering, or it will affect the overall plan. She paused, then added, also, I need to remind you. The teams of Ms. Yang Panning, Ms. Lu Ruier, and Ms. Wang Yutong have already begun to exert pressure. If you don't take action soon, they may resort to other means. What methods? For example, they might expose rumors in the media that you are impotent or infertility is questionable, Lin Ke said calmly. This is a common tactic in the competition for high-quality men. Once such rumors spread, your matching score will drop, and your subsequent access to resources will also be affected. Lin Chen's expression changed. So ruthless? So you need to prove yourself as soon as possible. Lin Ke looked at him. And the Lin family is your safest choice. We are family, we won't harm you. That makes sense. Lin Chen remained silent for a long time before finally nodding, I understand. I will make a decision before the weekend gathering. A wise choice. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Now, you can go. Remember to rest well and stay in top condition. Lin Chen felt as if he had been granted a pardon and got up to leave. As he reached the door, Lin Ke suddenly called out to him, Lin Chen. He turned around. Lin Ke removed her goggles, revealing a pair of clear and calm eyes. Although my decision was based on scientific research, you are my brother in the spouse I chose. I will not hurt you. Her tone had a rare hint of warmth. Lin Chen felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, second sister. He breathed a sigh of relief as he left the lab. The situation with the second sister has been temporarily calmed down. But time is really running out. He glanced at the schedule on his phone and smiled wryly. This life is like the emperor choosing his concubines. No, the emperor chose concubines for pleasure, I do it for survival. On his drive home, he received a call from Lin Xiaoran. Brother Chen. When are you coming back? I made your favorite strawberry cake. The little girl's voice was cheerful. Coming right away. Great. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At least, Xiaoran's feelings will always be purely dependence and affection. No need for calculation, no need for weighing options, they simply want to be good to me. This is so rare in this complex world. Back at the Lin family home, Lin Xiaoran was indeed busy in the kitchen. She was wearing a bare apron, and her face was covered in flour. When she saw Lin Chen come in, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Brother Chen. Come and try some. Lin Chen walked over and took a bite of the cake. It was sickeningly sweet, but he smiled and said, delicious. Really? Lin Xiaoran was overjoyed. Then I'll make it for you every day from now on. Su Wanqing walked into the kitchen and saw the scene. She smiled gently and said, Xiaoran has been busy all afternoon. She insisted on cooking for you herself. Thank you, Xiaoran. You're welcome. Lin Xiaoran hugged his arm. Brother Chen, we're going to the movies on Wednesday, you promised. Yes, it's a promise. That evening, while the family was having dinner, Lin Lan made a video call. She was still on a business trip out of town. The background is a hotel room, and she looks somewhat tired. Mom, Chener, Xiaoran. Lin Lan rubbed her temples. The negotiations here aren't going very well, so we might have to stay a couple more days. Don't overwork yourself, take care of your health, Su Wanqing said with concern. I know, Chener. Lin Lan looked at Lin Chen. I'll definitely be back before the weekend gathering. You think it over carefully. She didn't explicitly say what she was considering, but everyone understood. Big sister, you should also take a rest, Lin Chen said. Okay. Lin Lan nodded and hung up the phone. After dinner, Lin Xiaoran pestered Lin Chen to help her with a jigsaw puzzle. The two sat on the living room carpet and worked on it until 10 p.m. Su Wanqing sat quietly on the sofa next to them, knitting a sweater, occasionally glancing up at them with gentle eyes. At 10:30, Lin Xiaoran was sleepy and was urged by Su Wanqing to go upstairs to sleep. Only Lin Chen and Su Wanqing remained in the living room. Chener, Su Wanqing said softly, come, sit with mom for a while. Lin Chen sat down. Su Wanqing put down the sweater in her hand and looked at him. How did it go to Keek's lab today? Smoothly. She didn't give you any trouble, did she? No, my second sister is just more rational. Su Wanqing laughed. That child has always been like that since she was little. She's always concerned with data in everything she does. Sometimes I even wonder if she's a robot. She paused, her eyes softening. But Mom knows she cares about you. She just doesn't know how to express it. Yes, I know. Su Wanqing suddenly reached out and gently stroked his face. Shunner, Mom thinks you've lost weight recently. Is it because of too much stress? Fine. Don't lie to Mom. Su Wanqing sighed. Mom knows everything. Those women are pressuring you, the media is watching you, your classmates are talking about you. You're only 20 years old, you shouldn't have to endure all this. Her fingers were warm and soft, and her movements were gentle. Sometimes Mom really wishes you could go somewhere where nobody knows you and live a peaceful life. Su Wanqing's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself. Lin Chen was startled. Mom's words. But Mom knows that's impossible. Su Wanqing withdrew her hand. She gave a wry smile. You have your responsibilities. The Lin family needs you, and the country needs you. Mom can't be so selfish. She stood up. Get some rest, you have school tomorrow. Mom, you should get some rest too. Su Wanqing turned and went upstairs. When she reached the corner of the stairs, she looked back at him. Lin Chen sat in the living room, motionless for a long time. Mom's mood tonight is very strange. He brought up the system screen and saw that the progress of the new task balance of the Shura field had been updated. Lin Xiaoran's in-depth communication has been completed. 2.5 hours of puzzle solving. Now, all that's missing are Lin Lan and Lin Ku. My eldest sister is away on a business trip and will have to wait until she returns. As for my second sister. He remembered Lin Ku's schedule. Friday afternoon is my second sister's time. Then, Friday it is. He made a decision. Chapter 19. The only thing I can offer is these tangible things. Back in my room, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Manli. Are you asleep? Not yet. I can't sleep. I'm thinking of you. Lin Chen didn't know how to respond. After a while, she sent another message. I'll wear my prettiest dress to the weekend party. I'll show you who's the right woman for you. Sister Manli, you don't need to. I want it. She replied quickly. Lin Chen, I told you, I won T lose. Even if my opponent is a female celebrity, like Lin Lan, I won T lose. Sister Manli's competitive spirit. Get some rest early, good night. Good night. Dream of me. Lin Chen put down his phone and lay down on the bed. I closed my eyes, and many images flashed through my mind. Lin Ke's calm research data, Zhao Manli's flamboyant declaration, Lin Xiaoran's innocent dependence, Su Wanqing's complex gaze. This weekend is unlikely to be peaceful. But I have to make a choice. Who should receive the first time? He thought about it all night and only fell asleep as dawn was breaking. In his dream, he seemed to hear a system notification. Emotional perception ability is initially activated. 5 sources of strong emotional fluctuations detected. Recommendation: establish a substantive relationship as soon as possible to stabilize the emotional environment. On Thursday afternoon, Lin Chen arrived at Su Min's office as agreed. But today, Su Min wasn't the only one in the office. There was also a middle-aged woman in a business suit, with a sharp and commanding presence, sitting on the sofa drinking tea. When she saw Lin Chen enter, she sized him up and down, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Lin Chen, you've arrived. Su Min stood up, her smile somewhat forced. This is Deputy Director Wang of the Education Bureau, my superior. Deputy Director Wang put down his teacup and said slowly, You must be Lin Chen? You are indeed a handsome man. No wonder our Director Su is so fond of you. His tone was sarcastic. Lin Chen frowned. Hello, Deputy Director Wang. Have a seat. Deputy Director Wang pointed to the chair opposite him. I'm here today to talk to you about your marriage with Su Min. Su Min's expression changed slightly. Director Wang, this is our private matter. Private matter? Deputy Director Wang sneered. Su Min, you are an official in the Education Bureau, and your marriage partner is a nationally renowned carrier of superior genes. This is no longer a private matter, it is an official matter. She turned to Lin Shan, her tone aggressive. Lin Shan, I heard you've been matched with over a dozen spouses, including 3 female celebrities and the daughter of the Zhao family. How do you plan to manage your time? How do you intend to fulfill your obligations to each spouse? Lin Shan calmly replied, this is my personal arrangement and I don't need to report it to you. Not needed? Deputy Director Wang raised his voice. Su Min is my subordinate, and her marital status directly affects her work performance. If she is distracted because of you and it affects the work of the Education Bureau, can you take responsibility for that? Director Wang. Su Min couldn't help but exclaim, my work has never been affected. Is that so? Deputy Director Wang glanced at her sideways. Why was last week's meeting report submitted late? Why was last month's research project behind schedule? Su Min, don't think I don't know. You've been staring at the Marriage and Matching Bureau's website every day, waiting to see Lin Shan's updates. You even used your connections to help him apply for the highest level of maternity subsidy. She became increasingly agitated as she spoke. This is abuse of power for personal gain. You are using your position to seek benefits for your spouse. Su Min's face turned deathly pale, and she bit her lip, unable to speak. Lin Shan's eyes turned cold. Deputy Director Wang, Teacher Su helped me apply for the subsidy because I met the requirements of national policy and the procedures were legal and compliant. If you have any objections, you can go to the Marriage and Matching Bureau to verify. Ha, trying to intimidate me with the Marriage Bureau? Deputy Director Wang stood up. Lin Shan, let me tell you, in the education system, I, Wang, call the shots. Su Min must write a self-criticism today and admit her mistakes. As for you. She stared at Lin Shan, enunciating each word clearly, I suggest you reconsider your marriage to Su Min. She's getting old, her fertility is limited, and she's not a good match for your superior genes. I have a niece, 25 years old this year, just returned from studying abroad, young and beautiful, with an A+ genetic rating. If you're willing, I can help you arrange it. It's the same old routine again. Lin Shan finally understood the purpose of Deputy Director Wang's visit today. He was here to poach talent again, only this time under the guise of official business. He took a deep breath, about to retort, when the office door was pushed open. A gentle yet authoritative female voice rang out, Deputy Director Wang, you have quite the airs of an official. Everyone turned to look at the doorway. Su Wanqing stood there, dressed in a light purple cheongsam, her long hair elegantly styled, carrying a small handbag. She walked in with a smile, her demeanor gentle and graceful, yet her eyes sharp. You are Deputy Director Wang frowned. I am Lin Shan's mother, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing walked to Lin Shan's side, gently patted his shoulder, and then looked at Deputy Director Wang. I heard that you are concerned about my son's marriage situation, so I came here specifically to thank you. Her tone was gentle, yet carried an invisible pressure. Deputy Director Wang had clearly heard of Su Wanqing's name, and his expression changed, so it's Ms. Su. My apologies. But today's matter is an internal affair of our Education Bureau. Internal affairs? Su Wanqing smiled. How does it become an internal matter of the Education Bureau when it involves my son's spouse? Deputy Director Wang, you just said that Su Min needs to write a self-criticism and that my son needs to reconsider his marital relationship. Are these official decisions made by the Education Bureau? She walked up to Deputy Director Wang, who was half a head shorter than her, yet her aura completely dominated him. If so, please show me the official document. If not, then you are abusing your power to oppress others and interfere with their legal marriage. Can you bear that charge? Deputy Director Wang, sweat beading on his forehead, said, Ms. Su, you've misunderstood. I was just making a suggestion. Suggestion? Su Wanqing still smiled, but her eyes grew colder. Then I'll give you a suggestion, mind your own business and don't meddle in other people's family affairs. She took a business card from her handbag and handed it to Deputy Director Wang. This is my lawyer's business card. If you interfere with my son's freedom to marry in any way, or make things difficult for teacher Su Min, we will take legal action. I think it would be quite interesting to hear that a deputy director of the Education Bureau is being sued for interfering with someone else's marriage. Deputy Director Wang's face was ashen, and his hand trembled as he took the business card. She glared at Su Min fiercely and gritted her teeth, saying, Fine, very well. Su Min, you've got a powerful backer now, haven't you? We'll see. After saying that, she slammed the door and left. The office fell silent. Su Min breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Wanqing gratefully. Aunt Su, thank you. You're welcome, Su Wanqing said gently. You are my Chener's spouse, which means you're a member of the Lin family. Although the Lin family isn't what it used to be, it still has the ability to protect its own people. She turned to Lin Chen, her eyes softening. Chener, were you scared? No, Lin Chen shook his head. Mom, what brings you here? Mom was worried about you, Su Wanqing said softly. I heard you came to see Su Min today, and I was afraid someone would make things difficult for you, so I came to check on you. And sure enough. She sighed. In this world, the competition for high-quality men has reached the point of resorting to any means necessary. Chener, you must learn to protect yourself. Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Su Wanqing chatted with Su Min for a few more minutes, telling her to contact the Lin family if anything happened, and then left, saying she had an appointment to have tea with someone. Only Lin Chen and Su Min remained in the office. Su Min walked to the window, watched Su Wanqing leave in a car downstairs, and whispered, Your mother is really amazing. She's so good to you. Su Min turned around, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Chen, sometimes I really envy you. So many people are genuinely good to you. Lin Chen walked over and said, Teacher Su, please don't say that. You've been very kind to me too. I'm nice to you because Su Min paused, her face slightly flushed, because I like you too. But compared to your mother, compared to the Lin sisters, my feelings are probably too ordinary. She walked to her desk, took a file folder from the drawer, and said, Here, this is for you. What's this? A list of all the assets under my name, Su Min said calmly. You already know about the school district property. There are also 2 investment properties, a car, and some savings and investments. In total, it's worth about 20 million. Lin Chen was stunned. Teacher Su, what's wrong with you? I've thought about it. Su Min looked at him earnestly. Deputy Director Wang is right. I'm getting old and can't compete with those young and beautiful women. The only thing I can give you is these tangible things. She shoved the file bag into Lin Chen's hands. Here, take it all. It's not a bribe, not a deal, it's just. I wanted to give it to you so you can have a better life in the future. Lin Chen's hands were trembling. More than 20 million, just given away like that? Teacher Su, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Take it. Su Min grasped his hand, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Chen, I know I'm not good enough for you. But I truly love you. Consider these assets as me buying myself a chance to stay by your side. Tears streamed down her face. I don't ask for anything exclusive, I don't ask for anything special. I only ask that you remember me when you need me in the future, and come to see me occasionally. That would be enough for me. A tremendous shock surged through Lin Chen's heart. Su Min's feelings for him were much deeper than he had imagined. He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Teacher Su, don't cry. I've never felt that you're not good enough for me. You're wonderful, really. Really? Really? Lin Chen nodded. And you can keep these assets for yourself. I don't need them. But. No buts, Lin Chen said seriously. You are my spouse, we are family. Family things don't need to be exchanged like this. He put the file folder back on the table. After we get married, we can manage it together if needed. But for now, it's all yours. Su Min looked at him, and tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of emotion. Lin Chen, you're so kind. She suddenly hugged him and buried her face in his chest. Chapter 20 Teacher Su's deep affection, how should I repay it? Lin Chen gently patted her back. The two hugged each other quietly for a long time. Ding! Relationship progress with spouse Su Min, deep emotional connection achieved. Unlock the exclusive intellectual partner buff upgrade, learning efficiency increased by 25%, access to educational resources enhanced. Balance of the Shura Field quest progress update, Su Min completed. A system notification sounded. Su Min let go of him, wiped away her tears, and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. It doesn't matter. Oh, right, Su Min took out another small box from the drawer. You must accept this. It was an exquisite velvet box. Inside was a men's ring with a simple and elegant design. I bought this with my first paycheck and have kept it all this time, Su Min said softly. I originally planned to give it to that person when I got married. But now, I want to give it to you. She picked up the ring and put it on Lin Chen's left middle finger. The size was perfect. Wearing it is like having me by your side, Su Min smiled. Don't feel pressured, it's just a thought. Lin Chen looked at the ring on his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. Teacher Su's deep affection, how can I repay it? It was already evening when I left the education bureau. Lin Chen drove home, thinking about Su Min's words the whole way. So many women, each one of them treats me well in different ways. The Lin sisters represent responsibility and family affection, Sister Monli represents domineering and possessiveness, and Teacher Su represents gentleness and dedication. And I must make a choice. When he returned to the Lin family home, he noticed that the atmosphere was off. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. Su Wanqing's complexion was also not good. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Brother Chen. Lin Xiaoran rushed over, that bastard Zhao Kai. He posted on the school forum, saying things about you and Mom. She couldn't continue. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he took out his phone to open the school forum. The top pinned post has an eye-catching title, Unveiling the Incestuous Truth of Superior Genes. Lin Chen, his improper relationship with his adoptive mother Su Wanqing. The post was full of slander, claiming that Lin Chen had received special care from Su Wanqing since childhood, and that their relationship went beyond that of mother and son. It also included several blurry pictures of Su Wanqing touching his face in the living room last night, taken at a tricky angle, which did look quite ambiguous. The comments section has exploded. Holy crap! Really? Su Wanqing is so beautiful, Lin Chen is so handsome, if something were to happen. Shut upstairs. That's his mother. He's not even my biological son, he's my childhood sweetheart, those who know. No wonder the three Lin sisters all chose him. It turns out they're all from the same family. Lin Chen was so angry that his hands trembled. Lin Xiaoran cried, I've already asked the administrator to delete the post, but the screenshots have already spread. Brother Chen, what should I do? Su Wanqing walked over and gently hugged her daughter. Don't cry, Mom will handle it. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes calm. Chener, don't worry. I've seen plenty of these kinds of rumors. Zhao Kai, right? The one whose brother Zhao Yu is at the marriage agency? Okay. Su Wanqing picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Attorney Li? I have a defamation case I need to retain you for. Yes, the evidence is conclusive. Also, could you please check Zhao Yu's financial situation at the marriage bureau? I need all his bank statements for the last 5 years. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a ruthless decisiveness. After hanging up the phone, she said to Lin Chen, tomorrow, Zhao Kai will issue a public apology. Zhao Yu will also lose his job. Lin Chen was startled. Damn, her methods, are that amazing? Mom, isn't this too harsh? Ruthless? Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes gentle yet firm. Chener, in this world, if you're not ruthless, others will bully you. Zhao Kai dares to spread such rumors because he thinks you're young and easy to bully. I must let them know that messing with you will come at a price. She gently stroked Lin Chen's face. Remember, with Mom here, no one can hurt you. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart, but there was also an indescribable sense of complexity. Is Mom's protection a bit too much? That evening, the forum post was indeed deleted, and Zhao Kai issued a public apology, admitting that he had spread rumors and that he had maliciously slandered Lin Chen out of jealousy. Immediately afterwards, the marriage bureau issued a notice. Zhao Yu was suspended from his duties and is under investigation for suspected abuse of power and acceptance of bribes. Overnight, public opinion reversed. Everyone knows that Lin Chen has a powerful and formidable force behind him. Lin Chen lay on the bed, looking at the ring on his hand, and recalled Su Wanqing's calm and decisive demeanor. This world is more complex than I imagined. And the family gathering this weekend is just around the corner. He closed his eyes and brought up the system light screen. The balance of the Shura field mission is still missing Lin Lan and Lin Ku. My older sister will be back tomorrow. My second sister's time is Friday afternoon. So, the first substantive sexual encounter. He recalled Lin Ku's calm research data and that schedule. Perhaps we should stick to the plan. Let's start with the second sister. He made a decision. Chapter 21 Night in the Laboratory. On Friday afternoon, Lin Ku sent a message on time, 5 o'clock, lab. Remember to bring a change of clothes. The short line of text made Lin Chen's heart race. Change of clothes? Second sister is really making thorough preparations. He took a deep breath and replied, okay. He barely listened to any of the afternoon classes. His mind was filled with Lin Ku's calm and rational face, and the blunt things she said that made him blush. The second sister's actions were based on scientific research considerations, not emotional needs. But regardless, this is the first time. Nervousness is inevitable. After school, he went back to his dormitory to get a change of clothes and drove to the laboratory. My phone kept vibrating on the way. Zhao Manli, want to come to the bar tonight? We just got a new batch of good wine. Lin Xiaoran, Brother Chen, are you coming home for dinner tonight? I learned a new dish. Sumin, Lin Chen, thank you for today. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Yang Panning's assistant, Mr. Lin, the revised version of Ms. Yang's prenuptial agreement has been sent. Please check it. Lu Ruiyer's assistant, Mr. Lu will be arriving in Jiangcheng tomorrow. We hope to have dinner with you. Wang Yutong's assistant, Ms. Wang has adjusted her schedule and can arrange a meeting all day Saturday. There was also news from Lin Lan she had returned. I'll talk to you when I get home tonight. Lin Chen didn't reply to any of them. Tonight is my second sister's time. Other matters can be discussed tomorrow. He turned off his phone and focused on driving. At 5 o'clock sharp, he appeared at the laboratory door. Lin Ke wasn't wearing a white lab coat today, but rather a simple beige knit sweater and black trousers. Her long hair was tied in a low ponytail, and her gaze behind her gold-rimmed glasses remained as calm as ever. Come in. She stepped aside. Lin Chen went inside and found that there were only the two of them in the laboratory. Where's Xiao Chen? He asked instinctively. I've given her the day off. Lin Ke closed the door and locked it. Tonight's experiment requires absolute silence. She walked to the lab table and brought up an interface. Let's do a basic physical exam first. Take off your clothes and lie down. Lin Chen was taken aback. Here? This is the physical examination area, fully equipped. Lin Ke pointed to a table resembling a hospital bed next to her. I need to collect your complete physiological data before and after the experiment. She paused, then added, don't worry, there are curtains. You can draw them if you're shy. Is this a question I'm embarrassed to ask? Lin Chen steeled himself, walked behind the curtain, took off his coat, and lay down on the examination table. The icy touch sent a chill down his spine. Lin Ke pulled back the curtain and walked in, carrying various instruments. Her expression was professional, and her movements were efficient, as if she were truly just conducting scientific research. Heart rate 85, a bit high. Nervous? She looked at the monitor. A little. Normal reaction. Lin Ke recorded the data. Now, relax and breathe. I need to measure your basal metabolic rate and muscle condition. She began operating the instrument, scanning Lin Chen's body. The cold light swept across his skin, bringing a slight tingling sensation. The entire process lasted 20 minutes. Lin Ke remained expressionless throughout, recording various data points and occasionally offering comments such as, muscle density is above average, body fat percentage is ideal, and bone health is excellent. It feels so strange to be studied like this by my second sister. After the physical examination, Lin Ke handed him a white lab coat. Put this on and go inside. My lounge, Lin Ke said, pointing to a door on the inside of the laboratory. The main part of the experiments takes place there. Lin Chen put on the lab coat. It was very thin, almost transparent, and his body outline could be vaguely seen. Is this outfit really necessary? He followed Lin Ke into the lounge. This place is completely different from the cold, impersonal laboratories outside. The space isn't large, but it's very cozy. A double bed, a bookshelf, a small coffee table, and a separate bathroom. Several landscape paintings hang on the walls, and green plants adorn the windowsill. Sit down, Lin Ke said, pointing to the bed. Lin Chen sat down, feeling even more nervous. Lin Ke didn't approach immediately, but instead took a document from the bookshelf. This is tonight's experiment plan, you can take a look. Lin Chen took it and saw that the steps were listed in detail. Foreplay stage lasts 15-20 minutes and requires the collection of saliva samples and skin contact reaction data. Main phase lasts 30-40 minutes and requires simultaneous monitoring of heart rate, blood pressure, and nerve response. Final stage, collect genetic material samples and perform immediate activity testing. Follow-up observation, rest for 30 minutes, undergo a second physical examination, and record recovery data. Each item is followed by specific data metrics and collection methods. Is this really a record or a lab report? Seeing his shocked expression, Lin Ke calmly said, "If you feel uncomfortable, you can suggest modifications. However, it is recommended to keep the overall framework in order to ensure the scientific validity and comparability of the data." Lin Chen smiled wryly. "Second sister, can't you be a little more humane about this kind of thing?" "Humanized?" Lin Ke pushed up her glasses. "You mean emotional factors?" "I'm sorry, my research focuses on physiological responses in gene binding efficiency. Emotional variables can interfere with the data." She paused, her tone softening slightly, "But if you have any special needs, you can make them. For example, what kind of behavior would you like me to have? Performance?" Looking at her calm face, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. "My second sister's extremely rational style makes it hard to know what to do. Second sister, could you not treat this as a complete experiment?" Lin Ke was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "I can try. But I need your guidance. I'm not very good at expressing my emotions." She walked to the bedside and sat down, very close to him. The two looked at each other. Lin Chen could smell a faint scent of disinfectant on her, mixed with a hint of citrus perfume. Her eyes were clear, and he could clearly see his reflection through her glasses. "Second sister," he asked softly, "do you really have feelings for me? Or is it just because of research needs?" Lin Ke thought for a moment and answered seriously. "From a physiological point of view, your appearance, figure, and genetic profile all meet my criteria for choosing a partner. From an emotional point of view, I trust you. From a rational point of view, you are the most suitable experimental subject and gene provider." She paused, then added, "If feeling refers to sexual attraction, then the answer is yes. Your appearance and demeanor definitely trigger a physical response in me. This answer is very much like second sister's." Lin Chen sighed and reached out to take off her glasses. Lin Ke was taken aback for a moment, but did not stop her. Without the glasses obscuring her vision, her eyes appeared clearer and softer. "Second sister," Lin Chen said softly, "tonight, can we forget about the experiments and data for a while? Let's just pretend we're a normal couple?" Lin Ke looked at him for a long time, then nodded. "I'll give it a try." Lin Chen leaned down and kissed her lips. Lin Ke's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly relaxed. Her lips were soft and slightly cool, and her response was a little hesitant, but earnest. The kiss was gentle, unlike Zhao Manli's passionate and domineering one. It was more of an exploratory touch. It took a long time before Lin Ke finally separated from him. "My heart rate has increased to 112, and my blood pressure has risen." She subconsciously reported the data, then stopped. "Sorry, it's a habit." "It's okay." Lin Chen smiled and kissed her again. This time, Lin Ke's response was more natural. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, her fingertips trembling slightly. The kiss deepened. Lin Chen could feel her body softening and her temperature rising. Although her expression remained calm, her breathing became rapid, and a faint blush rose to her ears. "My second sister actually also reacts." He reached out and gently unbuttoned her cardigan. Lin Ke's body stiffened slightly, but she did not stop him. As her clothes slipped down, her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones were revealed. Her figure was more voluptuous than I had imagined, with beautiful curves and smooth skin. Lin Ke closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. "Nervous?" Lin Chen asked softly. "Yes." She honestly admitted, "I've seen a lot of theoretical data, but this is my first time doing it in practice." "Me too." Lin Ke opened her eyes. "You too?" "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. "So, let's study together." These words made Lin Ke relax a bit. The rest of the process went more smoothly than Lin Chen had imagined. Although Lin Ke would occasionally subconsciously report data such as skin sensitivity is higher than average and this angle is more effective for nerve stimulation, overall, she gradually became immersed in the sensations. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ke was very cooperative. Afterwards, Lin Ke immediately got up, collected the sample in a test tube, and then put it into the portable analyzer. "Activeness 98.7%, excellent." She looked at the screen and nodded in satisfaction. "Estimated probability of conception 92%. Lin Chen lay on the bed, looking at her profile as she focused on her work, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Just finished and already in research mode. Second sister, you really are." After recording the data, Lin Ke returned to bed and lay down next to him. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm fine. How about you?" There's physical pleasure, and psychologically, a sense of accomplishment, Lin Ku analyzed carefully. The experiment was successfully completed, and the data collection was complete. In addition, physical contact with you does indeed evoke positive emotions. She turned to him, her eyes clear. Lin Chen, thank you for cooperating with my research. You're welcome. Lin Chen reached out and put his arm around her. Second sister, in the future, can we still do this? If you wish, you can follow the schedule, Lin Ke said, but it is recommended to do it no more than twice a week to avoid affecting the comparability of the data. Again, data comparability. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. The two lay quietly for a while. Lin Ke suddenly spoke up, Lin Chen. Although I'm doing this for research purposes, but she paused, her voice softening, I don't dislike it. In fact, I kind of like it. This was the closest she came to expressing her true feelings to the entire evening. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and hugged her tightly. Go to sleep, second sister. Lin Ke fell asleep quickly, her breathing becoming steady. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Chen felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. The first time, I gave it to my second sister. Although the process was very scientific research, the result seems to be pretty good. He brought up the system light screen. The beginner quest Complete Your First Marriage Match is finally showing as completed. Rewards arrive instantly. Obtained, permanent charm max buff activated. Result, first pregnancy will definitely result in a genius baby special condition, lasting until the first successful conception. Gain, basic bedroom harmony buff increases partner satisfaction by 20%. Unlock core system function, pregnancy reward module. The light screen refreshes, and a new interface appears. Current pregnancy status, Lin Ku estimated probability of conception 92%, testing in progress. If conception is successful, the expected rewards include enhanced research talent, a laboratory resource package, and basic access to gene editing technology. Next phase of the mission, achieve pregnancy for at least 3 partners within 3 months. Task reward, unlock corresponding advanced privileges based on the quality of the conceived partner. Lin Chen looked at the rewards and took a deep breath. The core functions of the system have finally been unlocked. Next comes the real pregnancy as a reward model. He turned off the light screen and looked at Lin Ku in his arms. The first child. I wonder what it will be like. Lost in thought, he fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to see a line of text pop up on the system screen. Conception confirmed, Lin Ku. Rewards being distributed. Chapter 22 Confirmation of Pregnancy and Reward Arrival. On Saturday morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the beeping of the instrument. He opened his eyes and saw that Lin Ku had already gotten up and was standing in front of the analyzer, staring at the data on the screen. The morning light shone through the gaps in the curtains, outlining her soft silhouette. Awake? Lin Ku asked without turning her head. The results are in. Lin Chen sat up. How is it? Conception confirmed. Lin Ke turned the screen, which displayed a series of complex charts and data, with a striking line of text at the top. Positive HCG concentration indicates a 99.8% chance of conception. She pushed up her glasses, her tone calm but with a hint of barely perceptible excitement, even earlier than I expected. Based on your gene activity and my menstrual cycle, theoretically it would take at least 3 days to detect. But now, there's a clear signal after just 12 hours. Lin Chen looked at the line of text and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. So, I'm going to be a dad? Although I was mentally prepared, it still felt a little unreal when I actually confirmed it. Fetal condition, he asked. Excellent. Lin Ke pulled up another set of data. Early cell division rate is 37% faster than average, gene expression activity is high, and no obvious defects were found. At this rate, the talent value after birth may break the world record. She turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes shining. Your genes are even better than the system's score shows. I need to reassess your genetic potential. Ding. Confirmed pregnancy, spouse Lin Ku. Reward distribution. 1. Enhanced scientific talent. The host's ability to understand and apply scientific knowledge is increased by 30%. 2. Laboratory resource pack. Unlocks access to purchase advanced laboratory equipment and grants priority access to research collaborations with Jiangcheng University. 3. Basic access to gene editing technology. Basic gene optimization operations can be performed requires a professional laboratory environment. As the system notification sounded, Lin Chen felt a flood of knowledge rush into his mind. Biological terms and experimental principles that he had previously found difficult now became clear and easy to understand. He could even immediately think of several ideas to improve Lin Ke's current experimental plan. This is what you call enhanced research talent? That's amazing. Lin Ke seemed to have noticed something as well. She observed Lin Chen carefully. Your eyes have changed. They're sharper, more insightful. Is it a system reward? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Strengthening scientific research talent. Let us verify this. Lin Ke immediately pulled a paper from the bookshelf. This is my research project about gene expression regulation. What are your thoughts on the mathematical model on page 3? Lin Chen took the paper and quickly skimmed through it. He used to find reading such professional literature daunting, but now, those complex formulas and charts were as simple as elementary school math problems to him. He pointed out a potential problem in the model. It assumes that the regulatory factors act linearly, but according to the latest single-cell sequencing data, the actual coupling should be nonlinear. If a chaotic model is used for fitting, the accuracy can be improved by about 15%. Lin Ke's eyes lit up even more. Correct. It took me 3 months to figure this out, but you saw it at a glance. She walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, and said, "Go on, do you have any other suggestions?" The two discussed for over an hour, covering everything from gene editing to embryonic development, from data analysis to experimental design. Lin Ke nodded frequently at Lin Chen's insights, and even took out her notebook to take careful notes. Incredible. Lin Ke put down her pen and looked at Lin Chen. Your scientific intuition has reached the top level. And this is only a preliminary reward? That's what the system says. That high-level reward. Lin Ke's eyes burned with desire. It seems I need to help you complete your next gestation task as soon as possible. She pulled up the schedule on her tablet. According to the original plan, the next best candidate is my older sister. Her fertility score is 91, her genetic match is 87%, and her ovulation period is next Wednesday. Considering that you need time to recover, I suggest scheduling it for Tuesday evening. Scheduling the next one so quickly? Second sister, there's no need to rush. Scientific research emphasizes efficiency, Lin Ke said calmly. Moreover, according to data, men's confidence and physiological state reach their peak after their first success, which is the best time to continue. She paused, then added, of course, you can adjust if you have emotional preferences. But the rational advice is to stick to the plan. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Talking about feelings with my second sister is like casting pearls before swine. Just then, Lin Ke's phone rang. She glanced at it and frowned. It's my eldest sister. Next, Lin Lan's voice came through, filled with obvious anger. Lin Ke. Where did you take Lin Chen? He didn't come home all night, and Mom was so worried. Lin Ke calmly replied, in my lab. I was doing an experiment last night, and it got too late, so I stayed overnight. What kind of experiment takes all night? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Lan's voice grew louder. Hurry up and bring them back. There's a family gathering today, and we have a ton of things to prepare. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ke looked at Lin Chen. Big sister is angry. Are you ready to face it? Lin Chen sighed. What's meant to happen will happen. The two washed up and got dressed. Lin Ke changed into a simple white dress, her long hair flowing freely, making her look much gentler than usual. Lin Chen, on the other hand, wore yesterday's clothes. Before leaving the lab, Lin Ke printed out the pregnancy report and put it in a file folder. Should we show this to Mom and my older sister? Lin Chen asked. Of course. Lin Ke nodded. This is important data that needs to be entered into the family records. Moreover, successful conception means that the Lin family has a next generation of heirs, which will help stabilize the family's status. My second sister is always so rational. On the drive back to the Lin family home, Lin Chen's phone finally turned on. Instantly, dozens of unread messages flooded in. Zhao Manli, where did you go last night? You didn't answer the phone or reply to messages. Lin Xiaoran, Brother Chen, are you alright? I was so worried about you. Su Min, Lin Chen, is there anything I need to prepare for today's gathering? Yang Panning's assistant, Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang has arrived in Jiangcheng and will attend the gathering on time today. Lu Ruiyer's assistant, President Lu's private jet has landed and is en route to the hotel. Wang Yutan's assistant, Ms. Wang looks forward to meeting you. There were also more than a dozen missed calls and voice messages from Lin Lan, her tone shifting from worry to anger to anxiety. Lin Chen was at his wits' end, and he replied to each person's questions to comfort them. When they arrived at the Lin family villa, Lin Lan rushed out as soon as they parked the car. She was wearing a burgundy-fitted long dress today. Her makeup was exquisite, but her face looked terrible. When she saw Lin Chen get out of Lin Ke's car, her eyes turned cold. Lin Ku, explain. Lin Lan stared at her younger sister. The data speaks for itself, Lin Ke said, handing over the file folder. Lin Lan took the report and quickly glanced at it. When she saw the words conception confirmed, she froze. A few seconds later, she looked up at Lin Chen and Lin Ke with a complicated expression. Last night. The experiment was successfully completed, Lin Ke said calmly. The data is very good. Sister, your appointment is next Tuesday. I suggest you prepare in advance. Lin Lan didn't reply, but just stared at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with shock, jealousy, disappointment, and a hint of resentment. At this moment, Su Wanqing came out. Today she wore a light purple cheongsam, her long hair was elegantly styled in an updo, and she wore a pair of pearl earrings, exuding a gentle and noble temperament. Seeing the three of them standing at the door, she smiled and said, "What are you all doing standing at the door? Come in." Her gaze swept over the report in Lin Lan's hand, her eyes flickered slightly, but her smile remained unchanged. Kiki, is there a result? Yes. Lin Ku nodded. Positive. The data is very good. That's good. Su Wanqing walked over and gently patted Lin Ke's hand. Thank you for your hard work. Then she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness and relief. Shunner, you're going to be a father. How does it feel? It's a bit unreal. You'll get used to it eventually, Su Wanqing smiled. There will be more and more good news like this in the future. She took Lin Chen's arm and led him into the house. You're the star of the party today. Mom has prepared new clothes for you, go try them on. Lin Lan stood there, watching her mother and younger brother's backs as they walked away, then looked at the report in her hand, her eyes dark and unreadable. Lin Ke walked to her side and said calmly, Big sister, manage your emotions. There are outsiders here today. I know. Lin Lan took a deep breath, regaining her usual composure. It's just a bit sudden. The data doesn't lie, Lin Ke said. His genes are indeed excellent. For the sake of the Lin family, we need to make the most of this resource. Lin Lan glanced at her sister. Lin Ke, sometimes I really wonder if you have any feelings at all. I do, Lin Ke pushed up her glasses. It's just that my feelings are based on reason and data. Unlike you, who are easily swayed by emotions. After saying that, she also went into the villa. Lin Lan stood there for a long time before slowly exhaling and following them inside. Inside the villa, Lin Xiaoran was setting up the dining room. Seeing Lin Chen, she ran over happily. Brother Chen. You're back. I was so worried last night. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the report in Lin Lan's hand and asked curiously, Big sister, what's this? Lin Lan hesitated for a moment, but still handed it to her. Lin Xiaoran was stunned after reading it. A few seconds later, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Chen, you and second sister, are you having a baby? Her voice was trembling. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Xiaoran. Congratulations. Lin Xiaoran forced a smile, but tears streamed down her face. I'll go help in the kitchen. She turned and ran away, her back view lonely. Lin Chen wanted to chase after him, but Su Wanqing stopped him. Let her be by herself for a while, Su Wanqing said softly. Xiaoran is still young and needs time to adjust. Mom knows, it's not your fault, Su Wanqing said gently. This is your responsibility, and it's also the future of the Lin family. Xiaoran will understand. She took Lin Chen upstairs to try on clothes. His new clothes were a custom-made dark blue suit, perfectly tailored, which made him look even more tall and handsome. Su Wanqing gently straightened his tie. The two were very close, and Lin Chen could smell the faint scent of gardenias on her. Chenner, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, you are a real man now. You have children, responsibilities, and a future. She looked up at him, her eyes gentle yet complex. Mom is so happy for you, really. But Lin Chen could sense that her happiness was tinged with a subtle sense of loss. Mom's fine. Su Wanqing smiled and patted his shoulder. Go on, the guests are arriving soon. Today, you are the star of the show, so act like the host. Lin Chen nodded and went downstairs. The first guest Su Min had already arrived in the living room. Chapter 23 The State. Directly stepped in to force its birth? She was wearing a beige suit today, looking sophisticated and elegant. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen, but then dimmed slightly when she noticed Lin Ke behind him. Lin Chen, Teacher Su, she greeted politely. Teacher Su was here very early, Lin Ke said calmly. Have you seen the pregnancy report? Su Min was taken aback. What report? Lin Ke looked at Lin Chen. You didn't tell her? Lin Chen said awkwardly, I haven't had time yet. Lin Ke pulled out another photocopy from her bag and handed it to Su Min. After reading it, Su Min's face paled slightly, but she quickly regained her smile. Congratulations. Lin Ke, you're really efficient. It's just data-driven, Lin Ke said. Teacher Su, your ovulation period is the week after next. I suggest you prepare your body in advance. Su Min's smile was somewhat forced. I will. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sisters Zhao Manli and Zhao Xiaotang have arrived. Zhao Manli wore a red off-shoulder dress today, with glamorous makeup and a powerful aura. Zhao Xiaotang, on the other hand, wore a pink dress, looking pure and lovely. As soon as the two entered, they sensed the subtle atmosphere in the living room. What's wrong? Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow. Everyone looks so serious. Lin Ke handed the report over again. After reading it, Zhao Manli's face instantly darkened. She stared at Lin Chen with eyes that seemed to want to kill. Lin Chen, you. Sister Manli, I. Shut up. Zhao Manli slammed the report on the table and turned to leave. Sister. Zhao Xiaotang quickly pulled her back. Don't be like this, everyone's here for a gathering today. A party? Zhao Manli sneered. They already have kids, why would I need to have a party? To see their family all happy together? But she didn't make it out in the end, because Su Wanqing came downstairs. Manli is here? Su Wanqing smiled, her voice gentle yet carrying an invisible pressure. Why are you standing at the door? Come in and sit down. Zhao Manli gritted her teeth and came back, but sat on the sofa furthest from Lin Chen, her face pale. Zhao Xiaotang sat next to Lin Chen and whispered, Brother Chen, is it true? Second sister is pregnant with your baby? Lin Chen nodded. Zhao Xiaotang's eyes reddened, but she tried hard to hold back her tears and whispered, It's okay. Brother Chen is so good, it's normal for him to have a child. I'll be a good little one. These words are heartbreaking. Lin Chen gently held her hand. Xiaotang, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Zhao Xiaotang shook her head. Brother Chen did nothing wrong. It was me. I was too greedy. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly oppressive. Until the doorbell rang again. Representatives from the teams of the three female celebrities arrived at the same time. Ms. Li, Yang Panning's assistant Ms. Zhang, Lu Ruiyer's assistant and Ms. Chen, Wang Yutong's assistant, were all dressed as professional women and exuded a capable and efficient aura. As soon as they entered, they keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. As the hostess, Su Wanqing greeted them politely. Welcome, all three of you. I am Lin Chen's mother, Su Wanqing. Hello, Ms. Su. The three responded politely, but their eyes were all on Lin Chen. Assistant Li spoke first. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang originally wanted to come in person, but there was an international video conference at the last minute, so she asked me to attend on her behalf. This is a gift from her to you. She handed over an exquisite gift box. Assistant Zhang and Assistant Chen also presented gifts. Lu Ruiyer gave a limited edition luxury watch, and Wang Yutong gave a custom-made suit. The value of the gift is clearly a way of demonstrating one's status. Lin Ke then walked over and handed the pregnancy report to her three assistants. This is the latest data. Lin Chen's gene activity is confirmed to be excellent, and the conception efficiency is extremely high. If the three ladies are interested in cooperating, I suggest arranging a time as soon as possible. The three assistants' expressions changed after reading the report. Assistant Li, conception confirmed? So fast? Assistant Zhang, is the data reliable? Assistant Chen, could we have a photocopy? We need to show it to Ms. Wang. Lin Ke nodded, okay. But I suggest you speed things up. The competition for superior genes is fierce. This was clearly meant for everyone in the living room to hear. Zhao Manli snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Lin Lan then walked over, regaining her powerful businesswoman aura. The three of you, since you're here, let's get down to business. The specific plan for resource cooperation. The women began to engage in business negotiation. Lin Shen sat in the middle, feeling like a commodity waiting to be sold. Is this the treatment for those with superior genes? Being studied, fought over, and manipulated. He looked at Su Wanqing. She sat quietly in the main seat, smiling as she looked at everyone, her eyes gentle yet unfathomable. Mom, what are you thinking? Halfway through the party, Lin Xiaoran came out of the kitchen, her eyes still red, but she tried her best to keep smiling. She carried the cake she had made and shared it with everyone. As she handed the cake to Lin Chen, she whispered, Brother Chen, I will try my best to grow up. When I grow up, I can have your baby too. These words sound both naive and heartbreaking. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Xiao ran. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected, Lin Xiaoran dependence loss, Zhao Manli anger resentment, Lin Lan jealousy competition, Su Min loss perseverance, Zhao Xiaotang sadness restraint. Emotional field disorder level, 75% high risk. Recommendation, provide emotional support as soon as possible, otherwise, the conflict may escalate. Lin Chen looked at the women in the living room. They appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging beneath. This gathering is unlikely to end peacefully. Sure enough, the conflict erupted when the topic turned to who should be the next person to conceive. Zhao Manli slammed her hand on the table. What kind of schedule? Lin Ku, do you really think you're the emperor? Scheduling and choosing your consorts? Lin Ku calmly responded, this is a data-driven optimization solution. I don't care about your data. Zhao Manli stood up. Lin Chen, you tell me. Who do you want to choose next? All eyes were on Lin Chen. The pressure is immense. Lin Chen took a deep breath, about to speak. The doorbell rang again. Someone no one expected appeared at the door. Zhou Siyu, chief announcer of Jiangcheng TV, and National Reproduction Promotion Ambassador. She was dressed in a white suit today, exuding an elegant air, and carrying a folder in her hand. She paused for a moment upon seeing the scene in the living room, but quickly resumed her professional smile. I'm sorry I'm late. Zhou Siyu walked in. Mr. Lin Chen, Ms. Su, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the National Reproduction Publicity Office. I have some important news to announce. She opened the folder and took out a document stamped with an official red seal. With the joint decision of the National Marriage Administration, the National Health Commission, and the National Reproductive Health Promotion Office, in view of Mr. Lin Chen's excellent genes and extremely high conception rate, he is hereby awarded the title of National Special Class Model of Fertility. She looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. At the same time, the country hopes that you can participate in the Superior Gene Promotion Program and achieve at least 10 successful pregnancies within the next 3 months to contribute to the country's birth rate increase. In return, the state will provide the highest level of medical resources, nutritional support, and legal protection, and will award the National Special Contribution Medal and corresponding privileges. After he finished speaking, the living room fell into a deathly silence. 10 pregnancies? Within 3 months? Everyone was stunned. Lin Chen stared at the document, his mind blank. The government is personally pushing for its birth? Now, there really is no turning back. Chapter 24 National Mission and the Upgrade of the Battlefield. The news brought by Zhou Siyu exploded like a bomb in the Lin family's living room. 10 pregnancies? Within 3 months? Zhao Manli was the first to react, her voice rising. Does your country treat Lin Chen like a breeding pig? Ms. Zhao, please watch your words. Zhou Siyu maintained a professional smile, but her tone was serious. This is an important national strategy to address the birth rate crisis. Mr. Lin Chen's genetic profile and fertility rate have reached historically high levels, and the country hopes to maximize this advantage. She turned to Lin Chen, her eyes sincere. Mr. Lin, this is not a mandatory order, but a request from the state. Of course, you have the right to refuse. But if you accept, the state will provide you with the highest level of support, including but not limited to a dedicated medical team, top nutritionists, a legal advisory team, and special protection. Special protection? Lin Ke keenly grasped the key phrase. Yes. Zhou Siyu nodded. Given Mr. Lin's importance, the state will deploy security personnel to protect him 24 hours a day. At the same time, any attempt to threaten, harm, or illegally interfere with Mr. Lin's plans for having children will be considered a crime endangering national security. These words changed the atmosphere in the living room once again. Ms. Li, Yang Panning's assistant, immediately spoke up. Ms. Zhou, if Mr. Lin accepts the national mission, then his cooperation with us is confirmed spouses. National missions take precedence, Zhou Siyu said calmly. However, the state will not interfere with citizens' legal marriage relationships. As long as it does not violate the law, your marriage plans with Mr. Lin can proceed as usual. In fact, the state encourages high-quality women to participate in this program. She looked at all the women present and said, if you can conceive within 3 months, the government will give you additional rewards including tax breaks, preferential business policies, and the title of outstanding mother. The lure of profit was laid bare. Lin Lan's eyes flickered as she quickly calculated the gains and losses. Lin Ko had already begun to access the data model. The 3 female celebrities' assistants exchanged glances. Su Min clenched her fists. Zhao Manli's expression remained grim, but she didn't say anything more. Lin Chen sat there, feeling as if everyone's gaze was pressing down on him. 10 times in 3 months, that's easy. With national-level resources and support, the temptation is too great. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. National-level mission detected. Task name, High-Quality Gene Promotion Plan. Requirement, achieve 10 successful pregnancies within 3 months. Reward, based on the quantity and quality of conception, unlock national-level privileges, resource packs, and advanced system functions. Special note, accepting this mission will significantly elevate the host's social status and unlock the hidden featured National Guardian. The list of rewards on the screen made Lin Chen's heart race: access to a national-level laboratory, intermediate-level access to gene editing technology, and the ability to exchange fertility points for rare resources. This reward is too generous. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Siyu. If I accept, how exactly will it be carried out? The government will establish a special working group, and I will serve as the liaison, Zhou Siyu said. The working group will develop a detailed plan for you, including a nutrition program, medical checkup arrangements, and a spouse rotation schedule. Rotation schedule? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yes. Zhou Siyu opened her tablet and pulled up a draft document. Based on the preliminary assessment, your current physiological condition can support 2-3 attempts to conceive per week. The working group will determine the optimal schedule based on each partner's menstrual cycle, genetic compatibility, and personal wishes. She looked at the women in the living room. Of course, this requires everyone's cooperation. If anyone is unwilling to participate, they can say so now. No one spoke. Lin Lan was the first to speak. I agree. But the Lin family needs to guarantee at least 2 spots. Lin Ka nodded. I need at least 1, for the control group experiment. Su Min said softly, I'm willing to cooperate. Zhao Manli gritted her teeth, count me in. But I demand priority. Zhao Xiaotang timidly raised her hand. I'm willing too. The assistants of the 3 female celebrities also expressed their agreement. Zhou Siyu wrote it down. Okay. So the preliminary arrangement is, Ms. Lin Lan, Ms. Lin Ku, Ms. Zhao Manli, Ms. Su Min, Ms. Zhao Xiaotang, Ms. Yang Panning, Ms. Lu Ruer, and Ms. Wang Yutong. With the possibility of additional slots later, 10 missions can be completed. She looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, what's your opinion? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Do I have a choice? You always have a choice, Zhou Siyu said earnestly. The nation will not force anyone. But as an ambassador for procreation, I personally hope you can accept this. This is not only for the sake of the nation, but also for the future of humanity. She spoke very sincerely. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded. I accept. That's wonderful. Zhou Siyu smiled sincerely. On behalf of the country, I thank you. The working group will be officially established tomorrow, and I will contact you then. She stood up to take her leave, adding before she left, also, Mr. Lin, your successful conception with Ms. Lin Ku has attracted the attention of high-level officials. The government may publicize it as a model case, so please be prepared. After Zhou Siyu left, the atmosphere in the living room became subtle again. Zhao Manli was the first to lash out. Lin Ku, are you satisfied now? Because you were the first to get pregnant, you've become a prime example, and all the resources will be directed towards you from now on, right? Lin Ku calmly responded, this is a data advantage. If you also want to gain the same attention, I suggest you improve your own genetic score, or surpass me in fertility efficiency. You. Zhao Monli was so angry that she wanted to hit him, but she held back when she remembered Zhou Siyu's words about endangering national security. Su Wanqing stood up at this moment, her voice gentle but with an undeniable authority. "All right, stop arguing." She walked to the center of the living room and glanced at everyone. Today's gathering was originally meant to let everyone get to know each other, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. But now that the national mission has been assigned, we must unite and cooperate with Chinner to complete the mission. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes gentle yet firm. "Chinner, Mom knows this won't be easy. But since you've chosen to accept it, Mom will fully support you. From today onwards, Mom will personally take care of your diet, sleep, and health. I'll make sure you complete the mission in the best possible condition." This made perfect sense, but Lin Chen could sense that Su Wanqing emphasized the words personally take charge. "Is Mom going to take complete control of my life?" Lin Lan frowned. "Mom, the Lin group still needs Chinner. Company matters can be coordinated," Su Wanqing interrupted her. "The most important thing right now is Chinner's health. Lan Lan, you are the eldest sister, you need to be sensible." Lin Lan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Su Wanqing then looked at the others. "As for everyone, since you've all agreed to participate in the plan, then let's follow the country's arrangements. But within the Lin family, you must abide by the Lin family's rules. From now on, make an appointment in advance every time you come, and don't disturb Chinner's rest without permission. Understand?" She spoke gently, yet with the authority of a mistress of the house. The women looked at each other, but all nodded. "All right, I'm tired today too," Su Wanqing smiled. "Everyone, please go back. We'll wait for the National Working Group to provide further details." After all the guests had left, the Lin family villa finally quieted down. Lin Xiaoran had cried herself to sleep and was coaxed to bed by Su Wanqing. Lin Lan and Lin Ke went back to their rooms to handle their work. Only Lin Chan and Su Wanqing remained in the living room. "Chinner, come here." Su Wanqing pulled him to sit on the sofa and carefully examined his face. "You must be exhausted today." "A little. Mom will give you a head massage." Su Wanqing had him lie on her lap and gently pressed her fingers on his temples. Her technique was very professional, and the pressure was just right. Lin Chen closed his eyes and did feel much more relaxed. "Chinner," Su Wanqing said softly, "don't feel pressured about today's events. Although the national mission is heavy, Mom will arrange everything for you. I won't let you get too tired." "Thank you, Mom. Why are you being so polite with your mother?" Su Wanqing's fingers slid to the back of his neck and gently massaged it. "It's just that I'm a little worried. With so many women, can your body handle it?" "It should be okay." Lin Chen thought of the system's physical enhancement. "I'm in great shape right now." "That's good." Su Wanqing paused, her voice even softer, "But Mom still wants to remind you not to push yourself too hard. Some things are best done within your capabilities. If you feel tired, just tell Mom, and Mom will help you adjust." Her words were full of concern, which warmed Lin Chen's heart. "I understand, Mom." Su Wanqing continued the massage, and after a while, she suddenly asked, "Chinner, out of all these girls, is there one you particularly like?" This question came out of nowhere. Lin Chen remained silent. Su Wanqing waited a while, then chuckled softly. "Mom shouldn't have asked that. You're still young, take your time with relationships. Anyway, they'll all be there for you." She stopped the massage and gently patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Okay, go and rest. You have school tomorrow. Mom, get some rest too." "Good." Lin Chen got up and went upstairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he looked back. Su Wanqing was still sitting on the sofa, her profile appearing gentle yet lonely under the light. Mom must be quite lonely all by herself. This thought suddenly came to his mind. Upon returning to the room, a system notification sounded. National level mission accepted. Mission countdown, 89 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Current progress, 110 Lin Ku. Next phase recommendation, prioritize couples with a genetic score of 90 or higher and high fertility potential to improve the quality of rewards. The screen displays detailed information about all spouses. Lin Lan 91-87%. Zhao Monli 89-85%. Su Min 86-83%. Lin Xiaoran 82-80%. Yang Panning 96.8-92%. Lu Ruer 95.4-90%. Wang Yutong 94.9-89%. Following the data is a recommendation index based on system evaluation, with Yang Panning receiving the highest score of 5 stars. It seems the system also recommends prioritizing high-quality genes. Lin Chen turned off the light screen and lay down on the bed. National mission, 10 children, competition for resources, and Su Wanqing's increasingly obvious desire for control. This world is getting more and more complicated. Chapter 25: My Sister's Tears and Comfort. The next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by his phone vibrating. It was a message from Lin Xiaoran, containing only 3 words, "See you on the rooftop." This was followed by a crying emoji. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly got up, washed up, ate breakfast hastily, and was about to leave. Su Wanqing was arranging flowers when she saw this and asked, "In such a hurry? Where are you going?" "Something came up at school," Lin Chen said vaguely. Su Wanqing glanced at him but didn't ask any more questions. "Go ahead. Remember to come back for lunch. Mom made some nourishing soup." "Okay, Mom." Driving to the school, Lin Chen went straight to the rooftop of the teaching building. The rooftop was empty and quiet in the early morning, with a strong wind. Lin Xiaoran stood by the railing, her back to him, her slender figure trembling slightly in the wind. "Xiaoran." Lin Chen walked over. Lin Xiaoran turned around, her eyes red and swollen, with tear stains on her face. She wasn't wearing makeup today, and her bare face looked exceptionally pale. "Brother Chen," she began, tears welling up in her eyes again. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward and hugged her. "What's wrong? Don't cry." I didn't sleep a wink last night." Lin Xiaoran buried her face in his chest, her voice choked with sobs. "I've been thinking about it all night. Brother Chen, will you never choose me?" Lin Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. How could this be? Why wouldn't I? Lin Xiaoran looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "My second sister is pregnant with your child, my eldest sister is capable, Sister Monli has a strong background, Teacher Su Min is gentle and considerate, and those 3 actresses are so outstanding. What about me? I can't do anything, I'll only cause you trouble." She became more and more heartbroken as she spoke. "My grades are average, I can't manage a company, I don't understand research, I can't even cook well. I'm not good enough for you at all. But I just like you. I've liked you since I was little." Lin Chen hugged her tightly. "Xiaoran, don't say that. You're great, really." "I'm not okay," Lin Xiaoran shook her head. "Brother Chen, do you know? Last night, when I looked at that pregnancy report, I felt so sad. I kept telling myself it was a good thing, that I should be happy for you both. But I just couldn't. I was just jealous, just so sad." She sobbed uncontrollably. "Am I really that bad? Am I jealous of my own sister?" "No, you're not," Lin Chen comforted softly. "It's only natural. If it were me, I would feel bad too." Lin Xiaoran cried for a long time before she gradually calmed down. Lin Chen pulled her to sit down on a nearby bench and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. "Xiaoran, listen to me." He looked into her eyes and said earnestly, "You don't need to compare yourself to anyone. You are you, simple, kind, and genuinely good to me. That's more important than anything else." "But..." "No buts," Lin Chen interrupted her. "Feelings aren't a competition, it's not about who's more capable who wins. In my heart, you'll always be my most beloved younger sister, and the most special person." Lin Xiaoran's eyes reddened again. "Really? Really?" Lin Chen nodded. "Besides, you're still young, only 19 years old, and you have a long road ahead of you. There's no need to rush to compare yourself to your older sisters. When you grow up, you can do whatever you want." Lin Xiaoran bit her lip and whispered, "But I also want to have a baby for you. I want to have a complete family with you. There will be opportunities." Lin Chen patted her head. "There are 10 national missions, and there will definitely be a place for you on them. But we have to wait in line." Lin Xiaoran's eyes dimmed. "If it's in order, I'll be quite far back in the line, right? By then, Brother Chen will be tired." Lin Chen laughed. "How could I be tired? I'm perfectly healthy." "Real? Real?" Lin Xiaoran finally showed a slight smile, but it quickly crumbled again. "But I'm still very sad. The thought of Brother Chen being with so many women makes my heart ache." Lin Chen sighed. "This is indeed an issue that cannot be avoided. In a world where there are more women than men, a high-quality man is destined not to belong to just one person." Lin Xiaoran has been too well protected since childhood, and now that she suddenly has to face such a cruel reality, it is indeed difficult for her to accept. Xiaoran, Lin Chen said softly, that's just how the world is. I can't promise to belong only to you, but I can promise that you will always have a place in my heart. No matter how many children or women I have in the future, you will always be my most beloved sister and the person I cherish most. That's a very honest statement. Lin Xiaoran looked at him, and tears welled up again, but this time, they were tears of emotion. Brother Chen, thank you. She hugged him. I will try my best to grow up. I will become better, so good that you will never forget me. You don't need to become better. Lin Chen patted her back. You're perfect as you are. The two sat on the rooftop for a long time until the school bell rang. After taking Lin Xiaoran to the classroom, Lin Chen was about to leave when Su Min called him back. Lin Chen, Su Min walked over, her eyes full of concern. Is Xiaoran alright? I see her eyes are all red. It's alright now, you've calmed him down. That's good. Su Min breathed a sigh of relief. That child is naive and easily hurt. Spend more time with her. She paused, then lowered her voice. Also, the National Working Group contacted me this morning. They scheduled me for the week after next, which is exactly my ovulation period. They want me to prepare in advance. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. Su Min blushed slightly. Do I need to make any special preparations? I mean physically. No need, it's fine as long as it's normal. Okay. Su Min hesitated for a moment, then said. Lin Chen, I know you're under a lot of pressure. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Although my abilities are limited, I do have some connections within the education system. Thank you, Teacher Su. After leaving the teaching building, Lin Chen headed towards the parking lot but encountered trouble on the way. Several boys were blocking the intersection, and Zhao Kai was the leader. He just issued an apology statement yesterday, but today he looks arrogant, clearly having found a new backer. Hey, isn't this our national model worker, Lin Chen? Zhao Kai said sarcastically. I heard you're going to have 10 babies in 3 months? That's impressive, even the donkeys in the production team aren't as capable as you. His henchman burst into laughter. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Get out of the way. What if I don't allow it? Zhao Kai stepped forward. Lin Chen, don't think you're so great just because you have the government protecting you. Let me tell you, even though my cousin is under investigation, my family has other connections. You've made me lose face, and I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a familiar voice interrupted. Zhao Kai, do you think the lesson from last time wasn't enough? Zhao Manli appeared beside them at some point, dressed in a black leather jacket, with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and carrying a helmet in her hand, clearly having arrived on a motorcycle. She walked to Lin Chen's side and stared coldly at Zhao Kai. Do I need to remind you again what legal consequences you face for spreading rumors and defamation? Zhao Kai's expression changed. Zhao Manli, this has nothing to do with you. Why wouldn't I shut it down? Zhao Manli smirked. Lin Chen is my man. Do you think it's my business whether it's shut down or not? She took a step forward, exuding an aura of authority. Zhao Kai, this is my last warning, stay away from Lin Chen. Otherwise, next time it won't be a lawyer's letter, it'll be my bar's bodyguards. Understand? Zhao Kai was so angry that his face turned pale, but he really didn't dare to provoke Zhao Manli. This woman was a notorious ruthless character in Jiangqing's nightclub circle. He gritted his teeth, left with the words you just wait, and walked away with his henchman. Zhao Manli then turned to Lin Chen and looked him up and down. Are you alright? It's nothing. Thank you, Sister Manli. Don't give me that. Although Zhao Manli said that, her eyes softened a bit. I didn't come here specifically to help you, I was just passing by. Walking by with a helmet? Clearly, they came specifically for this. Lin Chen understood, but didn't expose it. Oh, right, Zhao Manli suddenly said, come to my bar tonight. Sister Manli, I. Chapter 26. Mom, do you not like Sister Manli very much? Don't make excuses, Zhao Manli interrupted him. Didn't the national mission come down? According to that stupid schedule, I'm behind my older sister, and it won't be my turn until the week after next. But I don't want to wait that long. She stared at Lin Chen, her eyes serious. Lin Chen, I want you to come tonight. Not the official one, but just a rehearsal. I want everyone to know that I, Zhao Manli, am not someone to be trifled with. A rehearsal? There's a rehearsal for this? Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. Sister Monli, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Zhao Monli raised an eyebrow. You can do it with Lin Ku in the lab, so what's wrong with coming to my bar for a drink? Or, do you look down on me? No. Then it's settled. Zhao Monli said without further ado, 8 o'clock tonight, same place. If you don't come, I'll go to the Lin family and arrest you. After saying that, she put on her helmet, got on her motorcycle, and roared away. Lin Chen stood there inside. Sister Monli's temper, she really is unpredictable. He drove home, thinking about what would happen that night. To go or not to go? If I don't go, Sister Monli really will come to the Lin family. If I go, I have a feeling it won't be just about drinking. Back home, Su Wanqing had indeed prepared a nourishing soup. The rich aroma of the medicinal broth filled the entire kitchen. You're back? Su Wanqing was tasting the soup to check the saltiness. Perfect, the soup is ready. Drink it while it's hot. Thank you, Mom. Lin Chen sat down and drank the soup. The soup was very flavorful, but it had a faint medicinal taste. This is a prescription that Mom specially consulted an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor to prepare. Su Wanqing sat opposite him, looking at him gently. Replenish your qi and blood, strengthen your foundation and cultivate your vitality. You will have heavy responsibilities in the future, so you must build a strong physical foundation. Thank you for your trouble, Mom. It's no trouble at all, Su Wanqing smiled. I would do anything for you. She paused, then asked, how was school today? Is Xiaoran all right? Thankfully, I've calmed him down. That's good. Su Wanqing nodded. That child is innocent, so you need to take good care of her feelings. As for the others, Mom will help you mediate and won't let them cause too much trouble. Her words were loaded with meaning. Lin Chen put down his bowl. Mom, do you not like Sister Monli very much? Su Wanqing's smile remained unchanged. How could that be? Although Monli has a bit of a temper, she is sincere towards you. Mom just feels that her personality is too strong, and I'm afraid you'll be wronged. She reached out and gently patted the back of Lin Chen's hand. Chen'er, your current status is special, and the women around you will all have their own ulterior motives. You need to learn to distinguish who truly cares for you and who wants to take advantage of you. That's a very meaningful statement. Lin Chen nodded. I understand, Mom. Good to know. Su Wanqing stood up. Go and rest after you finish your soup. Don't you have to go to the company this afternoon? Lon Lon just called and wants you to be there at 3 o'clock. Good. Back in his room, Lin Chen lay on the bed and brought up the system light screen. Emotional field disorder level, 65% down 10% from yesterday. Note, Lin Xiaoran's emotions have stabilized, but Zhao Monli's emotions are fluctuating more. Recommendation, reassure Zhao Monli as soon as possible to prevent the conflict from escalating. Sister Monli's situation definitely needs to be addressed. Then let's go. He made the decision. In the afternoon, he went to the Lin group, where Lin Lan was indeed waiting for him. The atmosphere in her office was serious today. Lin Lan sat in her executive chair, a pile of documents spread out in front of her. Sit down. Without looking up, she said, these are detailed information about the Lin family's businesses. Take a look. Lin Chen sat down and picked up the top document, a chart of the Lin group's shareholding structure. You now own 5% of the shares. Although you are a minority shareholder, you are already entitled to participate in major decisions, Lin Lan said. Starting today, come to the company every Monday morning for a board meeting. I will have someone teach you. Big sister, I'm still in school. Your studies can't be neglected, but you also need to understand the Lin family's businesses. Lin Lan looked up at him. You are now a key protected individual in the country, and you will receive more resources in the future. If you don't understand anything, those resources will just be divided up by others. She has a point. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. In addition, Lin Lan stood up and walked to the window. Regarding the national mission, I have had my assistant compile a background analysis and resource assessment for each spouse. She handed over a thick document. Yang Panning, the only daughter of the Yang Group, controls resources in the fashion industry. Lu Ruyer, vice president of the Lu Automobile Group, controls the car dealership network. Wang Yutong, founder of Wang's model agency, controls connections in the entertainment and fashion industry. You must focus on these three people. Lin Chen opened the document, which detailed the family backgrounds, business scale, and social networks of the three female celebrities, and even included personality analyses and weakness assessments. This older sister does her job so meticulously. As for Zhao Manli, the Zhao family has advantages in the nightclub and logistics sectors, but their businesses aren't clean enough, so their potential is limited. Su Min has connections in the education system, but her resources are limited. As for Xiao Ran, Lin Lan paused. She's still young, so we don't need to consider her for now. She looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes. Shunner, you must remember that you are not only the Lin family's adopted son-in-law, but also a national strategic resource. Every choice you make will affect the future allocation of resources. Therefore, you must be rational and not act on emotion. These words are exactly the same as what Lin Ke said. My eldest sister and second sister are really alike in some ways. I understand. Lin Chen closed the file. Good, I understand. Lin Lan walked back to her desk. What are your plans for tonight? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Sister Manli asked me to go to her bar. Lin Lan frowned. Zhao Manli? She's certainly in a hurry. Big sister, Go ahead. Lin Lan waved her hand. Zhao Manli does need to be appeased. But remember, don't let her push her luck. Your time is precious right now, don't waste it on pointless entanglements. She was being very realistic. Lin Chen smiled wryly. I understand. It was already 5 p.m. when I left the company. He drove home, changed his clothes, and told Su Wanqing that he had something to do that night and needed to go out. Su Wanqing was arranging flowers in the living room when she heard this. She looked up at him with gentle eyes and asked, Going out again? Where are you going? Sister Manli's bar. Manli. Su Wanqing put down the scissors and said softly. That child has a quick temper, so you should be lenient with her. But you also need to be careful not to let her run wild. Come back soon. Su Wanqing stood up and straightened his collar. Mom will sleep after you come back. Mom, don't wait for me. Mom is willing to wait, Su Wanqing smiled. Go ahead. Lin Chen drove to the bar, his feelings complicated. I wonder what will happen to Sister Manli tonight. Hopefully, this can be resolved smoothly. He recalled the system notification about emotional field disorder. This task is harder than I imagined. Chapter 27 Waiting until the day you truly have me in your heart. 8 p.m., Night Fury Bar. When Lin Chen walked in, he noticed that the atmosphere of the bar was different today. The music, which is usually loud, was turned down, and there weren't many people on the dance floor. Several female security guards in black suits stood at the door and bowed in unison when he entered. Mr. Lin, Sister Manli is waiting for you in the VIP room on the second floor. Lin Chen nodded and went up to the second floor. The door to the private room was ajar. He pushed it open and went in, seeing Zhao Manli sitting on the sofa with a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses in front of her. Today she wore a black sequined halter dress, her long hair was loose, and her makeup was more exquisite and glamorous than usual. Seeing Lin Chen enter, she smiled and said, You're on time. Have a seat. Lin Chen sat down opposite her. Zhao Manli poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed one towards him. Have some first. Sister Manli, I drove here. I can hire a designated driver, or I'll take you, Zhao Manli said, leaving no room for refusal. You have to drink with me today. Lin Chen reluctantly accepted the wine glass. Zhao Manli took a big gulp of her drink first, then stared at him. Do you know why I called you here? You said, let's do a rehearsal. That's just an excuse, Zhao Manli sneered. Lin Chen, I'm asking you, what am I to you? That's a very direct question. Lin Chen remained silent. Zhao Manli didn't urge him, she just stared at him, her eyes suppressing some kind of emotion. Sister Manli, Lin Chen finally spoke, you are very important to me. How important is it? Zhao Manli pressed. Is it more important than Lin Lan? More important than Lin Ko? More important than those 3 female celebrities? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Sister Manli, this kind of comparison is meaningless. Each of you is special to me, but... Just what? Just that I'm not even in your heart? Zhao Manli interrupted him, her voice rising. Lin Chen, I've liked you since I was little, and I've always believed you were mine. Now that I finally have a chance, what happens? You chose Lin Ku first, and Lin Lan second. Where do I rank? Third? Fourth? Or even further down the list? She became more and more agitated as she spoke. When have I, Zhao Manli, ever suffered such humiliation? From childhood to adulthood, I've had everything I wanted, and there's nothing I couldn't get if I set my sights on something. Only you made me wait, made me take a number, and made me watch you with another woman like a fool. She couldn't continue, so she tilted her head back and downed the entire glass of wine. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Sister Manli, please don't do this. Then what should I do? Zhao Manli put down her wineglass, her eyes red. Smiling and wishing you well? Generously saying I don't care? Lin Chen, I can't do that. I'm fucking petty, selfish, and I want to have you all to myself. She stood up, walked to Lin Chen, leaned over, and placed her hands on the back of the sofa, trapping him between them. I'm telling you, Lin Chen, I've had enough. Her voice was low and carried a dangerous undertone. Tonight, you have to give me an explanation. Either you promise me now that you'll choose me next time, or... She reached out and gently traced her fingers across his cheek. I'll make you remember me in my own way. Lin Chen could smell the mixed scent of wine and perfume on her body, and feel the slight coolness of her fingertips. Is Sister Manli serious? Sister Manli, please calm down. I'm very calm. Zhao Manli stared into his eyes. Lin Chen, do you know what I hate most? I hate being treated like a fool, like a backup plan. If you weren't interested in me, you shouldn't have chosen me in the first place. Since you chose me, you have to take responsibility. She straightened up, walked back to sit opposite her, and poured herself another glass of wine. Tell me your choice. Lin Chen looked into her eyes. Those usually flamboyant and unrestrained eyes now concealed vulnerability and resentment. He remembered many things. When he was a child, he was bullied, and Zhao Manli rushed up and chased those boys away when he was sick with a fever. She stayed by his bedside all night. The first time he went to a bar, she protected him and wouldn't let anyone else get close. Although Sister Manli is domineering, her kindness towards the original owner is genuine. He took a deep breath. Sister Manli, I'll choose you for the next mission. Zhao Manli's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Lin Chen nodded. But you have to promise me you won't cause trouble or make things difficult for others. When have I ever made things difficult for anyone? Zhao Manli pouted. I only target those who want to take my things. She paused, then asked, and when? When? On the National Working Group's schedule, you are after my older sister, probably the week after next. But if you're really in a hurry, I can try to coordinate and see if we can move it up. That's more like it. Zhao Manli's expression finally softened a bit. She got up and sat down next to Lin Chen, leaning on his shoulder. Lin Chen, I'm not an unreasonable person. I know your situation is special right now, and you have no choice in what you're doing. But, can you at least let me feel that I'm special to you? Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulder. Sister Manli, of course you are special. You always have been. That's more like it. Zhao Manli closed her eyes and her voice softened. I'm tired. Then let's rest for a while. The two sat quietly for a long time. The music drifted faintly from downstairs, and the only sound inside the private room was their breathing. Zhao Manli suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, you know what? Sometimes I really wish the world wasn't like this. I wish you were just an ordinary person, and I was just an ordinary person too. That way, I could pursue you openly and honestly, without having to compete with so many other people. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sister Manli. But I also know that's impossible. Zhao Manli smiled bitterly. If you were just an ordinary person, I probably wouldn't have even noticed you. That's just how contradictory this world is. She sat up straight and looked at him. So, I'm not complaining anymore. Since these are the rules, I'll play by them. But I have my bottom line, Lin Chen. You can have many women, but you must have a place for me in your heart. And I want the best resources and the most attention. This is what I deserve. Although Sister Manli has a fiery temper, she lives life with great clarity. I promise you, Lin Chen said earnestly. Okay. Zhao Manli smiled, this time a genuine smile. Then tonight how about we actually have a rehearsal? Sister Manli. Just kidding. Zhao Manli patted his face. Look how scared you are. I know you have school tomorrow, and you have to save your first time for the real thing, right? She stood up and pulled him along. Come on, come downstairs with me to dance for a while. I'll let you go back after we're done. Good. The two went downstairs and onto the dance floor. Zhao Manli danced very freely, her body swaying to the music, attracting a lot of attention. But she held Lin Chen's hand the whole time, as if asserting her ownership. The women around them cast envious glances, but no one dared to approach them. After jumping for half an hour, Lin Chen was indeed a little tired. Go back, Zhao Manli said, also sweating. I'll take you. No need, I'll call a designated driver. No, I must see you off myself, Zhao Manli insisted. What if some foolish person kidnaps you along the way? She pulled Lin Chen out of the bar and into her red sports car. On the road, Zhao Manli drove very steadily, unlike her usual speeding. Lin Chen, she suddenly said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure at the weekend party. Fine. I'm serious. Zhao Manli looked ahead. I shouldn't have lost my temper in front of so many people. I won't do it again. I will fight for my rights in my own way, but I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, Sister Manli. No need to thank me. Zhao Manli smiled. By the way, those 3 female celebrities, you need to be careful. They all come from powerful families and have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Don't let them sell you out and then help them count the money. I see. Good to know. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family villa, Zhao Manli stopped the car. She turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes serious. One last question. You say. If there were no rules in this world, no forced marriages, no national missions, would you choose me? This question came out of nowhere. Lin Chen remained silent for a long time. Zhao Manli smiled, but her smile was somewhat bitter. No need to answer. I understand. Sister Manli, It's nothing. Zhao Manli shook her head. Go on, get some rest. She leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips. The kiss was light and brief, like a farewell. Good night, she said. Good night. Lin Chen got out of the car and watched the red sports car disappear into the night. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. Sister Manli. He turned and walked into the villa. The living room lights were still on, and Su Wanqing sat on the sofa with a book in her hand. You're back? She looked up and smiled. Did Manli bring you back? That's good. Su Wanqing put down her book. The soup is still warm, would you like some more? No need, Mom, I'm not hungry. Go take a shower and go to bed early. Su Wanqing stood up. Mom will make your favorite shrimp dumplings tomorrow. Thank you, Mom. Lin Chen went upstairs and returned to his room. A system notification sounded. Zhao Manli's emotions have stabilized. Emotional field disorder level, 50% continuing to decrease. Quest balance of the battlefield progress, Zhao Manli completed. Finally, another one solved. He lay on the bed and brought up the system light screen. The next person I need to have an in-depth conversation with is Lin Lan. I'll deal with my older sister's situation tomorrow. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to see Zhao Manli standing at the bar entrance, watching his departing figure, and whispering. Lin Chen, I will wait until that day. Wait until the day you truly have me in your heart. Chapter 28 Lin Lan's vulnerability and the eldest sister's sincere heart. On Thursday afternoon, Lin Chen arrived at the Lin Group on time. But today, Lin Lan's office door was closed, and her assistant said she was in a meeting and asked Lin Chen to wait. Lin Chen sat on the sofa in the reception area, flipping through the documents Lin Lan had given him yesterday. It must be said, Lin Lan had compiled them in great detail. The Lin Group's industrial layout, equity structure, and future plans were all clearly presented. After about half an hour, the office door opened. Lin Lan came out, looking somewhat tired. She was wearing a dark gray suit, her long hair was up, and her makeup was exquisite, but the dark circles under her eyes couldn't be concealed. You're here? She sat down opposite Lin Chen, rubbing her temples. Sorry, I just finished a meeting with some difficult clients. Thank you for your hard work, eldest sister. I'm used to it. Lin Lan smiled wryly. Someone has to shoulder the burden of the Lin family. She looked at the documents in Lin Chen's hand. How's it going? I basically understand. The Lin Group's main businesses are real estate and hotels, but growth has slowed in the past 2 years due to policy changes. So you're considering a transformation and want to invest in technology? Yes. Lin Lan nodded. Traditional industries have too low a ceiling, so we must find new growth points. But good projects are hard to find now, and the competition is fierce. She paused for a moment and then said, "That's why I value your relationship with those three female celebrities so much. The Young family's fashion industry can help us penetrate the high-end consumer market, the Liu family's car dealership network can provide supporting services for new energy vehicles, and the Wang family's entertainment resources can be transformed into cultural and entertainment real estate." She was being very realistic. Lin Chen remained silent. Lin Lan looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm opportunistic in that I'm using you as a tool?" "No. No need to deny it," Lin Lan interrupted him. "I know that myself. But I have no choice, Chen'er. The Lin family looks successful now, but it has actually reached a bottleneck. If we can't find a new breakthrough, we will be eliminated by the market in less than 5 years." She stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to Lin Chen. "When Dad passed away, he entrusted the Lin family to me. He asked me to take good care of Mom, my sisters, and you. For the past 3 years, I have been walking on thin ice every day, afraid that I might make a wrong decision and lead the Lin family to ruin." Her voice was soft and weary. "Sometimes I get tired too, and I wish I had someone to lean on." Lin Lan turned around and looked at Lin Chen. "So when the matching results came out and I saw that your score was so high, and that all those high-quality women chose you, my first thought wasn't happiness, but that an opportunity had come." She walked back and sat down next to Lin Chen. "Chen'er, I know this is unfair to you. You're only 20 years old, you shouldn't have to bear this. But I really need your help." Lin Chen looked at her. This usually strong-willed older sister has now shed all pretense and revealed her vulnerable side. He could see the bloodshot in her eyes and feel the tension in her body. The eldest sister is actually only 26 years old. At this age, many people are still pursuing graduate studies, dating, or feeling lost about the future. And she has been carrying the weight of her family's burdens for 3 years. "Big sister," Lin Chen said softly, "you don't need to apologize. I understand." "Real? Really?" Lin Chen nodded. "The Lin family raised me, and this is what I should do. Besides, I also hope to help you share some of the burden." Lin Lan's eyes reddened, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. "Thank you." Her voice was choked with emotion. "Chen'er, thank you." "You're welcome." The two remained silent for a while. Lin Lan composed herself and regained her usual calm. "By the way, I've already contacted the National Working Group. They've agreed to adjust the schedule, switching my time with Zhao Manli's. I'll come first next week." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Why?" "Because my ovulation period is next week, while Zhao Manli's is the week after. From an efficiency standpoint, this is more reasonable," Lin Lan said calmly. "I have already spoken with Zhao Manli, and although she was reluctant, she agreed. This older sister's initiative is truly impressive." "Then, what's the specific time?" "Next Wednesday night," Lin Lan said, looking at him. "I'll arrange the work in advance, and you should be prepared too." She spoke in a very serious manner, as if she were arranging a business meeting. Lin Chen nodded, "Okay." Lin Lan gave some more instructions about company matters, and then said, "There's nothing else to do today, you can go home now. Remember to get some rest and stay in top condition." "I see." It was already evening when I left the company. Lin Chen drove home, thinking about Lin Lan's words the whole way. The eldest sister carried all the pressure on her own shoulders. She needs an heir, not only for the Lin family, but also for herself. Back home, Su Wanqing was busy in the kitchen. "You're back?" She peeked out. "Didn't Lan Lan invite you to dinner today?" "No, they told me to come back and rest early." "That's good." Su Wanqing smiled. "Mom made your favorite braised pork today, it'll be ready soon." During dinner, Lin Xiaoran was noticeably in a better mood, chattering excitedly about interesting things that happened at school. Lin Ke ate quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words with Lin Chen about academic matters. Su Wanqing gently served everyone food, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. After dinner, Lin Ke called Lin Chen to the study. "Didn't your older sister tell you about the schedule adjustment?" she said, getting straight to the point. "I said so. This is the right decision." Lin Ke pulled up the data. The eldest sister has a fertility potential score of 91 and a genetic match rate of 87%. Her ovulation period is around next Wednesday, which is the optimal window for conception. Zhao Manli's window is the week after next. Switching them up will increase the overall efficiency by 12%. She paused, then added, in addition, I received a more detailed medical support plan from the National Task Force. They will give you a comprehensive physical examination and nutritional supplements before and after each mission. It's very scientific. My second sister is always so rational. I see. There's one more thing, Linka said, adjusting her glasses. My pregnancy test results are in. The fetus is developing very well, and its gene expression activity is 15% higher than expected. The working group has decided to focus on my case and may conduct long-term follow-up in the future. She looked at Lin Chen. This means that our child will receive national attention from the moment he is born. This is a good thing for the Lin family, but it will also bring pressure. You need to be prepared. What kind of pressure? Media attention, public expectations, and the jealousy of other families, Linka said calmly. The competition for superior genes begins in the fetal stage. Lin Chen's heart sank. So soon we have to face all this? But you don't need to worry too much, Lin Ku added. With state protection, ordinary people won't dare to do anything. Besides, the Lin family isn't someone to be trifled with. She put away the tablet. Okay, go and get some rest. Remember to maintain a healthy sleep schedule. Good. After leaving the study, Lin Chen returned to his room. A system notification sounded. Lin Lan's in-depth emotional exchange has been completed. Balance of the battlefield quest progress, 5-5 full completion. Task rewards, enhanced emotional perception and unlocked conflict prediction abilities. Instantly, Lin Chen felt his senses become much sharper. He could vaguely sense the emotional fluctuations of everyone downstairs. Su Wanqing's gentleness carried a hint of worry, Lin Xiaoran's happiness concealed unease, and Lin Ke's calmness was masked by focus. Is this what emotional perception is? He tried to focus his attention on Su Wanqing, and a blurry image appeared in his mind. She was arranging flowers in the living room, but her fingers were trembling slightly and her eyes were somewhat unfocused. What is Mom worried about? He tried to sense Lin Lan's presence again, and an image of her sitting in her office appeared in his mind, looking at documents, but with her brows furrowed and her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. My older sister is under a lot of pressure. This ability is amazing, but it's also unsettling. Is being able to sense other people's emotions a good thing or a bad thing? Just then, my phone vibrated. This is a formal notification from the National Working Group. Mr. Lin Chen, hello. The National High Quality Gene Promotion Program Working Group has been officially established. The initial task assignment is as follows. Time, next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Location, nationally designated medical center address attached. Target, Lin Lan confirmed. Please prepare in advance. A private car will pick you up that afternoon for a medical checkup and nutritional supplementation. Wishing you a successful mission. Detailed notes and a preparation checklist follow. Lin Chen looked at the formal notice, which resembled a military operation, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even something like this requires a formal process. He replied to confirm, then turned off his phone. Lying in bed, he brought up the system light screen. The next task has been refreshed. Stage task, achieve 3 successful pregnancies. Current progress 1-3. Reward, unlock corresponding system functions based on the quality of the conceived partner. 3 times, 2 more to go. 1 time for the eldest sister, 1 time for Manli, that's perfect. He closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. But fragments of various emotional perceptions kept emerging in my mind. Su Wanqing's worries, Lin Lan's pressure, Lin Ke's focus, Lin Xiaoran's unease, Zhao Manli's resentment, Su Min's expectations. Chapter 29. The Female Celebrities Invitation 1. The day after the national marriage list was released, Lin Chen's name became the #1 trending topic on social media across the country. Hashtag Lin Chen's extra marriage slots. Hashtag nationally certified top tier looks. Hashtag 3 female celebrities privately messaged each other asking for matchmaking. Hashtag major social media platforms were flooded with related topics, with comment sections refreshing at a rate of thousands per second. Ladies, did you see that? Lin Chen got 3 extra spots. Now he can match with 13 people. I voted overnight. Please, Father Country, take notice of me. Don't even think about it upstairs. Didn't you see that the teams of all 3 female celebrities have already made a move? We ordinary people have no chance. Yang Panning, Lu Royer, Wang Yutong. With this lineup, did Lin Chen save the galaxy in his past life? I'm so jealous, I'm really jealous, what an amazing life. Jiangcheng University became a gathering place for media and fans. The school gate was packed with people, with cameras and microphones pointed at the campus, and drones hovering over the dormitory buildings. The university president had to temporarily triple the number of security guards and contact the police to maintain order. Downstairs at Lin Chen's dormitory, the girls spontaneously formed a cheering squad, holding up lightboards and posters, chanting slogans in unison: Lin Chen, peak of beauty. Superior genes, the pride of the nation. The Academic Affairs Office has issued an urgent notice. Lin Chen will be taking classes online for the next week to avoid causing any disturbances. This is too outrageous. I sat in the Lin family's study, looking at the newsfeed on my tablet, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a cup of hot milk and gently placed it beside me. That's how the media is, they have no bottom line when it comes to chasing hot topics. But Chenner, the fact that the country gave you an extra spot this time shows that they highly recognize your talent. She sat down opposite me, her eyes filled with pride. Mom is proud of you. Thank you, Mom. I took the milk and took a sip. But 3 spots, how should we use them? That's up to you, Su Wanqing smiled. Mom won't interfere with your choice. However, she paused, those 3 actresses all have complicated backgrounds. You should consider it carefully. Her phone vibrated as soon as she finished speaking. It's an unfamiliar number, and the location it belongs to is Wucheng. I answered the phone, and a capable female voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen, I am Li Wei, Ms. Yang Panning's agent. Ms. Yang saw your marriage information and is very interested. She hopes to meet with you to discuss the details. They've arrived. Hello, Ms. Li. I tried to remain calm. Does Ms. Yang have any specific thoughts? Ms. Yang is willing to invest 100 million yuan to establish a marital relationship with you and hopes to complete her pregnancy plan as soon as possible. Li Wei's voice was professional and direct. We can sign a prenuptial agreement, and after marriage, we will not interfere with each other's private lives. You only need to provide the genetic information. After the child is born, the Yang family will be responsible for all the expenses of raising and educating the child, and you can visit the child at any time. 100 million. I gripped my phone tighter. Holy crap, 100 million. That price. But I remained calm on the surface. Ms. Li, this is not about money. Mr. Lin, what are your requirements? Please feel free to mention them. Li Wei was clearly well prepared. Ms. Yang sincerely hopes to cooperate with you. In addition to funding, we can also provide top-notch resources in the fashion and entertainment industries. If you are interested in developing a career in the entertainment industry, Yang's Entertainment can fully support you. Temptations kept coming one after another. I paused for a few seconds, then said, I need time to think about it. Of course, Li Wei replied tactfully. I'll send Ms. Yang's detailed information and cooperation proposal to your email address. I look forward to your reply. The phone call had barely ended when another unknown number called in. This time it's the Beijing area code. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Lin, Ms. Lu Ruiyer's assistant. Her voice was equally crisp and efficient. Ms. Lu greatly admires you and hopes to have dinner with you so we can discuss things in person. Hello, Ms. Zhang. Ms. Lu said that she doesn't simply want a child, but genuinely admires your talent and character. Zhang Lin's tone was gentler than Li Wei's. If you are willing, Lu's Automobile Group can offer you the position of Vice President Assistant, allowing you to access high-end business circles. Of course, a marital relationship will also be established at the same time. Another olive branch. I need to think about it, I repeated the same answer. I understand. Ms. Lu will be coming to Jiangcheng next week to attend the auto show, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet you. The third call came almost immediately, from Shanghai. Wang Yutan's agent, Chen Jing, is the most direct. Mr. Lin, Ms. Wang is an independent woman who doesn't want a traditional marriage. She only wants to have a genius baby by using her superior genes. She is willing to pay 80 million for the use of her genes and offers shares in Wang's model agency. If you are interested in entering the fashion industry, we can tailor a plan for you. 3 female celebrities, 3 styles, 3 price tags. After hanging up the third call, I felt a bit confused. Su Wanqing had been listening quietly until she spoke up. They all seemed very sincere. Mom, what do you think I should choose? Mom said she won't interfere with your choices. Su Wanqing smiled, but Mom can analyze it for you. She picked up a pen and wrote 3 names on the paper. Yang Panning, 28 years old, only daughter of the Yang Group, a fashion industry tycoon. Strengths: top-tier resources, abundant wealth. Weaknesses: cold personality, strong sense of purpose, may just be using you as a gene pool. Lou Royer, 27 years old, vice president of Lou's Auto, a high-achieving student. Strengths: abundant business resources, relatively mild personality. Weaknesses: high family pressure, which may lead to impatience. Wang Yuton, 29 years old, runs her own model agency, an independent and strong woman. Strengths: respects personal space, flexible cooperation models. Weaknesses: overly rational, lacks emotional foundation. The analysis is well organized and clear. From the Lin family's perspective, the Yang family's fashion resources can help Lanlan transform her career, the Liu family's automotive network can provide supporting services for new energy vehicles, and the Wang family's entertainment connections can help expand into cultural and entertainment real estate. Su Wanqing looked at me. But from your perspective, it depends on who you feel more comfortable with. She put down her pen, her eyes gentle. Chenner, remember, no matter who you choose, you must protect yourself. None of these women from powerful families are simple. I nodded. I understand, Mom. That evening, at the Lin family's dinner table, I told them about the 3 phone calls. Lin Lan put down her chopsticks, her eyes sharp. 100 million? The Yang family is quite generous. But the conditions are too harsh. Lin could pushed up her glasses. The fact that they won't interfere with each other after marriage means they can find other gene donors at any time. This kind of cooperation is unstable. Lin Xiaoran whispered, I think, they're treating Brother Chen like a commodity. Su Wanqing served soup to everyone and said calmly, in a business world, it's all about getting what you need. The key is what Chenner wants. What do I want? I don't actually know either. Having transmigrated to this world only a little over 10 days ago, I've gone from an ordinary office worker to a national strategic resource. Everything has happened too fast. Money, resources, status, things I never dared to dream of before are now readily available. Chapter 30: Female Celebrity Invitation 2. But Lin Chen always felt that something was missing. Perhaps it's feelings? But in this world, feelings are a luxury. After finishing my meal, I returned to my room and opened my email. The information of the 3 actresses has been sent over. Yang Panning's prenuptial agreement was a detailed, 50-page document that covered all possible scenarios and was as professional as a business contract. The attachments also include her genetic testing report, health certificate, and asset certificate. Her total assets exceed 10 billion. Lou Royer's letter was handwritten, with neat handwriting and a sincere tone. She said she wasn't looking for a transaction, but rather hoped to find a like-minded partner to face family pressures together. Attached was her life plan, including her parenting plans and family vision. Wang Yutan's approach was the simplest, a gene collaboration contract with clear terms and well-defined responsibilities. Her studio's financial statements and 3-year development plan also demonstrate her ability to raise her child independently. 3 styles, 3 lives. Just as I was looking at it, my phone rang again. This time it's Zhao Manli. Lin Chen. Did you see the news? Those 3 women are shameless, they've publicly made their statements. Her voice was filled with anger even through the phone. I saw it. I'm telling you, you're not allowed to agree to their terms. Zhao Manli said domineeringly. You're mine, you're not allowed to mess around with those sluts. Sister Manli, this isn't something I can decide. I don't care, she interrupted me. I'm going to have a party this weekend and I'm going to talk to them face to face. Anyone who dares to steal my man, I'll make sure she can't stay in Jiangcheng. He hung up after saying that. Immediately afterwards, news about Zhao Xiaotang also arrived. Brother Chen, I'm scared. What if you choose those female celebrities and then leave me? This was followed by a string of crying emojis. I quickly replied to reassure them. Then Su Min said, Lin Chen, if you need legal advice, I can help you take a look at those contracts. Lin Lan sent a message. Based on preliminary assessment, the Yang family's resources are the best. However, the Liu family's automotive network can be helpful for our transformation. You should weigh the pros and cons yourself. Lin Kasent in data analysis, based on the genetic matching score, Yang Panning has the highest score of 96.8, but Wang Yutan's cooperation model is the most scientific. I suggest considering both factors. Information bombardment. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Is this the treatment for those with superior genes? Being fought over, analyzed, and arranged. A system notification sounded. Multiple marriage invitations detected. Trigger mission: the choice of a wealthy female star. Task description: choose at least one of the three actresses and establish a marriage relationship with her. Reward: based on the selected target, unlock corresponding resources and system functions. Hint: multiple selections are allowed, but the complexity of the emotional landscape increases with each additional person selected. The screen also displayed a potential bonus preview for the three actresses. Yang Panning, fashion industry resource package, top-tier exposure, and access to high-end social circles. Lu Ruier, automotive industry resources, business management skills, family network. Wan Yutong, entertainment and fashion resource package, independent entrepreneurship support, and model agency shares. They all look very tempting. As I was thinking, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Chenner, are you asleep?" It was Su Wanqing's voice. "Not yet, Mom, please come in." Su Wanqing came in carrying a plate of sliced fruit and placed it on the bedside table. "I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I brought you some fruit." She sat down beside my bed, her eyes gentle. "Still thinking about those three actresses?" Don't overthink it." Su Wanqing gently patted my hand. "Follow your heart. No matter who you choose, Mom will support you." She paused, then said, "But Mom is a little worried. These girls from wealthy families are used to scheming and backstabbing from a young age, and they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. You're too naive, and I'm afraid you'll get taken advantage of." "Mom, I'm already 20 years old." "In Mama's eyes, you'll always be a child," Su Wanqing smiled. "But Mom knows you'll grow up eventually. Just don't walk too fast, so Mom can keep up." In her eyes, there was reluctance, worry, and something else. "Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of myself." "That's good." Su Wanqing stood up. "Get some rest early, don't stay up late." "Mom, get some rest too." She walked to the door, glanced back at me, and then gently closed the door. Lin Chen lay back on the bed and brought up the system light screen. The profile pictures of the three actresses are displayed side by side, with a selection button below. Who should we choose? Or, should I select all? After thinking about it, I haven't made a decision yet. There's still time tomorrow. Let's go to sleep first. Chapter 31: Zhou Siyu's livestream confession. The next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by a series of notification sounds from his phone. I opened it in a daze and saw that Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, all social media platforms were pushing the same message. Hashtag Zhou Siyu confesses her love to Lin Chen during livestream hashtag. I instantly snapped out of it and clicked on the top trending topic. In the video, Zhou Siyu, chief announcer of Jiangcheng TV, is recording the morning news. Halfway through the program, she suddenly stops broadcasting, looks at the camera, and takes a deep breath. "Dear viewers, I apologize for interrupting the broadcast. But there is something very important that I must say now." Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were firm. "Mr. Lin Chen, if you are watching this program, I want to tell you, I like you." The staff in the studio were stunned. The director switched the camera halfway through and then switched it back, and the scene was in chaos. But Zhou Siyu continued, "I know this is sudden and unprofessional. But some things, if I don't say them now, it might be too late. I started paying attention to you 3 months ago, when you were just an ordinary student at Jiangcheng University, although the word ordinary isn't quite right for you. I saw you being surrounded by girls on campus, I saw you politely refusing gifts, I saw you attending classes attentively." Her eyes reddened. "Later, when the matching results were announced, I saw that you had chosen so many outstanding women. I told myself that there was no chance, and I should give up. But yesterday, the country announced additional slots." She spoke slowly and deliberately to the camera. "Mr. Lin Chen, I am Zhou Siyu, 28 years old, chief announcer of Jiangcheng TV, and national ambassador for reproductive health. I am in good health, have an A+ genetic rating, no bad habits, and no complicated romantic history. I am applying to be your marriage partner. Not for a national mission, not for resource exchange, but because I really like you. If you're willing to give me a chance, I will do everything I can to be good to you. I will do everything a wife and a mother should do. I promise." After speaking, she bowed deeply, then took off her headset, got up, and left the studio. The video ends here. The comments section completely exploded. Holy crap! A live confession. Zhou Siyu is so brave. This is the national television station. Is she throwing away her future? But how romantic, to go all out for love. What kind of magic does Lin Chen possess that makes even a goddess like Zhou Siyu pursue him? I hereby declare that I am a fan of Zhou Siyu starting today. Lin Chen sat on the bed, his mind blank. Zhou Siyu, confessing her love life? This is too much. My phone started vibrating incessantly, all calls asking about the situation. Lin Chen didn't reply to anyone, but first sent a message to Zhou Siyu, Miss Zhou, are you alright? She replied almost instantly, I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I just don't want to regret it. This might affect your work. It has already had an impact, she replied. The station has suspended me from my duties to reflect on my actions. But I don't regret it. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, why do you want to do this? Because if I don't do it, those female celebrities and heiresses will snatch you away, Zhou Siyu replied quickly. I have no background, no billions in assets, but I have a sincere heart. I want you to see that. Sincere. In this world full of calculation and transactions, these two words are incredibly precious. Before Lin Chen could figure out how to reply, the system notification sounded. Special emotional event detected, public figure publicly confesses love. Triggering task, the announcer's sincere heart. Task description, respond to Zhou Siyu's confession and establish a marital relationship. Rewards, national model of childbearing, media resource package, emotional purity bonus. Special note, this task will significantly improve public favorability, but may cause dissatisfaction among other spouses. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Siyu sent another message, Mr. Lin, you don't need to reply to me now. I just wanted you to know my feelings. Whether you choose me in the end or not, I will wish you all the best. These words were so understanding that they made Lin Chen feel uneasy. Just then, Su Wanqing knocked on the door and came in. She had obviously seen the news too, and her face showed worry. Zhou Siyu's matter has blown up too much. I know. She is going all in. Su Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed. Suspension and reflection is just the beginning. If it's not handled properly, her career could be ruined. Zhou, Mom is asking you, do you have feelings for Zhou Siyu? Lin Chen answered honestly, I've only met her once before, at a national working group meeting. I wouldn't say I had any feelings for her, but I don't dislike her. That's good. Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. If you're not interested in her, Mom can politely decline for you and minimize the impact. But if you do have feelings for her. She paused, then continued, I know Zhou Siyu. She comes from an ordinary family and has climbed to where she is today entirely through her own hard work. She has good character, is diligent at work, and has a great reputation in the industry. Most importantly, she genuinely likes you, not for resources or fame. Lin Chen could sense this. Mom, let me think about it some more. Okay. Su Wanqing stood up. Whatever decision you make, Mom will support you. Just do it quickly. Public opinion is spreading too fast, and dragging it out won't be good for either of you. Zhou Siyu is different from other women. Yang Panning and her group were engaging in a transaction, a collaboration, and a mutually beneficial arrangement. But Zhou Siyu's feelings were genuine. Lin Chen knew all too well how rare true sincerity was in this world. And there are rewards for system tasks, such as the title of National Model of Childbearing and Media Resource Packages, which are all very useful. But as for the other women, Sister Monli will definitely explode. Just then, Sister Monli called. Lin Chen. Did you see the news? What's wrong with that news anchor Zhou Siyu? Does she even deserve to confess to you? Her voice was filled with anger. Sister Monli, calm down. I can't calm down. Zhao Monli roared. They're all trying to take it from me. Do they think I'm dead? I'm telling you, you have to come to my bar tonight and give me an explanation. Sister Monli, I want tonight. If you don't come, you're dead, she said before hanging up. Just then, Lin Lan's message arrived. Zhou Siyu's move was risky, but clever. She has cultivated a public image of being brave for love. If you reject her, public opinion will be against you. I suggest you at least meet her and handle the situation properly. Lin Ke's message followed closely. Data shows that Zhou Siyu's public confession increased your support rate among women over 35 by 28%. Women in this age group are the main force of childbirth, which is helpful to your national mission. Even Lin Xiaoran sent a message, Brother Chen, Sister Zhou Siyu is so brave. I was so moved. Do you want to give her a chance? Everyone's opinions are leaning in the same direction. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Ms. Zhou, let's meet this afternoon at 3 o'clock at the Cloud Top restaurant. The reply came almost instantly. Okay. I'll definitely be there. 2:50 p.m., Henteing Restaurant. It was the same private room where I had dinner with Su Wanqing last time. At 3 o'clock sharp, Zhou Siyu arrived on time. She wore a simple white dress today, with no makeup and her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very fresh, but her eyes were a little red and swollen. Mr. Lin, thank you for agreeing to see me. She sat down, somewhat awkwardly. Just call me Lin Chen. Okay. Lin Chen. She bit her lip. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive yesterday and caused you trouble. It's nothing. I shook my head. But you, about your suspension. It's okay. Zhou Siyu smiled, a little bitterly. I thought of this before I did it. The worst outcome is leaving the TV station. I can become a freelance host or switch to self-media. I 1T starve. Why did you do this? Lin Chen asked. Was it worth it? It's worth it, she said without hesitation. Lin Chen, you may not know, but I'm 28 years old, which is considered an older single woman in this world. My family is pressuring me, society is pressuring me, the country is pressuring me. But I've never wanted to settle. Zhou Siyu's eyes were serious. I've seen too many marriages, all just compromises, all transactions. I don't want that. So I've been waiting for someone who will make my heart flutter. Then you appeared. She smiled. I know I'm not good enough for you, you're surrounded by such outstanding women. But I didn't want to give up without even trying. So I did that stupid thing. Not stupid, I said softly. Very brave. Really? Her eyes lit up. Real. We were silent for a moment. Zhou Siyu suddenly asked, Lin Chen, may I ask you a question? You say. Have you ever truly liked someone? Not because of the rules of this world, not because of the matching system, just simply liking them. This question stumped me. I thought for a moment, then shook my head, no. Then don't you feel a little regretful about this kind of life? She asked cautiously. Pity? Before transmigrating, I was a corporate slave. After transmigrating, I'm a harem. It seems, there is indeed a bit of a chance. But I didn't say it out loud. Ms. Zhou, I changed the subject. If I really choose you, can you accept that I have other spouses? Zhou Siyu was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, yes. I know the rules of this world. I don't ask for anything exclusive, I only ask for a place in your heart. She spoke very sincerely. Okay, I said. I promise you. But there's one condition. What are the conditions? Let's keep your job first, Zhou Siyu said earnestly. I don't want you to lose your career because of me. I'll figure something out with the TV station. Zhou Siyu was stunned, then tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, really? You promised me? Okay. But you have to promise me you won't do anything stupid like that again. We'll solve any problems together. I promise. I promise you anything. She cried her eyes out, but her smile was radiant. A system notification sounded. Task: the announcer's sincere heart completed. Awarded: National Model of Childbearing Public Favorability plus 30%. Received: Media Resource Pack unlocks mainstream media partnership channels. Gain: Emotional Purity bonus 20% increase in rewards for emotion-related tasks. After Zhou Siyu left, Lin Chen sat in the private room and made a phone call to Su Wanqing. Mom, I promised Zhou Siyu. Mom guessed it, Su Wanqing said gently. That child is genuinely good to you. Treat her well. I will. But what about the TV station? Mom has already contacted the station director, Su Wanqing said. Zhou Siyu is only suspended from her post for reflection. She hasn't been dismissed. Mom will help her get back to work, but she might need to be transferred from her news anchor position to do a reproductive propaganda program. That's fine, it's more in line with her role. Thank you, Mom. Why be so polite with Mom? Su Wanqing paused. But Chenner, you need to be mentally prepared. Once Zhou Siyu's matter is made public, the other women will probably cause trouble. Just after I hung up the phone, Zhao Manli called. Lin Chen. You actually agreed to Zhou Siyu's request? The news travels fast. Sister Monli, please let me explain. I won't listen. See you at the bar tonight. If you don't come, I'll cause trouble at the TV station. She hung up in anger. Chapter 32 Cousin-in-law Lu Man. Just as Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief after dealing with Zhou Siyu's matter, his phone received another text message from an unknown number. Hello, Cousin Lin Chen, I am Lu Man, your cousin's wife. According to the widowed men protection policy, I have been matched with you. I know I am not good enough for you, but that's the policy. Could we meet and discuss the next steps? Lu Man. Lin Chen remembered. 28 years old, widow. After the unexpected death of her distant cousin in the Lin family, she runs a farm alone. She is gentle and virtuous. Due to policy, she was arranged to be married off, but she felt inferior and dared not get close to him. Even widows are being matched with me? The policies of this world are really something. But out of politeness, Lin Chen replied, Okay, Sister Lu Man, you decide the time and place. She quickly replied, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., at my farm, the address is, if it's convenient for you. Okay, I'll be there on time. The next morning, Lin Chen drove to Lu Man's farm. The farm is located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It covers a large area and grows various vegetables and fruits, as well as a breeding area. The environment is nice, but the facilities look somewhat outdated. Lin Chen parked his car at the farm entrance and saw a woman dressed in simple work clothes and a headscarf bending over weeding. She had a well-proportioned figure and healthy wheat-colored skin. Although her clothes were simple, it was clear that she was naturally beautiful. Hearing the car, she looked up and was visibly stunned when she saw Lin Chen. Then she stood up in a fluster and patted the dirt off her clothes. You must be Lin Chen's cousin? She walked over, her voice gentle. I'm Lu Man. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that she was actually quite pretty, with delicate features, but she wore no makeup and dressed simply, so she went unnoticed. However, her eyes were very clear, and she looked at people with a timid air. Hello, Sister Lu Man, Lin Chen said politely. Please come in. She led Lin Chen into the house. The farm is messy, please don't mind. The farmhouse was a single-story building, simply decorated but clean and tidy. Some farm tools and ledgers were displayed in the living room, and a tea set was on the table. Lu Man poured tea for Lin Chen, then sat down and rubbed her hands together, looking somewhat nervous. Sister Lu Man, don't be nervous. Lin Chen tried to soften his voice. We're just having a chat. She said, looking down. You should know about the policy, right? Understood. But Sister Lu Man, if you don't want to, we can apply to cancel the match. Although the policy is mandatory, there are exceptions. No. Lu Man hurriedly shook her head. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just I feel that I'm not good enough for you. She looked up, her eyes red. I'm a widow, 8 years older than you, not good looking, and not very educated. All I know is farming. You're surrounded by such outstanding women, and I. She said she couldn't continue. Sister Lu Man, don't say that, Lin Chen said earnestly. Running such a large farm is not easy. You are very capable. Really? Her eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. But compared to those female celebrities and powerful women, I'm nothing. Lin Chen felt a pang of pity seeing her self-conscious expression. Sister Lu Man, marriage isn't a competition. It's not about who's more outstanding who wins, Lin Chen said. The key is whether the two of you can get along. If you're willing, we can start by getting along as siblings and take it slow. There's no need to rush into any decisions. Is it really okay? She asked cautiously. Certainly. Lu Man finally smiled, though it was faint, it was sincere. Thank you, Lin Chen. You are not what I imagined. In my imagination? She nodded. I've heard a lot about you. You're ranked 7th in the country, female celebrities are vying for you, and the country gives you special treatment. I thought you would be very arrogant and hard to approach. But I didn't expect you to be so gentle. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed by what she said. Oh, right, Lu Man stood up. Since you've come all this way, let me show you around the farm. Okay. She gave Lin Chen a tour of the farm, introducing him to the various crops and animals. When talking about the farm, she was noticeably more confident, her eyes sparkling. These strawberries are a new variety that I introduced last year, and they are very sweet. The vineyards over there are growing exceptionally well this year. The breeding area mainly raises chickens and sheep, which are all free range and of very good quality. It's clear that she genuinely loves this career.
Sister Luman, how's the farm doing? Lin Chen asked.
When this was mentioned, her smile faded a little. It's alright, it's just that I've run into some trouble lately.
What trouble?
There are a few thugs around who often come to cause trouble, steal things, and she hesitated, and they even demanded protection money from me. When I refused, they threatened to burn down my farm. As she spoke, her eyes reddened again. I called the police, but they ran away when the police came, and came back when the police left.
I really had no choice. Bullying a widow? These scumbags.
Lin Chen frowned. Leave this to me, I'll handle it.
No, no.
Lu Man hurriedly waved her hand. Those people are very fierce, you can't take the risk.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Manli. Sister Manli has been in the Jiangcheng nightclub scene for so many years, she knows all sorts of people, so dealing with a few thugs shouldn't be a problem.
Zhao Manli quickly replied, understood, leave it to me. Anyone who dares to bully you is asking for trouble.
Lin Chen put his phone away and said to Lu Man, it's resolved.
They won't dare to come again. Lu Man couldn't believe it. Really? It's that simple?
Really?
Lin Chen nodded.
Sister Lu Man, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime.
We are family.
We're family, she repeated the word, tears streaming down her face.
Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you so much.
The two chatted for a while longer and agreed to keep in touch before Lin Chen left the farm.
On the way back to the city, a system notification sounded.
Special marital relationship detected, Widow Lu Man.
Trigger quest, protect tenderness. Mission description, protect Lu Man from harassment and establish a marital relationship. Rewards, farm management rights, fetal talent +10, agricultural resource pack.
Special note, this mission will unlock the responsibility and protection skill set.
Farm operating rights? That's a good reward.
Sister Lu Man is a good person, let's help her if we can. Back at the Lin family home, Lin Chen told Su Wanqing about Lu Man's situation.
After listening, Su Wanqing nodded, I know Lu Man.
Your cousin passed away suddenly, and it wasn't easy for her to support the farm on her own.
She's a good girl. Mom, I want to help her.
Of course, Su Wanqing said gently. But Shun'er, you need to be careful. Although Lu Man has been matched with you, she may still have feelings for your cousin.
Don't rush things, take it slow. I know.
That evening, Zhao Manli sent a message, it's all settled. Those thugs are from a nearby construction site, and my men have already taught them a lesson. From now on, they'll avoid Lu Man when they see her.
Also, I checked, and Lu Man's farm is indeed having financial difficulties and needs working capital. I've invested some money, which can be considered as an investment. Sister Manli is really efficient.
Lin Chen replied, thank you, Sister Manli.
How much was it? I'll pay you back.
No need to pay it back, consider it an investment for your future siblings, she replied.
By the way, what are your plans regarding Lu Man? Are you really going to match her according to the policy? Let's get to know each other first. Fine, whatever you say.
But I should remind you that remarriage by a widow is a sensitive issue in this world, so be mindful of public opinion.
No.
After dealing with Lu Man's matter, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed. At least, he can help one person.
Just then, my phone rang again.
This time it was Yang Panning's agent, Li Wei. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang has arrived in Jiangcheng and checked into the presidential suite at the Henteng Hotel. She hopes to have dinner with you tomorrow to discuss things in detail.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Ruiyer's assistant, Zhang Lin, said, Mr. Lin, President Lu will arrive in Jiangcheng tomorrow afternoon. She is free in the evening and hopes to meet with you.
Wang Yutong's agent, Chen Jing, also sent a message, Mr. Lin, Ms. Wang has adjusted her schedule and can be accommodated for the whole day tomorrow.
All three actresses have arrived. It seems it's time to make a choice.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to reply one by one. Okay, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, Henteng Hotel. Okay, tomorrow at 5 p.m., Henteng Hotel Coffee Shop. Okay, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Henteng Hotel Conference Room.
3 matches a day, a relentless battle. Chapter 33 Superstar Lu Ruiyer's surprise appearance and public announcement.
At 10 a.m. the next day, Lin Chen arrived at the conference room of the Henteng Hotel on time. Wang Yutong has arrived. She was even taller than in the photos, wearing a white suit, her long hair styled in an updo, her makeup exquisite, and her demeanor capable.
Seeing Lin Chen enter, she stood up and extended her hand. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Yutong." "Hello, Miss Wang."
Lin Chen shook hands and felt that her hand was very strong.
"Please sit down."
She gestured for Lin Chen to sit down, then got straight to the point. "Mr. Lin, you should know my situation. I'm 29, a career woman, I don't want a traditional marriage, but I do want a child.
Your genes are excellent, and I hope we can cooperate." She handed over a contract. "This is the genetic cooperation plan I've drafted.
It's a one-time payment of 80 million, or you can exchange it for 10% of Wang's model agency's shares.
You can choose. After the child is born, I will raise it independently.
You can visit at any time, but you have no obligation to support the child." Lin Chen opened the contract. The terms were indeed very clear.
"Miss Wang, may I ask you a question?" "Please speak." "Why do you want children? With your qualifications, you could easily marry someone of equal social standing."
Wang Yutong smiled, but her smile betrayed her weariness. "Mr. Lin, you may not know how scarce quality men are in this world where there are more women than men. The men I've met are either after my money or my fame, none of them are sincere." She paused for a moment. "Besides, I don't want to be tied down by marriage. I have my career and my pursuits. But as a woman, I still want a child. So, genetic cooperation is the best way for me." She spoke very frankly.
"Then why did you choose me?" Lin Chen asked.
"Because your genetic rating is the highest," and she looked at Lin Chen.
"You're very handsome.
I hope my child will be just as good looking."
"So direct?" Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. "Ms. Wang, I need time to think about it."
"Of course," Wang Yutong nodded.
"But I hope to conceive as soon as possible.
My optimal time to get pregnant is next week. If I miss it, I'll have to wait a month."
"I will get back to you as soon as possible."
Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he left the conference room.
Wang Yutong's rational and direct style actually makes her quite easy to get along with. But I always feel like something is missing. At 5 p.m., Lin Chen met Lu Royer in the hotel coffee shop. She is completely different from Wang Yutong.
Wearing a light blue dress, with long hair flowing down her shoulders and fresh makeup, she looks like a college student, not at all like a 27-year-old superstar and supermodel.
"Hello, Lin Chen."
She extended her hand proactively, with a bright smile.
"I'm Lu Royer. It's great to finally meet you." "Hello, Ms. Lu. Just call me Royer."
She pulled Lin Chen to sit down.
"I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I never had the chance.
I finally met you today, and you're even more handsome than in the photos." She speaks quickly and is very lively, which contrasts with her cool and aloof appearance.
"Ms. Lu, you flatter me." "No flattery, no flattery." Lu Royer looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes.
"Lin Chen, I've read all your information, you're really amazing. Ranked 7th in the country, and so young, you're practically perfect." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "Actually, I contacted you not just because of genes.
I really have feelings for you." Another one saying they have feelings for someone? "Miss Lu, I know you might not believe me."
She sat up straight, her expression serious.
"But I'm not kidding.
I've met a lot of men when I was studying abroad, but none of them were as special as you." She paused for a moment, then said, "Of course, I know your situation.
You have so many spouses you can't belong to just me."
But I don't care. As long as I can be with you, even if it's just seeing you occasionally, I'm willing."
That's such a humble thing to say. "Miss Lu, you don't need to do this." "Yes, I want it."
She shook her head. "Lin Chen, you probably don't know, but I'm under a lot of pressure.
My family is pressuring me to get married and have children to inherit the family business. But I've never wanted to settle.
Until I saw you." She looked at Lin Chen with sincere eyes. "I know I might not be as good as Sister Lin Lan, Zhou Siyu, or even Zhao Manli.
But I'm willing to wait and work hard. Just give me a chance."
Lin Chen fell silent.
Lu Royer and Zhou Siyu are somewhat similar, both are sincere. But Lu Royer is more proactive and enthusiastic. "Ms. Lu, I need time." "I understand." She nodded. "But may I make a small request?"
"You say."
"I'll be attending the Zhengcheng Auto Show tomorrow as the brand ambassador for Lu's automobiles. She looked at Lin Chen. Can you come? Just consider it, to support me. This request is not unreasonable. Okay, I'll go. That's great. Lu Ruier smiled happily. Then I'll wait for you.
Leaving the coffee shop, Lin Chen felt even more confused.
Wang Yutong's rational cooperation, Lu Ruier's enthusiastic initiative. Completely different style. 7 p.m., Presidential Suite.
Yang Panning sat on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a black dress, with her long hair flowing down and her makeup exquisite and perfect. She was holding a glass of red wine and simply nodded slightly when she saw Lin Chen come in.
Mr. Lin, please have a seat. The voice was cold. Hello, Ms. Yang.
Li Wei should have told you everything, Yang Panning said, getting straight to the point.
100 million, prenuptial agreement, no interference between us.
You can make any requests you have, as long as they are reasonable, I can meet them. She kept looking out the window while she spoke, without glancing at Lin Chen.
Ms. Yang, may I ask why you chose me?
Because your genetic rating is the highest, she answered decisively. I need an outstanding child to inherit the Yang group.
Your genes meet the requirements. It's that simple? Otherwise what? She finally turned to look at Lin Chen. Do we need to talk about feelings? Mr. Lin, we're all adults, let's be realistic. This is a transaction, each of us gets what we need.
Indeed, it was the most direct transaction.
What if I refuse? Yang Panning raised an eyebrow, why refuse? Not enough money? We can add more. Not enough resources? I can offer even more. Just name your price.
She spoke as if she were discussing a business deal. It's not about the money, Lin Chen said.
Ms. Yang, if it's just a transaction, I don't think we're a good match. Not suitable?
She smiled, a very faint smile.
Mr. Lin, in this world, how many marriages are truly based on genuine feelings? Aren't they all about mutual benefit?
I provide money and resources, you provide genes, it's fair.
She's right.
But Lin Chen just felt uncomfortable. Ms. Yang, I will seriously consider your suggestion.
Lin Chen stood up. Let us call it a day. Okay. Yang Panning didn't try to stop her. I hope you can make a wise choice.
After leaving the presidential suite, Lin Chen felt physically and mentally exhausted. I met 3 people in one day, each with a different style and a different life. Who should I choose? As Lin Chen was thinking, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. Upon opening it, it was another news notification. Hashtag Lu Ruier publicly called out Lin Chen at the auto show hashtag. In the video, Lu Ruier stands on the auto show stage, holding a microphone, and loudly says to hundreds of media outlets and thousands of audience members.
Lin Chen. I know you might be watching. I want to tell you I like you. I want to be with you. I want to have your children. I don't care how many spouses you have, or what others say. I just love you. If you're willing, I'll go to the marriage registry tomorrow. I want to be your wife. I want to have twins for you. The entire audience erupted in uproar.
The media went crazy taking pictures. The video quickly spread across the entire internet. Lin Chen stood there, his mind buzzing.
Lu Ruier, you're doing this too? Chapter 34 3 people? Can I handle it? The phone started ringing incessantly. Zhao Manli, Lin Chen. You've messed with someone again?
Lin Lan, Lu Ruier's move, is even more ruthless than Zhou Siyu's.
Lin Ku, data shows that Lu Ruier's public support rate soared after she made her public statement. Su Wanqing, Chenner, let's go home first. Mom wants to talk to you.
Lin Chen put away his phone and drove home. On the way, a system notification sounded.
Public confession incidents detected too.
Triggering a chain of events, the battle for the actress. Task description: choose one of the 3 actresses and manage the relationship with the one you do not choose appropriately. Reward: unlock corresponding resources and skills based on the processing results. Punishment for failure: backlash from public opinion, decline in public favorability.
It's getting more and more complicated.
When Lin Chen got home, Su Wanqing was already waiting for him in the living room.
Chenner, sit down. Her expression was serious. What are your plans to do about Lu Ruier's matter?
I don't know, Lin Chen said honestly.
Mom, I feel so tired. Su Wanqing's eyes softened. Mom knows. But given your current status, you're destined to face these things. She poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. Of the three actresses, which one do you prefer? Lin Chen shook his head. I can't quite put my finger on it. Wang Yutong is too rational, it's like a transaction. Yang Panning is too aloof and looks down on people. Lu Ruier is too enthusiastic, it's a bit scary.
Then let us not choose, Su Wanqing said. Or, let us choose both.
Choose both?
Lin Chen was stunned.
Okay. Su Wanqing nodded. The country has given you 3 extra spots, which is exactly 3 people.
Since they all want them, then we'll give them all to them.
But there are conditions. What are the conditions? We'll sign a cooperation agreement to clarify rights and responsibilities. We won't interfere in your life or cause you any trouble, Su Wanqing said.
This way, we can get resources while avoiding entanglements.
But, do I need all 3? Can I handle that?
It doesn't have to be about your feelings, Su Wanqing smiled. Yang Panning wants the genes, so just give them to her.
Wang Yutong wants cooperation, so stick to the contract. Lu Ruier is enthusiastic, but a little attention from her will suffice. The key is management. She has a point.
Mom, you can make the arrangements for me.
Lin Chen decided to take the advice. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded.
Tomorrow, Mom will contact their team to discuss the cooperation agreement.
As for Lu Ruier's public statement today, Mom will have someone guide public opinion and portray it as a positive image of being brave for love.
She paused, then said, but Chinner, you must remember this.
None of these women are simple.
You can use their resources, but you can't completely trust them.
Understand? Clear.
Back in his room, Lin Chen began replying to the teams of the 3 actresses.
To Wang Yutong, I agree to cooperate.
Please discuss the specific terms with my mother, Ms. Su Wanqing.
To Yang Panning, I agree to the deal.
Please discuss the specific terms with my mother, Ms. Su Wanqing.
To Lu Ruier, I agree to establish a marital relationship.
Please discuss the specific details with my mother, Ms. Su Wanqing.
The exact same reply.
Soon, all 3 replied that they agreed and arranged to meet Su Wanqing the next day to discuss the details. Having finished all that, Lin Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
So, they managed to win over all 3 actresses? It feels like a dream. A system notification sounded. Mission: the battle for the actress completed.
Obtained, marital relationships of 3 female celebrities. Official procedures required.
Received, resource packs for fashion, automobiles, and entertainment to be activated. Gain, reputation bonus for marriage alliance with a wealthy family.
The light screen also displayed.
Current number of married partners: 1213 Lin Lan, Lin Ko, Lin Xiaoran, Su Min, Zhao Manli, Zhao Xiaotang, Zhou Siyu, Lu Man, Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, Wang Yutong. Remaining spots: 1. Recommendation: reserve the last spot for unforeseen circumstances. That makes 12. Before I knew it, there were already 12 women. It's only been less than a month since I transmigrated.
Lin Chen smiled wryly. Just then, the phone rang again.
Zhao Manli, Lin Chen. Come to the bar tomorrow. I'm going to settle accounts with you. You took all 3 female celebrities? Do you think I'm dead? As expected, Sister Manli exploded.
Lin Chen replied, see you at the bar tomorrow night.
What's meant to come will come. Let's comfort them one by one. Who can blame Lin Chen for having superior genes?
The following evening, Lin Chen arrived at Night Fury Bar as promised. But the atmosphere at the bar today is weird. The usually noisy music had stopped, the dance floor was empty, and only the bar and booths were lit. Moreover, apart from the staff, there wasn't a single customer in the bar.
Did Sister Manli clear the room? Just as Lin Chen was wondering, Zhao Manli came down from the 2nd floor.
Today she wore a red leather jacket, her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, her makeup was glamorous, and she exuded a powerful aura.
You're here?
She walked up to Lin Chen, arms crossed.
I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Sister Manli called, how could I not come?
Lin Chen said with a wry smile.
You're smart to know what's good for you. Zhao Manli snorted and pulled Lin Chen upstairs. I'm not alone today, there are guests too. Lin Chen's heart tightened.
Upon reaching the VIP room on the 2nd floor and opening the door, Lin Chen was stunned. There were 3 people sitting in the private room:
Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, and Wang Yutong. All 3 actresses were present.
Yang Panning was still wearing her custom-made black gown, holding a glass of red wine, her face expressionless. Wang Yutong, dressed in a white suit, was looking at her phone, her expression focused. Lu Ruier, in a light blue dress, saw Lin Chen enter, her eyes lit up, and she tried to stand up, but was stopped by a look from Yang Panning.
What's going on here? 3 actresses gathered at a bar?
Zhao Manli pushed Lin Chen inside, then leaned against the door, arms crossed, and said, 3 big stars, I brought him here.
Let's talk face to face. The atmosphere in the private room was heavy.
Yang Panning spoke first, her tone calm. Mr. Lin, we are here today to discuss the specific details of our cooperation.
Wang Yutong nodded. We basically agree to the cooperation agreement proposed by Ms. Su Wanqing. However, some clauses need to be modified. Lu Ruier said softly, I also want to talk about what's between us.
Zhao Manli sneered. What are we talking about?
How are we going to divide my man?
Yang Panning glanced at her. Ms. Zhao, please watch your words. We are discussing serious matters.
Is it serious business? Zhao Manli walked to Lin Chen's side and took his arm. The 3 of you, one wants a deal, one wants cooperation, and one wants feelings. Aren't you all just trying to steal Lin Chen away? What are you pretending for?
Lu Ruier's face turned pale. I didn't mean to steal it.
Then what were you shouting at the auto show today?
Zhao Manli pressed aggressively.
Confessing your love in front of the national media, what is that if not stealing?
I was just expressing my feelings. Lu Ruier's eyes reddened.
Express your feelings? Zhao Manli scoffed. Do you even know how much trouble your feelings have caused Lin Chen?
The media is blocking the door every day, fans are harassing him daily, and he can't even go to school.
I didn't know it would turn out like this.
Lu Ruier lowered her head.
I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry now?
Zhao Manli persisted. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Wang Yutong stood up. Ms. Zhao, we're not here to argue.
Mr. Lin's choice of all 3 of us means he needs our resources.
In that case, we should cooperate, not fight amongst ourselves.
She looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, are you right?
Chapter 35. 3 actresses gather in a chaotic scene.
Lin Chen nodded. Miss Wang is right.
Since we have all chosen this path, we should unite.
Yang Panning put down her wineglass. I agree. But the premise is that the rules must be clear. What everyone should and shouldn't do must be clearly stated.
Zhao Manli wanted to say something, but Lin Chen pulled her hand and said, Sister Manli, let them finish.
She glared at Lin Chen, but didn't say anything more. Yang Panning produced a document. This is a cooperation agreement that I revised based on Ms. Su Wanqing's draft. There are 3 main revisions. First, it clarifies the time and frequency of each meeting. Second, it clarifies the specific content and timetable of resource support. And third, it clarifies the media response plan to avoid a recurrence of public incidents like Ms. Lu Ruier's. Wang Yutong added, I suggest establishing a coordination group, led by Ms. Su Wanqing, with representatives from all parties participating.
Regular meetings should be held to coordinate schedules and resource allocation.
Lu Ruier whispered, I
want to spend more time with Lin Chen, even if it's just having a meal together occasionally.
Zhao Manli couldn't help but speak again. You still want to be alone with me? Dream on.
Sister Manli, Lin Chen emphasized. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. Lin Chen looked at the 3 actresses and said, I have heard all your suggestions. I will pass them on to my mother, and she will handle the coordination.
But I have a request.
Please speak. Yang Panning nodded. Respect, Lin Chen said earnestly. Respect me, respect each other, respect the rules.
If we can't do that, the cooperation can end at any time.
The 3 exchanged a glance and nodded.
Okay, it's settled then. Yang Panning stood up. The specifics will be finalized by Ms. Su Wanqing. I'll be going now. Wang Yutong also stood up. I'm leaving too. Mr. Lin, keep in touch.
Lu Ruier hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, I'm sorry about what happened today.
I'll be more careful in the future.
It's nothing, Lin Chen nodded. She smiled and then left. Only Lin Chen and Zhao Manli remained in the private room. Zhao Manli closed the door, turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Chen, you really are indiscriminate in your acceptance of anyone.
Sister Manli, No need to explain.
She waved her hand.
I know you have no choice. But I'm unhappy, I'm just unhappy. She walked to the window, her back to Lin Chen. From childhood to adulthood, I've always felt that you are mine.
Now, suddenly so many women have appeared, each one wanting to take you away. It hurts me. Lin Chen walked over and gently hugged her from behind. Sister Monli, no matter how many women there are, you will always be special in my heart.
Real?
Real. Zhao Monli turned around and buried her head in Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen, I don't ask that you belong only to me.
But you have to promise me that no matter how many people come in the future, you will remember me. Come and see me from time to time, keep me company, okay? I promise you.
The two hugged for a long time. Zhao Monli finally calmed down, raised her head, and looked at Lin Chen. Oh, right, there's something else.
What's up?
About Lu Man, she said. I had someone investigate, and her farm does indeed need funds.
I invested 3 million, which is considered an investment.
In the future, when the farm makes a profit, she will take 70% and I will take 30%. This way, I can help her without hurting her pride.
Sister Monli, thank you. No need to thank me.
Zhao Monli smiled and said, she's your cousin-in-law, so she's practically family. She paused, then said, but you need to be careful with Lu Man. Her feelings for you might not just be the feelings a cousin-in-law has for her cousin.
What's the meaning?
A woman's intuition, Zhao Monli said, looking at Lin Chen.
The way she's looking at you is strange.
Be careful, or you might end up with another sincere person.
I see. It was quite late when I left the bar.
On his drive home, Lin Chen kept thinking about what had happened that day. Although the three actresses have been appeased, managing them afterwards will be quite troublesome. Zhao Monli needs emotional support, Lu Man needs attention, and there are also Lin Lan, Lin Ku, Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lin Xiaoran.
12 women.
Managing a harem is harder than managing a company.
A system notification sounded. Multiple spousal relationships detected. Unlock new feature, spouse management panel.
Panel functions, real-time viewing of each spouse's status, mood score, and need index.
Reminder, the person with the lowest current emotional value is Zhao Monli 65-100. It is recommended to prioritize comforting her. 12 avatars appeared on the light screen, each with a status bar below it.
Lin Lan, work stress emotional score 70.
Lin Ku, focused on scientific research mood score 85.
Lin Xiaoran, happy and looking forward to it emotional value 90.
Su Min, calm and content emotional value 75.
Zhao Monli, jealousy and insecurity emotional value 65.
Zhao Xiaotang, dependence and unease emotional value 68. Zhou Siyu, happiness and emotional value 95.
Lu Man, gratitude and inferiority complex emotional value 60.
Yang Panning, calmly calculate emotional value 80. Lu Ruer, enthusiastic anticipation emotional value 88. Wang Yuton, rational and focused emotional score 82. Lu Man's emotional value is the lowest.
I should go see her. Lin Chen turned the car around and drove towards the farm.
It was already 11 p.m. when we arrived at the farm.
The farm lights were still on. Lin Chen parked his car and saw Lu Man sitting on a small stool in front of the house, looking up at the starry sky. Hearing the car, she turned around and was stunned to see Lin Chen.
Lin Chen? What brings you here? Just passing by, thought I'd drop in. Lin Chen walked over. Still up so late?
I can't sleep, Lu Man said softly.
I'm looking at the stars. There aren't this many stars in the city.
Lin Chen sat down next to her and looked up at the sky. Indeed, the starry sky over the farm was beautiful, with the Milky Way clearly visible.
Sister Lu Man, has the farm issue been resolved? It's resolved. She nodded. After Miss Zhao invested her money, those thugs didn't dare to come anymore. Business at the farm is much better now.
That's good. The two remained silent for a while.
Lu Man suddenly asked, Lin Chen, why are you so good to me? Because you are my cousin-in-law. Just my cousin's wife?
Her voice was very soft.
Lin Chen was taken aback.
Lu Man turned to look at Lin Chen. Her eyes shone brightly in the night. Lin Chen, I know I'm not good enough for you. But the policy has brought us together, and
I'm so happy. She lowered her head. I know it's wrong to think like this. But I can't control myself.
You're so wonderful, so gentle, and so good to me.
She couldn't continue.
Lin Chen looked at her, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him.
Sister Monli's intuition was right.
Lu Man's feelings for me were definitely more than just familial. Sister Lu Man, Lin Chen said softly, we can take it slow. There is no need to rush to define anything.
Really?
She looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Real. The two sat for a while longer before Lin Chen left.
On my drive home, the system notification sounded again.
Lu Man's mood score increased to 75.
Zhao Monli's mood level has increased to 70. Current emotional stability, 60% still needs improvement.
Lin Chen smiled wryly.
This is just the beginning. The road ahead is long.
But since we've chosen this path, we must continue down it. For the Lin family, for the national mission, and for these women who truly care about Lin Chen.
Although it was tiring, it was worth it.
Chapter 36. The beautiful mother controls the entire scene. The Lin family restaurant was filled with dishes, yet the atmosphere was subtly heavy. Lin Lan, dressed in a black suit dress, exuded a capable aura and sat to the left of the main seat opposite her. Lin Ku had changed into a gray knit sweater and jeans, still looking aloof. Lin Xiaoran sat next to Lin Chen, constantly putting food on his plate, her eyes glued to him. Su Wanqing sat in the main seat and elegantly served soup to everyone, pushing a bowl of stew in front of Lin Chen. Chener, eat more to nourish your body.
Lin Chen nodded quickly, thank you, Mom.
This meal was incredibly stressful. Lin Lan put down her chopsticks and stared directly at Lin Chen. The cooperation is settled, but the details need to be finalized. My requirements are, first, live at home; second, help me with company matters 3 days a week; and third, complete the family cooperation targets within 1 year. Lin Ku adjusted his glasses. All I need is for you to cooperate with the research and provide regular medical examination samples. The project cycle will determine the time of childbirth, and the first result will be archived by Lin's research team. Lin Xiaoran pouted, big sister and second sister are too much.
Brother Chen is not a tool.
I just want you to spend more time with me, and we can take our time with the project.
Su Wanqing gently interrupted, don't rush, Chener has just turned 20.
His studies and health are the most important things. I'll arrange the cooperation and make sure it's fair.
She looked at Lin Chen. Chener, what do you think? What can I say? Who can withstand this chaotic scene?
Lin Chen cleared his throat. Mom is right, take it slow. Besides, the matching system requires two-way confirmation, so we have to wait for the other party's consent.
Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. Do they dare not confirm? Choosing you is their good fortune.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. It was a notification from the matching app. Josiu, confirmed, cooperation filing completed. Yang Panning, confirmed, agreement sent to your email. Lu Ruyer, confirmed, assistant will contact you for coordination. Wang Yutong, confirmed, gene cooperation contract pending signing.
The three sisters' phones rang too.
Lin Lan smiled after looking at them, pretty efficient.
Lin Ke nodded, reasonable. Lin Xiaoran waved her phone and laughed, Brother Chen, our collaboration is officially confirmed. Su Wanqing smiled and said, it seems everyone is enthusiastic.
I'll organize a family tea party this weekend and invite the two Zhao girls and teacher Su Min to meet and get to know each other.
A family tea party? Is everyone going to gather?
Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. After dinner, Lin Xiaoran wanted to take Lin Chen for a walk, but Lin Lan called her away under the pretext of discussing company matters. Lin Ke returned to the lab. Su Wanqing asked Lin Chen to stay in the living room for a while. She brewed some herbal tea and patted the sofa next to her. Chener, come here. Lin Chen sat down, keeping his distance.
Su Wanqing handed him a teacup. You must be tired today? Have some herbal tea to relax. Thank you, Mom. I'm not tired.
Su Wanqing said softly, taking on so many collaborations all at once is definitely sudden. But high-quality resources are rare, so you have to make the most of them and protect your own and your family's interests.
The Lin family is your backing, but outsiders may not be sincere.
Yang Panning and the others value your potential and the Lin family's resources. You need to distinguish between the pros and cons. Lin Chen nodded silently. Diverse collaborations within the bounds of compliance are good for you and your family, but you need to be mindful of the consequences. Your family members are the ones who truly care about you, Su Wanqing said sincerely. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. I know, Mom.
I'm glad you know. Su Wanqing smiled. Go and rest.
Your room has been renovated, and the furniture has been replaced with larger pieces, making things easier.
Mom really thought of everything. Lin Chen stood up. I'm going upstairs first. Mom, you should get some rest too. Go ahead.
Su Wanqing watched him go upstairs, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to his room and closed the door.
There was so much information on this day. He lay in bed and brought up the system screen.
The newbie task complete the first cooperation matching filing showed, in progress. It seems that filing alone is not enough, an agreement needs to be signed and connected. The phone suddenly vibrated again. It was Zhao Manli's voice, her voice fiery. You brat!
Did you see the confirmation notification?
Come to Night Fury Bar at 10 p.m. tonight to discuss business.
If you don't come, I'll come knocking on your door.
Immediately following was Zhao Xiaotang's voice message, her voice trembling with tears. Brother Chen, you have to collaborate with so many people.
I'm afraid I won't do a good job.
I'll wait for you on the rooftop of the art building.
I'll keep waiting until you come. What kind of mess is this? Lin Chen was at his wit's end. Go to the bar? Go to the rooftop? Or go to neither? Just as I was struggling with this, a system notification popped up.
Multi-line connection conflict detected, side quest triggered, cooperation priority decision, task, complete initial connection with at least one partner tonight to activate the resource integration system, reward, unlock corresponding exclusive resources. Option A, go to the bar to meet Zhao Manli business connection resources, stress resistance improved. Option B, go to the rooftop to meet Zhao Xiaotang emotional resonance resources, affinity improved. Option C, stay at the Lin family home to connect with the older sister family resources, utilization efficiency improved. Choose within 30 minutes.
Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Zhao Manli, straightforward, strong business sense, can quickly outline a framework, but her pace is too fast.
Zhao Xiaotang, she is meticulous and easily gets nervous. Comforting her can help close the distance, but it takes time. Leaving the Lin family is the safest option. The older sisters are experienced and have clear logic.
I glanced at the time. It was 8:30.
There was still time. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Chener, are you asleep? It was Su Wanqing's voice.
Lin Chen quickly put away the light screen. Not yet, Mom, come in. The door opened, and Su Wanqing came in carrying hot milk. She was wearing cotton loungewear with a light jacket over her shoulders, and she was barefoot on the carpet, her steps very light.
Drink a glass of milk before bed to help you sleep. She handed him the milk and sat down on the chair by the bed. Mom has something to ask you. Please speak. Are you under a lot of pressure regarding these collaborations? Su Wanqing asked with concern.
I've raised you for 15 years and know you're gentle and don't like complicated matters. But you have to shoulder the responsibilities of the family. You're all grown up now, you should have your own career and network of contacts. I shouldn't interfere, but I'm just worried about you. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Mom, I know you mean well.
I'll handle it. Don't worry.
Su Wanqing smiled. Mom believes in you.
Go to sleep early, you have school tomorrow.
She got up to leave, but turned back at the door to remind her, if there's anything you can't solve, tell Mom. As the door closed, Lin Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. Mom still cares about me so much.
Looking at the system again, there were still 20 minutes left in the countdown.
Lin Chen made a decision and picked up his phone to send a message. To Zhao Xiaotang, it's too late, go back to your dorm first. I'll come to the art academy to find you tomorrow, bring a gift and discuss collaboration. He wrote to Zhao Manli, Sister Manli, I can't go to school tonight due to curfew. I'll arrange to meet you this weekend to discuss the coordination and apologize in person.
He breathed a sigh of relief after sending the message.
I'll stay home tonight to clarify things with my family and get some peace of mind. Just as she put down her phone, there was another knock on the door, which opened before she could answer. Lin Lan stood in the doorway, wearing a simple black cotton bathrobe with her belt neatly tied, looking capable. Still not asleep?
Come with me to the study. I have a cooperation document for you to review. Is this lady discussing an important document?
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then followed. Passing Lin Ke's room, the door was ajar and the sound of typing could be heard. Passing Lin Xiaoran's room, he could hear soft sighs. Once inside the study, Lin Lan closed the door and leaned against the desk. Do you know what I want you to look at?
Related to cooperation?
The Lin Group Share Transfer Agreement.
Lin Lan took the document from the drawer. You need to participate in the family business. You can't be an outsider. From today onwards, you are a shareholder.
5% of the shares is enough for you to have a say, and it will also make it easier to connect with external partners.
Lin Chen took the shares and glanced at them. 5% stake, worth at least tens of millions. A big spender. If you sign, you will officially be a member of the Lin family, completely bound together. Lin Lan handed over a pen. You can also choose not to sign, but you will only be an external collaborator in the future, with far fewer permissions and resources. Lin Chen glanced at the agreement, then looked at Lin Lan. Her expression was serious, her eyes filled with responsibility to her family and expectations for him. Sign it, and you'll take on responsibility and receive resources. Don't sign it, and you'll have freedom but be restricted. After thinking for a moment, he took the pen and signed his name. Lin Lan smiled, her expression showing more approval. Very good, from today onwards, we are comrades in arms. She carefully put away the agreement. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, your assistant will send you company information to familiarize yourself with. We'll coordinate the follow-up work tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded, okay. Lin Lan turned and left. Lin Chen calmed himself down and went back to his room. Just as I lay down, a system notification sounded. Choose, stay with the Lin family, strengthen cooperation with Lin Lan, side quest completion 50%, hint, follow-up integration required to activate core functions of the resource integration system. Lin Chen sighed. There's still a lot of follow-up work to be done. Let's take it one step at a time. He closed his eyes, and faces flashed through his mind: Su Wanqing's gentleness, Lin Lan's competence, Lin Ke's composure, Lin Xiaoran's innocence, Zhao Manli's cheerfulness, Zhao Xiaotong's sensitivity, and Su Min and other business partners. With so many connections to handle, it's a long and arduous task. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, a system notification sounded. Physical adaptation enhancement initiated. Initial enhancement is expected to be completed by tomorrow morning, increasing energy reserves. Chapter 37: Yang Panning's pregnancy checkup and public attention. Wednesday evening at 7 p.m., at the National Designated Medical Center. Lin Chen arrived 2 hours early and underwent a comprehensive physical examination and nutritional supplementation. The doctor gave him an injection of nutrients and also conducted a psychological evaluation to ensure he was in optimal condition. Yang Panning arrived on time at 7 o'clock. She wore a simple white dress today, her long hair was loose, and she was without makeup, looking softer than usual. But her eyes remained aloof. Mr. Lin. She nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Yang. Let's get started. She didn't waste any more words. I have an international conference at 9 o'clock. The two were led to a private room. The room was furnished warmly, like a luxury hotel suite, but medical monitoring equipment was mounted on the walls. The whole process was very professional and efficient. Yang Panning treated this matter as a job, following the plan step by step without any unnecessary words or actions. After it was over, she immediately got up, dressed, and said to the doctor, I need to know the results of the sample test as soon as possible. Okay, Ms. Yang. Then she turned to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, it was a pleasure working with you. My team will contact Ms. Su regarding the follow-up media releases. I hope our next collaboration will be successful. Next time? Lin Chen was taken aback. According to the agreement, if we don't succeed this time, we'll have another chance next month, she said calmly. Of course, if we succeed, then congratulations to us. After saying that, she picked up her bag, turned around, and left. Decisive and efficient. The doctor came over and handed Lin Chen a glass of nutritional fluid. Mr. Lin, drink this. It will help you regain your strength. Thanks. After finishing his drink, Lin Chen lay down on the bed to rest. A system notification sounded. Mission completed, genetic integration with Yang Panning. Estimated probability of conception, 95%. Reward pending, unlocked after successful conception is confirmed. 95%, that's very high. It should work. After resting for half an hour, Lin Chen left the medical center. Su Wanqing's car was waiting at the door. Mom, what brings you here? I've come to pick you up. She helped Lin Chen into the car. How are you feeling? It's okay, I'm not tired. That's good. Su Wanqing started the car. Yang Panning has already made arrangements with the media. There will be a press release tomorrow promoting the superior gene collaboration, but... So fast? Efficiency is money, Su Wanqing smiled. But Chen Mom has to remind you. A woman like Yang Panning only cares about profit. You can cooperate with her, but you can't confide in her. Understand? Clear. When Lin Lan got home, she was still awake and waiting for Lin Chen in the living room. Big sister? How did it go? She asked. Was it successful? Smoothly. That's good. Lin Lan nodded. The young family's resources are very important to us. I've already connected with her team, and will start collaborating on the fashion real estate project next week. Thank you for your hard work, eldest sister. It's not hard work. Lin Lan looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. But you, don't push yourself too hard. Your health is the most important thing. I know. The next day, just as Su Wanxing had predicted, major media outlets released press releases. Hashtag Yang Panning and Lin Chen complete high-quality gene collaboration hashtag. Hashtag wealthy female celebrities actively respond to the national call for childbearing hashtag. Hashtag fashion queen may have successor hashtag. The press release was written in a very serious manner, portraying the incident as a positive example of making contributions to the country. The comments section is quite lively. They've already started? Lin Chen is really efficient. Even someone as aloof as Yang Panning has participated. It seems the country is serious this time. I wonder who the first child will be. I bet Lin Ku. She's the first one to get pregnant. I bet on Yang Panning. She has good genes. Public opinion was generally harmonious. But Lin Chen knew that this was only on the surface. Privately, the other women must have their own thoughts. Sure enough, Zhao Monli sent a message. I saw the news. Yang Panning acted really quickly. Lin Chen replied, just according to plan. I know. But I'm still not happy. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. That's more like it. Lu Royer also sent a message. Lin Chen, I saw the news. Are you okay? I am fine. That's good. I'm going to be with you next week too. I'm a little nervous. Don't be nervous, just be normal. Wang Yutong was the most direct. I've read the press release. The collaboration is going smoothly. Looking forward to next week. They comforted each one individually. A week later, Yang Panning's pregnancy test results came back. Positive. Conception was successful. The news once again ignited the entire internet. Hashtag Yang Panning is pregnant hashtag. Hashtag Lin Chen's second child hashtag. Hashtag superior genes have amazing efficiency hashtag. Yang Panning's team immediately issued an official statement confirming her pregnancy and expressing gratitude for the government's supportive policies. The statement also mentioned that Yang Panning's physical condition improved by 15% and her work efficiency increased after becoming pregnant. This is an additional effect of the system strengthening the pregnant mother's physique. The media went on a frenzy, praising Yang Panning as a model of contributing to the country's childbirth. Su Wanxing looked at the news and smiled. Yang Panning made the right move. Her reputation in the entertainment industry was not good before, but this time she has completely cleared her name and increased her commercial value. Mom, is this good for us? Of course. Su Wanxing nodded. As her image improved, the Yang Group's stock price also rose. Our cooperative projects went more smoothly. She paused, then continued, and this is also good for you. 2 consecutive success stories prove the value of your genes. The country will value you even more. Indeed, the day after the pregnancy test results were released, Zhou Siyu contacted Lin Chen, saying that the National Working Group wanted to hold a commendation meeting for him. Lin Chen, the top leaders are very satisfied with your efficiency, she said on the phone. They have decided to award you the National Top Class Model of Childbirth Medal and will also do a special report on you on CCTV. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's no exaggeration, Zhou Siyu said earnestly. Your success story has inspired women across the country to participate in the family planning program. The number of marriage applications this week has increased by 30% compared to last week. You have truly made a contribution to the country. Lin Chen smiled wryly. So this makes him a national role model? The awards ceremony will be held on Friday. At the National Convention Center, hundreds of media outlets, government officials, experts, and scholars were present. Lin Chen was awarded a medal and also gave a speech. The speech was written for him by Zhou Siyu and was full of positive energy. After the meeting, the leader met with Lin Chen privately, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Lin, keep up the good work. The country needs outstanding young people like you.
Don't hesitate to ask if you encounter any difficulties, the country will fully support you.
Lin Chen appeared respectful, but inwardly he was thinking. Just say you need me to have more children.
However, the benefits are also very real.
After the commendation meeting, the National Working Group upgraded Lin Chen's benefits.
The dedicated medical team has been expanded from 3 to 10 people.
Nutrition subsidies doubled. Security has been upgraded, with a dedicated convoy of bodyguards deployed. And 5 more marriage slots have been added.
Because of your outstanding contributions, the state has granted you special permission to increase your marriage quota, Zhou Siyu explained.
Now you can be matched with 18 people. Another number added?
There are only 12 seats left, and 6 seats are still available.
Lin Chen felt even more pressure.
On the way home, Su Wanqing said, "Chener, don't rush to use the new spots.
Save them, there might be better candidates later." Good. That evening, the Lin family held a small celebration.
Lin Lan raised her glass. Congratulations to Chener on completing another mission.
Lin Ke nodded. The data is very impressive. Lin Xiaoran said happily, Brother Chen is so amazing. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen gently. Chener, you are the pride of the Lin family.
Looking at them, Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although I'm tired, at least, my family is genuinely happy for me.
A system notification sounded. Yang Panning's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution.
1. Fashion industry resource package activated.
2. Top-tier exposure public awareness plus 50%. 3. Access to high-end social circles unlocking connections in high society. Current task progress, 210. Next stage, Lu Ruier time, 3 days later.
The light screen also displayed. Benefits for pregnant women, Yang Panning's constitution increases by 15%, luck increases by 10%, and business value increases by 30%.
Can it even enhance commercial value? This system is incredibly powerful.
Lin Chen turned off the light screen and prepared to face the next challenge.
Lu Ruier.
That enthusiastic and proactive young girl who confessed her feelings in public.
I wonder what it will be like.
But since we've chosen this path, we must continue down it.
For the Lin family, for the country, and for these women.
Although they each had their own purposes, at least they were all by Lin Chen's side.
That's enough. Chapter 38 The Passion and Turmoil of a Big Star's Wife. 3 days later, Lu Ruier's mission was about to begin.
This time, the location was changed to a 5-star hotel under the Lu's Automobile Group, an especially decorated suite. Lin Chen arrived 2 hours early to make the same preparations of physical examination, nutritional supplements, and a psychological assessment.
At 6 o'clock sharp, Lu Ruier appeared on time.
She was wearing a light pink dress today, her long hair was slightly curled, and her makeup was exquisite. She looked even more beautiful than last time. Seeing Lin Chen, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over.
Lin Chen. You're here.
The voice was clear and cheerful.
Miss Lu. Just call me Ruier.
She took Lin Chen's hand.
Don't be so formal.
Her hands were soft and warm.
Ruier, you. I'm a little nervous, Lu Ruier honestly admitted.
Although I spoke very boldly before, I'm still nervous now that it's here. She looked at Lin Chen with sincere eyes. Lin Chen, I really like you.
This isn't an act, it's not for the media. You have to believe me. I believe it. That's good. She smiled. Shall we begin? The whole process of getting along with Lu Ruier was completely different from that of Yang Panning. Yang Panning was businesslike, while Lu Ruier was full of affection.
She would speak softly, gently stroke Lin Chen's face, and lean against him afterward, whispering, Lin Chen, thank you.
I'm really happy. What's making you happy? I'm so happy to be with you.
She looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling. Even if it's just for a little while, I'm happy. She spoke very sincerely.
A complex mix of emotions welled up inside Lin Chen. Lu Ruier genuinely likes me.
But what I can give her is too little.
Ruier, I'm not worth this from you,
Lin Chen said softly. Whether it's worth it or not is up to me.
Lu Ruier shook her head. Lin Chen, I know you have so many women, it's impossible for you to belong to only me.
But I don't care.
As long as I can see you occasionally and talk to you occasionally, I'll be satisfied.
She spoke too humbly.
You don't need to do this. I'm willing. Lu Ruier interrupted him. Lin Chen, just let me be like this. Don't send me away.
Lin Chen sighed and said nothing more. After it ended, Lu Ruier did not leave immediately like Yang Panning, but stayed in the room with Lin Chen for a long time. She talked about her childhood, her experience studying abroad, and the pressure she faced taking over the family business.
Sometimes I'm tired too, she said.
My dad entrusted such a big company to me, and I feel like I'm walking on thin ice every day. But when I see you, I'm not tired anymore.
You are my motivation. Lin Chen listened quietly.
Lu Ruier only reluctantly got up when the doctor knocked on the door to remind her that it was time.
Lin Chen, when is the next time we meet?
According to the schedule, it's next month.
That takes so long.
Her eyes dimmed, but quickly brightened again.
But it's okay, I can wait.
She kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. Thank you for spending time with me today.
I'm really happy.
Then he left. After she left, Lin Chen lay in bed, his mind in turmoil.
How can I repay Lu Ruier's sincerity?
A system notification sounded.
Mission completed, genetic integration with Lu Ruier.
Estimated probability of conception, 92%.
Rewards pending distribution. 92%, that's quite high.
Lin Chen rested for a while before leaving the hotel. Su Wanqing's car was waiting again.
Mom, why do you come every time? Mom's worried.
She gestured for Lin Chen to get in the car.
How's Lu Ruier?
Very enthusiastic. Lin Chen carefully chose his words.
She genuinely likes you. Su Wanqing nodded. Mom can tell. This child is innocent and guileless. You can be nicer to her. I will. But Su Wanqing added, Chen'er, you need to be careful. Lu Ruier's family is very complicated. Her father has several illegitimate daughters who are all eyeing Lu's automobile. Your relationship with Lu Ruier might be exploited. What's the meaning?
If someone wants to bring down Lu Ruier, they might start with you, Su Wanqing said seriously.
For example, they could create a scandal, saying you're having an affair with another woman, to sabotage your marriage. That would affect Lu Ruier's position.
Is it that complicated?
Then what should I do?
Keep your distance and be mindful of boundaries, Su Wanqing said.
Be nice to Lu Ruier, but not too nice. Don't give anyone a handle to use against you. I see.
Back home, Lin Chen was still thinking about Su Wanqing's words. The power struggles among the elite families in this world are more complex than one might imagine.
The next day, Lu Ruier's team released a press release with similar content to Yang Panning's, both promoting actively responding to the national call. However, some discordant voices emerged in the comments section. Is Lu Ruier being so proactive because she wants to solidify her position with Lin Chen?
I heard there's a fierce power struggle within Lu's automotive company.
Is she looking for a backer?
Lin Chen is so pitiful, being used as a tool by these rich women. What's with the sour grapes upstairs?
They're a perfect match, who are you to object to? Public opinion began to diverge.
Su Wanqing frowned as she looked at the comments. It started after all.
Mom, what's this? Someone is stirring up trouble, Su Wanqing said. They want to portray Lu Ruier as a scheming woman and Chen as a foolish person being used. This way, they can both damage Lu Ruier and ruin his public image.
She immediately called the PR team, investigate the source of these comments. If it's a competitor causing trouble, sue them directly. He then said to Lin Chen, Chen'er, keep a low profile these few days and don't give any media interviews.
Good.
But the tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease.
On the third day, an even bigger storm arrived.
An anonymous account claiming to be a former employee of Lu's Auto posted a long article on social media, revealing that Lu Ruier had a chaotic private life, used her looks to climb the social ladder, and used Lin Chen as a stepping stone.
The article was written in vivid detail and included several blurry photos that appeared to show Lu Ruier entering and leaving a hotel with different men.
Although it was quickly proven to be photoshopped, the damage had already been done.
Hashtag Lu Ruier's private life is chaotic hashtag became a trending topic.
Lu Ruier's team urgently refuted the rumors and sued the rumor mongers, but the public opinion had already taken hold.
Lu Ruier called Lin Chen, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Chen, do you believe me?
It's all fake.
I believe you, Lin Chen said. Thank you. She cried, I really didn't. I only love you. I know. Don't cry, I'll help you.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen consulted with Su Wancheng.
Mom, we can't ignore this. Mom knows, Su Wancheng nodded. I've already sent someone to investigate.
The initial assessment is that it's Lu Royer's cousin, Lu Wanner, who's behind this.
She wants to seize control of Lu's automobile. Then what should we do?
There are two options, Su Wancheng said. First, legal means, to sue the rumor mongers. But that takes time, and public opinion can't wait.
And the second one?
Second, overshadow it with a bigger news story.
Su Wancheng looked at Lin Chen.
For example, you publicly support Lu Royer, or announce that she is pregnant.
Announced a pregnancy? But the results aren't out yet. Mom, this is too risky. So we need to confirm first, Su Wancheng said. Contact Lu Royer and have her take a pregnancy test immediately.
If she is pregnant, announce it.
If she is not, then we'll think of other ways.
Good.
Lin Chen called Lu Royer and asked her to go for a pregnancy test. She was nervous. Do it now? Isn't it too early? Listen to me.
Okay, fine. 2 hours later, Lu Royer sent a message. The results are in, positive.
I'm pregnant. So fast? Only 3 days? This system is so inefficient.
Lin Chen immediately replied, congratulations.
Now, follow my instructions.
He told Su Wancheng the news. She nodded, okay, release the press release immediately. The headline will be, #Lu Royer is pregnant, Lin Chen lovingly protects her #.
Mom, this title.
We need to create an emotional atmosphere, Su Wancheng said. Now we need to portray you as a loving couple and dispel those rumors.
The press release was issued quickly.
The content emphasizes that Lu Royer and Lin Chen are truly in love, and that Lin Chen accompanied her throughout her pregnancy.
It also includes several photos of Lin Chen waiting for her outside the hospital, actually taken during Yang Panning's visit, but the angle makes it look like he's waiting for Lu Royer.
Public opinion reversed instantly. They really are in love.
Congratulations. Those who spread rumors are so malicious, they even slander pregnant women.
Lin Chen is such a good man.
Lu Royer is so lucky. Blessings, blessings.
Seeing that things were going badly, Lu Royer's cousin, Lu Wanner, immediately deleted the post and apologized, saying that she had been deceived by a former employee. The turmoil subsided. Lu Royer called Lin Chen and cried again, this time happily, Lin Chen, thank you.
I really don't know what I would do without you.
It's all right now, Lin Chen said.
Remember to contact me if you need anything in the future.
Yes.
You'll always be my support. After hanging up the phone, a system notification sounded. Lu Royer's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution.
1. Automotive Industry Resource Package activated.
2. Business Management Skills Beginner. 3. Family Network partially unlocked. Current task progress, 310. Next stage, Wang Yutong time, 5 days later.
Benefits for pregnant women, Lu Royer's constitution increases by 12%, luck increases by 8%, and business prestige increases by 25%.
Another one completed. 7 more to go.
Lin Chen shut down the system, preparing for the next challenge.
Wang Yutong. That most rational partner. There shouldn't be any trouble, right?
But this world is always full of surprises.
Chapter 40 Wang Yutong's Rational Cooperation and Unexpected Interlude. 5 days later, it will be Wang Yutong's mission time.
The location is in her own studio. She specially renovated a suite, decorated to medical standards, but furnished more like a home environment. Lin Chen arrived early and found that Wang Yutong was already waiting for him. She was wearing simple loungewear today, her long hair tied in a low ponytail, and she was without makeup, looking more approachable than usual.
Mr. Lin, right on time. She glanced at her watch. Please come in. Miss Wang. Just call me Yutong.
She led Lin Chen inside.
This is where I usually rest, it's quite private. We can do it here today, is that all right? No problem.
The room was large, with a bedroom, a living room, and even a small kitchenette. The decor was simple and modern, just like her rational.
Have a seat.
She gestured for Lin Chen to sit on the sofa.
There are some things I want to clarify before we begin. Please speak. First of all, this collaboration is purely a business transaction. Wang Yutong looked at Lin Chen. I will pay you, and you will provide the genes. We won't talk about feelings or the future, only the contract. Clear. Secondly, I will raise the child independently after birth. You may visit, but you have no obligation to support the child or any decision-making power. Clear. Third, if this is successful, our cooperation will end. If it fails, there will be another chance next month. But there will only be 2 chances. If it is unsuccessful, the cooperation will end. Clear. She made everything very clear. Any other questions? She asked. No. Okay. Wang Yutong stood up. Let's begin. The most relaxing part of the whole process was spending time with Wang Yutong. Because she doesn't talk about feelings at all, only about procedures. She knew exactly what to do, how to do it, and to what extent, and she cooperated fully. After it was over, she immediately got up, dressed, and took an envelope from the drawer. Here's a check for 80 million. She handed it to Lin Chen. Or, you can choose 10% of the shares. Let me know when you've thought it through. I choose shares, Lin Chen said. A wise choice. Wang Yutong nodded. Wang's model agency is preparing for an IPO, making its shares even more valuable. She produced a share transfer agreement. Sign it. Lin Chen signed the document. It's a pleasure doing business with you. She extended her hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Chen shook hands. Wang Yutong glanced at her watch. You can rest for another half hour. I still have work to do, so I'll head out now. Good. After she left, Lin Chen lay in bed, feeling strange. 3 actresses, 3 completely different experiences. Yang Panning was a transaction, Lu Ruyer was a relationship, and Wang Yutong was a collaboration. I seem to be getting more and more used to this kind of life. A system notification sounded. Mission completed, genetic integration with Wang Yutong. Estimated probability of conception, 90%. Rewards pending distribution. 90%, that's not bad either. After resting for a while, Lin Chen left the studio. Su Wanqing's car was waiting again, just as expected. Mom, you really are. I told you, Mom's worried. She helped Lin Chen into the car. How's Wang Yutong doing? It went smoothly. I chose the shares. Smart. Su Wanqing nodded. Wang's model agency has a good future. Its stock price will rise after it goes public. She paused, then said, but Chenner, you need to be careful with someone like Wang Yutong. Isn't she the most rational person? What's there to be careful about? It's precisely because she is too rational that you have to be careful, Su Wanqing said. She calculates everything very clearly, including you. She'll treat you well when you still have value. Once you're no longer valuable, she'll be the first to leave. I see. Back home, Lin Ke waited for Lin Chen in the living room. Second sister? I need Wang Yutong's genetic data, she said directly. Her genetic score is 94.9, which is very high. If conception is successful, the child's talent value is worth studying. The results aren't out yet. It's out. Lin Ke pulled up her tablet. I got the preliminary data through a friend at the medical center. The probability of conception is 90%, which is very high. We should be able to confirm it in 3 days. My second sister has such connections. Congratulations? It's not about congratulations. Lin Ke adjusted her glasses. I want to apply for a long-term follow-up study after the baby is born. I need Wang Yutong's consent. Can you help me? I'll give it a try. Lin Chen sent a message to Wang Yutong, telling her about Lin Ke's request. She quickly replied, yes. But there are 2 conditions. First, the research must not affect the child's normal life. Second, the research results must be shared by the Wang family model. Lin Chen relayed the terms to Lin Ke. She nodded, that's acceptable. Let's sign the agreement. My second sister's efficiency is amazing. 3 days later, Wang Yutong's pregnancy test results came back. Positive. Unlike the previous 2, her pregnancy was not publicized with great fanfare. Her studio simply issued a statement, Ms. Wang Yutong is pregnant and everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Low-key, but effective. The media still reported on it, but it didn't generate as much buzz as the previous 2. Wang Yutong sent Lin Chen a message, the cooperation was successful.
The shares have been transferred. Please contact my lawyer for further matters. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's it, so simple. A system notification sounded. Won Yutong's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution. 1. Entertainment Fashion Resource Pack activated. 2. Independent Entrepreneurship Support Unlock Startup Fund. 3. Model Agency Shares 10%, already received. Current task progress, 410. Next stage, Lin Lan time, 2 days later. Benefits for pregnant women. Wang Yutong's constitution increases by 10%, her luck increases by 5%, and her career stability increases by 20%. All 3 actresses were won over. 6 more to go. The next one is the eldest sister. Lin Chen recalled Lin Lan's vulnerable side. The eldest sister needs this child. Not only for the Lin family, but also for herself. He will cooperate fully. Chapter 42 Lin Lan's Vulnerability and Family Responsibility. 2 days later, it was Lin Lan's mission time. The location is at the National Medical Center, in the same room. Lin Chen arrived early to make the same preparations. At 7 o'clock sharp, Lin Lan arrived on time. She was wearing a dark blue suit today, her long hair was up, and her makeup was exquisite, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Big sister. Sha Nur. She nodded. Are you ready? Ready. Let's begin then. Lin Lan was more unfamiliar with her than she had imagined. Although she is 26 years old, the CEO of the Lin Group, and has seen countless big events, she seems to have little experience in this area. After it was over, she didn't get up immediately, but lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Lan Lan, are you alright? Lin Chen asked. It's alright, she said softly, it's just a little unreal. What's unreal? I'm going to have a baby. Lin Lan turned to look at Lin Chen. Chener, do you know? For the past 3 years, I've been thinking every day about what should happen to the Lin family and what should happen to me. Now, I finally have an answer. Her eyes reddened. With a child, the Lin family will have an heir. The burden on my shoulders will be lighter. Lan Lan, you're too tired. I'm not tired. She shook her head. It's a responsibility. Dad entrusted the Lin family to me, so I have to shoulder it. She sat up and looked at Lin Chen. Chener, thank you. I really don't know what I would do without you. Lan Lan, we are truly a family now. Yes, we're family. She smiled, a smile of relief. From now on, you will really be my husband and the father of my children. After chatting for a while, Lin Lan's mood improved significantly. When Su Wanqing left the medical center, her car was waiting again, of course. Mom, you really are. Don't say anything, Mom understands. Su Wanqing smiled. How is Lan Lan? Fortunately, I am in stable condition. That's good. Su Wanqing nodded. Lan Lan is under too much pressure. Having a child would be a good thing for her. On the way home, Su Wanqing suddenly said, Chener, Mom has something I want to discuss with you. What's up? About Xiaoran, Su Wanqing said softly, that child hasn't been in a good mood lately. Although she seems happy on the surface, I can tell she's upset inside. It's because of you. Su Wanqing nodded. Xiaoran has liked you since she was a child. Now, seeing you marry one woman after another and have children with them, she feels sad, but she doesn't dare to say it. Then what should I do? Spend more time with her, Su Wanqing said. Xiaoran is still young and needs a sense of security. Show her more care and let her know that no matter how many women you have, she is special to you. I see. Upon returning home, Lin Chen immediately went to find Lin Xiaoran. She was drawing in her room when she saw Lin Chen come in, and her eyes lit up. Brother Chen. What are you drawing? Lin Chen walked over. Drawing us, she whispered. Brother Chen, me, and our future baby. The painting depicts Lin Chen and her, holding hands with a small child, playing in a garden. It was drawn with great care and has a very warm feel to it. It's really well drawn, Lin Chen said. Really? Lin Xiaoran smiled happily, but her smile quickly faded. Brother Chen, do you like this painting? Like. Then, would you be willing to have such a future with me? She asked cautiously. I'm willing, Lin Chen said earnestly. Xiaoran, you will always be my most beloved little sister and one of the most important people in my life.
No matter what happens in the future, I will always be good to you. Real? Real. Lin Xiaoran threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and cried, "Brother Chen, I'm so scared that you won't want me anymore." "No, never." Lin Chen gently patted her back. After calming Lin Xiaoran down, Lin Chen returned to his room. A system notification sounded. Mission completed, genetic integration with Lin Lan. Estimated probability of conception, 93%. Rewards pending distribution. Current task progress, 510. Completed, Lin Ku, Yang Panning, Lu Ruo'er, Wang Yutong, Lin Lan. To be completed, Zhao Manli, Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lu Man, Lin Xiaoran and other potential candidates. Special note, 5 consecutive successful pregnancies unlock the achievement of highly effective fertility individual. Achievement reward, increases fertility efficiency by 20% and increases maternal health bonus by 15%. Has efficiency improved? Good thing. Lin Chen shut down the system and lay down on the bed. Looking back on this past month, so much has happened. From transmigrating to this world where there are more women than men, to activating the fertility system, to matching with 12 spouses, to achieving 5 pregnancies. It's like a dream. But this is his new life. Although it's tiring and complicated, at least it's not boring. Moreover, with so many women around him, although each has their own agenda, at least they all need him. That's enough. Tomorrow is another day. Keep it up. Lin Chen closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to see many children running and many women laughing. He stood in the middle, watching them. Is this my future? It seems not bad either. Chapter 43 Gentle Everyday Life and New Ripples. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and Lin Chen woke up to the familiar scent of gardenias. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Wanqing sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of steaming porridge. Today, she was wearing a light green loungewear set, her long hair loosely tied up, with a few strands falling around her neck, making her look gentle and domestic. Awake? She smiled and gently stirred the porridge bowl with a spoon. Mom made you fish porridge, drink it while it's hot. Lin Chen sat up and took the bowl. The porridge was soft and fragrant, the fish slices were tender, and the temperature was just right. Thank you, Mom. He lowered his head to drink his porridge, and could feel Su Wanqing's gentle gaze on him. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Su Wanqing reached out and gently wiped away a little bit of porridge from the corner of his mouth. Her fingers were warm and soft, and her movements were as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times. Lin Chen's ears felt slightly hot. Mom's actions are too intimate. But I can't seem to find fault with them. What are the plans for today? Su Wanqing asked. I have to go to school in the morning, and I don't think I have any plans for the afternoon. Then go shopping with Mom? Su Wanqing asked expectantly. You haven't taken Mom out in a long time. Lin Chen nodded, okay. After the morning classes were moved online, Lin Chen rarely needed to go to school. But Su Wanqing insisted that he occasionally show up to maintain his student status. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived at the school gate, they were surrounded by reporters who had been lying in wait. Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on successfully conceiving 5 times in a row? There are rumors that your next target is Miss Zhao Manli. Is that true? With the national mission more than halfway complete, are you under a lot of pressure? Lin Chen walked inside, protected by bodyguards, his face expressionless. This was Su Wanqing's instruction: when facing the media, the less you say, the less mistakes you make. I had just gotten rid of the reporter when my phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhou Siyu. Lin Chen, I'm at your school library. Can we meet? I brought you a lunchbox. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Since Zhou Siyu returned to work, she has been very busy, but she always makes time to make him a lunchbox. In a corner of the library, Zhou Siyu was already waiting. Today, she was wearing a beige dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, looking pure and gentle. When she saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up, and she held up the lunchbox in her hand. Here, she whispered, beckoning. Lin Chen walked over and sat down. Zhou Siyu opened the lunchbox, inside which was a carefully arranged meal: sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, fried egg, and heart-shaped rice balls. I made it myself, she said softly, her face slightly flushed. I don't know if it will suit your taste. It'll definitely taste good. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and found it was indeed delicious. Thank you. You're welcome.
Zhou Siyu rested her chin on her hand as she watched him eat, her eyes gentle. You seem to have lost weight lately. Are you too tired? Fine. Don't push yourself too hard, she said softly. Your health is the most important thing. We're all very worried about you. As she spoke, she reached out and gently smoothed the wrinkles in his collar. The movement was gentle, and clearly showed her concern. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and took her hand. Siyu, thank you. Zhou Siyu blushed even more. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. As the two were talking, a commotion broke out at the library entrance. A young woman wearing a white lab coat and glasses walked in. She was tall and had a cool demeanor. She carried a stack of documents and scanned the library with her eyes before finally fixing them on Lin Chen. She walked straight over. Mr. Lin Chen? The voice was calm, with an academic tone. Lin Chen was taken aback. I am. You are. Chu Xiaoran, a specially appointed researcher at the National Institute of Genetics. She handed over her business card. I have some questions I'd like to ask about your genetic data. Zhou Siyu looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared with suspicion. Chu Xiaoran looked to be in her mid-20s, with delicate features but sharp eyes, clearly a highly intelligent researcher. Researcher Chu, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Chen asked. Your gene sequence data has caused controversy within the research institute. Chu Xiaoran adjusted his glasses. Some characteristics do not conform to known genetic models. I need your cooperation to conduct further testing. Here we go again? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Researcher Chu, my tests have already been done. Not enough, Chu Xiaoran interrupted him. The National Research Institute's testing standards are even higher. And. She paused, then said, I suspect your genes have optimized features. These words made Lin Chen's heart tighten. Did she discover traces of the system? The system notifications sounded at the appropriate time. Detected as being followed by highly intelligent researchers. Side quest triggered, Guardians of Genetic Secrets. Mission description, counter Chu Xiaoran's investigation and ensure the system remains undetected. Rewards, gene camouflage technology, connections in the scientific research field, and increased favorability with Chu Xiaoran potential for further development. The screen also displayed Chu Xiaoran's data. Name, Chu Xiaoran. Age, 26. Position, Senior Researcher at the National Institute of Genetics, PhD in Bioengineering. Genetic score, 95.3. Fertility potential, 93. Personality, primarily rational, a research fanatic, with a strong interest in unconventional genes. Recommendation, approach with caution, potential for a research partnership. Another highly rated woman. But this time it seems a bit dangerous. Researcher Chu, my genetic data has been submitted to the National Working Group. Lin Chen remained calm. If you have any questions, you can contact the working group. I've already contacted them, Chu Xiaoran nodded. But the information they provided was incomplete. I need the original data, especially the genetic samples from before your time travel. She stared at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, don't you find it strange? Your genes have been optimized, but no known technology can do that. Unless what? Unless you have extraordinary circumstances, Chu Xiaoran said sharply. Or, you have secrets we don't know about. The atmosphere was heavy. Zhou Siyu couldn't help but ask, Researcher Chu, are you interrogating me? No, it's a scientific research discussion. Chu Xiaoran looked at Zhou Siyu, adjusted his glasses, and said, Ms. Zhou, you are a broadcaster and don't understand science. Mr. Lin's genetic issues may be related to the direction of human evolution. She spoke with a very serious expression. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Researcher Chu, I can cooperate with your research. But there are two conditions. You say. First, all research must be conducted in a confidential environment and cannot be made public. Can. Second, we should share research findings, but we cannot treat me as a guinea pig. Chu Xiaoran thought for a moment and nodded, okay. But I must remind you that if I discover that there is a problem with your genes, I have an obligation to report it to the country. No problem. The two exchanged contact information. As Chu Xiaoran left, she turned back to look at Lin Chen one last time, her eyes filled with curiosity. This person is so scary. Zhou Siyu whispered. It's okay, I can handle it. Lin Chen patted her hand. But in his heart he was thinking, Zhu Xiaoran seems to be a troublesome person. In the afternoon, Lin Chen accompanied Su Wanqing shopping. Su Wanqing was in a good mood, and she took his arm as they strolled between the shops. She bought Lin Chen several sets of clothes and picked out some jewelry for herself.
Shinner, try this on.
She picked up a dark blue shirt.
You look good in blue.
Lin Chen tried it on, and it fit perfectly.
This one will do. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a tie to match this. After shopping, the two rested in the mall's coffee shop.
Su Wanqing sipped her coffee and suddenly said softly, Shinner, sometimes I think, if the world weren't like this, would your life be easier?
Mom, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Mom just feels sorry for you.
Su Wanqing looked at him.
Look, it's only been a month, and you've already taken on so much.
So many women, so many responsibilities, and national missions. You're only 20 years old. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek.
Mom really hopes you can have a simple relationship and live an ordinary life like other children.
Lin Chen held her hand. Mom, I don't regret it. At least, I can protect you, help the Lin family, and do something for the country.
You're always so understanding.
Su Wanqing's eyes were slightly red. Mom is proud of you, but also worried about you. As the two were talking, two people walked in through the entrance of the coffee shop. It's Zhao Manli and Zhao Xiaotang. Chapter 44 Sister Manli's Schedule. Zhao Manli wore a black leather skirt and had glamorous makeup today. Zhao Xiaotang wore a pink dress, looking pure and lovely. Both of them were taken aback when they saw Lin Chen and Su Wanqing.
Aunt Su, Brother Chen. Zhao Xiaotang ran over first and greeted them sweetly. Aunt Wanqing. Zhao Manli also came over, her eyes sweeping over Lin Chen. Are you shopping?
Yes, I'm accompanying Chinner to buy some things.
Su Wanqing smiled. Are you all shopping too? Sister Manli brought me here. Zhao Xiaotang hugged Lin Chen's arm.
Brother Chen, you haven't spent time with me in so long. Lin Chen smiled wryly. I've been busy lately.
I don't care.
Zhao Xiaotang pouted. You have to stay with me today. Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow. Xiaotang, stop fooling around.
Chinner is with Aunt Su.
It's all right, Su Wanqing said with a smile.
You young people have fun. Mom is tired, I'll go back and rest first. Mom! Go on, keep Xiaotang company.
Su Wanqing patted Lin Chen's hand, her eyes conveying a meaningful look.
Remember to come home for dinner tonight. Nu.
After Su Wanqing left, Zhao Xiaotang happily shook Lin Chen's arm. Brother Chen, I want to go see a movie.
A newly released animated film.
Zhao Manli crossed her arms, childish.
Why are you watching cartoons? I just like it.
Zhao Xiaotang said coquettishly, Brother Chen, come with me.
Lin Chen looked at Zhao Manli. Sister Manli, shall we go together?
I don't watch that kind of kid stuff, Zhao Manli pouted, but didn't leave.
However, since you've invited me, I'll reluctantly accept. The three of them went to see a movie.
The movie was indeed childish, but Zhao Xiaotang enjoyed it very much, clinging to Lin Chen's arm the whole time and laughing like a child.
Although Zhao Manli complained, she actually watched it and occasionally laughed out loud.
As the movie ended, Zhao Xiaotang said with lingering enthusiasm, Brother Chen, let's come see it again next time.
Good. Pinky promise.
Lin Chen smiled and made a pinky promise with her. Zhao Manli watched from the side, her expression complex. When Zhao Xiaotang went to the restroom, she whispered, Lin Chen, you're so good to Xiaotang.
She is my sister.
Just a sister? Zhao Manli looked at him. Xiaotang's feelings for you go beyond that of a sister.
Lin Chen remained silent.
Zhao Manli sighed, forget it, let's not talk about that.
When is it my turn?
According to the schedule, it's next Tuesday.
It'll be another week. Zhao Manli complained. Can I cut in line? Sister Manli, this isn't quite right.
Just kidding. Zhao Manli laughed, but the smile was tinged with bitterness.
I know you have your principles.
I'll wait for you. She suddenly leaned in and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. This is the interest.
The principal will be collected next Tuesday.
Zhao Xiaotang came out of the restroom and happened to see this scene. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. Sister Manli, you stole a kiss from Brother Chen.
What, is that not allowed? Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow.
If you're so capable, why don't you kiss her too?
I don't want to. Zhao Xiaotang blushed. I want to wait for Brother Chen to kiss me first. Lin Chen was caught in the middle, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After dropping the two off at home, Lin Chen drove back to the Lin family home. On the way, a system notification sounded. New potential spouse detected, Xu Xiaoran. Triggering a long-term quest, recruiting a research partner. Task description: establish a relationship of trust with Xu Xiaoran and guide her to become a supporter of scientific research. Rewards: gene camouflage technology, advanced laboratory access, Xu Xiaoran's exclusive buff research efficiency plus 30%. Xu Xiaoran, as expected, has been targeted by the system. That's good, it gives me more research help. When he got home, Lin Ke was waiting for him in the living room. Second sister? Xu Xiaoran contacted me. Lin Ke pushed up her glasses. She wants a detailed report of your genetic data. You gave it to me? I gave her a portion. Lin Ke nodded. She is a genius. She has 3 doctoral degrees at the age of 26. If I can bring her into my research team, it will be helpful to the project. She looked at Lin Chen, but she's very interested in you. And not just in scientific research. What's the meaning? After looking at your photos and data, she took the initiative to ask me about your marital status, Lin Ke said calmly. I suggested you consider it. Her genetic score is 95.3 and her fertility potential is 93, making her a top-quality mother. Another one pressuring me to get married. Second sister, I have 12 now. You can never have too many high-quality genes, Lin Ke interrupted him. Besides, Xu Xiaoran's connections in the field of genetic engineering are very useful to us. She pulled up the data. According to calculations, if you and Xu Xiaoran were to marry, your offspring's talent in scientific research might break historical records. Let me think about it some more. Back in his room, Lin Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Xu Xiaoran, Zhao Manli, Zhao Xiaotang, Zhou Xiu, Lu Man, and so many other women. It's only been a month. Will there be more in the future? He recalled Su Wanqing's words, Mom really hopes you can be like other children. Ordinary children. There's no going back. Tuesday evening was Zhao Manli's task time. This time, however, she didn't choose a medical center or a hotel instead, she chose her own apartment. When Lin Chen arrived, he found the apartment had been carefully decorated: candles, flowers, red wine, and even soft music. Zhao Manli wore a red silk nightgown, her long hair flowing freely, and her makeup exquisite. Seeing Lin Chen, she smiled and said, "You finally arrived. Sister Manli, this is. What, can't we have a little ceremony?" She walked over and took Lin Chen's hand. "Tonight, you're not on a national mission, you're my man." She stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Chen's lips. The kiss was passionate and lingering, carrying the aroma of red wine. Zhao Manli wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, pressing her entire body against him. She kissed him for a long time before letting go, breathing slightly heavily. "I missed you so much. Sister Manli. Don't speak." She pressed her finger to his lips. "Listen to me tonight." She pulled Lin Chen into the bedroom. The bed was covered with rose petals, and a faint scent of perfume filled the air. Chapter 45: Gene Resonance Detection. Zhao Manli was exceptionally proactive and also exceptionally gentle. On Tuesday evening, Zhao Manli's task was carried out at the apartment. When everything was over, Zhao Manli did not get up immediately as usual, but leaned against Lin Chen's chest and gently drew circles on his chest with her fingers. Lin Chen. There's something I think I should tell you, Zhao Manli said in a slightly unusual tone. Our Zhao family's biotechnology company has recently developed a new detection technology, the gene resonance point-of-care detector. Lin Chen turned his head to look at her. Gene resonance testing? Mum. Zhao Manli nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. This is the latest achievement of the National Institute of Genetics, and it is still under wraps. The principle is to detect changes in the bioenergy field resonance after gene binding, and it can confirm whether conception has been successful within 24 hours. The accuracy rate is 99.7%. She took a silver metal box from the bedside table drawer. Inside was a device similar to a smart bracelet, but with a more sophisticated design and a faint blue light pattern flowing on its surface. This is a prototype I obtained in advance through special channels. Zhao Manli put the device on her wrist, then took out another one and attached it to her abdomen. "Come on, help me start it up." Following her instructions, Lin Chen pressed the button on the side of the device. Instantly, both devices emitted a soft blue light,
and complex gene sequence data and waveforms began to scroll across the screens. This is to monitor in real time whether my bioenergy field resonates with the residual fragments of your genes, Zhao Manli explained softly. If the combination is successful, my cells will produce specific energy markers in a very short time. This is a breakthrough for the National Research Institute in the field of rapid identification of high-quality genes. On the screen, regular pulses began to appear on the waveform. Zhao Manli's breathing became slightly rapid. 5 minutes later, the device emitted a soft beep sound. A line of clear text appeared in the center of the screen. Gene resonance confirmed conception energy marker has been generated. Probability assessment, 98.3%. Zhao Manli stared at the words, her hands trembling slightly. Really, it worked on the first try. Lin Chen was also stunned. This testing technology was completely beyond his comprehension, but considering that the world's technological development was focused on reproduction and genetic engineering, it seemed reasonable. The system notifications sounded at the appropriate time. New genetic technology detected, real-time resonance detection. System analysis in progress. Technical principle confirmation, by capturing the instantaneous resonance of the host's unique optimized energy imprint in the mother's cells. Note, this technology is only effective for genes optimized by the system. Ordinary male genes cannot generate a sufficiently strong resonance signal. Zhao Manli's pregnancy confirmed gene resonance testing. Reward pending, requires official gene sequencing confirmation from medical center. Zhao Manli threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, her voice choked with sobs. I'm really going to be a mom. Although I still have to wait 2 weeks for the official gene sequencing, this kind of instant testing is almost never wrong. Lin Chen hugged her tightly. Sister Manli, congratulations. This is all thanks to you. Zhao Manli looked up, her eyes sparkling. Your genes are so strong that they can trigger such a clear resonance signal. Data from the Research Institute shows that it usually takes 3-5 days for ordinary high-quality genes to produce a detectable resonance, but yours can be detected on the spot. The following morning, Zhao Manli's data, obtained from the testing equipment, was encrypted and transmitted to the National Institute of Genetics. In the afternoon, the Research Institute's secure phone line dialed Zhao Manli's private number. Ms. Zhao, we have received your data. The voice on the other end was serious and professional. The resonance intensity has reached the highest value in history, which is 17% higher than the data previously recorded for Ms. Yang Panning. This means that the fetus's talent potential may break through the upper limit of the existing model. When Zhao Manli answered the phone, she put it on speakerphone, and Lin Chen could hear it too. We will expedite the formal sequencing process and expect to complete chorionic villus sampling within 5 days, the researcher continued. In addition, based on the resonance waveform characteristics, we have preliminarily determined that the fetus is male and that the gene markers for nervous system development are abnormally active. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Manli looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. Did you hear that? Your genes are ridiculously strong. Lin Chen smiled wryly. I don't know what happened either. Pretending. Zhao Manli poked his chest, but couldn't hide the smile on her face. But I like it. My son has to be the best. 5 days later, at the National Medical Center. The gene sequencing results are in, positive, 4 weeks pregnant, and fetal gene testing shows that multiple talent markers are far above the baseline values. A senior researcher in a white coat personally handed the report to Zhao Manli, his eyes filled with amazement. Ms. Zhao, Mr. Lin, I must say, this is the most perfect early genetic data I have ever seen in my career. The fetus's neurodevelopment genes, immune system genes, and even aesthetic perception genes are all showing abnormal expression. According to this trend, the overall score after birth may reach S level. S level? Zhao Manli didn't quite understand the professional classification. It's a level that surpasses the existing evaluation system. The researcher adjusted his glasses. Currently, the highest genetic score in the country is A+, but within the academic community, there is a hypothetical S level used to describe theoretically possible exceptional individuals. Your child's data is moving in that direction. As they left the medical center, Zhao Manli held Lin Chen's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. Lin Chen, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I won't be able to teach him well. Zhao Manli's voice was very low. If the child is really too outstanding, will I, as his mother, hold him back? I only know how to go to high school, I only know how to manage a bar, I don't understand those profound things. Lin Chen stopped and looked at her intently. Sister Manli, you will be the best mother. Because you truly love him and will do anything for him. That's enough.
Knowledge can be learned, but love cannot. Zhao Manli's eyes reddened. You're just good at saying nice things. I'm telling the truth. A system notification sounded. Zhao Manli's pregnancy confirmed official gene sequencing. Reward distribution. 1. Nightclub logistics resource package activated. 2. Physical enhancement stress resistance plus 20%. 3. Hot and mature woman's exclusive buff upgrade, enhanced charm during pregnancy. Current task progress, 610. Next stage, Sumin time, 3 days later. Benefits for pregnant women: Zhao Manli's constitution increases by 18%, luck increases by 12%, and emotional stability increases by 15%. Fetal talent warning: multiple talent markers, exceptional early planning of development program recommended. That evening, the news cautiously reported the news of Zhao Manli's pregnancy, but did not mention the S-level assessment that was confidential information. Hashtag Zhao Manli's genetic sequencing confirms pregnancy. Lin Chen's sixth successful pregnancy. Hashtag new gene resonance detection technology revealed for the first time, confirming pregnancy within 24 hours. Hashtag national fertility science and technology breakthrough. The report details the principle of the new detection technology. By capturing the special bioenergy resonance generated by paternal genes in the mother's body, it enables very early pregnancy confirmation. The comments section was buzzing with activity. A pregnancy test within 24 hours? That's some futuristic technology. Only top-tier genes like Lin Chen can use it, right? We ordinary people have to wait 2 weeks. Zhao Manli is so lucky, her child's genes must be super strong. Is Lin Chen trying to create a new race? Are they all geniuses? Su Wanqing looked at the news and smiled as she said to Lin Chen. The timing of this technology's public release is perfect. Your efficiency will be even more convincing in the future, not by chance, but because your genetic strength truly surpasses that of ordinary people. Mom, this technology. It's the result of the Zhao Family Investment Research Institute. Manli has good taste, Su Wanqing nodded. But Chen'er, you need to be prepared. Once this technology is exposed, international research institutions will be even more vigilant about you. Your gene sample is probably worth a fortune on the black market now. Chapter 46: Zhou Siyu's Crisis and the Shadow of the International Team. Sure enough, starting the next day, security around the Lin family's residence was noticeably upgraded. The government dispatched a professional counter-surveillance team, which set up 3 layers of protective netting around the Lin family villa. Xu Xiaoran also called, her tone serious. Lin Chen, the bounty on your genetic data on the dark web of the International Gene Research Alliance has risen to $1 billion. Recently, several unidentified research teams have infiltrated Jiangcheng, and your target is very likely you. What do I do? Minimize public appearances as much as possible, and always bring sufficient bodyguards when you go out. Xu Xiaoran paused for a moment. Also, if you agree, I can implant a gene tracking jammer in you. It's my latest invention that can interfere with all unauthorized gene sampling attempts. Lin Chen looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay. Researcher Chu is trustworthy. Okay, I agree. That afternoon, Xu Xiaoran arrived at the Lin family's house with the equipment. The implantation process was simple, involving injecting a chip the size of a grain of rice under Lin Chen's skin. However, Xu Xiaoran was exceptionally focused during the procedure, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This jammer works by releasing specific bioelectric signals to interfere with all instruments that try to collect your gene samples, Xu Xiaoran explained after the implantation. It will make you appear as ordinary high-quality genes on gene testing equipment, hiding your true strength data. But in return, you will need to come to me regularly for maintenance, otherwise the effect will diminish. Thank you, Researcher Chu. Just call me Xiaoran. Xu Xiaoran rarely showed a smile. We are now in a business relationship, and also, a spousal relationship. There's no need to be so formal. Lin Chen noticed that Xu Xiaoran's favorability rating on the system panel had increased from 30 to 45. It seems that scientific research collaborations really do improve her favorability. 3 days later, it will be Su Min's mission time. However, this time, having learned from past mistakes, the National Working Group raised the security level to the highest level. The mission was located at a secret military medical base, with armed escort along the way. Sitting inside the bulletproof car, Su Min nervously gripped Lin Chen's hand. I've never experienced anything like this before. Don't be afraid, it's just a precaution, Lin Chen comforted her. Lin Chan, do you think our child might have the same strong genes as Zhao Manli's child?
No matter how strong or weak he is still my child, Lin Chan said earnestly.
I will always love him. Su Min's eyes reddened slightly. You always know what to say.
The mission was successfully completed under high alert. 2 hours later, the military's gene resonance detector confirmed the generation of fertility energy markers with a probability of 97.8%. 5 days later, the official gene sequencing report came out, positive, 4 weeks pregnant, the fetus showed special activity in education-related genes. This means that the child may have special talents in education, communication, and knowledge dissemination, the researcher explained. Su Min burst into tears of joy. Just like me is good enough. A system notification sounded. Su Min's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution. 1. Educational resource package activated.
2. Improving learning efficiency intermediate. 3. Institutional network partially unlocked. Current task progress, 710. Next stage, Zhou Siyu time, 5 days later. Benefits for pregnant women. Su Min's constitution increases by 15%, luck increases by 10%, and career development increases by 20%. Fetal talent warning. Emerging talents in education, communication, nurturing in the humanities and social sciences recommended. 7 times successful. Only 3 more missions remain to complete the national task. But Lin Chen knew that this was just the beginning. Because the system just popped up a new notification. Warning, 3 international teams have been detected gathering in Zhangchang. Team A, Genesis Genetics America's objective, to obtain host gene samples. Team B, Prometheus Institute Europe objective, to study host gene optimization mechanisms.
Team C, Unknown Force Asia objective, suspected host abduction. Recommendation, increase security measures and reduce going out.
5 days later, on the eve of Zhou Siyu's mission, Lin Chen received an encrypted communication from the National Security Department. Mr. Lin, this is Li Feng from the Special Operations Division of the National Security Bureau.
The man on the screen was in his 40s with a resolute face.
According to the intelligence we've intercepted, at least 3 international teams have infiltrated Zhangchang. Their target is you. Can you pinpoint the exact location?
Not for now, Li Feng shook his head. The other party used advanced signal jamming technology. But we have detected that they have been frequently contacting people from the TV station recently, which is likely because they are trying to find a breakthrough through Ms. Zhou Siyu.
Is Siyu in danger?
Not for now, but we recommend increasing her security. Li Feng pulled up a document. Ms. Zhou Siyu is going to record a program at the TV station tomorrow. This is a public schedule. If the other party wants to make a move, this is the best time. Lin Chen immediately contacted Zhou Siyu and asked her to cancel tomorrow's recording.
But the program has already been announced.
Zhou Siyu said with some difficulty, it would be bad to cancel it at the last minute. Safety first, Lin Chen said seriously.
Listen to me, stay home and rest.
I'll have the National Security Bureau coordinate with the TV station.
All right. However, the accident still happened the next morning.
Although Zhou Siyu did not go to the TV station, she received a call from a colleague at the station saying that there was an important document that needed her signature urgently and that someone had been sent to deliver it to her apartment building.
What document? Zhou Siyu asked warily.
It's about a new contract regarding adjustments to your program, my colleague said anxiously. The station manager said it has to be signed today, otherwise the program will be cancelled next week.
Zhou Siyu hesitated.
The program was her life's work, and she didn't want it to be cancelled. Leave the documents at the property management office, and I'll have my assistant pick them up. She was being cautious.
No, it has to be signed by the person in person. The person delivering the documents is already downstairs. You just need to sign it will be quick. Zhou Siyu walked to the window and looked down.
Sure enough, she saw a man in a deliveryman's uniform standing downstairs, holding a file bag in his hand. She thought about it for a moment, then went downstairs. But just as she finished signing and turned to go back into the building, a black van suddenly rushed over, the door opened, and 2 hooded men reached out to grab her. At the critical moment, 3 plainclothes bodyguards rushed in from different directions. They were arranged by the National Security Bureau to secretly protect Zhou Siyu.
A fierce fight broke out downstairs at the apartment building.
The deliveryman who was delivering the documents also revealed his true colors, pulling out a stun gun from the document bag. Zhou Siyu screamed and backed away, protected by a bodyguard behind her.
Miss Joe, go back inside, the bodyguard shouted.
Just then, Lin Chen's car arrived.
He had received an urgent notification from the National Security Bureau and rushed over immediately. See you.
Lin Chen rushed out of the car and pulled Zhou Siyu behind him. When the attackers saw Lin Chen appear, their expressions suddenly changed. One of them shouted something in a foreign language, and the three of them simultaneously abandoned their bodyguards and pounced on Lin Chen.
Their target wasn't Zhou Siyu at all, but Lin Chen. Zhou Siyu was just bait. Mr. Lin, be careful.
Li Feng's voice came through the communicator as he led more special operations team members to the scene.
A chaotic battle ensued.
The attackers were clearly well trained, moving swiftly and ruthlessly.
But the National Security Bureau personnel were not to be underestimated either.
Furthermore, Lin Chen possessed Chu Xiaoran's gene jammer, causing one of the attackers to malfunction when attempting to use a portable gene collector.
Damn it! He's protected.
Ultimately, 2 of the 3 attackers were subdued, while the third committed suicide by poisoning himself. The poison capsule was hidden in his teeth, a typical tactic of intelligence agents. Li Feng examined the bodies and prisoners, his expression grave. They're from Genesis Company.
They really dare to act domestically.
Zhou Siyu trembled with fear, and Lin Chen held her tightly, saying, "It's all right, it's all right." They want to arrest you," Zhou Siyu cried, "it's all because of me." "It's not your fault," Lin Chen comforted softly. "They planned this all along. Even if it wasn't you, they would have used other methods." The National Security Bureau cordoned off the scene, and Lin Chen and Zhou Siyu were taken to a safe house. The mission had to be postponed.
"I'm sorry, Lin Chen."
Zhou Siyu was still blaming herself. "It's all my fault."
"Don't say anything more."
Lin Chen held her hand.
"It's good that you're all right.
The mission can wait, but your safety can't."
Inside the safe house, Li Feng briefed Lin Chen on the preliminary interrogation results. The prisoners confessed that they had 2 tasks: first, to obtain your live genetic sample; second, if they couldn't obtain it, to kidnap you. Li Feng's expression was grim.
Genesis Company has the shadow of a certain major American country behind it.
They want to catch up with our country in genetic engineering.
What about the other 2 teams? The people at the Prometheus Institute are cautious and are still observing. But the third unknown force, Li Feng paused, "We suspect it's an overseas organization colluding with the remnants of the Zhao family. Their goal might be more dangerous, not your genes, but your life." Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. "The Zhao family really won't give up. We will strengthen security," Li Feng promised. "In addition, we suggest that Ms. Zhou Siyu's mission be moved to a military base, with the timing to be determined."
Good.
3 days later, Zhou Siyu's emotions stabilized, and the mission was carried out secretly at the military base. The entire process was under heavy security, with air defense systems even deployed around the base. 24 hours later, the military's gene resonance detector confirmed the pregnancy. 5 days later, the gene sequencing report came back, positive, 4 weeks pregnant, and the fetus showed special advantages in genes related to language processing and emotional perception. "This child may be a natural communicator," the researcher commented.
Moderation, diplomacy, psychological counseling, these are all potential directions. Holding the report, Zhou Siyu burst into tears. "It's like me, it really is like me." A system notification sounded. Zhou Siyu's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution. 1. Media resource pack upgraded. 2. Public favorability plus 20%. 3. National level publicity channels unlocked. Current task progress, 810. Next stage, Luman time, 7 days later.
Benefits for pregnant women: Zhou Siyu's constitution increases by 12%, luck increases by 15%, and public image increases by 30%. Fetal talent warning: outstanding talent in language emotions, potential for public figure or diplomacy suggested.
Chapter 47 Luman's schedule. 7 days later, it will be Luman's mission time.
In light of the previous attacks, the National Task Force recommended that Luman also go to the military base for a mission. However, Luman declined.
"The farm is the culmination of my and Amina's efforts," she said on the phone. "I want to start a new life here, and the farm's remote location makes it safer."
Lin Chen was still worried, so he personally led people from the National Security Bureau to inspect the farm.
The farm was indeed remote, with only one household within several kilometers.
But after inspecting it, Li Feng actually felt that it was a suitable place to set up defenses. With a wide field of view and no tall buildings, drones can monitor the area around the clock, Li Feng said.
We can set up a temporary security point here.
So, a tight net was quietly set up around the farm, hidden surveillance cameras, underground vibration sensors, and even 2 miniature drones patrolling the area. On the day of the mission, Lu Man was very nervous.
Lin Shan, I'm still a little scared, she whispered.
It's not that I'm scared of those people, it's that I'm scared of letting Ming down.
Sister Lu Man, if a Ming knew, he would want you to be happy.
Lin Chen held her hand. You didn't betray him, you just continued living your life.
Lu Man took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I understand. The mission takes place in the farm's bedroom. Lu Man and Amin's former marital home.
She says it's here to end the past and begin a new life.
The process was gentle.
Lu Man cried, but not from sadness, but from relief. Afterwards, she leaned against Lin Chen's chest and whispered, Ming, did you see that?
I'm starting a new life. You'll wish me well, right?
The wind rustled through the wheat field outside the window, as if in response.
24 hours later, the mobile gene resonance detection vehicle entered the farm and confirmed the generation of fertility energy markers with a probability of 96.5%. Lu Man held the preliminary test report, both crying and laughing. But just then, the farm's alarm system went off. Unidentified vehicles approaching.
Li Feng's voice came through the communicator.
3 SUVs, flanking from 3 directions. Everyone on high alert.
Lin Chen immediately shielded Lu Man behind him, and the National Security Bureau special agents quickly took up advantageous positions.
3 SUVs stopped outside the farm, and the doors opened, from which a dozen or so fully armed foreigners stepped out. They were dressed in identical black combat uniforms and were well equipped. They're from Prometheus.
Li Feng recognized the symbol on their armband, a human figure in flames.
Europe's most radical genetic research organization, they LL stop at nothing to get samples.
The other party spoke through a megaphone in English with a European accent. Mr. Lin Chen, we have no intention of harming you. We only need a blood sample and a semen sample from you, and we will leave.
If you cooperate, we can pay $100 million.
Lin Chen sneered, dream on.
Then don't blame us for using force.
The other side waved their hand, and more than a dozen people began to advance towards the farm. But they all underestimated the National Security Agency's preparedness. As the first person stepped onto the farm's edge, the ground suddenly exploded, not with a landmine, but with a powerful tranquilizer gas grenade. Immediately afterward, snipers hidden in the barn and trees opened fire simultaneously, using non-lethal stun grenades.
In just 3 minutes, more than a dozen people collapsed to the ground. So easy?
Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Li Feng shook his head, this is just the vanguard.
Prometheus won't send only this many people.
Sure enough, the sound of a helicopter could be heard in the distance. 2 civilian helicopters converted into armed helicopters appeared on the horizon, with suspicious equipment hanging under their bellies.
Gene sampling drones.
Chu Xiaoran's voice suddenly came from the communicator.
She was remotely monitoring the area from the military laboratory. Lin Chen, go to the basement.
Those drones have remote sampling capabilities. They can collect your skin flakes and hair from 300 meters away.
Lin Chen pulled Lu Man and ran into the house.
The basement was originally a storage room built by Amin, but it has now been reinforced and turned into a safe house. As soon as I closed the heavy metal door, I heard a strange buzzing sound coming from outside. It was a drone hovering at low altitude.
They're trying to penetrate the sampling, Chu Xiaoran said anxiously.
But your jammer is working, and the data the drone is sending back is all gibberish.
Wait, they're trying to penetrate with a strong signal.
The basement light flickered suddenly.
They're using high-power electromagnetic pulses to try and disable the jammers. Chu Xiaoran shouted. Hold on. The military's armed helicopters have taken off and will be there in 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt incredibly long.
The buzzing outside grew louder, mixed with the sound of crashing. The drone was trying to break through the window.
Lu Man hugged Lin Chen tightly, trembling all over.
I'm sorry, it's all because I chose to come here.
It's not your fault.
Lin Chen hugged her.
What's meant to happen will happen.
Just as the basement door began to show dents, an explosion and the roar of a helicopter rotor suddenly came from outside. The military's armed helicopters have arrived.
Intense fighting broke out in the air. 10 minutes later, everything returned to calm.
Li Feng's voice came through, it's safe.
2 enemy planes were damaged and escaped, and all drones were shot down.
7 were captured and 3 were killed. Lin Chen and Lu Man walked out of the basement and saw that the farmyard was in a mess, but the main building was intact. Ms. Lu, I'm sorry for messing up your farm, Li Feng said. The government will compensate for all the losses. Lu Man shook her head. It's good that everyone is all right. A week later, the gene sequencing report was completed under strict confidentiality, positive, 4 weeks pregnant, and the fetus showed special advantages in agriculture-related genes and ecological perception genes. This child may have been born with a connection to the land and plants, the researcher commented. Lu Man was overjoyed, like Amin. Amin is especially good at farming. A system notification sounded. Lu Man's pregnancy confirmed. Reward distribution. 1. Farm management rights officially obtained. 2. Agricultural resource pack activated. 3. Fetal talent plus 10 special reward. Current task progress, 910. Next stage, Lin Xiaoran time, 10 days later. Benefits for pregnant women, Lu Man's constitution increases by 20%, luck increases by 15%, and farm yield increases by 30%. Fetal talent warning, outstanding talent in agriculture ecology recommended to be nurtured as an agricultural scientist or ecologist. 9 times, it was successful. Only one more time left. But everyone knows that the final battle will likely be the most difficult. Because the remnants of the Zhao family and that unknown third force have not yet truly made their move. Chapter 48: My Sister's Innocence and the Final Battle. 10 days later, it will be Lin Xiaoran's mission time. Having learned from all the lessons, this mission was set up in the military's core underground base, located 50 meters deep inside the mountain, requiring passage through 3 blast doors to enter. When Lin Xiaoran was brought to the base, she was both nervous and excited. Brother Chen, this place looks like a secret base from a movie, she whispered. It's safer here than in the movies. Lin Chen held her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. Lin Xiaoran shook her head. With Brother Chen here, I'm not afraid of anything. In the room, 2 figures overlapped and swayed in the shadows. Lin Xiaoran is gentle and brave. Afterwards, she leaned against Lin Chen's chest and whispered, Brother Chen, if I were pregnant too, would you be happy? Meeting. Then, will you love our child the same way you love other children? Yes, Lin Chen said earnestly. I will love every child. That's good. Lin Xiaoran smiled. Brother Chen, I will try my best to be a good mother. Although I am still young, I will learn. 24 hours later, the gene resonance detector at the base confirmed the pregnancy. But just 5 days into the wait for the official sequencing, the final crisis erupted. The third unknown force has finally revealed its fangs. They weren't there to collect samples, nor to kidnap anyone, they were there to assassinate someone. By bribing a logistics worker at the military base, they released nerve gas into the base's ventilation system. Fortunately, Xu Xiaoran had deployed her latest invention at the base beforehand, a gene marker tracker that could monitor the air for specific toxins targeting Lin Chen's genes in real time. The alarm sounded 3 seconds after the gas was released. The base was immediately sealed off, and everyone donned gas masks. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoran were transferred to a deeper, more secure pod. How did they know the location of the base? Li Feng's face turned ashen. Xu Xiaoran pulled up the data. The poison gas contains a special ingredient targeting Lin Chen's genes, which requires extremely precise biological information. I suspect there's an insider who leaked Lin Chen's genetic data. The mole was quickly identified, an assistant researcher at the Gene Research Institute who had been bribed by the remnants of the Zhao family and leaked part of Lin Chen's gene sequence. The Zhao family is trying to take us all down with them, Su Wanqing said in the encrypted communication. They know they're finished, so they want to drag Chen down with them. Inside the safe room, Lin Xiaoran was pale with fright, but she held tightly to Lin Chen's hand. Brother Chen, are we going to die? No, I promise. Lin Chen hugged her. Just then, the base's main power supply was suddenly cut off. In the 3 seconds of darkness before the backup power was activated, the door to the safe room was forcibly opened by external force. 5 people dressed in base uniforms but wearing gas masks rushed in, carrying specially made syringes containing gene disinfecting agents that could directly destroy Lin Chen's DNA structure. Lin Chen, come with us, or die. The leader's voice was icy. Are you from the Zhao family? Lin Chen protected Lin Xiaoran and stepped back. The Zhao family? They're just pawns. The man sneered. We are the executors of the New Human Project. Your genes are too strong, they will disrupt the existing balance. You must disappear. Li Feng led the special operations team in, but the other side was clearly composed of top-notch fighters, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the narrow safe cabin. Lin Chen pushed Lin Xiaoran into a corner and joined the fight. His enhanced physical abilities allowed him to barely hold his own against the professional assassins, but there were too many of them, and every move they made was deadly. At the critical moment, Chu Xiaoran's voice came through the communicator. Lin Chen, use the jammer's overload mode. I've remotely activated the self-destruct program, which can release a wide-range bioelectric pulse, but the jammer will be ineffective for a month afterward.
Will it hurt our own people? It will only affect gene sampling equipment and is harmless to the human body. But the other side's syringes are genetic weapons, which will paralyze them.
Lin Chen pressed the emergency button that Chu Xiaoran had told him about. Instantly, an invisible wave spread out from Lin Chen. The syringes in the hands of all the attackers simultaneously burst into sparks, and the liquid inside evaporated instantly.
Damn it, the attacker leader cursed, pulling out his pistol.
But it was too late.
Li Feng and his special operations team seized the opportunity and subdued them all. The crisis is over.
But the jamming chip on Lin Chen's wrist became scorching hot, and then went out completely. It was damaged due to overload. You will have no genetic protection for the next month, Chu Xiaoran said seriously in the communication. You must stay in an absolutely safe place for this month. The military's top leadership issued an order. Lin Chen shall move into the Dragon Abyss base immediately, the nation's top-level biosafety protection facility, located 300 meters underground, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. Lin Xiaoran and other pregnant spouses were also moved into the protected residential area of the Longyuan base in batches. 5 days later, in the laboratory at the Longyuan base, Lin Xiaoran's formal gene sequencing was completed, positive, 4 weeks pregnant, and the fetus showed special advantages in genes related to artistic creation and emotional expression. This child may be a born artist, the researcher commented. Lin Xiaoran happily hugged the report. Like me, I like to draw.
The system notification sound finally rang.
Lin Xiaoran's pregnancy confirmed. National mission, achieved 10 successful pregnancies within 3 months completed.
Reward distribution. 1. National medal, top-class model of childbearing permanent. 2. Fertility points, 1 million points can be exchanged for rare resources. 3. System function upgrade, conception efficiency plus 30%, reward quality plus 20%. 4. Unlock new module, fetal talent customization system requires 1 million points to activate. Current total conception count, 1010. Task status, completed. Next phase, countdown to the start of Volume 4 Social Rise. Controlling reproductive rights, 30 days. All 10 tasks were completed. But the joy of victory was overshadowed by a shadow. The jammers had failed, powerful enemies were lurking all around, and the next month would be the most dangerous period. Life at the Longyuan base began. This is a completely self-sufficient ecosystem, complete with residential areas, laboratories, farms, and even recreational facilities. All spouses are brought here to ensure their safety and help them adapt to communal living. For the first time, 13 women truly live together. Conflicts, adjustments, understanding, mutual assistance happen every day. Lin Chen, meanwhile, began researching the newly unlocked fetal talent customization system while waiting for Chu Xiaoran to develop a new generation of interference devices. He knew this was just the calm before the storm. The main quest of Volume 4 is about to begin, and this time, he will face not only enemies at home and abroad, but also how to manage this ever-growing family, and how to protect all the children who are about to be born. But at least for now, 300 meters underground, they are safe. That's enough. Chapter 49: The Husband's Struggles and Daily Kissing. Life at the Longyuan base, amidst a tense security alert, gradually developed a peculiar daily rhythm. 13 women, plus 10 children on the way, are quietly forming this underground kingdom. As the core of this kingdom, Lin Chen has to deal not only with external threats but also with subtle internal emotional interactions every day. That morning, an interesting scene was unfolding in the base's communal dining hall. Lin Xiaoran sat down next to Lin Chen with her tray and whispered, "Brother Chen, I have something I'd like to try." Lin Chen turned to look at her. Lin Xiaoran's face flushed red, her lips moved, then closed, then opened again, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Old. What? Lin Chen didn't hear clearly. Husband. Lin Xiaoran suddenly shouted with her eyes closed, then buried her face in her hands. So embarrassing. The entire restaurant fell silent instantly, and everyone turned to look at them. Zhao Manli was drinking milk and almost spat it out.
Xiao Tang, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran peeked at Lin Shen through her fingers, her face still as red as a tomato. I saw couples on TV calling each other that, I just wanted to try it. Lin Shen was both amused and exasperated. Just call out if you want, no need to be so nervous. But, it feels so strange, Lin Xiaoran said softly. I'm used to calling him Brother Chen, and suddenly changing my address, it feels like I'm in a TV drama. At this moment, Zhou Siyu walked over with a cup of coffee and said gently, actually, I also feel a little awkward about calling him that. It's natural to say my husband on TV shows, but calling him husband to his face always feels cheesy. Right. Lin Xiaoran found common ground. Sister Siyu thinks so too. Zhao Manli put down her milk glass and raised an eyebrow. What's so difficult about this? Lin Chen, come here. Lin Chen walked over, and Zhao Manli grabbed his collar, leaned close to his ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, with a hint of awkwardness and fierceness, Husband. Husband. After saying that, she blushed, let go of his hand, and sat back down, pretending to be calm. See? It's that simple. But if you look closely, the tips of her ears are completely red. Lin Ke pushed up her glasses and looked up from the tablet. According to sociological research, the term husband carries significant symbolic meaning in intimate relationships, representing the shift in identity from lover to partner. Theoretically, there should be an adjustment period. Second sister. Lin Xiaoran interrupted her, just tell me if you know how to call her that. Lin Ke paused, looked at Lin Chen, and said with an expression as serious as if she were giving an academic presentation, logically speaking, our marriage is protected by law, and it is reasonable to use the term husband or husband. But emotionally. She paused for the first time, I need data to support it. The entire audience was trying not to laugh. Sumin gently smoothed things over, actually, there's no need to force it. Just let things take their course. Lin Chen and I are still teacher and student at school, so it's fine for us to call each other by our first names in private. I agree, Lu Man whispered in agreement. My name is Lin Chen, that's fine. Yang Panning's assistant, Li Wei, happened to be present. She smiled and said, Ms. Yang instructed that she and Mr. Lin have a business relationship, so it is most appropriate to call him Mr. Lin. Lu Ruiyer's assistant, Zhang Lin, also said, President Lu said that calling him Lin Chen is more friendly. Wang Yutan's assistant, Chen Jing, was the most direct, Ms. Wang, just tell me your name. Xu Xiaoran sat in the corner, adjusting her glasses. From a biological perspective, the form of address doesn't affect gene binding efficiency. However, if social rituals require it, I can try Lin Chen. Do you need me to test the emotional feedback data for the variable husband now? Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, no need. A breakfast can become incredibly lively just because of a name. Lin Chen felt a warmth in her heart. They were all trying to embrace the role of wife in their own ways. Though clumsy, they were sincere. After breakfast, Lin Chen accompanied Lin Xiaoran for a walk in the base's indoor garden. Brother Chen, was I being silly just now? Lin Xiaoran asked softly, holding his hand. Not silly, very cute. Then, shall I try again? She mustered her courage and turned to look at Lin Chen. Husband. This time her voice was louder, but the end of her sentence still trembled. She immediately covered her face after speaking, exclaiming, it's still so embarrassing. Lin Chen smiled, pulled her hand down, and gently kissed her forehead. Take your time, no rush. Lin Xiaoran nodded happily, tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek in return. This is a reward. The two continued their walk and encountered Zhou Siyu, who was reading a book on a garden bench. Siyu, Lin Chen greeted her. Zhou Siyu looked up, saw Lin Chen, her face flushed slightly, closed her book and stood up. Lin Chen. Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran said playfully, Siyu, do you want to try it too? There's no one else here. Zhou Siyu bit her lip, looked around to make sure no one was there, and then whispered, husband. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. After she finished speaking, her whole face turned red, and she looked down at the tips of her shoes. Lin Chen walked over and gently hugged her. It sounds beautiful. Zhou Siyu buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. It's such a strange feeling. It's all legal and reasonable, so why am I so embarrassed? Because you care, Lin Chen said. It doesn't matter what someone who doesn't care is called. Zhou Siyu looked up, her eyes sparkling. You're right. She tiptoed and lightly touched his lips like a feather brushing against them, a fleeting touch. This is practice. Lin Xiaoran covered her mouth and laughed. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went to the lab to find Lin Ku. Lin Ke was analyzing fetal genetic data when she saw Lin Chen enter. She adjusted her glasses and said, "Perfect timing.
Lin Lan's child's talent enhancement data shows abnormal activity. I'd like to make adjustments."
Second sister, Lin Chen interrupted her, "Try calling me something else?"
Lin Ke was stunned. "What's your name?"
"Husband. Lin Ke's glasses reflected light. She put down her tablet, her expression becoming unusually serious. "I need to build a theoretical model first. First, the semantic field of this term includes the following dimensions: intimacy, sense of belonging, social identity." Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. "Second sister, there's no need to make it so complicated.
Just try calling out once?"
Lin Ke was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and said in a tone as if she were writing a lab report, "Husband." His pronunciation was clear and precise, but devoid of emotion, like he was reciting a textbook.
"Lin Chen, never mind, you can just call yourself Lin Chen."
Lin Ke frowned. "No, that's not right.
The emotional feedback data doesn't match.
I should adjust the tone parameters."
She cleared her throat and tried again, softening her voice, "Husband?"
"It's much better this time, but it's still a bit stiff."
Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You've made great progress."
Lin Ke took careful notes. "It seems I need to practice. I plan to practice 3 times a day for 2 weeks and observe the emotional adaptation curve."
"There's no need to be so strict. Scientific research requires rigor."
After saying that, Lin Ke suddenly leaned in and touched Lin Chen's lips, then pulled away to observe his reaction. Kissing provides a more direct emotional response.
Data shows that your heart rate increased by 12%. Second sister.
"This is data collection," Lin Ke said seriously, though her ears were a little red.
"We need more samples. Can we continue tonight?" Lin Chen, "Okay." Chapter 50 Sweet Interaction 1.
That evening, Lin Chen went to Zhao Manli's room.
Zhao Manli had just finished showering and was drying her hair in her bathrobe. Seeing him come in, she raised an eyebrow. "Oh, finally my turn?" "Sister Manli, this morning." "Don't mention this morning." Zhao Manli blushed. "That was an accident."
Lin Chen smiled and walked over, took the towel from her hand, and helped her dry her hair. "I think it sounds great." "Don't even try," Zhao Manli pouted, but didn't refuse his advances. Drying her hair, Zhao Manli turned to look at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Lin Chen, do you know? In my entire life, Zhao Manli, have never called anyone husband. Before, when I was dating, it was always the other guy chasing after me. Now, it's all different." She reached out and poked his chest. "I'm hooked." Lin Chen held her hand. "Are you unhappy?" "I'm happy," Zhao Manli said honestly, "but I'm not used to it." She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Husband." This time she was much more natural than in the morning, but she still had that characteristic awkwardness. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was different from all the previous ones. Zhao Manli's kisses always carried a possessiveness, like stamping an agreement to confirm ownership. But today, there was more tenderness, more a sense of belonging. After a long kiss, Zhao Manli, slightly out of breath, pushed him away. "That's enough, don't push your luck." "I'm pregnant." "I know," Lin Chen smiled, "it's just I want to kiss you." "So cheesy," Zhao Manli said with a hint of disgust, but she pulled him down to sit and leaned on his shoulder. "But I don't hate it." The two sat quietly for a while. Zhao Manli suddenly said, "Lin Chen, I want to hold a wedding after the baby is born." "Good. I want the biggest, the most exciting one," she said. "I want the whole world to know that you are my man." "Good. And," her voice trailed off, "you have to keep treating me well. Otherwise I'll." "So what?" "I just take the kids and run away from home," she said, laughing at herself. "Just kidding. I can't bear to." Lin Chen hugged her tightly. "I won't give you a chance." As night deepened, Lin Chen returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Min sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a book in her hand, waiting for him. "Teacher Su? I told you my name is Su Min." Su Min stood up, somewhat flustered. I came to discuss something with you." "What's up?" "The school wants to invite you to give a lecture on national missions and family balance," Su Min said. "I think this is an opportunity to let more people know the real situation, instead of believing rumors." Lin Chen nodded. "Okay. You can arrange the time." "Okay." Su Min breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated for a moment. "Also,
I want to give it a try. Try what?
Sumin blushed and said softly, husband. She called out more shyly than anyone else, her head almost buried in her chest. But after she finished, she raised her head, her eyes gentle yet firm. Although I'm not used to it, I think
I'll get used to it slowly.
Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and walked over to hug her gently. Thank you, Su-min.
Of course.
Su-min leaned against him.
We're husband and wife now.
Although the situation is special, I want to try my best to fulfill my duties as a wife.
She kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, very lightly and gently. This is a goodnight kiss. From now on, every day. Good.
After Su-min left, Lin Chen lay on the bed, recalling the events of the day. Everyone reacted differently, but everyone was trying. Try to adapt to this special marriage, try to play the role of a good wife, and try to love him.
Although I'm tired, I'm happy. A system notification sounded. Deepening of emotional connection.
Spouses' identification with their marital status has increased.
Reward, family harmony plus 15%, offspring's emotional stability plus 10%.
The screen also displayed how comfortable each person was with the term husband. Lin Xiaoran, 35% shy but actively trying. Zhou Siyu, 40% acceptable privately, but will take time to make it public.
Lin Ku, 30% accepted rationally, but emotional feedback needs improvement.
Zhao Manli, 55% awkward but I've started to get used to it.
Su-min, 45% strong traditional values, adapting.
Lu Man, 25% significant psychological barriers. The others have not tried yet.
Take your time, no rush.
Lin Chen closed his eyes.
Lu Man's breakthrough and the diversity of kisses.
The next day, Lin Chen decided to go find Lu Man. Lu Man lives in the base's agricultural area, a simulated natural light and soil environment that allows her to continue managing a small experimental farm. For Lu Man, the land and plants are the best form of healing. When Lin Chen arrived, Lu Man was setting up trellises for the tomato seedlings. She was wearing overalls and a plaid shirt, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead.
Sister Lu Man.
Lu Man looked up, saw Lin Chen, and blushed slightly. Lin Chen, what brings you here?
I came to see you.
Lin Chen walked over and helped her with the frame.
Do you need any help? No need, it'll be done soon.
Lu Man quickly tied the last support rod, straightened up, and wiped her sweat.
Please sit down, I'll go pour some tea. The two sat down in the farm's rest area.
Lu Man brewed some mint tea she had grown herself, its aroma filling the air.
Sister Lu Man, are you getting used to life at the base? I'm used to it. Lu Man nodded. We have everything here, and we can even farm. It's much better than I imagined. It's just a bit stuffy, and we can't see the real sky.
Once we're safe, I'll go with you to see the stars on Earth.
Real?
Real. Lu Man smiled, a smile that held a long-lost ease. But quickly, she lowered her head again, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Lin Chen, I have something I want to tell you.
You say.
About the way we address each other, Lu Man said softly.
I heard them talking about it yesterday, and I've been thinking about what I should do.
She looked up, her eyes filled with struggle. I know we're legally married now, and I should call him husband in the proper sense. But every time I try to speak, I think of Amin.
I feel like I'm betraying him.
Lin Chen held her hand. Sister Lu Man, Ming wouldn't want you to be like this.
He wants you to be happy. I know. Tears streamed down Lu Man's face. I know it rationally, but I just can't get over it. She took a deep breath. So I was thinking, could there be a transition period?
I won't call you husband, but I won't just call you Lin Chen.
What do you want to call me?
Chen, brother Chen. Lu Man blushed. This way we can be more intimate without putting too much pressure on me.
Is that okay?
Of course you can, Lin Chen smiled.
Call me whatever you want, no need to force yourself. Thank you. Lu Man breathed a sigh of relief.
Then don't call me Sister Lu Man anymore, just call me
Lu Man. Okay, Lu Man.
The change in how they addressed each other subtly propelled their relationship forward. Lu Man was visibly more relaxed and took the initiative to talk about the farm. This batch of tomatoes is an improved variety, with a high sweetness level, making it suitable for pregnant women.
I'll deliver them to everyone when they're ripe. Good.
And the strawberries over there will be ready to pick in 2 weeks.
Xiaoran said she likes them, so I'm saving some for her. She will be very happy. As they chatted, Lu Man suddenly whispered, Brother Chen, can I give it a try? Try what?
That her face turned even redder, kissing.
I saw them all.
Lin Chen paused for a moment, then smiled, okay.
Lu Man stood up and walked to Lin Chen, her hands trembling with nervousness.
She closed her eyes and slowly moved closer. The kiss was light and brief, with the refreshing scent of mint tea. After the kiss, Lu Man immediately pulled away, her face as red as a ripe tomato.
How is it? She asked softly.
Very good, Lin Chen said.
That's good.
Lu Man breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little embarrassed.
I don't have much experience. Ming and I haven't shared a room yet. Take your time.
Lin Chen stood up and gently hugged her.
No need to rush. Mum.
Lu Man leaned against him, her voice muffled.
Brother Chen, I will try my best.
I will try my best to be a good wife to you, and try to love our child.
You've done a great job. Chapter 51 Sweet Interaction 2.
After leaving the agricultural area, Lin Chen encountered Chu Xiaoran. She was holding a tablet and pacing back and forth in the corridor, muttering to herself, clearly deep in thought about some difficult problem.
Xiaoran.
Chu Xiaoran looked up, saw Lin Chen, and pushed up her glasses. Perfect timing, I need your help.
What kind of help? An experiment on emotional feedback regarding forms of address. Chu Xiaoran pulled up the data.
I collected everyone's reaction data yesterday and discovered an interesting phenomenon. The impact of changes in how forms of address are addressed varies from person to person on intimate behavior.
I'd like to collect your real-time physiological data, so that when you hear different forms of address. Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. Xiaoran, this doesn't require an experiment.
Yes, we need it, Chu Xiaoran said seriously.
Science needs data.
Let us test the basic value of the name Lin Chen first. She had Lin Chen put on the heart rate monitoring bracelet, then stood in front of him and said in a calm tone, Lin Chen. The heart rate curve on the tablet fluctuated slightly.
Now let's test husband.
Chu Xiaoran cleared her throat and said in the same tone, husband. The heart rate curve showed a significant increase.
Interesting.
Chu Xiaoran recorded the data.
Now let's test the effect of different tones. Gentle version, husband?
She tried to soften her voice, but it sounded a bit strange, like she was imitating a robot.
Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoran, you don't have to force yourself.
This isn't forced, it's for research, Chu Xiaoran insisted, trying several different tones of voice before finally finding a relatively natural one, husband.
This time it's much better.
She looked at the data. Your heart rate increased by 18%, and your skin conductivity also changed. This shows that this form of address does indeed trigger an emotional response. She paused. Now let's test the cumulative effect of kissing. After saying that, she leaned in and touched Lin Chen's lips, quick and precise, like a laboratory probe touching a sample. After the kiss, the heart rate increased by another 12%.
Chu Xiaoran finished recording and looked up at Lin Chen. Do you need more data? For example, the effects of different durations and intensities? No. Okay.
Chu Xiaoran was a little disappointed, but quickly became excited again.
This data is very helpful to my research.
Thank you for your cooperation, husband. She spoke the last two words softly, but clearly. After saying that, she paused for a moment, then pushed up her glasses as if to cover something up. This is necessary for the experiment. But Lin Chen noticed that her ears had turned red. It seems that even someone as rational as Chu Xiaoran experiences emotional fluctuations. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went to Yang Panning's room, or rather, her temporary office at the base. Even under these circumstances, Yang Panning maintained her work ethic. Video conferencing, document processing, fashion planning, she handled it all. Seeing Lin Chen enter, she simply nodded slightly and continued speaking into the screen. The color scheme for the autumn collection needs adjustment. The current design is too somber.
Pregnant women need to be fashionable too, understand? After ending the call, she turned to Lin Chen and asked, Is something wrong?
I just came to see you, Lin Chen said.
How are you feeling? It's all right. Yang Panning touched her lower abdomen. The morning sickness is milder than I expected. The doctor said the baby is very healthy. That's good. There was a moment of silence.
Yang Panning suddenly spoke up. I've heard about the matter of how to address someone.
You don't have to force yourself.
I don't intend to force you, Yang Panning interrupted him. Our relationship is essentially a business collaboration, so calling me Mr. Lin is quite appropriate. However, she paused, considering my public image and the children, I occasionally need to cooperate with the performance. She stood up, walked up to Lin Chen, and said in a calm tone, as if discussing a contract, therefore, I will use the term husband when necessary, but only in public.
Lin Chen nodded, I understand.
Yang Panning looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned in and lightly touched his lips as swiftly as if stamping a confirmation.
It's a polite kiss between business partners.
She stepped back, her expression remaining calm.
Don't misunderstand.
But Lin Chen noticed that when she turned around, her fingers unconsciously touched her lips. Even someone as aloof as Yang Panning has her moments of discomfort. In the evening, it was time for a group dinner. For the first time, all 13 women were present, of course, the assistants of the 3 actresses were also there. The long table was packed with people. Lin Chen sat in the main seat, Su Wanqing sat to his left, and people took turns sitting to his right.
The atmosphere was somewhat awkward.
Lin Xiaoran broke the silence first, placing a piece of pork rib on Lin Chen's plate. Brother Chen, eat this. Zhou Siyu also picked up some greens. Lin Chen, you need to have a balanced diet. Zhao Monli put a piece of meat directly into his bowl. Eat more, you've lost weight.
Su Min ladled out a bowl of soup. Be careful, it's hot.
Lu Man handed over a small dish of pickled vegetables she had made herself. It's an appetizer. Before long, Lin Chen's bowls were piled up like a small mountain.
Lin Ku adjusted her glasses. According to nutrition science, excessive intake can lead to second sister. Lin Xiaoran interrupted her, this is a token of my affection.
Lin Ku paused for a moment, then picked up a piece of fish as well. Then, let's replenish our protein. Zhu Xiaoran looked at everyone and picked up a piece of tofu as well. Plant protein is also needed. Yang Panning's assistant, Li Wei, smiled and said, Ms. Yang instructed that Mr. Lin's diet should be scientifically structured. She gestured to the nutritionist behind her, who immediately handed over a detailed diet plan.
Lu Ruiyer's assistant, Zhang Lin, said, President Lu said she learned a few dishes after she became pregnant, and she will cook them for Mr. Lin once she is safe.
Wang Yutong's assistant, Chen Jing, was the most straightforward. Ms. Wang has invested in an organic farm, and the ingredients have already been arranged to be delivered. The meal left Lin Chen feeling both warm and amused. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room to rest. A special program about Zhou Siyu was playing on TV. During the program, when Zhou Siyu talked about Lin Chen, she naturally referred to him as my husband. Her expression was gentle, and her eyes were sincere. But as soon as the show ended and she returned to reality, she blushed again. It's so natural to say my husband on TV, but I just can't bring myself to say it to his face. Zhao Monli put her arm around her shoulder. You'll get better with more practice. Come on, say to Lin Chen husband. After holding it in for a while, Zhou Siyu whispered, husband.
Speak louder. Husband. Zhou Siyu exclaimed, then shrank into the sofa. Ah, this is so embarrassing. Everyone laughed.
Amidst the laughter, Lin Chen looked at the women in the room, each with their own personality and struggles, but all trying and adapting.
This is my home. Though unusual, it is true.
At this moment, a system notification sounded.
Family harmony has greatly improved.
Spouses' level of identification with their marital status has risen to an average of 50%.
Unlock new feature, Family Emotional Sharing Network Basic.
Effect, it can sense the emotional fluctuations of family members and provide comforting suggestions. On the light screen, 13 portraits formed a circle, with Lin Chen in the center. The lines of emotion connected, forming a warm energy network.
It's starting to feel more and more like a real home.
As night deepened, everyone returned to their rooms. When Lin Chen escorted Su Wanqing back to her room, Su Wanqing said softly, Shen'er, seeing you like this makes Mom so happy.
Mom, thank you for always supporting me.
Silly child, who else would Mom support if not you? Su Wanqing patted his head.
Go and rest.
You have to accompany Xiaoran to her prenatal checkup tomorrow.
Okay. Good night, Mom. Good night.
Lin Chen returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. Although there are still external threats and challenges ahead. But at least for this moment, 300 meters underground, he is happy.
There is a home, there is love, there are them. That's enough. Chapter 52 Sweet Interaction 3. The next day, Lin Xiaoran had her first formal prenatal checkup. The base's medical center is fully equipped, even more advanced than large hospitals on the ground.
Lin Xiaoran lay on the examination bed, nervously gripping Lin Chen's hand.
Brother Chen, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lin Chen held her hand tightly. The doctor operated the equipment, and a 3D ultrasound image appeared on the screen. Inside the tiny gestational sac was an even smaller point of light that was the newly formed little life.
I can see a heartbeat.
The doctor pointed to a flashing dot on the screen. Very healthy. Lin Xiaoran stared at the screen, tears welling up in her eyes. It's really happening.
Yes.
Lin Chen's eyes also welled up with tears.
It's our child. After the examination, Lin Xiaoran held the printed ultrasound images and looked at them again and again. Brother Chen, look, doesn't it look like a little bean?
Picture.
I'm going to keep this photo safe.
Lin Xiaoran carefully put the photo away, then looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling. Husband.
Husband.
This time she spoke very naturally, although she was still a little shy, she no longer stuttered. Lin Chen smiled and kissed her forehead. You've made great progress. I practiced for several nights. Lin Xiaoran said proudly, I practiced in front of the mirror many times.
Thanks a lot. It's not hard work.
Lin Xiaoran shook her head and said earnestly, I want to be a good wife to you and a good mother to our child.
So? I have to work hard.
The two walked out of the medical center hand in hand and ran into Zhou Siyu, who was there for a routine checkup.
Sister Siyu. Lin Xiaoran held up the photo. Look, my baby.
Zhou Siyu took the photo, her eyes gentle, so cute.
I'm coming for my prenatal checkup next week too. I'll have Brother Chen accompany you then.
Lin Xiaoran said. He's really good at comforting people.
Zhou Siyu blushed and looked at Lin Chen. Lin, husband.
She's still not quite used to it, but at least she can say it out loud now. Lin Chen walked over and gently hugged her. Take it easy.
Mum.
Zhou Siyu leaned against him and whispered, I had a dream last night. I dreamt about our child. It was a girl. Her eyes looked like yours.
That must be very beautiful.
Zhou Siyu smiled, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. This is a good morning kiss. Lin Xiaoran chimed in from the side. Sister Siyu is so proactive.
Zhou Siyu's face turned even redder. Xiaoran. Okay, I won't tell.
Lin Xiaoran ran away with a grin. Over the next few days, prenatal checkups became a routine at the facility.
Lin Ke's prenatal checkups were unique. She recorded data while undergoing the examinations. At 12 weeks of pregnancy, the fetus is developing 23% faster than the baseline. Neural tube development data is exceptionally good. The doctor was both amused and exasperated. Dr. Lin, please relax. This is a prenatal checkup, not an experiment. Prenatal checkups are a process of collecting physiological data.
Lin Ke pushed up her glasses.
I need to record everything completely. Lin Chen held her hand. Second sister, let's just be a mother today, not a scientist, okay?
Lin Ke paused for a moment, then nodded, okay. She relaxed, looked at the image on the screen, and for the first time showed a pure maternal smile. He is moving.
Yes, I'm saying hello to you.
Lin Ke turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes tender. Husband, our child is very healthy.
Mum.
Lin Chen gently kissed her lips.
You're great. Zhao Manli's prenatal checkup was the most dramatic. As she lay down on the examination bed, she complained, this bed is too hard. How can they take care of a pregnant woman like this?
The doctor quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Ms. Zhao, we'll add more padding right away.
No need, just finish the checkup quickly.
Zhao Manli waved her hand, then grabbed Lin Chen's hand.
You're not allowed to leave.
I'm not leaving, Lin Chen said helplessly. Halfway through the examination, Zhao Manli suddenly said, Honey, I'm hungry. Lin Chen was taken aback. This was the first time she had called him husband so naturally in public. Zhao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then blushed and stubbornly said, What are you looking at?
Can't I call out?
Yes, of course,
Lin Chen smiled. What would you like to eat?
I'll go prepare it.
Whatever.
Zhao Manli turned her face away, but her hand was still tightly gripping his.
The test results were all normal.
Zhao Manli held the photo and looked at it for a long time, then suddenly whispered, Honey.
I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I won't be a good mother.
Zhao Manli rarely showed her vulnerable side.
With such a bad temper, will I raise my child badly?
No, Lin Chen said earnestly.
You'll be a good mother because you care. Zhao Manli's eyes reddened. You're good at saying nice things. I'm telling the truth. Su Min's prenatal checkup was the quietest. She was very cooperative and gentle throughout the entire process. After the examination, she held up the photos and whispered, "Honey, look, the baby's outline is already visible." "Yes, like you. It's good to be like you." Su Min smiled. "Smart, gentle, and responsible." Lin Chen hugged her and said, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard work," Su Min shook her head. "This is happiness." Lin Chen accompanied Lu Man throughout her prenatal checkup. She was still nervous, but much better than before. When she saw the image on the screen, she cried, "Amin, can you see it? I'm going to be a mother." Lin Chen gently patted her back. After the examination, Lu Man wiped away her tears and looked at Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, thank you. Without you, I might never have had a child in my life." "This is our child," Lin Chen said. "Whom?" Lu Man nodded, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Husband." Although she was still not quite used to it, she tried her best. Lin Chen kissed her forehead. "Very good." Lu Man smiled, a smile that showed relief and happiness. Chu Xiaoran had the latest prenatal checkup. She had only recently confirmed her pregnancy. But she had already collected everyone's data and conducted a detailed comparative analysis. Based on the existing data, your genes trigger different dominant expressions when they combine with different mothers. Chu Xiaoran analyzed while undergoing the examination. Lin Kuo's child is more inclined towards scientific research, Lin Lan's child is more inclined towards leadership, Zhou Siyu's child is more inclined towards communication. This is very interesting, and I need to study the mechanism further. Doctor, researcher Chu, can you focus on your prenatal checkup first? Chu Xiaoran pushed up her glasses. Prenatal checkups are simply a process of collecting data. Lin Chen held her hand. "Xiaoran, let's just be pregnant today, okay?" Chu Xiaoran paused for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." She relaxed, looked at the screen, and for the first time showed a confused expression. "This is my child?" It feels very strange," Chu Xiaoran said in a low voice. "Theoretically, I know this is the product of genetic combination, but emotionally, I can't accurately describe this feeling." "This is what it feels like to be a parent," Lin Chen said. Chu Xiaoran turned to look at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Husband, is that the right way to address me?" "Right. I need more emotional feedback data," Chu Xiaoran said. She leaned in and kissed him on the lips. This time it wasn't an experimental touch, but a real kiss, though it was still quite awkward. Heart rate increased by 28%. She stepped back and looked at the monitoring data. It seems that the emotional response to this behavior is very strong. Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. "Xiaoran, I know I'm only playing the role of a pregnant woman today," Chu Xiaoran smiled, "a rare occurrence. But collecting data is instinct." "All right." As prenatal checkups continue, everyone is getting more and more used to calling their husbands husband. Lin Xiaoran can now call out the words naturally, and she even uses different ways to say them. "Husband, my dear husband, my little husband." Zhou Siyu is quite natural in private, but she still blushes in public. Lin Ke treated it as a research project, recording her adaptation curve every day. Zhao Manli verbally expressed her disdain, but she called out the name most frequently, as if asserting her dominance. Su Min called out the most gently, and it felt most like a wife's voice. Lu Man is still getting used to it, but every time she calls out, she smiles sweetly. Chu Xiaoran is still collecting data. Yang Panning, Lu Ruir, and Wang Yutong still call each other by their names in private, but they will cooperate in necessary situations. That evening, during the group dinner, something interesting happened. When Lin Xiaoran served food to Lin Chen, she said naturally, "Honey, have some." Zhou Siyu also handed over the soup. "Honey, be careful, it's hot." Zhao Manli retorted, "Honey, this is nutritious." The way they address each other is like a contagious disease. Lin Ku adjusted his glasses. From a group behavior perspective, this involves a slight degree of competition. "Second sister." Lin Xiaoran interrupted her, "You should call her that too." Lin Ku paused, then said in a report-like tone, "Honey, please take some vitamins." Everyone laughed. Lu Man whispered, "Brother Chen, honey, this is delicious." Chu Xiaoran looked at everyone and said, "Honey, do you need me to analyze the nutritional components of this dish?" "No need," Lin Chen quickly said. Let's eat, let's eat." Su Wanqing sat in the main seat, watching this scene, her eyes slightly red. "It's so nice, it really feels like home." "Mom, what's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. "It's nothing."
Su Wanqing wiped her eyes.
Mom is just happy. Seeing you all like this, Mom is really happy. Chapter 53 Family Harmony.
After dinner, Lin Chen accompanied Su Wanqing for a walk in the garden. "Shunner, there's something I want to discuss with you," Su Wanqing said softly.
What's up?
"Let us have a formal wedding after the children are born," Su Wanqing said.
Although it's legal, the ceremony is important. Mom wants to see you two truly married.
Okay.
Lin Chen nodded. We'll get it done once it's safe.
Su Wanqing smiled and gently patted his hand. "Shunner, you've grown up and become a real man, responsible and dependable.
Mom is proud of you." Thank you, Mom. Family emotional sharing network upgraded.
On average, 65% of spouses identified with their marital status.
Unlock new feature, Group Emotional Soothing Basic. Effect, can soothe the emotional fluctuations of multiple family members simultaneously.
Warmth and the meaning of a kiss in a crisis. 2 weeks of peace passed, but the shadow of external threats loomed once again. The National Security Agency intercepted intelligence that the unknown third force, the New Human Project, had not given up. They are planning a larger-scale operation, targeting the Longyuan base. Security at the base has been tightened again, and everyone is required to minimize going out, with even the time allotted for activities in the indoor garden being restricted. A tense atmosphere began to spread.
Brother Chen, are we going to be trapped here forever?
She held Lin Chen's hand, her eyes filled with unease.
I want to go outside, I want to bask in the sun, I want to breathe real air. Yes, I will.
Lin Chen hugged her. When we're safe, I'll take you to see the sea, to see the mountains, to see all the places you want to see.
Really?
Real. But after calming one person down, the other became emotionally unstable.
Zhou Siyu began to suffer from insomnia and often woke up in the middle of the night.
She said she dreamed that her child was born in a place without sunlight, and that her child asked her, "Mommy, what color is the sky?" Lin Chen stayed with her every night until she fell asleep.
Honey, am I really useless?
Zhou Siyu leaned against him and whispered, "I should be strong, but I'm always afraid." "It's normal to be scared," Lin Chen said softly. "You've already faced it very bravely."
But. No buts.
Lin Chen kissed her forehead.
You've done very well.
Zhao Manli's anxiety manifested as irritability.
This is so annoying.
I'm going crazy being stuck in this metal box all day. She smashed a cup, then immediately regretted it, crouching down to pick up the shards.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Lin Chen stopped her, saying, "Don't tidy up, be careful with your hands."
Lin Chen, Zhao Manli's eyes reddened, I couldn't control myself.
I know I shouldn't lose my temper, but I just felt so suffocated.
I know.
Lin Chen hugged her.
It's good to let it out. Zhao Manli cried in his arms for a while, then whispered, "Honey, am I really that bad?"
I have a bad temper and I throw things around. It's not bad, Lin Chen said.
The real you is great. Real?
Real. Su Min's anxiety was the most subtle. She continued working and living as usual, but Lin Chen noticed that she would get distracted when reading and lose track of time when making tea.
Su Min, are you alright? Lin Chen asked.
Su Min snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. It's alright.
It's just a little boring. Want to go out for a walk?
Yes.
Su Min nodded.
I want to go back to school, I want to stand on the podium, and I want to hear students call me Teacher Su.
We'll be back soon, Lin Chen said, holding her hand. I promise.
Su Min looked at him, her eyes slightly red. Husband, thank you.
You're always there for me when I need you. It's what I should do.
Lu Man's anxiety manifested in her overcare for the farm. She spends more than 10 hours a day in the agricultural area, with almost no rest. When Lin Chen found her, she was watering the same strawberry seedling for the third time.
Lu Man, that's enough, it will drown.
Lu Man froze, staring at the water bottle in her hand, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Lin Chen took the kettle away and pulled her to sit down. You're scared.
Yes. Lu Man nodded.
I'm afraid the child will be born in this place, afraid he won't see the real sky, afraid he won't be happy. He will be happy, Lin Chen said earnestly, because he has you as his loving mother.
Lu Man leaned on his shoulder. Brother Chen, husband, will you always stay with us?
Yes. Lin Chen kissed her hair. Forever. Lin Ke's anxiety was the most hidden. She buried herself in her work. Working 18 hours a day, analyzing data, conducting experiments, and writing reports. Xu Xiaoran approached Lin Chen, her tone serious. Dr. Lin Ke's workload has exceeded safe limits, she needs rest. When Lin Chen went to the lab to find Lin Ke, she was still staring at the screen, her eyes bloodshot.
Second sister, it's time to rest.
There's still one set of data we haven't finished analyzing.
We'll analyze it tomorrow.
Lin Chen turned off the screen.
Now, go to sleep.
Lin Ke paused for a moment, then took off her glasses and rubbed her temples. I can't stop. If I stop, I start thinking about a lot of bad things.
What are you thinking about?
I thought about what if the base were breached, what if something happened to the child, what if.
She couldn't continue.
Lin Chen hugged her. No, it won't happen. I'm here, the country is here, it won't happen. Lin Ke leaned against him, her voice soft. Honey, this is the first time I've felt fear. In the past, when I did experiments, if I failed, I could start over.
But the baby can't fail. It won't fail.
Lin Chen gently kissed her lips.
Trust me. Mum.
Lin Ke closed her eyes.
I believe you.
Xu Xiaoran's anxiety manifested as even more frantic scientific research. She was trying to develop a technology that could completely hide Lin Chen's genetic characteristics, but progress was slow. When Lin Chen found her, she was staring blankly at a pile of data.
Xiaoran, take a rest. We can't rest, Xu Xiaoran shook her head. There's not enough time.
If they find you while the jammer is out of order.
It's not that easy, Lin Chen said.
The base is very safe.
There is no absolute safety.
Xu Xiaoran looked at him, her eyes serious. Husband, your genes are too special.
If you fall into the hands of those people, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must protect you.
This was the first time she had explicitly used the word protect. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and went over to hug her. You've protected her very well. Xu Xiaoran leaned against him, remained silent for a while, and said, I need more time.
But there isn't enough time. I need your help.
How can I help?
More data. Xu Xiaoran looked up.
About how your genes behave in various emotional states. I need to know the activity characteristics of your genes when you are being loved. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. You mean? A kiss. Xu Xiaoran pushed up his glasses.
A lot of kissing data.
I need to build a model linking emotional stimulation to gene activity.
Are you sure this is for research purposes?
I'm sure. Xu Xiaoran nodded, then added softly, but not entirely. She blushed, a rare occurrence for her. I'd like to give it a try.
Not as a researcher, but as a wife.
Lin Chen smiled and lowered his head to kiss her. The kiss was long and deep. After finishing, Xu Xiaoran breathed slightly, looking at the data on the tablet. Heart rate increased by 52%, gene activity markers increased by 37%, the emotional stimulation effect was significant. Then she put away the tablet and said softly, Honey, let's do it one more time.
This time, don't record any data. Good. The warmth shown during a crisis is especially precious.
People began to support and comfort each other. Lin Xiaoran would pull Zhou Siyu to draw together, drawing their imagined outside world. Zhao Manli taught Su Min a simple Tai Chi routine, saying it was to release energy.
Lu Man cooked all sorts of delicious food for everyone, using food to soothe their anxiety.
Lin Ku and Xu Xiaoran worked together and keep an eye on each other's rest time.
The assistants of Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, and Wang Yutong also joined the group activity.
Although the three actresses were not present, they brought a lot of supplies and entertainment equipment.
This special family has become even closer during the crisis. Chapter 54: The Promise of Family Protection.
That evening, it was time for a group movie screening, a heartwarming family program hosted by Zhou Siyu. Seeing the family having a picnic in the sunshine on the show, Lin Xiaoran cried, I want to go too.
Zhou Siyu hugged her. I will go, I will definitely go.
Zhao Manli clenched her fist. Once we're safe, I'll take you to the best spot for a picnic. We'll have the whole beach to ourselves. Su Min said gently, I can prepare the bento boxes.
Lu Man nodded, I'll use the freshest ingredients from the farm.
Lin Ku adjusted her glasses. I need to analyze the safety level of the destination first. Second sister, everyone called out in unison. Lin Ku paused for a moment, then smiled, okay, no analysis today.
The atmosphere became more relaxed. After the movie ended, everyone prepared to go back to their rooms. Lin Xiaoran held Lin Chen's hand. Honey, will you stay with me tonight? I'm a little scared. Good. Zhou Siyu whispered, then, come with me tomorrow? Good. Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow. Is it my turn the day after tomorrow? Okay, let's make a schedule. Lin Chen said, both amused and exasperated. Su Min smiled and said, I can wait. Lu Man nodded, I'll wait too. Lin Ke took careful notes. Do we need to create a fair duty roster? Xu Xiaoran adjusted his glasses. I can provide algorithmic support. No need, everyone said in unison. Amidst the laughter, Lin Chen looked at them, his heart filled with joy. Although we are still in danger, and the future is uncertain. But with them there, we have courage. A system notification sounded. Family cohesion significantly improved. Emotional connection depth during crisis plus 40%. Unlock new feature, Home Protective Field Basic. Effect, family members experience increased emotional stability and stress resilience when they are near each other. On the screen, the home network emitted a warm golden light. This is the power of family. It was late at night, and Lin Chen accompanied Lin Xiaoran back to her room. Lin Xiaoran leaned against him and whispered, Honey, I'm actually not that scared today. Why? Because everyone is here, Lin Xiaoran said. I used to think that I was not afraid of anything as long as you were there. But now I realize that I am even less afraid when everyone is together. So, honey, you have to take good care of yourself. Lin Xiaoran looked up at him, her eyes serious. For our sake, for the sake of the children, you must take good care of yourself. I will. Lin Chen kissed her forehead. I promise. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. 2 weeks later, the external threat took a turn for the better. The National Security Agency, in conjunction with Interpol, launched a global crackdown on Project New Human. Multiple of the organization's strongholds were destroyed, and key members were arrested. Although some remnants remain at large, they are no longer a significant threat. Under international pressure, the two organizations, Genesis and Prometheus, have temporarily backed down and withdrawn most of their personnel from Jiangchang. The security alert level at Longyuan base has been lowered from red to orange. This means we can go out to a limited extent, Li Feng said at the briefing. But we cannot let our guard down. The jammer will take another week to repair, and we still need to be on high alert during this week. But at least, we saw hope. The first person to suggest going out was Zhao Manli. I want to go to the beach, her eyes lit up. Just for one day. Let me see the real sea. I want to go too. Lin Xiaoran raised her hand. I want to walk on the beach. Zhou Siyu said gently, I want to hear the sound of the waves. Su Min nodded, the air by the sea is good for pregnant women. Lu Man whispered, I want to see the plants by the sea. Lin Ku adjusted her glasses, I need to analyze the safety level of the destination. Second sister, everyone called out in unison. Lin Ku paused for a moment, okay. But we must be fully prepared. Xu Xiaoran pulled up the data, I suggest going to the East China Sea base. It's a military seaside sanatorium, with sufficient security and beautiful scenery. Yang Panning's assistant, Li Wei, smiled and said, Ms. Yang said she could arrange a private jet. Lu Ruiyer's assistant, Zhan Lin, said, President Lu said she owns a yacht. Wang Yutong's assistant, Chen Jing, was the most straightforward. Ms. Wang said she had booked an entire island. Finally, we decided to go to the East China Sea base. It's safe and it also satisfies everyone's desire to see the sea. On the day of departure, the convoy left the Longyuan base under armed escort. This was the first time in a month that everyone had seen the real sky. Sunshine, blue sky, white clouds. Everyone pressed their faces against the car windows, greedily gazing outside. The sky is so blue. Lin Xiaoran murmured. The trees are so green. Zhou Siyu's eyes reddened. Air is free. Zhao Manli took a deep breath. Looking at them, Lin Chen felt a mix of emotions, both bittersweet and warm. Upon arriving at the East China Sea base, one is greeted by a vast blue sea, golden sands, and white waves. They rushed down like children. Although they were all pregnant, their excitement made them forget to be cautious. Lin Xiaoran took off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the sand, so soft. So comfortable. Zhou Siyu squatted down and scooped up seawater with her hands. It's salty, it really is salty. Zhao Manli shouted to the sea, I'm out.
Sumin sat on a beach chair, closing her eyes to feel the sea breeze.
Lu Man is observing the plants on the beach.
Lin Ke was testing the composition of seawater when Lin Shen stopped her. Second sister, we're just playing today, not working. Lin Ke paused for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. Chu Xiaoran stood by the sea, looking into the distance, and said softly, 71% of the Earth's surface is ocean, but humans only understand 5% of the ocean.
This is very unscientific. Lin Shen walked over. Today we're not talking about science, we're just feeling it.
Chu Xiaoran turned to look at him, nodded, and then leaned on his shoulder. Honey, the sea is beautiful.
I want to come see the sea with my child. Yes, it will. Everyone spent the whole day at the beach.
Building sandcastles, collecting seashells, listening to the waves, and watching the sunset.
As the sun set, everyone sat on the beach, watching the evening glow on the horizon. Su Wanqing also arrived.
She sat down next to Lin Shen and said softly, Chener, look at them, how happy they are.
Mom has an idea, Su Wanqing said. Let's hold a ceremony to protect our family while we're still safe. Lin Shen was taken aback. Now? Yes. Su Wanqing nodded. Just by the sea, a simple ceremony. It doesn't need to be grand, just sincere. Lin Shen looked at everyone. Lin Xiaoran was the first to respond, okay. I want to wear a white dress. Zhou Siyu blushed, I'm willing too.
Zhao Monli raised an eyebrow, it should have been done a long time ago.
Sumin said gently, I think it's great.
Lu Man whispered, Can
I?
Lin Ke pushed up his glasses. From a sociological perspective, guardianship rituals have a positive effect on family stability. Chu Xiaoran nodded, I need to collect data on the impact of the guardian ritual on emotions. The assistants of the three actresses also said they would convey the message, and the three actresses should agree. So, the promise to protect was made 3 days later.
Simple, yet warm.
There was no media, no outsiders, only family.
Chapter 55 Guardian Pact Ceremony.
On the day of the ceremony, everyone wore simple white formal wear, not wedding dresses, but uniformly customized loose-fitting formal wear that combined aesthetics and comfort, and suited different body shapes.
Lin Shen stood under the flower gate by the sea, watching them walk over one by one.
A sea breeze, carrying a warm, salty scent, gently swayed the hem of her skirt. Lin Xiaoran arrived first, and she took Lin Chen's arm, her voice trembling slightly.
Brother Chen, I'm so nervous.
Me too, Lin Chen replied softly.
Liar, you don't look nervous at all.
Lin Xiaoran looked up at him, her eyes filled with apprehension. Lin Chen smiled and said gently, actually, my palms were sweating too.
Zhou Siyu walked over, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked with sobs. Lin Chen, we've finally made this promise.
From the day we decided to walk together, this promise was already in our hearts.
Lin Chen said softly, it's different. Zhou Siyu gently shook her head. Today is a moment that we all recognize, and it is very different from what we are used to.
Zhao Monli walked over, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said in a cheerful tone.
From now on, we'll be working side by side.
Today, we're officially stamping this agreement. I've confirmed it countless times already, Lin Chen said with a helpless yet warm smile. Then reinforce it one more time. Zhao Monli raised her hand and gently patted his shoulder as a ceremonial confirmation. Sumin walked over with a gentle smile on her face. Lin Chen, from now on, I will work with everyone to protect our shared home.
Thank you, this is home with you all here, Lin Chen replied.
Lu Man walked over, looking somewhat flustered, and whispered.
Brother Chen.
I will try my best to keep up with everyone and protect this promise.
Don't force yourself, just be yourself.
We're protecting each other, not one-sided sacrifices, Lin Chen gently comforted.
Lin Ke walked over and said seriously.
According to the data, once a clear mutual assistance agreement is reached, the team members' collaboration efficiency will increase by 23%.
Let's not talk about data today, just feel it with your heart, Lin Chen said.
Okay, Lin Ke paused, her eyes sincere.
Lin Chen, thank you for agreeing to this agreement with us.
Although the accuracy of your emotional expression still needs further refinement. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his tone firm. I felt it was very accurate. Lin Ke paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. Data verification passed. Chu Xiaoran walked over, adjusted his glasses, and held a tablet in his hand but didn't turn it on. Lin Chen, I originally wanted to record the data on my emotional fluctuations at this moment, but I think that how I feel right now is more important.
I'm glad you think that way, Lin Shen said. Zhu Xiaoran's lips curled up slightly. I feel at ease. Although the range of emotions associated with feeling at ease is quite broad, I'm certain I'm in the high range. That's good. Yang Panning, Lu Ruier, and Wang Yutong participated in the ceremony via video link. On the screen, they wore matching white dresses, their eyes bright. Although they couldn't be there in person, they clearly conveyed their feelings and sent small gifts in advance as a symbol of protection, each of them handmade amulets for good luck. The simple ceremony was presided over by Su Wanxing, whose voice was gentle yet solemn. Today, my son Lin Chen and all of you outstanding ladies are here to formally establish a protective pact. We all know that this world is full of unknowns, and the road ahead is destined to be bumpy, but as long as you have trust in each other, support each other, and uphold this pact, you will surely be able to overcome all difficulties together. She looked at Lin Chen. Shenner, you must remember that the core of this agreement is mutual help and responsibility. We must be of one mind and one heart with everyone and protect each other. I remember, I definitely will, Lin Chen replied solemnly. She then turned to the other girls. Children, you must also respect and love each other and support one another. From today onwards, you are a closely connected family, partners heading towards the future together. We will, everyone responded in unison, their voices firm. There is no exchange of rings. This agreement needs no external binding. The feelings between the two are the best proof. Everyone walked up to Lin Chen, either gently shaking his hand or patting his shoulder as a confirmation that the agreement had been reached. Sunlight streamed through the flower-lined gate, bathing each figure in a warm glow. As the sun set, the 12 girls stood side by side with Lin Chen on the beach, exchanging greetings and occasionally letting out soft laughter. The sea breeze churned the waves, as if blessing this promise. Although challenges lie ahead and hidden dangers have not been completely eliminated, at this moment, we have like-minded partners, a shared commitment, and readily available warmth and hope. That is enough. The system notification sounded for the last time, its tone gentle yet solemn. The Guardian community system has been fully integrated, all members have reached 100% acceptance of the community agreement, ultimate feature unlocked, Unity Guardian mechanism, effect, community members share risk warnings, automatically triggering mutual assistance responses in times of crisis, and improving overall collaboration efficiency. On the light screen, the original network nodes transformed into interconnected starlight, weaving together a stable network of light that shines eternally in the twilight. These are my partners, my family-like companions, my future. Looking at the people around him, the surging waves in the distance, and the magnificent sunset on the horizon, Lin Chen felt a sense of peace and warmth in his heart. Although the road ahead is long, with you all by my side, I have nothing to fear. Although there will be hardships, this commitment is worth all the effort. This is my new life. I will cherish this promise and protect it firmly. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, starlight began to twinkle in the night sky. The ceremony is over, but our shared life together has just begun. The road ahead is still long. But at least for now, they are of one mind and walk together, staying by each other's side. That's enough. Chapter 56 Returning to School. The state of emergency at the Longyuan base was quietly lifted a month later. Genesis's gene sampling incident was ultimately classified as commercial espionage, and with the mediation of the international community, the two sides reached a temporary ceasefire agreement. The National Working Group believes that rather than keeping Lin Chen in the closed base, it would be better to let him return to a normal life. After all, a rare male being isolated from the world for a long time would only attract more speculation and attention. So, on a clear early autumn morning, Lin Chen stepped back into the campus of Jiangcheng University. Sunlight filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the morning breeze carried the sweet fragrance of newly opened osmanthus blossoms. Lin Chen took a deep breath, the long-lost sense of freedom making him feel somewhat dazed. The system panel pops up in a timely manner. Daily mode is activated. Current task: complete studies and maintain a normal social image. Note, while the birth control target has been achieved, the continued spread of superior genes is still encouraged by the state. Special circumstances: 10 of the spouses have confirmed their pregnancies. Recommendation: allocate your time wisely, balancing family and studies. Lin Chen closed the panel, picked up his school bag, and headed towards the teaching building. Then, he stopped. The tree-lined path from the school gate to the main teaching building, a distance of 300 meters, was packed with people. No, to be precise, it was packed with girls. From freshmen to third-year graduate students, from innocent female students to mature female teachers, at least 500 people stood on both sides of the road, forming an exaggerated welcome passage.
Everyone was dressed appropriately, and many were holding mobile phones or small video cameras. The moment Lin Chen appeared, the entire road fell silent for a moment. Then, screams erupted. "It's Lin Chen! He's really back! Wow, he's even more handsome than in the news! Is this level of good looks even real? Look at me, senior! I'm a sophomore in the finance department. Lin! I'm a reporter from the campus weekly. May I interview you? Chen Chun! Mommy loves you!" The last sentence made Lin Chen stumble. He looked up and saw a girl who looked no older than him holding a lightboard that read, "Chen Bao, fly high. Chen fans will always be with you." What kind of magical reality is this? Make way! Make way! The security captain and a dozen guards struggled to maintain order. Don't crowd! Keep your distance! Student Lin is a nationally protected individual. What you're doing is illegal. However, the law seemed somewhat powerless in the face of fervor. Although the girls didn't dare to actually rush forward, their phone cameras and burning gazes practically scorched Lin Chen. He forced himself to walk forward, each step feeling like walking on a red carpet if the red carpet were flanked by fans who could easily lose control at any moment. System, is this normal? Lin Chen asked in his mind. According to the world setting, the public appearance of a top-tier rare male usually attracts a crowd. Data analysis: the current gathering consists of 532 people, all of whom are female, and the emotional agitation index is 87%. Recommendation: maintain a smile, move quickly, and avoid lingering to prevent disturbances. Keep smiling? Lin Chen tried to force a smile, which triggered another round of screams. He smiled. He smiled at me. He was clearly smiling at me. I want to set this photo as my screensaver. Just as Lin Chen was about to give up, a clear, cold female voice rang out from behind the crowd. Get out of my way. You're blocking my path. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a natural intimidating power. The crowd automatically parted to make way. The girl who walked in was someone Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at twice. She is about 1.7 meters tall, and her body proportions are so perfect that it looks like she was measured with a ruler. Her skin glowed with a warm luster in the morning light, and her long hair, like dark silk, cascaded down to her waist with slightly curled ends. What's most striking are his eyes, phoenix eyes with slightly upturned corners and rare amber pupils, which are now lightly sweeping across Lin Chen's face. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a dark blue pleated skirt. It was a regular school uniform, but on her, it looked like a high-end custom-made outfit. He was holding a book called Advanced Genetic Engineering in his hand and wearing a smartwatch that looked quite expensive on his wrist. It's Xia Qingyin, someone whispered. Why is the school beauty here? Doesn't she always disdain participating in these kinds of events? It's over, with Xia Qingyin showing up, we're all doomed. Xia Qingyin, the recognized campus belle of Jiangcheng International University, a genius in genetic engineering, and the sole heir of the Xia group. She was rumored to be arrogant and aloof, with suitors lining up from the school gate to the city center, but she never showed any interest in any man, including those few fellow alumni who were also exceptionally rare men. She stopped 3 steps away from Lin Chen, her amber eyes scanning him up and down. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Xia Qingyin tilted her head slightly, her icy expression melting away to reveal a smile that could outshine all the flowers. Senior Lin Chen, I'm your fan. Could you please sign my autograph? Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Xia Qingyin, who always has a cold face and disdain for her suitors, actually asked for an autograph? And she even smiled so sweetly? Lin Chen was also stunned. He could sense that Xia Qingyin was different from other girls. Her eyes held appreciation and curiosity, but not that kind of crazy possessiveness. What's even stranger is that the system panel didn't give any notification about her, as if she were just an ordinary passerby. Where do I sign? Lin Chen took the pen she handed him. Xia Qingyin thought for a moment, then gently lifted her shirt sleeve, revealing a section of her fair wrist. Is this all right? A collective gasp filled the air. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still signed his name on the inside of her wrist. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, he felt a subtle electric current, not a physiological one, but more like a kind of resonance. Thank you. Xia Qingyin looked at the signature on her wrist, her smile widening. Do you have a genetic ethics and sociology today, senior? I'm having advanced gene editing technology in the next classroom. Can we grab a coffee after class? No rush, take your time to think it over. Xia Qingyin took a step back, resuming her aloof demeanor, but a smile still lingered in her eyes.
By the way, my name is Xia Qingyin.
We'll see each other again soon. She turned and left, and the crowd automatically made way for her. After walking a few steps, she turned back to look at Lin Chen again, her gaze so complex that it was impossible to fathom. Lin Chen watched her departing figure, a strange feeling welling up inside him.
The system finally popped up a notification.
Special individual detected, Xia Qingyin.
Genetic level, to be analyzed. Threat assessment, extremely low. Special condition, exhibits atypical affection for the host not based on reproductive impulse. Recommendation, continue to observe. Is it attraction that isn't based on the urge to reproduce? In a world where there are more women than men and reproduction is paramount, do girls like this still exist?
Lin Chen shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts. Escorted by security guards, he finally entered the teaching building. The first class was Genetic Ethics and Sociology, taught by a female professor in her 60s. When she saw Lin Chen walk into the classroom, her eyes behind her glasses visibly lit up.
Welcome back, Lin, the professor said gently. Your situation is special.
The school has approved your exemption from some experimental courses, but you still need to attend the theoretical courses. The classroom was full of girls. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lin Chen walked to the corner of the last row, a separate seat specially arranged for him by the school, where no one was allowed to sit within 3 meters of him. The bell rang, and the professor began his lecture. Today we're going to discuss whether, given the reality of a female-to-male imbalance, gene optimization technology should be prioritized for use on men. Lin Chen opened his textbook, but found it difficult to concentrate. His thoughts drifted back to home.
Chapter 57 School Beauty Xia Qingyin.
This morning before leaving home, my second sister, Lin Ko, with her already showing belly, insisted on tying his tie.
Lower your head.
The 19-year-old sister stood on tiptoe, her fingers clumsily tying knots. She was 4 months pregnant, and her originally petite figure had become much rounder, with a gentle glow always on her face. Lin Chen obediently bent down so she wouldn't have to stand on tiptoe.
It's tied.
Lin Ko took a step back, looking at her work with satisfaction. Then she suddenly leaned in and gently kissed his cheek, saying, "Pay attention in class. And don't look at other girls." Lin Chen chuckled, "The classroom is full of girls."
That's not allowed either.
Lin Ku pouted, then smiled.
Just kidding. I know you care about us.
Lin Xiaoran poked her head out from the kitchen. She was 3 months pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness, so her face was a little pale.
Brother, did you bring a lunchbox?
I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs.
I brought it.
Lin Chen patted his backpack.
How are you feeling today? Are you still throwing up? Much better.
Lin Xiaoran walked over, took his hand and placed it on her lower abdomen.
The baby was very good today.
By the way, Sister Monli said she's coming over this afternoon with a bunch of baby supplies, which have filled the living room.
Zhao Monli is 5 months pregnant, and her belly is quite noticeable.
This once temperamental young lady has become much gentler since becoming pregnant, but her shopping desires have increased exponentially, especially for baby products. Lin Chen recalled the shock he felt when he returned home yesterday and saw the mountain of baby supplies in the living room. Zhao Monli was proudly showing off her third stroller. This one is an outdoor off-road type, this one is a shopping mall type, this one is. There's only one baby, Lin Ku muttered to herself.
What if there are more in the future? Zhao Monli said confidently.
Besides, other women will have children in the future too, so we can always use them.
Thinking of that scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Lin, what's your take on this issue?
The professor's voice brought him back to reality. Lin Chen then realized that the whole class was looking at him. He quickly stood up. "Excuse me, Professor, could you please repeat the question?" The professor smiled tolerantly. "I'm asking whether gene editing technology should be allowed if it allows for the targeted selection of the sex of a fetus, given that the male ratio is currently too low." Lin Chen thought for a moment and gave a cautious answer. "It's technically feasible, but from an ethical standpoint, if everyone chooses to have boys, the female population will plummet after a few generations, creating new social problems. I think we should be cautious."
A very good point. The professor nodded. Please have a seat.
After class, Lin Chen packed his bag to leave, only to find a group of people gathered at the classroom door. Leading them was Xia Qingyin. She changed into a light blue dress, and her long hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, making her look even more elegant and refined than in the morning. "Senior, does the coffee still count?" she asked with a smile. Whispers arose around them. Xia Qingyin's invitation to a boy for coffee was definitely headline news on campus. Lin Chen checked the time. He had no classes in the afternoon. Okay. Amidst the complex gazes of onlookers, the two left the teaching building and headed towards the campus cafe. Along the way, Xia Qingyin walked naturally beside him, maintaining a perfectly balanced distance, neither too close nor too far, neither too distant nor too intimate. "Does your family have several pregnant spouses?" Xia Qingyin suddenly asked. Lin Chen paused in his tracks. "How did you know?" "It's in the news." Xia Qingyin turned to look at him, a sly glint in her amber eyes. A national-level model of fertility, she conceived 10 times in 3 months, and now 12 of her spouses have confirmed their pregnancies. This information is all public. She paused, then lowered her voice. "I'm just curious, how does your senior manage to balance so many relationships? Doesn't he get tired?" The question was very personal, but it didn't feel offensive coming from her. It was more like a pure academic curiosity. "It's tiring, but it's worth it," Lin Chen answered honestly. "They are all very good people." "I believe it." Xia Qingyi nodded. "Those who are chosen by the senior must be very special." The two entered the coffee shop and found a seat by the window. Xia Qingyin ordered an Americano, while Lin Chen asked for juice. His diet was now strictly managed, and caffeine was forbidden. "Actually, I didn't just go to see my senior for coffee." Xia Qingyin stirred her coffee, her voice calm. "I know about Genesis Company. My father is the chairman of the Xia Group and has some business dealings with them." Lin Chen became alert. "Don't misunderstand, we're not enemies," Xia Qingyin quickly said. "On the contrary, my father asked me to tell you that the Xia family is willing to provide assistance. We have the research foundation for gene shielding technology. If you need it, we can cooperate." "Why are you helping me?" Lin Chen asked. Xia Qingyin was silent for a few seconds, then looked out the window. "Because I hate the world now. There are more women than men, childbirth is paramount, and women are treated like commodities, competing for male resources. This is not a healthy society. And you are the key to changing this rule." She turned back, her gaze resolute. "If your genetic optimization abilities could be widely adopted, the male ratio would rise again. At that time, women wouldn't have to live for childbirth and could pursue the life they truly want. I want to see that kind of world." Lin Chen looked at her in surprise. In a world where everyone regards childbirth as the highest value, someone actually thought so deeply. Of course, Xia Qingyin suddenly laughed, her smile carrying a girlish playfulness. "I do think senior is very handsome. This is for personal reasons and has nothing to do with work." Lin Chen smiled and said, "You're very special, Xia. Just call me Qingyin." She blinked. "Then, about the collaboration?" "I need to think about it and discuss it with my family," Lin Chen said. "After all, the situation is special right now." "I understand." Xia Qingyin took out a business card from her bag. "This is my personal contact information. Contact me anytime you've decided. Also..." She stood up to leave, then turned back. "If you run into trouble at school, you can come to me. After all, I have some influence in this school." After she left, Lin Chen looked at the business card in his hand. The pure black card had only a silver phone number and a name, Xia Qingyin. The system panel pops up. Xia Qingyin, sole heir to the Xia Group, a genetic engineering genius, 19 years old. Host affinity, 65. Admiration plus curiosity plus ideal identification. Special talent, genetic intuition, the ability to instinctively perceive abnormalities at the genetic level. Recommendation, this could be developed into a strategic partnership. Lin Chen put away the business card, finished his juice, and got up to go home. As he walked out of the school gate, he saw the girl holding up the Chunbao light sign again. Seeing him, she waved excitedly, "Chunbao. Mommy will come again tomorrow." Lin Chen smiled helplessly and got into the waiting car. The car drove towards the Lin family manor. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, watching the street scenes rushing past the window, lost in thought. Campus life was more extravagant than he had imagined, but not unbearable. Xia Qingyin's appearance was unexpected, but perhaps also an opportunity. Most importantly, there was a group of people waiting for him at home. Thinking of Lin Ko, Lin Xiaoran, and Zhao Manli, Lin Chen felt a warm current surge in his heart. A system notification sounded.
Daily task completed, back to school. Reward, social adaptability plus 10.
New task, maintain family harmony and support your pregnant spouse.
Special reminder, Su Wanqing's emotions have been fluctuating recently, please pay attention. Su Wanqing.
Lin Chen recalled his adoptive mother's silence these past few days. Since the safety pod incident, she had deliberately kept her distance and avoided any intimate gestures, but the complex emotions in her eyes were becoming increasingly apparent.
He sighed. Some relationships are perhaps destined to be anything but simple.
The car drove into the Lin family manor. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, he saw Lin Ku and Lin Xiaoran sitting on the swing in the garden waiting for him. The two pregnant sisters, wearing loose maternity dresses, smiled brightly in the sunset.
Brother! Welcome home. Did any girls bother you today? Tell me honestly.
Lin Chen walked over with a smile and put his arms around them, one in each arm.
Yes, there are many. But you are the only ones in my heart. That's more like it. Lin Ke leaned on his shoulder contentedly. Smooth talking, Lin Xiaoran said with disdain, but her eyes were full of laughter.
The warmth of home dispelled all fatigue. Lin Chen thought that no matter how exaggerated the outside world was, having these people by his side was enough.
And tomorrow will be another new day. Chapter 58, New Daily Life in the Villa.
The morning sunlight streamed in through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found himself lying on the 3-meter-wide master bedroom bed.
There was a gentle knock on the door.
Outside the door, Su Wanqing was wearing a light beige loungewear outfit, her long hair loosely tied up, her face radiating a lazy beauty from early morning. She held a glass of warm water in her hand, her eyes so gentle they seemed to overflow with tenderness. Zhao Monli ate her sandwich casually. Seeing Lin Chen come in, her eyes lit up. "You brat, you've been sleeping until now.
I've been waiting for you for ages. Sister Monli, pay attention to prenatal education."
Lin Ke sat by the window, with several paper documents spread out in front of her. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were still sharp.
"Lin Chen, come here. I need to check some data."
Just as Lin Chen walked over, Zhou Siyu came out of the kitchen with a fried egg in her hand, greeting him with a smile.
"Good morning, honey. I tried frying an egg, would you like to try it?"
The way he called out husband was so natural and fluent that it drew the attention of several girls at the table who weren't quite used to the term. Luman sat in the corner, her cheeks slightly flushed, and whispered, "Good morning, husband." Lin Chen sat down at the head of the long table. This was specially arranged by Su Wanqing. The head of the household should sit here. Su Wanqing herself sat in the first seat to his right, like a prime minister assisting a monarch.
"What's the schedule for today?"
Lin Lan put down her tablet and looked at Lin Chen. "I'll go to the school to show my face first."
Lin Chen took a bite of the fried egg that Zhou Siyu handed him. Then, Chu Xiaoran said she was moving in today to make it easier for her research. Researcher Chu is moving in? Young Panning looked up.
She was sitting in the third seat to Lin Chen's left, holding a financial newsletter.
"I need to prepare a list of laboratory specifications in advance. Her research is important to the family business." Wang Yutong nodded.
"I've already had my assistant prepare the annex on the east side. It can be converted into a small gene lab."
"Lin Ku, what equipment do you need? Just tell me. Look at the efficiency of these wealthy female celebrities. This is the benefit of resource integration."
Lin Chen was secretly pleased with himself when the system suddenly popped up a notification.
Ding.
Detected that the fetus in the womb of spouse Lin Ku has entered a period of rapid development.
The talent customization window is now open.
Please select your initial talent direction within 24 hours. A top-tier scientific thinking. B. Superb memory ability. C. Genetic affinity constitution.
Lin Chen was taken aback and asked himself, choose now? Weren't we supposed to wait until the fetus was bigger?
The gene resonance network can anchor talents 3 months in advance, with an effect 30% higher than later enhancements.
Then choose A. Scientific thinking.
The second sister's child must inherit her talent.
Confirm selection.
The top-tier scientific thinking talent foundation has been anchored for Lin Ku fetus number 1. Points consumed, 50,000.
Current remaining points, 820,000.
Lin Ke suddenly let out a soft and touched her lower abdomen.
What's wrong? Su Wanqing asked with concern. Just now. I suddenly had a very clear feeling.
Lin Ke rarely showed a puzzled expression.
It's like, the child is thinking? Everyone looked over. Thinking? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. A 4-month-old fetus? It might be the baby moving, Lu Ruier said, rubbing her eyes as she walked into the dining room. She had just woken up, and her voice was soft. I felt it last night too, like little fish swimming. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. The system is awesome. Anchoring talents can even make pregnant mothers feel something. Breakfast ended amidst much noise. As Lin Chen was about to leave, Su Wanqing called him back and handed him an elegant handbag. Inside is lunch Mom prepared for you, and a gift for researcher Chu. She paused, lowering her voice slightly. Chener, Chu Xiaoran, her mind is all on scientific research, so please take good care of her. But be careful not to overstep the mark. Her words had a hidden meaning, and Lin Chen understood. Is my foster mother reminding me not to add Chu Xiaoran to the pregnancy list too soon? But right now, she really just wants to do her research. Okay, Mom. Lin Chen took the bag, and when he touched Su Wanqing's fingers, she trembled slightly and quickly withdrew her hand. Lin Chen walked along the main road on the campus of Jiangcheng University, immediately attracting onlookers. It's Lin Chen. He's back at school. Shoo. Keep your voice down, the Zhao family is bad-mouthing him on the forum. Whispers filled the air. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but his mind was racing, analyzing the situation. The remnants of the Zhao family? Wasn't Zhao Kai expelled? Are there still people causing trouble? He opened the campus forum on his phone, and the title of the pinned hot post was glaringly obvious. Exposing the true face of the so-called national male god. Lin Chen used illegal genetic technology to manipulate women into becoming pregnant. The so-called system was merely a cover for human experimentation. Attached are photos of the base taken secretly as evidence. The poster, identified only by the ID Eye of Justice, wrote a lengthy post of several thousand words accusing Lin Chen of collaborating with a secret national agency to conduct genetic modification experiments on women, forcing them into pregnancy and creating dependency. The post claimed the so-called 100% pregnancy system was a fabrication, and that everything was the result of drugs and mind control. Most fatally, the post included 3 photos. The first image is a distant shot of the outer outline of the Longyuan base. Although blurry, it is clear that it is a military control zone. The second picture shows Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoran in profile in the laboratory. Chu Xiaoran is holding a syringe to Lin Chen's arm. It's a scene of her collecting a blood sample. The third photo is a group photo of 10 pregnant couples taken in the garden inside the base. Each person's abdomen is bulging to varying degrees, but the photo has been edited so that everyone's expression looks dull and numb. Holy crap! This angle is really awful. The second picture looks like they're injecting me with something. And they even photoshopped my expression in the third one. The post has received over 2,000 replies, with opinions polarized. I knew it was impossible for someone to get a woman pregnant 100% of the time. Turns out it was an experiment. Photos are proof. Lin Chen, get out of school. Wait a minute, is this photo photoshopped? Miss Zhou Siyu was clearly smiling happily during her live stream. Wake up, you people defending him upstairs. Is it normal for so many women to be surrounding one person? He's definitely being controlled. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Playing the information war? Sure, I'll play along. Just as he was about to contact Zhou Siyu to prepare a counterattack, Su Min hurriedly ran out of the academic affairs office, pulled him into the office, and locked the door. Lin Chen, have you checked the forum? Su Min's face was pale. 5 weeks pregnant, she was already experiencing some morning sickness, and now she was even more anxious. The principal just spoke with me. He said this matter has had a very bad impact and your classes will be temporarily suspended until the investigation is clear. Classes suspended? Lin Chen frowned. On what grounds? Just because of a few photoshopped pictures? The school is under a lot of pressure, Su Min said in a low voice. The poster not only posted on the school forum, but also bribed several influential self-media figures to push it simultaneously. Now the hashtag Lynchen gene manipulation hashtag is trending at number 48 on Weibo. The Education Bureau has even called to inquire about it. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. I explained it to you, but they said I was also one of the victims of control, and they wanted me to get a mental evaluation. Damn it, even Sister Su Min got involved. Chapter 59 Dual Crisis and Emergency Rescue.
With lightning speed, Lin Chen grabbed Li Hao's wrist the instant he was about to inject the needle into his carotid artery. "Let go!" Li Hao's face was contorted with rage. He pulled a switchblade from his pocket with his other hand and slashed at Lin Chen's arm. Sizzle! The cuff was torn, leaving a shallow bloodstain on the skin. But Lin Chen didn't let go. Instead, he increased the force, forcefully twisting Li Hao's wrist backward. "Ah!" Li Hao screamed as the syringe flew out of his hand. Xu Xiaoran rushed forward, caught the syringe, and quickly placed it into a sealed bag, his expression grave. This is a third-generation gene self-destruct agent that can completely destroy the injector's gene sequence within 30 seconds, turning them into undetectable meat paste. Genesis Corporation's methods are becoming increasingly extreme. She turned to Li Hao, her tone icy. "Think carefully. If you die, what will happen to your family? Will Genesis Corporation take care of them?" Li Hao's previously crazed gaze suddenly wavered. Lin Chen seized the opportunity and asked in a deep voice, "What are they threatening you with?" "My sister." Li Hao's voice was hoarse. "My sister has a rare genetic disease, and only Genesis Corporation has a treatment plan. They said as long as I complete the mission and obtain your gene sample, the treatment will be free." "Did you get it?" Lin Chen pressed. Li Hao shook his head. "I haven't had a chance to send it out yet. The sample is on my phone, it's scheduled to be sent in 10 minutes. Xu Xiaoran immediately snatched his phone and her fingers flew across the screen. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief. The sending process has been terminated, and the sample data has been deleted. The phone itself has a gene sample storage chip. It's here. She pried open the back cover of the phone and took out a silver chip the size of a grain of rice. "This is a miniature gene collector," Xu Xiaoran explained. "After touching your skin, a sufficient sample for analysis will be collected within 3 minutes. It seems he did indeed find your hair at the registrar's office." Lin Chen looked at Li Hao. "Which hospital is your sister in now?" "Jiangcheng Gene Disease Center. Her name is Li Xiaoyu, she is 16. Li Hao lowered his head. "Please don't implicate her, she is innocent." Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang again. Su Wanqing's voice was even more anxious than before. "Shen'er, come back quickly. The family doctor has arrived, but something is wrong. Ru'er and Xiaoran's fetuses are experiencing a gene rejection reaction, and their heartbeats are weakening." "I'll be right back," Lin Chen said to Xu Xiaoran after hanging up the phone. "Researcher Chu, this is yours. Contact the National Security Department and hand this person over to them. Also," he looked at Li Hao, "tell me the contact point of Genesis Company in Jiangcheng, and I'll guarantee your sister will receive treatment." Li Hao hesitated for a moment, then gave an address, number 17 Binhai Road, Future Life Health Management Center. "That's their outpost." Lin Chen wrote down the address, turned and ran, making a phone call as he ran. "Big sister, I need the Lin Group's medical resources to contact the best genetic disease experts at the Jiangcheng Gene Disease Center and find a patient named Li Xiaoyu." "Understood." Lin Lan replied crisply. "How's things at home? Do you need me to go back?" "No need for now, you take care of company matters first." Lin Chen got into the car. "By the way, contact the municipal department and check today's tap water test report. There might be genetic virus contamination." Upon hearing the instruction, the driver slammed on the gas, and the car shot out of the campus like an arrow. In the car, Lin Chen opened the system panel to check the status of the gene resonance network. The two golden dots representing Lu Ru'er and Lin Xiaoran are flickering irregularly, their light dimming. Warning, detection of the K7 genetic virus infection. This virus targets the optimized human embryonic genes and can trigger the maternal immune system to mistakenly attack the fetus. Solution, use Gene Stabilizer System. Shop price, 200,000 points. Serving, locate the source of the virus, extract the original sample to produce antibodies, activate temporary gene shielding to establish a protective layer for the fetus. Consumes 50,000 points hour. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. System, activate temporary gene shielding for Lu Ru'er and Lin Xiaoran. Continue until the problem is resolved. Command confirmed. Temporary gene shielding layer established for Lu Ru'er and Lin Xiaoran's fetuses. Points consumed, 100,000 hour. 2 people. Current remaining points, 720,000. Note, temporary shielding can only last for a maximum of 12 hours. Exceeding this time will cause irreversible damage to fetal development. 12 hours, that's enough. As the car sped into the Lin family manor, Lin Chen saw 3 ambulances and 2 municipal engineering vehicles already parked at the entrance. Su Wanqing stood at the gate, pale-faced but calm, directing the staff. The main water valve has been shut off, and the underground backup water source has been activated. She saw Lin Chen get out of the car and quickly walked up to him. The doctor is inside trying to save him. The virus test results are in K7, a targeted virus that specifically attacks optimized genes.
What did the municipal government say? Lin Chen asked as he walked into the house.
They won't admit there is a problem with the water supply system, Su Wanqing sneered. But I've already had Lin Lan contact the provincial health department, and the investigation team will arrive in half an hour. In addition, Yang Paning's father, the chairman of the Yang Group, has also used his media connections, so this matter can't be suppressed anymore. The living room was in chaos. Lu Royer and Lin Xiaoran lay on a makeshift medical bed, surrounded by 4 doctors and 6 nurses. Both of them were covered in cold sweat, their hands tightly clutching their abdomens.
Brother Chen.
Lin Xiaoran saw him and tears welled up in her eyes.
Baby, will baby be alright? No, I promise.
Lin Chen held her hand, feeling the coldness of her palm.
He turned to the doctor. How is the situation now? The lead doctor, surnamed Chen, was the Lin family's medical consultant.
He was in his 50s and highly respected in the field of genetic medicine. His expression was serious. The virus has invaded the embryo's genetic chain, triggering an overreaction of the mother's immune system. We injected both ladies with immunosuppressants, which temporarily stabilized the situation, but this is only a temporary solution.
What do you need?
Lin Chen asked directly.
The original virus sample, Dr. Chen said. Only by obtaining the original virus strain can we produce specific antibodies.
Otherwise, the genetic damage to the fetus will accumulate, and in the worst case, it could lead to miscarriage.
Su Wanqing clenched her fist. Where is the source of the virus? The number 3 treatment station of the waterworks.
A voice came from the doorway.
Everyone turned around and saw Chu Xiaoran walking in quickly.
She was holding a portable testing device, the screen of which displayed complex data graphs. On my way here, I took a detour to the waterworks and used my access privileges to retrieve today's monitoring and testing records. Chu Xiaoran connected the detector to the large screen in the living room. Look here, at 6:40 this morning, the disinfection system at treatment station number 3 experienced an abnormal power outage for 23 seconds. Although it was quickly restored, that was enough time for someone to put something into the dosing system. She zoomed in on a section of surveillance footage. Although the image was blurry, she could make out a figure in municipal work clothes who quickly opened the chemical dosing port and dropped in a small bottle during the power outage. This person is aware of counter-surveillance and avoided the main cameras, Chu Xiaoran said.
But I collected this data near the water outlet.
She took out another sealed bag containing a small piece of transparent gel-like substance. The nanocarrier gel is specifically designed to encapsulate genetic viruses, ensuring that they are not destroyed by conventional sterilization methods as they flow through the pipes, Chu Xiaoran explained.
This technology can only be prepared by a few top-tier biological laboratories. Genesis is one of them.
Lin Chen's eyes were icy, so they came for me and my child.
To be precise, they're after your gene optimization capabilities, Chu Xiaoran corrected. The K7 virus only attacks optimized genes. Normal fetuses are completely unaffected.
They want to use this attack to either force you to hand over your gene optimization technology, or make you childless.
Chapter 60. Okay, I'll deliver it to your door in person.
The living room was deathly silent. Zhao Manli, 5 months pregnant, came down from the second floor and, upon hearing this, immediately exploded. Bastards! How dare they touch my child?
I'll fight them to the death. Manli, calm down.
Su Wanqing pressed her down.
You are pregnant now, you can't get agitated.
But.
No buts. Su Wanqing's tone was unusually firm. Leave this to us. Your most important task right now is to protect yourself and the baby. She turned to Lin Chen. Shen'er, what do you plan to do?
Lin Chen looked at the blurry figure on the screen, then at Lu Royer and Lin Xiaoran lying pale on the medical bed, and a cold anger surged in his heart.
Genesis Corporation, you've overstepped your bounds. Researcher Chu, Lin Chen began, can you trace the preparation location back to this nanogel? It will take time, but we can try. Chu Xiaoran nodded. This level of nanomaterial will leave unique heat treatment traces during the preparation process.
Give me 6 hours, and I can pinpoint the approximate area.
Okay. Lin Chen then looked at Dr. Chen. The temporary gene shield can last for 12 hours.
During this time, please make sure to save the fetus. I will do my best, Dr. Chen solemnly promised. Lin Chen finally looked at Su Wanqing. Mom, I need you to do two things. First, contact the National Security Bureau, submit all the evidence from today, and request a full investigation into Genesis Company's operations in China. Second, mobilize all of the Lin family's security forces to strengthen the manor's defenses. I will not allow anyone to harm anyone in the family again. Su Wanqing looked at him, a hint of relief and pride flashing in her eyes. Okay.
What about me? Zhao Manli asked unwillingly.
Lin Chen walked up to her and gently stroked her noticeably protruding belly. Your well-being and the baby's health are the greatest help to me.
Promise me you won't go out unnecessarily these next few days, okay?
Zhao Manli bit her lip and finally nodded. Then, be careful.
Don't worry.
Lin Chen smiled.
He turned and walked towards the door. Chu Xiaoran followed. Where are you going?
Number 17 Binhai Road. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, the outpost of Genesis Company. Since they made the first move, don't blame me for flipping the table. I'll go with you, Chu Xiaoran said. That place might have genetic protection measures in place, and you'll need professional support. Lin Chen thought about it and did not refuse. Just as the two were about to leave, Lin Ke came down from the second-floor laboratory, carrying a silver briefcase.
Wait, she called to Lin Chen, take this with you.
Lin Chen took the box, opened it, and found 6 syringes and 3 button-sized devices inside. This is the prototype of the gene stabilizer I developed earlier. Although it's not as good as the one produced by the system, it can temporarily enhance the genetic stability of the fetus. Lin Ke pointed to the injection and explained, as for these 3, they are enhanced versions of the second-generation gene camouflage device. I've optimized the shielding range and expanded the radius to 50 meters. She paused, then added, I analyzed the genetic sequence of that K7 virus and found that it has a clear backdoor design. While attacking and optimizing genes, the virus sends location signals to a specific frequency.
These 3 camouflage devices can block that frequency.
Lin Chen looked at her in surprise. Second sister, when did you start researching these things? I started preparing as soon as I returned from the base, Lin Ke said calmly.
I guessed that someone would be interested in your genes. I just didn't expect that they would target innocent children.
A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Tell those people for me if they dare to touch my child, Lin Ke, they should be prepared to be blacklisted by the entire scientific research community. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and hugged her, saying, Thank you, second sister.
Go quickly and come back soon.
Lin Ke patted his back. I'll take care of things at home. The car drove out of the manor again. This time, Lin Chen's eyes were incredibly determined. In the passenger seat, Chu Xiaoran was rapidly operating a tablet. I contacted the National Gene Security Bureau, and they agreed to provide support.
Also, Xia Qingyin just sent me a message. Xia Qingyin?
Lin Chen thought of the special girl in the coffee shop.
She said the Xia group detected abnormal gene fluctuations in the Jiangcheng area and has activated its emergency plan. Chu Xiaoran looked up at him.
She also asked if we needed any help. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Tell her I will contact her if needed.
Understood. Chu Xiaoran continued operating the system.
In addition, according to the address provided by Li Hao, the Future Life Health Management Center at number 17 Binhai Road is ostensibly a high-end gene testing institution, but it actually has 3 underground laboratories.
This is a satellite thermal image. The tablet displays a 3D structural diagram of a 5-story building.
The underground section is significantly larger than the above-ground section and contains multiple independently temperature-controlled zones. These places are likely to store dangerous samples.
Chu Xiaoran marked several red dots.
We need to infiltrate without alerting them and find the original samples and preparation records of the K7 virus. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly as he watched his destination draw ever closer.
Genesis Corporation, you want my genes?
Okay, I'll deliver it to your door myself. The building at number 17 Binhai Road looked ordinary, but as Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoran approached, the gene scanner at the entrance suddenly emitted a piercing alarm.
High-value genetic target detected. Level 1 alert activated.
The lights in the entire building instantly turned red, and all exits were automatically sealed off.
Chu Xiaoran's expression changed drastically. This is a trap. They knew you were coming.
In the underground laboratory, a blonde woman in a white lab coat looked at the monitor screen and smiled.
Mr. Lin Chen, welcome to my laboratory.
Please rest assured, I will be very gentle with your body.
Chapter 61 What if I don't cooperate? Damn it. Chu Xiaoran quickly operated the tablet.
They tampered with the gene scanner not with regular identification, but with specific probes optimized for your genes. Lin Chan looked around. The lobby was unusually empty apart from the scanner flashing red at the entrance. There was no receptionist or staff. The walls were made of cold white composite material, and the floor had an anti-static coating. The entire space was as clean as an operating room.
This isn't a health management center at all, it's a specially designed trap. Researcher Chu, can you crack the access control? Lin Chen asked calmly. Trying, it's not working, the system is completely offline, it's physically locked. Chu Xiaoran's face was grim.
These gates are at least 20 centimeters thick, even explosives would be difficult to break them.
And
before she finished speaking, four huge transparent walls suddenly descended around the hall, completely trapping the two of them in a space about 10 meters square. Behind the curtain wall, 8 concealed nozzles were activated simultaneously, spraying out pale green gas.
A nerve suppressant.
Chu Xiaoran immediately took 2 breathing masks out of her bag and handed one to Lin Chen.
Put it on.
This gas will incapacitate someone within 30 seconds.
The two quickly put on their masks.
Lin Chen noticed that Chu Xiaoran's mask was specially made, with a miniature filter and communication module on the side, clearly standard equipment for researchers.
What do we do now?
Chu Xiaoran's voice came through the built-in communicator in his mask, sounding somewhat distorted.
The other side knew we were coming and was fully prepared.
A direct assault is impossible. Lin Chen did not answer, but instead opened the briefcase Lin Ku had given him and took out the 3 enhanced gene disguise devices. He handed one to Chu Xiaoran, and then stuck 2 on himself, one behind his ear and one on his chest. My second sister said this thing can block the K7 virus's location signals, Lin Chen said. But I'm not sure if it would work for the scanning system here. As soon as the words were spoken, a section of the wall directly in front of the hall suddenly became transparent, revealing a spacious underground laboratory. A blonde woman in a white lab coat stood behind the glass wall, smiling at them. She looked to be around 30 years old, with delicate and defined features, and her bright blue eyes were like 2 gemstones. Beneath the white lab coat was a well-tailored black suit, revealing her figure, but she exuded a cold and dangerous aura. Mr. Lin Chen, researcher Chu Xiaoran. The woman's voice came through the speaker, standard Chinese with a barely perceptible European accent.
Welcome to the Future Life Transit Station in Zhengcheng.
I am Dr. Astrid von Klein, Chief Genetic Engineer for Asia at Genesis Incorporated. She elegantly picked up a glass of red wine and gently swirled it. I'm sorry to invite you in this way, but you are too unapproachable.
We have no choice but to create a little trouble and ask you to come to us.
Lin Chen looked at her coldly. Did you release the K7 virus?
I designed it, Astrid readily admitted. A very ingenious creation, isn't it?
A targeted virus specifically designed to optimize genes. It's like a key tailor-made for your children.
Of course, the antidote is always available if you're willing to cooperate. What are the conditions? Lin Chen asked. It's very simple.
Astrid put down her glass, walked to the glass curtain wall, and almost pressed herself against it. Join Genesis and become our lead gene sample provider. Your optimization skills, combined with our gene editing technology, can create a truly perfect next generation of humans. A glint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes.
Imagine, Mr. Lin.
No diseases, no defects, an average IQ of over 200, and a lifespan extended to 150 years. We can become the creators of a new humanity. And you will be the cornerstone of all this.
So you targeted my wife and children? Lin Chen's voice was icy cold. Necessary measures, Astrid said indifferently.
In the face of a great cause, individual sacrifices are insignificant. Besides, as long as you cooperate, they will all be saved. We can even optimize their bodies to make pregnancy more comfortable and their babies healthier.
Chu Xiaoran suddenly spoke.
The K7 virus has a backdoor program that sends location signals.
Your real goal isn't to force Lin Chen to cooperate, but to collect his and the fetus's real-time genetic data, right? Astrid raised an eyebrow and glanced at her.
As expected of researcher Chu, you discovered it so quickly. That's right, when the virus attacks the optimized gene, it records the stress response pattern of the gene chain.
This data is extremely valuable.
She snapped her fingers, and a dozen screens lit up in the lab, displaying complex gene sequence maps. Look, these are the real-time genetic data of your 2 pregnant spouses. When the fetus fights the virus, its genes spontaneously optimize the defense mechanism, a process that takes natural evolution thousands of years to complete.
How wonderful!
Lin Chen clenched his fist.
This crazy woman used my family as guinea pigs. Anger won't solve the problem. The most important thing now is to get the antidote and save Lu Royer and Lin Xiaoran. What if I don't cooperate? Lin Chen asked.
And your wives? Astrid shrugged.
I'm afraid it won't last until tonight.
The third phase of the K7 virus will begin in 8 hours, completely destroying the fetus's genetic stability.
By then, even if there's an antidote, it will be too late. She glanced at her watch. It's 3:47 p.m. now. You have 7 hours to consider. Of course, during this time, we will invite you to cooperate with some basic tests.
Before he could finish speaking, the floor beneath Lin Chen's feet suddenly cracked open, revealing a circular hole 2 meters in diameter. He had no time to react and plummeted straight down.
Lin Chen!
Xu Xiaoran exclaimed, trying to rush over, but the transparent curtain wall around her suddenly turned on, emitting crackling electrical sounds, forcing her back. Lin Chen adjusted his posture in mid-air and performed a forward roll upon landing to dissipate the impact. He looked up and found himself in another enclosed room much smaller than the hall above, only 5 meters square. In the center of the room was a reclining chair resembling that of a dental clinic, surrounded by various instruments. Don't be nervous, Mr. Lin, Astrid's voice came from the ceiling. It's just collecting bodily fluid samples and basic physiological data. If you cooperate, the whole process won't take more than half an hour. The robotic arm next to the recliner started automatically and extended towards Lin Chen. The end of the arm is a multifunctional collection device, containing a needle, a swab, and a miniature scanning probe.
Lin Chen didn't move. He quickly calculated in his mind. 15 seconds have passed since the fall.
Xu Xiaoran is up there, probably trying to crack the system.
I need to buy time, and at the same time, find the location of the antidote.
I can cooperate with the sampling, Lin Chen suddenly said, but I need to confirm the existence of the antidote first.
Astrid smiled, a wise choice. Look at the screen on your right.
The wall on one side of the room lights up, revealing the interior of a freezer.
20 blue ampoules were neatly arranged in the cabinet, labeled K7 antidote. This is the antidote, enough to treat 20 people, Astrid said.
Now, please lie down in the chair. Once the basic sampling is complete, I will release a portion of the antidote, for example, 2 doses, enough to save the lives of your 2 wives. Lin Chen stared at the screen for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled.
Doctor, you have made a mistake. Oh? Astrid asked with interest, what mistake?
You underestimate me too much, Lin Chen said, and you also underestimate my second sister's research abilities. He raised his hand, revealing the inconspicuous silver bracelet on his wrist. Lin Ku had secretly given it to him that morning, saying it was the latest creation, just in case.
Lin Chen pressed the button on the bracelet. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread out.
All the electronic devices in the room flickered simultaneously, emitting a piercing noise. The robotic arm froze in mid-air, and the images on the screens began to distort.
What?
Astrid's voice faltered for the first time.
EMP pulse? No, this is gene resonance interference?
To be precise, it's a gene-electron dual resonance jammer.
Lin Chen calmly walked towards the wall of the room.
My second sister's theory is that since genes can affect electronic devices like my gene camouflage device, then conversely, electronic pulses of a specific frequency can also affect gene detection devices.
He tapped on the wall. The sampling system in this room relies on ultra-sensitive gene probes. But now. He pressed the bracelet again. Buzz. Chapter 62 Traps and Countermeasures. An even stronger shockwave erupted. This time, even the lights began to flicker.
The robotic arm clattered to the ground, and the data collection device emitted plumes of smoke.
You!
Astrid's voice was filled with anger.
You think you can escape like this?
I didn't intend to run away, Lin Chen said calmly.
I'm just waiting. Wait for what? Wait for my reinforcements.
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, piercing sirens and a tremendous crash came from outside the building. The entire building was shaking. Another voice came from the speaker on the ceiling. It was Xia Qingyin, clear and calm.
This is the Xia Group's emergency response team, in conjunction with the Jiancheng Special Police Force. The building is surrounded. All personnel must surrender immediately. Repeat, surrender immediately.
Astrid paused for 2 seconds, then smiled.
Interesting, very interesting.
Her voice regained its calm.
Mr. Lin Chen, it seems I indeed underestimated you.
However, before she could finish speaking, an explosion suddenly came from the direction of the laboratory. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the wall of the room where Lin Chen was not the door, but Chu Xiaoran had cut it open from the outside using some kind of cutting device.
Get out quickly!
Chu Xiaoran shouted, she's initiating a self-destruct sequence. The whole building is going to explode. Lin Chen rushed out of the room and saw Chu Xiaoran holding a portable laser cutter in one hand and the silver briefcase in the other. Her mask was off, and her face was covered in sweat and soot, but her eyes were resolute.
How did you get down here?
Lin Chen asked as he ran with her toward the stairs.
The ventilation ducts, Chu Xiaoran said briefly.
Astrid was focused on you, and I found an opportunity to infiltrate her main laboratory.
I got the antidote here. She shook the suitcase.
There was a transparent viewing window on the side of the suitcase, inside which 10 blue ampoules were neatly arranged.
Only 10?
Lin Chen frowned. She moved the other 10 vials, Chu Xiaoran said. But I copied all the experimental data, including the molecular formula and preparation process of the antidote. We can produce it ourselves when we get back. The two rushed to the lobby on the first floor. The alloy gate at the exit had been blown open from the outside, and sunlight and smoke poured in. 6 police cars, 3 black armored vehicles, and a medical vehicle bearing the Xia Group's logo were parked outside. Xia Qingyin stood at the front, dressed in a black tactical uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, holding a tablet computer and giving instructions.
Seeing Lin Chen come out, she breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, are you alright? It's nothing. Lin Chen took the antidote kit from Chu Xiaoran. Thank you. How did you know?
Researcher Chu sent me an encrypted message before he left, Xia Qingyin said. The Xia Group has a 24/7 emergency response mechanism.
And?
She paused, then added, Genesis is also our competitor.
Hitting them would be to our advantage.
As they were talking, a SWAT commander approached. Mr. Lin, most of the hostile personnel inside the building have been apprehended, but the main target, the blonde female PhD, is missing. We discovered a secret escape route in the lab that leads directly to the underground parking lot.
She drove away.
Lin Chen wasn't surprised.
Someone like Astrid would definitely have prepared a backup plan.
I'll leave the investigation to you, Lin Chen said. I need to get home immediately. The antidote needs to be used as soon as possible.
The medical vehicle is ready, Xia Qingyin indicated.
Also, my father would like to discuss a collaboration with you. Of course, we'll talk about it after you've finished dealing with your family matters.
Lin Chen nodded and got into the medical vehicle with Chu Xiaoran. The vehicle sped towards the Lin family manor.
Inside the car, Chu Xiaoran began examining the antidote sample. Lin Chen, on the other hand, opened the system panel to check the situation at home. On the gene resonance network, the light spots of Lu Ruo'er and Lin Xiaoran are still flashing, but their condition is relatively stable due to the protection of temporary gene shielding. The light spots of the other pregnant partners are also normal. He breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his seat.
Chu Xiaoran suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen. Just now, you deliberately provoked Astrid to buy me time to infiltrate the lab, didn't you?
Lin Chen glanced at her. How did you know? You're not the type to act impulsively, Chu Xiaoran said. Besides, the timing of when you pressed the jamming bracelet was too precise. It was exactly when her attention was at its peak. You did it on purpose, to create chaos and cover for my actions. Lin Chen smiled and said, you saw right through me. Chu Xiaoran was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, thank you.
I should be thanking you, Lin Chen said earnestly.
If you hadn't cut the door open in time, I might have been trapped there for a while longer.
No, it won't happen. Chu Xiaoran shook his head. Xia Qingyin's rescue team has already arrived.
Even if I didn't come, it would still get you out.
I just don't want to wait.
She didn't look at Lin Chen as she said this, but instead lowered her head to organize the equipment in the medical kit. But Lin Chen noticed that her ears were slightly red. The system panel pops up in a timely manner.
Chu Xiaoran's favorability plus 15.
Current favorability rating, 45. Appreciation for scientific research plus trust from working side by side plus emerging emotional dependence. Special state, showing concern for the host that goes beyond that of the research subject. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. It was almost dark when the ambulance arrived at the Lin family manor. The villa was brightly lit, and everyone was waiting at the entrance. Su Wanqing was the first to come forward. When she saw that Lin Chen was unharmed, her eyes instantly reddened, but she held back her tears.
I got the antidote. Lin Chen held up the suitcase. Dr. Chen immediately took it. Give it to me. Prepare for the injection right away.
The crowd surged into the villa. Lin Chen followed them to the temporary medical room and watched as the doctor injected the blue medicine into Lu Ruier and Lin Xiaoran's veins. Almost instantly after the injection was completed, a system notification sounded. The K7 virus has been neutralized. Lu Ruier fetal genetic status, stable. Lin Xiaoran fetal genetic status, stable. The temporary gene shield has been automatically lifted. On the hospital bed, the two girls' complexions regained their rosy hue at a visible speed.
Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes first, saw Lin Chen, and smiled weakly. Brother.
Baby is alright, I can feel it. Lu Ruier also woke up. She didn't say anything, but simply reached out her hand. Lin Chen held her hand and found that her palm had finally regained its warmth. Su Wanqing stood at the door, watching this scene, and gently wiped the corner of her eye.
Zhao Manli, her belly protruding, walked over and poked Lin Chen's arm.
Hey kid, next time something dangerous happens, remember to bring bodyguards.
You hear me?
I heard you. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. The crisis has been temporarily averted. But everyone knew that Genesis Corporation would not give up so easily.
But an even bigger storm may be brewing.
Chapter 63: The Secret of the Matriarchal Plan. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat.
What file? He walked to the desk and looked at the genetic map.
The diagrams were extremely complex, several times more intricate than those that Chu Xiaoran usually studied. At the center is a double helix structure, but one chain is labeled as the encrypted sequence and the other chain is the explicit expression.
Below the diagram are dense annotations, all in English and genetic terminology. Chu Xiaoran pointed to a node in the center of the diagram.
Here, gene coordinate XQ28. This is a very special region in the human genome, usually associated with intelligence and cognitive abilities. But in this sample, this region has been modified. She pulled up another comparison image.
This is the XQ28 region gene sequence of a normal human.
And this is the sequence marked as sample M01 in the file. You see, there is a difference of 3.7%. Lin Chen stared at the 3.7% difference value and suddenly remembered the system's description of Su Wanqing that her genes contained a special encrypted sequence that differed from the regular human genes by 0.3%. 0.3% and 3.7%, but these are both unusual differences.
Could the adoptive mother be related to this sample M01?
What else does the file say?
Lin Chen asked.
Chu Xiaoran flipped through the documents on the tablet. The Maternal Lineage Project was launched 25 years ago, spearheaded by the New Human Gene Foundation, the predecessor of Genesis Corporation. The goal is to cultivate women with special genetic talents who will become preservers and transmitters of superior genes. She paused, then continued reading.
The plan selected 12 female infants with excellent genetic backgrounds and performed targeted gene editing on them.
The editing focused on three main aspects: first, enhancing fertility and egg quality; second, optimizing intelligence genes; and third, adding some kind of gene lock.
Gene lock?
Lin Chen frowned. The archives don't explain in detail, they only say it's to ensure the stability of maternal lineage, Chu Xiaoran said. But based on my speculation, this genetic lock may mean that the offspring of these women will inherit a certain genetic trait, and that this trait will be strengthened from generation to generation. She pulled up the last page of the file.
These are the code names and initial data for 12 babies.
Among them, baby number M07 was born on March 12, 45 years ago, at
Zhangcheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lin Chen's heart sank.
Su Wanqing is 45 years old this year.
Her birthday is indeed March 12. This is also in the file.
Chu Xiaoran clicked on a scanned photo.
It was an old group photo, with a background that looked like a laboratory.
There were 7 or 8 researchers in white coats standing in the front row, and 12 cribs in the back row. A nurse stood beside each bed, holding a baby in her arms.
Chu Xiaoran zoomed in on the photo, focusing on the crib on the far right.
The nameplate next to the bed vaguely showed the words M07, and the nurse holding the baby. Although the photo is blurry, the gentle facial contours and the slightly tilted head pose are still captivating. Lin Chen's breath hitched.
That was a young foster mother? No, that's impossible. She was just a baby then.
But the next second, his gaze fell on the nurse's name tag. Zooming in, he could barely make out the name, Sucheng.
The middle character is blurry, but the first character is indeed and the last character is indeed. This nurse Lin Chen's voice was hoarse. I did a facial contour comparison. Chu Xiaoran brought up an analysis software interface. Although the photo has low resolution, the basic facial features match 78%.
Considering that this is a photo from 25 years ago, and age has taken its toll, this match is quite high. She looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. If this nurse is really Ms. Su Wanqing, then she may not be a product of the maternal lineage project, but rather, an executor or associate of the project.
But there are indeed abnormal fragments in her genes, which doesn't make sense. Lin Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Too much information is coming at us. Is her adoptive mother connected to Genesis Corporation? Was she involved in the gene editing project? And what's the story behind her genetic abnormalities? Does Astrid know about this file? Lin Chen asked.
It should be top secret, Chu Xiaoran said. I found it on a physically isolated server that required two-factor biometric authentication to access. I used some special methods. She didn't elaborate on what the special methods were, but Lin Chen could roughly guess Chu Xiaoran, as a specially appointed researcher at the National Institute of Genetics, must have mastered some advanced hacking techniques.
Is there any other information? Lin Chen asked.
The records only go up to infancy before they stop, Chu Xiaoran said.
The follow-up records were encrypted separately, which I couldn't crack.
But one thing is clear: the matriarchal project has not ended, it has just gone underground. Genesis Corporation has been searching for the descendants of these women, or the women themselves. She paused, then added, perhaps that's why Astrid is so interested in you. Not because of your genes, but because of your relationship with Ms. Su Wanqing. Lin Chen fell silent. If Chu Xiaoran's speculation is correct, then Genesis Corporation's approach to him may have two purposes. The first is to acquire his gene optimization abilities, and the second is to find or control Su Wanqing through him. Su Wanqing's long-term planning, her extraordinary self-protection, and her mysterious resources and connections all seem to have new explanations. Don't tell anyone about this yet, Lin Chen finally said, including my adoptive mother.
Let me sort things out first. Chu Xiaoran nodded. I understand.
I have made multiple encrypted backups of the file, and the original data has been destroyed.
Astrid should not be able to find it. She glanced at the time. It's getting late, you should rest. You've been through so much today.
Chu Xiaoran was packing her things to leave when she suddenly stopped at the door, turned around, and asked, Lin Chen, are you alright? Lin Chen paused for a moment, then smiled, it's alright.
Thank you, Researcher Chu.
Just call me Xiaoran, Chu Xiaoran said softly.
After all, we're comrades now.
After she finished speaking, she quickly left the room, her ears turning slightly red. As Lin Chen watched her departing figure, a complex mix of emotions welled up within him.
A comrade. He walked to the window and looked out at the quiet manor.
It was late at night, but several rooms in the villa still had lights on. Either the pregnant women had gotten up at night or simply couldn't sleep. This home, these people, are everything he must protect now. Meanwhile, the enemy lurking in the shadows is closing in step by step.
Chapter 64. A new battle has just begun.
The system panel suddenly popped up. Main quest update: uncover the truth behind the matriarchal project. Mission reward: unlocks the gene decryption feature, which can crack advanced gene encryption sequences.
Time limit: 90 days.
Failure penalty: Su Wanqing's genetic secrets exposed, leading to uncontrollable consequences. Lin Chen's eyes were firm.
90 days, that's enough.
He turned off the control panel and prepared to rest.
But as soon as he lay down, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from Xia Qingyin. Senior, my father would like to have a video conference with you tomorrow morning to discuss formal cooperation matters.
Is that a convenient time? Lin Chen replied, okay. After 10 o'clock. Okay. Also, I admire your courage today. Good night. Good night.
Lin Chen put down his phone and closed his eyes.
Tomorrow will be another new day. But the new battle has only just begun.
Early in the morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a soft sound of music. He opened his eyes and found a portable speaker on his bedside table, playing a gentle piano piece. There was a note under the speaker.
Prenatal music education during pregnancy starts in the morning. Remember to eat breakfast. Lan.
Lin Chen chuckled. Although his eldest sister always had a stern face, she was incredibly attentive when she wanted to be.
He got up and washed up.
As soon as he stepped out of his bedroom, he smelled a delicious aroma coming from downstairs.
The restaurant was unusually lively today.
In addition to their regular family members, there are two more people: Chu Xiaoran and Xia Qingyin. Chu Xiaoran came downstairs wearing a white lab coat, with a tablet and a pile of documents in front of her, eating a sandwich while looking at the data. Xia Qingyin, on the other hand, was dressed in a smart beige suit, elegantly sipping coffee and chatting quietly with Su Wanqing.
Everyone looked over when they saw Lin Chen. "Brother, come quick."
Lin Xiaoran waved. Sister Manli cooked seafood porridge herself today. Zhao Manli, 5 months pregnant, wearing an apron, carried a large pot of porridge out of the kitchen, her face beaming with pride. "Try it."
"I've been researching a pregnant woman's nutritional recipe for a week.
I guarantee it will be delicious and nourishing." Linka sat in her usual window seat, with a book titled Prenatal Yoga Guide spread out in front of her instead of research materials. She glanced up at Lin Chen and said casually, "Good morning."
"I added walnuts and black sesame seeds to the porridge. It's good for the brain." Is my second sister showing concern for me? In her own unique way?
Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and sat down at the head of the long table. Su Wanqing wore a light purple cheongsam today, her hair elegantly styled, making her look exceptionally gentle. She served Lin Chen a bowl of porridge and said softly, "Shuner, Miss Xia is here to discuss cooperation.
You two can have a good chat later." "Thank you, Mom."
Lin Chen took the bowl of porridge, and when he touched Su Wanqing's fingers, he subconsciously glanced at them again. Lin Chen's adoptive mother had slender, fair fingers with neatly trimmed nails. But whether it was just his imagination or not, he always felt that there were very faint, almost invisible tiny scars on her finger joints.
Am I overthinking it? Or Senior Lin Chen.
Xia Qingyin's voice interrupted his thoughts. "My father has a few preliminary ideas about the cooperation and would like to hear your opinion."
She opened her laptop and pulled up a project proposal.
The Xia Consortium is willing to provide support in 3 aspects. First, funding and facilities to establish an advanced gene research institute in Jiangcheng, led by researcher Chu, specifically to study your gene optimization mechanisms and protection technologies. Second, business resources to help the Lin Group and your sister's companies expand their markets and form an industry alliance.
Third, political asylum.
Xia Qingyin looked at Su Wanqing, and after receiving a slight nod from the other party, she continued, "My father has considerable influence in Congress and the military, which can ensure your safety and that of your family in the country. As for international troubles, the Xia family also has solutions." Lin Chen carefully examined the proposal. The terms were very generous, almost entirely unilaterally provided by the Xia family, with the only returns being the right to share research results and priority cooperation rights.
"Why?" Lin Chen asked directly. "What will the Xia family gain?" "Long-term benefits," Xia Qingyin said frankly.
"First, if you can truly change the male to female ratio, the entire structure of human society will be reshaped. At that time, the Xia family, which invested in you earliest, will stand at the forefront of the new era. Second, once gene optimization technology matures and becomes widespread, it will be a $1 trillion market. Third." She paused, a sly glint in her amber eyes. "My father admires you greatly. He says that someone who can balance so many relationships and responsibilities at such a young age is destined for greatness.
Investing in you is investing in the future."
Lin Chen looked at Su Wanqing. His adoptive mother smiled slightly and nodded.
"Okay," Lin Chen said, "but I have 2 conditions." "Please speak." "First, the security of the research institute must be jointly managed by me and researcher Chu. The Xia family can send people to assist, but cannot take the lead. Second, all research results must be reviewed by the National Gene Security Bureau before they can be used. They cannot be commercialized privately." Xia Qingyin replied without hesitation, "Yes. My father also meant that this matter must be compliant with regulations and laws, and no evidence can be left behind." She extended her hand, then, "It's a pleasure to work with you, Senior Lin Chen." Lin Chen grasped her hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." After breakfast, Xia Qingyin hurriedly left to arrange follow-up matters. Xu Xiaoran also took his tablet to the temporary laboratory. The annex on the east side of the villa had been initially renovated, and although the equipment was not yet fully in place, basic research could begin. Lin Chen was about to go to school when Su Wanqing called him back. Chunner, come take a walk with Mom. The two walked out of the villa and onto the garden path. The morning dew was still wet, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of grass. After walking for a while, Su Wanqing spoke softly, Chunner, Mom has something to tell you. Lin Chen's heart tightened, please speak. Mom knows, a lot has happened recently. Su Wanqing stopped and looked at the blooming roses in the garden. You've grown up and have your own judgment and choices. Mom can't always protect you. She turned back, her gaze gentle yet complex, but no matter what happens, remember one thing, Mom will always be on your side. Whatever you do, no matter who your opponent is, Mom will do everything in her power to support you. Lin Chen's nose tingled, Mom. Let me finish. Su Wanqing raised her hand and gently stroked his cheek, a gesture she hadn't done in a long time. The greatest fortune in my life is having you. So, you must take good care of yourself and those who trust you. Her hands were warm, but Lin Chen could feel a slight, almost imperceptible tremor beneath that warmth. Foster mother, what are you afraid of? And what are you protecting? I will, Lin Chen solemnly promised. Su Wanqing smiled, a smile that contained relief, pride, and a trace of sadness that Lin Chen couldn't understand. Go on, go to school, she said. Remember, home will always be your safe haven. Lin Chen nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn back. Su Wanqing was still standing there, her figure appearing somewhat frail in the morning light. The wind ruffled the hem of her cheongsam and the stray hairs at her temples. In that instant, Lin Chen suddenly felt that his adoptive mother seemed to have aged. It's not about physical aging, but rather, a deep weariness. Maternal lineage plan. Sample M07. Lin Chen clenched his fist. Whatever the truth is, you are my mother. That will never change. He strode toward the waiting car. A new day has begun. And a new battle awaits him. Chapter 65. I was teased by my junior. Lin Chen stared at the 10-second video on his phone screen, his eyes cold. Astrid's smile looked particularly eerie in the dim light, and the words "your foster mother's secret" pierced his heart like a needle. The Photoshop comment below the video is an even more blatant threat. Is there a surprise buried in Chu Xiaoran's genes? How many backup plans does Genesis Corporation actually have? He immediately dialed Chu Xiaoran's number. Researcher Chu, get yourself a full genome sequence scan right away, focusing on the exogenous insertion fragments. Astrid said something was left in your genes. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, then Chu Xiaoran's calm voice came through, understood. Give me 20 minutes. What's the situation on your end? I received a threatening message, asking me to meet tonight, Lin Chen said briefly. Take care of your own business first, and don't worry about the rest for now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen stood by the window in the corridor of the teaching building, watching the students coming and going on the playground below. It was early summer, and the girls had all changed into their summer school uniforms, knee-length pleated skirts paired with white short-sleeved shirts, exuding youthful energy. Ahem, that junior in pink socks has really nice legs. He shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate. The system panel displays the analysis results. Video analysis. The filming location is the old industrial area of Jiangchang. The background noise contains mechanical operating sounds of a specific frequency, which matches the characteristics of the abandoned Jinqing textile factory area. Audio analysis. Astrid speaks 17% faster than normal and has mild shortness of breath, possibly indicating she is in a state of tension or excitement. Threat level assessment. High involves Su Wanqing's secrets plus Chu Xiaoran's genetic security. Suggested solutions. Go to the meeting and deploy countermeasures. Notify the National Security Bureau to set up an ambush. Send a body double to probe the area. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen chose a combination of options 1 and 2. He would go, but he wouldn't actually go alone. At the same time, he needed to confirm Chu Xiaoran's safety. Just then, a commotion arose at the end of the corridor. Several girls were surrounding a tall figure as they walked towards them. It was Xia Qingyin. She wasn't wearing her school uniform today, but rather a light gray casual outfit, slim-fit trousers paired with a simple t-shirt. Although it covered her legs, her slender waist and elegant walking posture still attracted a lot of attention. Senior. Xia Qingyin walked up to him, her amber eyes filled with concern. You don't look well. Is something wrong? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still said, I received a threatening message asking me to meet tonight. Xia Qingyin's expression turned serious. Do you need Xia's help? We have a professional security team and negotiation experts. Not for now. Lin Chen shook his head. They specifically asked me to go alone. Bringing people might escalate the situation. Besides, it involves some private secrets. He paused, then added, however, there's something I might need your help with if researcher Chu's genetic scan reveals a problem. Can the Xia family's medical resources provide support? Of course. Xia Qingyin replied without hesitation. I'll contact the family hospital right away and prepare a top-level gene therapy room. Should I go see her now? Wait a little longer, until she gives the results. As they were talking, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted file sent by Chu Xiaoran. Upon opening it, I found a summary of a genetic testing report. The conclusion section clearly stated: exogenous gene fragment insertion was detected, located in the P13.3 region of chromosome 16. Fragment characteristics: latent gene trigger, requiring specific chemical inducers for activation. The effect after activation is unknown, but it is speculated to be gene collapse or consciousness control. Below was Chu Xiaoran's comment: the clip can be safely removed, but it will take 3 days in specialized equipment. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and replied, what equipment do you need? I'll have the Xia family prepare it. I've contacted Xia Qingyin. Also, don't go to tonight's invitation, it's a trap. Lin Chen looked at the last sentence and smiled bitterly. I have to go even if I know it's a trap. It concerns my adoptive mother's secret. Is there a problem with researcher Chu? Xia Qingyin asked sharply. Yeah, but she can handle it. Lin Chen put away his phone. I still have to go to our appointment tonight. Xia Qingyin frowned, knowing it's a trap, why would you still jump in? Some things have to be faced. Lin Chen looked out the window. And I also want to hear how much she knows about my mother. Xia Qingyin was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, then I'll go with you. No. I'm not going to be a burden, Xia Qingyin interrupted him, her eyes resolute. The heir to the Xia group received comprehensive self-defense and anti-kidnapping training from a young age. And I have this. She took out a silver device, about the size of a pen, from her small bag. A high-frequency pulse jammer with an effective radius of 10 meters can disable all electronic devices for 30 seconds. In addition, I have GPS positioning and vital sign monitoring. If I lose contact, Xiao's emergency team can locate me within 3 minutes. She paused, her tone softening slightly. Let me help you, senior. Consider it the first practical test of our partnership. Looking at her serious expression, Lin Chen finally sighed. Okay, but you must follow my instructions and not act on your own. Deal. Xia Qingyin smiled, a smile that carried the playfulness and confidence of a young girl. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to the afternoon classes. While planning his evening's activities in his notebook, he was constantly distracted by the girls swaying legs in short skirts in the classroom. Damn, why are there so many people wearing short skirts today? That girl in the third row, isn't her skirt a bit too short? I can see right through it. Ahem. He forced himself to look down at his notes, but his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance diagonally forward. An art student was crossing her legs, a section of her fair thigh peeking out between her black over-the-knee socks and skirt, its lines as beautiful as a work of art. Those legs. I could admire them for a year. Wait. Lin Chen, wake up. Tonight might be life-threatening, and you're still thinking about this? He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain finally dispelled those distracting thoughts. When the school bell rang, Lin Chen practically fled the classroom. Xia Qingyin, waiting at the door, couldn't help but chuckle at his disheveled appearance. Senior, what happened to you? Your face is so red. It's nothing, it's just too hot in the classroom, Lin Chen made up a random excuse. As the two walked towards the parking lot, they passed a basketball court. A group of girls were playing a game. Their healthy, slender legs were visible beneath their athletic shorts, and their running and jumping exuded youthful energy. Athletic girls' legs are just different, the muscle definition is so beautiful. Wait. Here we go again. Lin Chen quickly looked away, only to meet Xia Qingyin's meaningful gaze. Senior, she said softly, a smile playing on her lips, you seem to really like looking at girls' legs? Lin Chen froze instantly, and no. It's okay, I understand. Xia Qingyin smiled. Everyone loves beauty. And to be honest, my legs aren't bad either. As she spoke, she deliberately took a few cat-like steps. Although the casual trousers covered her skin, the tight cut perfectly outlined her long and straight legs. Lin Chen felt his face getting even hotter. Holy crap, I got flirted with by a female student. What's going on? Chapter 66: The Mystery of Lin Chen's System. The system panel popped up at an inopportune time. Xia Qingyin's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 70. Appreciation plus trust plus mild favorability plus pleasure at discovering the host's adorable side. Special status, becomes interested in the host's repressed and passionate traits. Lin Chen. System, shut up. At 9:30 p.m., Lin Chen and Xia Qingyin arrived at the old dock area ahead of schedule. This used to be the freight center of Jiangcheng, but now it is mostly abandoned, with only a few warehouses still in use. Warehouse number 3 was located in the most remote corner, surrounded by weeds, with 3 streetlights broken and only the moonlight barely illuminating the road. Lin Chen parked the car 500 meters away and walked closer with Xia Qingyin. I've already instructed Xia's security team to stand by a kilometer away, ready to provide support at any time, Xia Qingyin said softly, holding the pen-shaped jammer in her hand. In addition, I've attached 3 miniature trackers to you on your collar, cuffs, and soles of your shoes. Even if they search you, they won't be able to find them all. Lin Chen nodded and simultaneously activated the system scan function. Environmental scan in progress. For life signals detected in the warehouse, 3 of which exhibit characteristics of armed personnel, and 1 is a female researcher matching Astrid genetic characteristics. An electronic shielding field has been detected, covering the entire warehouse area. Conventional communication equipment is now ineffective. 7 hidden cameras and 12 infrared sensors were detected. Recommendation: infiltrate through the western ventilation duct to avoid most surveillance cameras. Lin Chen shared the scan results with Xia Qingyin. Her eyes lit up. Your ability is so useful. Let's go, proceed according to plan. The two went around to the west side of the warehouse and found a ventilation duct entrance with a diameter of half a meter. The iron fence was rusted, but Lin Chen pulled it open with force. The pipe was filled with dust, but large enough for one person to crawl through. Xia Qingyin didn't hesitate to be the first to crawl in, her movements so agile that she didn't seem like a pampered young lady at all. What kind of training did this junior girl receive? After climbing about 20 meters, they saw light and heard voices ahead. Lin Chen signaled to stop, and the two looked down through the louvers of the ventilation vent. The warehouse had been converted into a makeshift laboratory, with various instruments arranged in the center. Astrid, wearing a white lab coat, was operating something in front of a monitor. Surrounding her stood 3 men in black combat uniforms, each burly and with bulging waistbands clearly carrying weapons. "Doctor, will the target come?" a bald man asked. "Yes," Astrid said without looking up. He is too curious about his adoptive mother's secret. It's human nature always wanting to know where you come from and who your parents are. She pulled up a file and projected it on the wall. Although the distance made it difficult to see the details, Lin Chen could recognize it as a photo of Su Wanqing, a photo of her when she was young, around her early 20s. Su Wanqing, originally named Su Mei, was born in Jiangcheng. Both her parents were ordinary workers. Astrid recited the information as if she were memorizing data. But when she was 15, she was in a car accident and was on the verge of death. She was rushed to the Jiangcheng First Hospital for emergency treatment. The attending physician was one of ours. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. During that rescue, we implanted the core gene sequence of the maternal lineage project into her, Astrid continued. The original plan was to make her a perfect gene carrier, giving birth to a superior next generation. But she was very smart, discovered the clues, and escaped our surveillance at the age of 16. She changed her name and, with her exceptional business acumen, married into the Lin family. She paused, her smile turning sinister, but the genetic lock cannot be unlocked. Her descendants will all inherit that genetic trait. Lin Chen, do you think your system is unique to you? No, it's just a dormant ability in your genes that has been activated by some event. And this event is very likely Su Wanqing's years of cultivation. Inside the ventilation duct, Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. My system is actually related to my adoptive mother? Xia Qingyin gently pressed his hand down and mouthed, "Calm down." Lin Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Just then, Astrid glanced at her watch. It's almost time. Get ready to welcome the guest. Remember, he must be alive, his genes are too precious. The 3 men dispersed, each finding cover. Astrid walked to a transparent chamber in the center of the laboratory. It was filled with a pale blue liquid, and a human-shaped outline could be vaguely seen inside. She stroked the outer wall of the cabin and murmured to herself. Once we get Lin Chen's gene sample, we can complete the final completion. At that time, the era of the new human will truly arrive.
Lin Chen and Xia Qingyin exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously.
The operation begins.
Just as Lin Chen was about to jump down from the ventilation shaft, the warehouse door was suddenly smashed open. The blinding headlights shone into the warehouse, and a familiar figure stood in the light and shadow. It was Su Wanqing. She wore a black trench coat, her long hair danced wildly in the night wind, and she held a silver pistol in her hand, her eyes as cold as frost.
Astrid, it's time to settle the score from 25 years ago.
From the shadows behind her, a dozen fully armed figures slowly emerged, a power Lin Chen had never seen before, the true strength of his adoptive mother.
Chapter 67. Mom, who exactly are you?
The air in the warehouse froze instantly.
Astrid's smile froze.
She slowly turned around and looked at the woman she had been studying for over 20 years in the doorway.
Su Wanqing.
For the first time, genuine surprise appeared in her voice. How did you find this place? Su Wanqing stepped into the warehouse, the sound of her high heels clicking on the cement floor echoing in the empty space. Moonlight streamed through the broken roof, illuminating her face with an expression Lin Chen had never seen before, cold, sharp, like a drawn sword.
You think I can't find you just because you erased all the records? Su Wanqing's voice was terrifyingly calm.
You should have thought this day would come when you experimented on me 25 years ago. She raised her hand, and the armed men behind her quickly dispersed and took up advantageous positions. By the moonlight, Lin Chen could see that the people were wearing uniform dark gray combat uniforms, well equipped, and moving in perfect unison, clearly not ordinary security personnel.
Who exactly is the foster mother?
Inside the ventilation duct, Xia Qingyin gently nudged Lin Chen and mouthed, "What should we do?" Lin Chen made a wait gesture. The current situation has exceeded expectations, and rash action would only make things worse. In the center of the warehouse, Astrid quickly regained her composure. She even laughed, "Ms. Su, after all these years, you're still as sharp as ever."
But do you think bringing these people here will change anything?
She snapped her fingers. Suddenly, all the instruments in the lab started up, emitting a low hum. The pale blue transparent hull began to glow, and the humanoid silhouette inside became increasingly clear.
Let me introduce you.
This is the culmination of my 25 years of hard work, the prototype of the perfect human. Astrid's voice was filled with fervor. Using your genes as a base, fused with 12 top-tier gene samples, plus data recently collected from Lin Chen, just one last step is needed for awakening. She looked at Su Wanqing, her eyes flashing with a crazed light, and you, Su Wanqing, you will be the mother of the new humans.
What a great honor that is. Glory? Su Wanqing sneered.
You ruined my life and dragged my family into this.
Is that what you call glory?
She raised her pistol, the muzzle steadily aimed at Astrid. Release the child, hand over all the experimental data, and I can let you die a quick death.
That child? Astrid raised an eyebrow. You mean Lin Chen?
He's not a child anymore, Ms. Su. He's already impregnated 10 women. He's a mature gene donor.
And? Her smile turned sinister. You really think he was adopted by chance? You really think your accidental car accident was truly an accident?
Su Wanqing's fingers trembled slightly, but the gun barrel remained steady. What do you want to say?
I want to say that everything was planned.
Astrid opened her arms, as if displaying a work of art. After you escaped our surveillance, it took us 3 years to find you. But you were too wary to approach us by conventional means. So, we staged that car accident, making 5-year-old Lin Chen an orphan, and then led you to an orphanage and guided you to adopt him. With each word she spoke, Su Wanqing's face grew paler. We implanted a gene inducer in him, which will automatically activate during puberty and awaken the latent abilities in his genes, what you called a system. Astrid became more and more excited as she spoke. We even arranged for the presence of the 3 Lin sisters, relatives of the Zhao family, and all the women who would have interactions with him. It was all to test how far his genetic optimization ability could go under complex interpersonal relationships and emotional pressure. She looked in the direction of the ventilation duct. Although she couldn't see Lin Chen, that look sent chills down Lin Chen's spine. The results exceeded all expectations.
100% pregnancy. Customized fetal talent. Genetic camouflage. Every single one is a revolutionary discovery. Astrid's voice was almost a roar.
And now, all we need is to get his latest data and complete the final adjustments.
She suddenly pressed a button. The blue liquid in the transparent chamber was quickly emptied, and the hatch slid open.
The person inside, no, it could no longer be fully called a person slowly opened its eyes. He was a man who looked to be around 20 years old, with features so perfect they looked like a sculpture, and a body proportion that met the golden ratio. But there was no emotion in his eyes, only a cold, deep blue. Prototype 0, activate, Astrid ordered. Objective, capture Lin Chen, eliminate other obstacles. The prototype stepped out of the cabin, its movements so fluid they seemed almost inhuman. He didn't look at Su Wanqing and the armed men, but instead looked up at the ventilation duct. Target gene signal detected. The prototype's voice was mechanical and cold. Location confirmed. Oh no! Lin Chen didn't have time to think, and pulled Xia Qingyin back up. But the next second, a loud bang came from below the ventilation duct. The prototype leaped 5 meters into the air and punched through the duct. Metal fragments flew everywhere as Lin Chen and Xia Qingyin fell through the breach. In mid-air, Lin Chen caught Xia Qingyin, adjusted his posture, and rolled to absorb the impact upon landing. Almost simultaneously, gunshots rang out. The armed personnel brought by Su Wanqing opened fire, raining bullets down on the prototype. But when those bullets hit the prototype, they sparked and were deflected by an invisible force field. Gene field. Chu Xiaoran's voice suddenly came from the communicator. She had somehow hacked into this frequency band. That's an external shield formed by a high concentration of genetic energy. Ordinary weapons are ineffective. Lin Chen, use the gene interference function in your system. Lin Chen had barely regained his footing when the original form had already charged in front of him, its speed leaving afterimages. A punch aimed straight at his face. Be careful, senior. Xia Qingyin shoved Lin Chen away and pressed the high-frequency pulse jammer in her hand at the same time. Buzz. A piercing explosion echoed throughout the warehouse. All electronic equipment malfunctioned instantly, and even the lights went out for a second. The prototype's movements visibly faltered, and its genetic field flickered erratically. In that split second, Su Wanqing rushed over, shielding Lin Chen behind her while firing her gun repeatedly with her other hand. Instead of attacking the prototype, it was aimed at the control panel where Astrid was located. Bang bang bang. Sparks flew from the console, and the screen went completely black. Astrid screamed and backed away. You're insane. The data. I don't need that data, Su Wanqing interrupted her, her eyes icy. I just need you to die. The prototype resumed its movements and pounced again. But this time, Su Wanqing did not retreat. She threw away the empty pistol and pulled a short knife from her trench coat. The blade gleamed with a dark blue light, clearly not made of ordinary metal. Mom! Lin Chen exclaimed. Su Wanqing didn't turn around, but said softly, Chener, take care of yourself. Then she went to meet her. In that instant, Lin Chen saw a completely unfamiliar adoptive mother. Her movements were so fast they were almost invisible. The short sword traced blue paths through the air, each strike precisely hitting the weakest point in the prototype's genetic field. That wasn't some kind of martial arts routine, it was more like an instinctive killing technique. The prototype punched her in the chest, but she neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, she took the punch with her shoulder while simultaneously stabbing her opponent in the ribs with her short knife. Blue blood spurted out, and the prototype emitted its first non-mechanical sound, a painful roar. Impossible. Astrid exclaimed in disbelief, your genes should only have a carrier function, how could they have combat abilities? Su Wanqing drew her short sword and kicked the original form away. She turned to look at Astrid, whose eyes gleamed faintly with silver light in the moonlight. You think I've been hiding for the past 25 years? Her voice was calm, but every word was chilling. I am preparing every moment to take my revenge on you. My body and my genes are no longer what you modified back then. She walked step by step toward Astrid. You will never understand how much pain I have endured for this day. Astrid retreated in a panic, pressing the emergency button hidden on her bracelet. The sound of machinery whirring came from deep within the warehouse. 3 combat robots burst through the wall, their red electronic eyes locking onto Su Wanqing. Mom, be careful. Lin Chen tried to rush over, but Xia Qingyin stopped him. Trust her, Xia Qingyin said softly, looking at Su Wanqing with a complicated expression. She is not an ordinary person. Su Wanqing is indeed not. Facing the attack of 3 combat robots, her figure moved like a ghost. With each swing of the dagger, she precisely severed the robot's joint circuitry or power core. Her movements were flawless and incredibly efficient. 30 seconds later, all 3 robots were reduced to scrap metal. Astrid finally panicked and turned to run, but Su Wanqing was faster. The dagger flew out of her hand, piercing Astrid's calf with pinnacle, pinning her to the ground.
Ah! The scream echoed in the warehouse.
Su Wanqing walked up to her, squatted down, took a data storage device from her arms, and then looked into her eyes. The location of Genesis Corporation's headquarters, all its locations in Asia, and a list of all personnel involved in the maternal lineage project.
Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as ice. Tell me, and I'll give you a quick answer. Astrid gave a bitter laugh. Kill me, I won't say anything. Is that so?
Su Wanqing drew her short sword, the tip pressed against Astrid's brow. Then let's see if your words are tougher, or my methods are tougher. Just then, the sound of more vehicles braking came from outside the warehouse. Blinding searchlights illuminated the entire area, and a commanding voice boomed from the loudspeaker.
Listen up, you people inside. This is the National Security Bureau Special Operations Team. Drop your weapons, put your hands behind your heads, and come out. Lin Chen was taken aback. Why was the National Security Bureau here?
Su Wanqing, however, seemed to have anticipated this. She sheathed her dagger, stood up, straightened her trench coat, and then looked at Lin Chen, her eyes regaining their usual gentleness.
Shenner, take Miss Xia out first. Leave this to me. But be obedient. Su Wanqing's tone left no room for argument. Mom will be all right. There are some things that should be explained to the government.
Looking into her determined eyes, Lin Chen finally nodded and led Xia Qingyin away through the side door. As he walked out of the warehouse, he saw that dozens of fully armed special police officers had surrounded the area, and in the distance there were several black cars with dark-tinted windows, making it impossible to see the people inside. A middle-aged man in a suit walked over and nodded to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, Ms. Xia, please come with me.
The commander wants to see you.
Lin Chen turned around and took one last look at Su Wanqing in the warehouse. Under the moonlight, the foster mother stood there, her back as straight as a pine tree. At her feet lay the limp Astrid, surrounded by fallen robots and prototypes. That scene was deeply imprinted in Lin Chen's mind.
Mom, who exactly are you? Chapter 68, Unveiling the Mystery of My Origins and the Genetic Cage.
The back seat of the black sedan was so spacious it resembled a small meeting room.
Director Chen Jiangwo sat opposite him, holding a cup of hot tea, the aroma of which wafted through the air.
Lin Chen and Xia Qingyin sat on one side, both of them somewhat reserved. Lin Chen, in particular, still had Su Wanqing's silvery eyes in the warehouse and the words "your biological mother" echoing in his mind.
Relax, young man.
Chen Jiangwo smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes giving him a kind look. We're not interrogating, just having a conversation. After all, what happened tonight has too many implications. He put down his teacup and turned on the tablet in front of him.
Let me start with the basics.
Genesis Corporation, formerly known as the New Human Gene Foundation, was founded 45 years ago and was secretly funded by top consortia from 7 countries. Their public goal is to solve human diseases and lifespan problems through genetic technology, but in private, they are creating perfect humans. The screen lights up, displaying a yellow document cover, Maternal Lineage Project, Cultivation and Optimization of High-Quality Gene Vectors. 25 years ago, they launched the Maternal Lineage Project.
Chen Jiangwo swiped the screen, revealing photos of 12 babies.
They selected female babies with superior genes from around the world and performed targeted editing. Ms. Su Wanqing was the 7th test subject, codenamed M07. Lin Chen clenched his fist.
But Ms. Su is special.
Chen Jiangwo looked out the car window, where the faint sound of police sirens could be heard from the direction of the warehouse. She discovered the truth when she was 16. Not only did she successfully escape surveillance, but she also tracked down some of Genesis Corporation S-bases and destroyed a large amount of experimental data. For the next 25 years, she has been secretly investigating and preparing, while protecting you. He pulled up another file, this time a photo of a baby and newborn lying in an incubator, connected to various monitoring devices.
This is you, Lin Chen. Chen Jiangwo's voice lowered.
The only successful test subject of Genesis Corporation's paternal project, codenamed F01. The baby in the photo has a faint silver mark on its chest, shaped like a double helix. Lin Chen subconsciously touched his chest. There was indeed a birthmark there, which he had had since childhood. The doctor said it was just ordinary pigmentation.
You weren't born naturally. Chen Jiangwo looked directly into his eyes. You are the product of in vitro fertilization.
Genesis Corporation collected gene samples from 300 top men around the world, screened, edited, and recombined them, and finally bred you.
Every gene segment of yours has been carefully designed and optimized. Xia Qingyin gasped.
Lin Chen felt his throat go dry. Then my system.
It's not a system, it's an innate ability in your genes, Chen Jiangmo said.
The goal of the paternal project is to create men with special genetic abilities to test the limits of genetic optimization. Your 100% fertility, customized fetal talent, and genetic camouflage abilities are all designed to be activated, just needing an activation trigger.
He paused for a moment, then continued, and that turning point was Ms. Su Wanqing. Why her?
Lin Chen's voice trembled slightly. Because her genes are the most compatible in the maternal lineage project.
Chen Jiangmo pulled up a complex gene matching chart.
In your gene sequence, 37% of the segments are highly homologous to hers. Genesis Corporation speculates that if she raises you, their genes will resonate in some way, accelerating the awakening of your abilities.
He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions.
So they caused that car accident, making you an orphan. Then they guided Ms. Su to adopt you.
It was all arranged. The carriage fell into dead silence.
Lin Chen lowered his head, his fingers digging deeply into his palms. He felt a nauseating sense of absurdity that his life, his feelings, even his encounter with his adoptive mother, were all part of a meticulously planned experiment.
Then, what am I? A person? An experimental subject? Or a weapon? You are a person.
Chen Jiangwo's voice was firm and resolute.
A person with thoughts, feelings, and choices. Genes cannot define you, Lin Chen.
What defines you is your experience over the past 20 years, your love for your family, and your determination to protect those girls.
He turned off the tablet. Ms. Su Wanqing knew all this long ago.
But she chose to raise you as her own son, and for 25 years, she fought against all of Genesis Corporation's surveillance and interference.
Do you know how much courage and wisdom that took?
Lin Chen was stunned.
My adoptive mother, she knew all along? Yet she still treated me like her son?
She wanted to tell you the truth, but couldn't find the right opportunity, Chen Jiangwo sighed. Moreover, Genesis has been monitoring us all along, and once you find out, they'll take even more aggressive measures.
So she can only wait for an opportunity to completely destroy them. He glanced at his watch. Tonight is the opportune moment.
She deliberately exposed herself to lure out Astrid, giving our national security agency the opportunity to wipe out Genesis's main forces in Asia.
This is a decisive battle where everything is at stake.
Before he could finish speaking, there was a gentle knock on the car window. A young female agent stood outside, tall and slender, wearing a well-fitting combat uniform, with over-the-knee boots that encased her long, straight legs. Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at her again, then pinched himself hard.
What kind of time is this to be looking at legs? Lin Chen, wake up. The female agent saluted. Chief, the warehouse has been cleared.
Astrid and all experimental data are under control.
That prototype requires a special handling team. Understood. Chen Jiangmo nodded, then looked at Lin Chen. Now, someone wants to see you.
She says she is your biological mother. Lin Chen's heart clenched. The car door opened, and a woman in a white lab coat was brought in. She looked to be around 40 years old, with delicate features and a resemblance to Lin Chen in some ways. But her eyes were vacant, and her expression was numb, like a puppet that had lost its soul. She is Zhao Ye, a senior researcher at Genesis Corporation, and one of the gene providers for the paternal lineage project, Chen Jiangwo explained.
28% of your genes come from her. Zhao Ye slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Chen.
Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Lin Chen looked at her, a complex emotion welling up inside him, not the excitement or resentment he had imagined, but only a deep sorrow. This woman may also be a victim.
Can she speak? Lin Chen asked.
Her vocal cords were damaged, and she suffered severe psychological trauma.
Chen Jiangwo shook his head.
When we found her, she was locked in a closed laboratory and had been working as a gene sample extractor for 20 years. Genesis Corporation regularly extracted egg cells from her for new experiments. Lin Chen closed his eyes. This is Genesis Corporation, treating people as tools, as consumables. She wants to see you because Chen Jiangwo hesitated for a moment. She wants to apologize. Even though it wasn't her fault. Zhao Ye suddenly reached out and tremblingly touched Lin Chen's cheek. A tear slid down her empty eye. Then she withdrew her hand, took a small chip from her lab coat pocket, and placed it in Lin Chen's hand. After doing this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, slumped into her seat, and returned to her numb state. Lin Chen looked at the chip in his hand. The system immediately popped up a notification. High-density gene data storage chip detected. Contents: complete genomic map of the paternal line project. Lin Chen's original gene editing record gene capacity activation timeline paper on the maternal-paternal resonance theory. Recommendation: download and analyze the system in a secure environment. Take it, Qin Jiangwo said. This is the only thing she can give you. We will arrange for the best psychotherapists to help her recover, but it will take time. He paused, then his tone became serious. Lin Chen, the situation is very complicated. Although Genesis Corporation's strength in Asia has been severely damaged, its global headquarters is still intact, and they will not let this go. And you are the country's most important strategic asset in terms of genetics. What do I need to do? Lin Chen asked directly. 2 things. Qin Jiangwo held up 2 fingers. First, in cooperation with the National Institute of Genetics and under the guidance of researcher Chu Xiaoran, we need to fully understand your genetic capabilities. We need to understand its principles, limits, and controllability. Second, he looked at Xia Qingyin. Miss Xia, the country has agreed in principle to the Xia Group's proposal. You can establish a joint research institute, but you must accept the full supervision of the National Security Bureau. Lin Chen's safety is the top priority. Xia Qingyin nodded solemnly. I understand. As for your spouses, Qin Jiangwo said, a rare hint of helplessness in his expression. The government will provide the highest level of protection and medical support. But you must understand that from now on, every decision you make will be related to the country's genetic security strategy. Lin Chen remained silent for a long time before finally raising his head. I have one condition. You say. I want to participate in all the operations to strike Genesis Corporation. Lin Chen's eyes were resolute. They hurt my family and threatened my children. I can't hide behind them. Qin Jiangwo gave him a deep look. Okay. But you must receive professional training and obey orders. Make a deal. After the conversation, Lin Chen and Xia Qingyin were taken back to the Lin family manor. As they got out of the car, Qin Jiangwo suddenly said, Lin Chen, Miss Su Wanqing will be staying at the National Security Bureau for a few days to cooperate with the investigation and follow-up plans. She asked me to tell you take good care of your family and wait for her to come home. Lin Chen nodded and watched the black sedan leave. Everyone was waiting at the entrance of the manor. Chapter 69 Fertility? Lin Lan, 6 months pregnant, stood at the very front. Behind him were Lin Ko, Lin Xiaoran, Zhao Manli, Zhou Xiu, Lu Man. All the pregnant girls came out. Even though it was late at night, they wanted to wait for him to come home. Seeing Lin Chen return safely, Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but still said sternly, You brat, you made your mother worry again. Wait until your mother gets back, and I'll tell on you. Lin Chen smiled. He walked over and hugged Lin Lan tightly, then Lin Ko, Lin Xiaoran, one hug after another. I'm sorry to have worried you, he said softly. It's good that you know. Zhao Manli poked his head, but her eyes were also red. If you dare to take a risk alone again, I'll break your legs. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Lin Chen raised his hands in surrender. Back at the villa, after settling everyone down to sleep, Lin Chen went to the study alone. He inserted the chip, and the system began loading data. A deluge of information flooded my mind. He witnessed his own creation process, the fertilized egg in the test tube, every step of gene editing, the growth record in the incubation chamber. He also saw Genesis Corporation's expectations for him, the perfect human progenitor, the founder of a new civilization. But what shocked him most was a hidden video log. In the video, a young Su Wanqing around 18 years old is speaking to the camera. Today is the 47th day since I escaped. They are still looking for me, but I'm hiding very well. I know what kind of paternal project they're planning, trying to create a perfect male test subject. I can't let them succeed. So I've decided. I need to find that child first. If an experimental subject is destined to be born, then at least I want him to live like a human being. The video ends here. Lin Chen sat in the darkness, motionless for a long time. My adoptive mother was never forced into this situation from the very beginning. She chose to become his mother. My phone vibrated. I received an encrypted message from Chu Xiaoran. Genetic scan complete, exogenous fragments safely removed. In addition, I discovered something even more terrifying. In Astrid's data. Genesis Corporation has cultivated 12 next-generation test subjects, all modified based on your genes. They may have already infiltrated Jiangchang. P.S. We need to come to the Research Institute tomorrow to develop a response plan. Also, Xia Qingyin's dress today was quite nice, and her legs are really good looking. This is a subconscious scan record from your system that I saw by accident. Blushing.jpg. Lin Chen. System, you sold me out? Wait. Chu Xiaoran's tone, is she teasing me? The air in the restaurant was frozen solid. On the monitor screen, 12 young faces were clearly displayed, men and women, each with different features, but all sharing an eerie similarity in their eyes and brows. It wasn't a resemblance based on blood ties, but rather more like different works sculpted from the same mold. Who are these? Lin Xiaoran's voice trembled as she protected her 4-month-old belly. Lin Lan had already stood up, and despite being 6 months pregnant, she still exuded a sharp and imposing aura. Security. Activate Level 1 alert. Everyone retreat to the underground safe house. The Manor's defense system activated instantly. Alloy blinds descended, and an energy shield formed around the villa. This was a new type of defense designed by Chu Xiaoran based on the principle of gene resonance, capable of interfering with gene positioning signals. But the 12 people on the screen seemed completely unconcerned. The leader, a young man in his early 20s, wearing a simple white shirt, smiled gently. Mr. Lin Chen, don't be nervous. We're not here to fight, we just bring an invitation from headquarters. His voice came through the access control system, eerily clear. Join the New Human Project and become a leader in the genetic evolution of Earth. Your fertility, combined with our technology, can create a truly perfect next generation. Fertility. Lin Chen repeated coldly, you even know this? Of course. A girl wearing glasses pushed up her frames. She was born in 2003, a technical analyst. You conceived 10 times in 4 months, and all the babies were healthy and showed gifted traits and ability that goes beyond the scope of current genetic explanations. Headquarters believes that you may have activated some ancient gene sequence. She pulled up the data on her tablet. Based on our research on the ancient civilization ruins on Earth, there was a fertility boom 10,000 years ago, with a male-to-female ratio of nearly 1:1. We suspect that you may have inadvertently awakened genetic memories from that period. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The system had indeed mentioned the concept of a genetic memory bank, but he had never studied it in detail. So, 03 continued, if you cooperate with the research, we can not only protect you and your family, but also make this ability more widespread. Imagine, Earth's birth rate increases tenfold, and the male ratio rebounds. Is the method of attacking pregnant women with viruses becoming widespread? Lin Chen interrupted her, his eyes icy. That was Astrid's personal behavior, the leader of the boys. 01 said calmly. She has already been punished. We brought genuine sincerity. He gestured to 03 to show a refrigerated box containing 5 gold ampoules. This is a gene resonance stabilizer, which can not only completely cure K7 virus infection, but also enhance the gene connection between the pregnant mother and the fetus. The effect is permanent. Lin Chen did not respond. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. 12 people daring to come directly to the door must have a backup plan. System, scan. Scanning, warning. 12 high-energy gene signals detected, with similarity to host gene template, 68% 82%. Ability analysis, 01 comprehensive, 02 strength enhancement, 03 technical specialization, 04 energy manipulation, 0506 twin resonance, 07 agility perception, 08 defense specialization, 09 healing, 10 stealth, 11 mimicry, 12 unknown. Special discovery, all apostle genes contain a progeny restriction lock preventing them from naturally producing offspring. Infertility? So their target is my ability. What if I refuse? Lin Chen asked. 01 sighed, then we'll be very sorry. Although headquarters requires us to bring you back in your entirety if possible, extracting a genetic sample is also acceptable if necessary. He paused for a moment. By the way, your Manor's defense system was breached by 04 2 minutes and 17 seconds ago. The shield now is just a visual effect. Before the words were even finished, the villa's security system suddenly went silent. The alloy blinds rose, and the access control system emitted an unlocking sound. What? Lin Lan's expression changed drastically. Lin Chen immediately sent an emergency signal through the gene resonance network. Everyone retreat to the safe house. Immediately. At the same time, he activated the system with all his might, and the nurturing energy field instantly unfolded a new ability he unlocked after many successful pregnancies, which could form an absolute domain to protect the pregnant woman. But the apostles acted even faster. 02 charged towards the National Security Bureau agents like a cannonball, unleashing a punch that condensed genetic energy into a shockwave that overturned an armored vehicle. 04 hovered in mid-air, his hands pressing down, causing all the surrounding electronic devices to malfunction. 05 and 06 closed their eyes in sync, and several agents suddenly knelt down with their heads in their hands. A Gemini mental resonance attack. What Lin Chen cared about most was Ling Chi, the short-haired girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a miniskirt and over-the-knee socks, who was walking towards him with a smile. Those legs, perfectly conforming to the golden ratio. Wait. Now is not the time to admire them. Chapter 70. Good. The nation will fully support you. Lin Chen pinched himself hard. Ling Chi, however, seemed to read his mind, deliberately tiptoeing and twirling, her skirt billowing. Mr. Lin Chen, do you like looking at legs? My body has been adjusted to the optimal aesthetic standards, you know. 7. Be serious. 3 frowned. Okay. Ling Chi stuck out her tongue, but her eyes instantly sharpened. She moved, so fast that she was just a blur, rushing straight at Lin Chen. But a silver figure blocked her way. It was Xia Qingyin. She had changed into a tight-fitting combat suit at some point, and the specially made high-frequency vibrating blade in her hand was humming. Stay away from him, Xia Qingyin said coldly. Oh, another older sister? Ling Chi tilted her head, her smile dangerous. Too bad. I don't like sharing. The two clashed instantly, their speed so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to follow them. 01 was already closing in on Lin Chen. A complex gene sequence projection appeared in his palm. Mr. Lin Chen, your reproductive ability has not yet been fully developed. Come back to headquarters with us, and you will reach your true peak. Peak? Lin Chen sneered. To become an experimental subject like you, unable to even have offspring? 01's smile froze for a moment. Just then, Lin Chen's system suddenly popped up a notification. High concentration of nurturing energy field detected. Current number of successful pregnancies, 10. Unlock new feature, gene resonance barrier. Construct an absolute defense using nurturing energy, capable of withstanding attacks at the gene level. Activate? Activation. Buzz. A gentle yet incredibly resilient energy field emanated from Lin Chen's body, instantly enveloping the entire restaurant. The energy field was pale gold, with a faint, rhythmic pulse like the pulse of life. 02, rushing towards the energy field, was bounced away. 04's energy manipulation completely failed within the domain. The mental resonance between 05 and 06 was severed. What is this? 03 exclaimed, the data on her tablet fluctuating wildly. Energy readings have exceeded the threshold. This isn't regular genetic energy, this is primal energy at the level of life creation. Lin Chen stood in the center of the domain, feeling the surging power within his body. That power came from the 10 lives he had conceived over the past 4 months, from the trust and love of his wives, and from the life resonance of his unborn children. You say my ability is genetic memory, Lin Chen said slowly, his voice echoing in the energy field. No, it's the instinct of life. To bring new life into the world, to protect the family, and to perpetuate civilization. This is the deepest imprint etched into the genes of all life on Earth. He raised his hand, and pale golden energy gathered in his palm, and even this instinct has been taken away. How pathetic. 01's expression turned grim for the first time. 012. Make your move. The pale boy, who had been standing silently at the back, raised his head. He looked only 16 or 17, his heterochromatic eyes one blue, one gold, empty and lifeless. Hearing the command, he stretched out his hands. The next second, something terrifying happened. 012's body began to disintegrate. Not an explosion, but a self-destruction at the genetic level. His flesh, bones, and cells were all transformed into pure energy, an energy carrying the aura of destroying all life, rushing straight towards Lin Chen's genetic resonance barrier. Genetic disintegration. Chu Xiaoran's voice came from the hidden communicator, filled with terror. He used himself as a vessel. Lin Chen. Defend with all your might. If you get even a little bit of that energy on you, your genetic sequence will be permanently disordered. Lin Chen didn't have time to think and poured all his nurturing energy into the barrier. The pale golden light barrier solidified into a tangible substance, colliding fiercely with the destructive energy of 012's incarnation. A silent shockwave swept through the entire space. The restaurant walls cracked inch by inch, and all the glassware shattered instantly. National Security Bureau agents were thrown back, and even the apostles were forced to retreat. When the light faded, 012 vanished, turning into nothingness. Lin Chen's gene resonance barrier was also riddled with cracks, teetering on the verge of collapse. Lingy coughed up blood as she climbed out of the ruins, her eyes filled with shock and a hint of envy as she looked at Lin Chen. Life-creating energy, so this is the true power of gestation, he murmured. No wonder headquarters is willing to go to any lengths to get you. He raised his hand to signal, and the other apostles began to retreat. National Security Agency agents attempted to pursue, but were blocked by 04's energy barrier. Mr. Lin Chen, that's enough for today. Ling Yi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. But headquarters 1T give up. Deep within the Ice Soul Mountains, we still have 37 next-generation apostles being nurtured. The next time we meet at 1T be so amicable. The apostles quickly withdrew and disappeared into the night. The manor was in complete disarray. The National Security Bureau began clearing the scene, and the medical team rescued the wounded. Lin Chen slumped to the ground, the maintenance of the gene resonance barrier consuming a large amount of his energy. Xia Qingyin ran over and supported him. How are you? Thank goodness. Lin Chen gasped for breath. Where are they? Everyone is in the safe house and safe, Xia Qingyin said. Your energy field protected everyone. Chu Xiaoran also rushed over, carrying testing equipment. The energy reading just now was astonishing. That was a manifestation of energy materializing. Lin Chen, your abilities may be more powerful than we imagined. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Even with its strength, it almost couldn't stop it. But you still managed to block it. A steady voice came. Director Chen Jiangwo walked in from outside, followed by several high-ranking military officers. 022's gene disintegrating bomb could theoretically destroy the gene sequences of all lifeforms within a radius of 100 meters. You not only blocked it, but you also protected everyone. He looked at Lin Chen with a solemn expression. Comrade Lin Chen, I am now formally inviting you to join the Blue Star Gene Security Defense Project. We need your strength. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, then looked in the direction of the safe house where his pregnant wives and unborn children were. I can join, he said, but on 3 conditions. Speaking. First, my family must receive the highest level of protection. Second, all actions must not endanger the pregnant woman and the fetus. Third. Lin Chen took a deep breath. I want to participate in the attack on Genesis Corporation's headquarters. They must pay the price for what happened today. Chen Jiangwo gave him a deep look. The first 2 conditions are fine. The third requires training and preparation. Genesis Corporation's headquarters is deep in the Ice Soul Mountains, where the defense level is that of a military fortress. I can wait, Lin Chen stood up. But before that, I need to do something first. What's up? Lin Chen looked at Chu Xiaoran and Xia Qingyin. I want to get the research institute up and running ahead of schedule. Since they want my ability to create, I will use that ability to create something they can never achieve: a truly healthy, complete, and hopeful new life. Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. You mean? We're using the energy from conception for research, Lin Chen said. Find ways to promote healthy childbirth, find ways to combat genetic viruses, find a path to restore balance to the planet. He clenched his fist. They want to create the perfect test subjects. I want to ensure that every family can have a healthy child. Let's see which path is the true future of Earth. Chen Jiangwo smiled, a smile of approval. Good. The country will fully support you. Chapter 71: The Secrets of the Eternal Race and the Mission of Bloodline. At 3 in the morning, the gene analysis room on the 3rd basement floor of the Research Institute was brightly lit. On the holographic projection screen, 3 sets of gene sequences are being compared in sync. On the left is the gene template of the 12 apostles, in the middle is the gene reconstruction of the eternal race remains found under the Arctic ice, and on the right is Lin Chen's complete gene map. 89.3% similarity, this is no coincidence. Chu Xiaoran's voice echoed in the laboratory. She pushed up her glasses, her eyes sharp. Genesis Corporation must have come into contact with the eternal race ruins and used them as a blueprint to create those apostles. She switched the screen and highlighted Lin Chen's genetic map. But your genetic markers are more complete and older than theirs. If the apostles are poor copies, then you are like the rightful heir to the eternal bloodline. Lin Chen stared at the flashing genetic codes on the screen. Ever since he transmigrated to Earth and activated the fertility system, he had vaguely felt a deep connection between himself and this world. Now, this suspicion was being confirmed. What exactly is the eternal race? He asked in a deep voice. According to the relics and documents, they were an ancient and intelligent civilization on Earth that has been extinct. Xia Qingyin retrieved the translated manuscript from the database and projected it onto another screen. They are generally over 2 meters tall, live up to 1,000 years, and possess highly advanced genetic technology. But the most astonishing thing is. She paused, then zoomed in on a key passage. The Eternals possess a system of inheritance called the Life Core. Each Eternal Mother, the woman with the strongest fertility, passes on a portion of her genetic memories and racial knowledge to her offspring through bloodline during childbirth. This is why their civilization never ceased until the global catastrophe 12,000 years ago. Xu Xiaoran added. And the nurturing energy field you released today is almost identical to the maternal protective domain described in the literature. That is the eternal race's instinctive ability to protect the race and its offspring. She pulled up the energy scan map of the Ice Soul Mountains, and a huge, pulsating signal source was clearly visible on the 3D map. The signal strength here is 99.7%. What lies dormant there is likely the remains of an eternal mother, or her life source core. A brief silence fell over the laboratory. Director Chen Jiangwo frowned. If Genesis Company obtains this source core, combined with Lin Chen's fertility, they can then mass-produce new humans with eternal race genes, Lin Chen interjected, his voice icy. Or worse, to create genetically modified weapons that only obey their commands. We must obtain the source core first, Xia Qingyin said firmly. The Xia Group can mobilize all its resources, but the Ice Soul Mountains have an extreme environment, and Genesis Corporation has multiple layers of defense. I'll go, Lin Chen said calmly. Everyone looked at him. I can feel the call. Lin Chen pointed to his chest. It's not a metaphor. Ever since I saw this signal, there has been a resonance deep within my blood. And he looked at his own genetic map on the holographic screen. If the Eternal Mother can truly transmit knowledge through bloodlines, then this source core may contain crucial information. Information about how to deal with Genesis Corporation, how to restore the reproductive balance of Earth, and even why I came into this world. After pondering for a long time, Chen Jiangwo finally nodded solemnly. We had a week to prepare. We assembled the most elite team and developed the most meticulous plan. Clear. For the next 7 days, Lin Chen's life went into high gear. During the day, he works at the Research Institute, cooperating with tests to explore more possibilities for nurturing energy. With the life energy accumulated from 10 successful pregnancies, he became increasingly adept at controlling this power. Energy output is stable at 175% of the standard value. Xu Xiaoran recorded the data, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Moreover, it has a high affinity and has significant beneficial effects on pregnant women and fetuses. At this moment, Lin Chen gently placed his palm on Lin Xiaoran's slightly protruding belly. The pale golden life energy gently seeped in, and Lin Xiaoran, who was 3 months pregnant, comfortably squinted her eyes, like a kitten being petted. Brother, the baby seems to be smiling. She whispered, moving Lin Chen's hand across her belly. Can you feel it here? Lin Chen did indeed feel the joy emanating from that tiny life. As a father, this feeling of blood connection filled him with boundless tenderness. He leaned down and naturally kissed Lin Xiaoran on the cheek. He's very healthy, as lively as you. Lin Xiaoran blushed, but smiled sweetly. Nearby, Lin Lan, who was 6 months pregnant, is doing prenatal yoga. She wore a form-fitting yoga outfit, and her long legs showed off beautiful muscle lines as she stretched. Lin Chen's gaze naturally followed the direction. Lin Lan noticed his gaze, but instead of being shy, she deliberately did an even more difficult stretching pose, then raised an eyebrow at him. Does it look good? Of course. Lin Chen smiled and walked over, naturally massaging her slightly swollen calves. My wife looks beautiful no matter what. In a world where there are more women than men, a man's appreciation and care for his partner's body is an important part of marital harmony. Lin Chen had long accepted the rules of this world, and besides, he truly loved these girls. Zhao Monli emerged from the kitchen, carrying a fruit platter, her 5-month pregnant belly swaying. Even during her pregnancy, she maintained her fiery charm, wearing a maternity-style short skirt that revealed her still long and slender legs. You brat, have you seen enough? She deliberately placed the fruit plate in front of Lin Chen, and her skirt rose slightly as she bent over. Lin Chen naturally reached out and supported her waist, while gently stroking her lower abdomen with his other hand.
I could look at you for a lifetime and never get enough. But right now, the most important thing is to take good care of you and the baby. That's more like it.
Zhao Manli smiled with satisfaction and kissed him on the cheek. These daily, intimate interactions brought smiles to the faces of the staff at the research institute. In a world where procreation is paramount, loving couples are the most beautiful sight in themselves. On the evening of the 6th day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the manor.
Ms. Li Wenqi?
Lin Chen looked at the woman at the door with some surprise. Li Wenqi, the chairman of the Brilliant Group, was once forced into marriage by him but was rejected, and later secretly sabotaged his efforts. She looked haggard and had completely lost her usual assertiveness.
Mr. Lin, I'm here to apologize. Li Wenqi bowed deeply. And also to please save my daughter.
In the living room, Li Wenqi recounted, her voice trembling, her 19-year-old only daughter, Li Yue, was lured 3 months ago by a genetic optimization club, injected with unknown drugs, and became pregnant. Now, the fetus's genes are extremely unstable, and doctors have determined that the survival rate is less than 10%. My investigation revealed that the club is backed by Genesis Corporation.
Li Wenqi said, tears streaming down her face. They're testing their new gene fusion technology on young girls. Mr. Lin, I know I'm not in a position to beg you, but Yue is so young. Please, save her. I'm willing to pay any price.
Lin Chen looked at Chu Xiaoran, who nodded solemnly. They have indeed received several similar reports recently, with at least 20 young women becoming guinea pigs for Genesis.
Where is he? Lin Chen asked. Jiangcheng Gene Disease Center, highest level isolation ward. In the hospital's isolation ward, Li Yue lay pale and unconscious on the bed. Monitoring equipment showed that the fetus's genetic stability index was only 19%, and its heartbeat was weak.
Lin Chen gently placed his palm on the girl's abdomen and mobilized her life energy. This time, he held nothing back, slowly injecting the life force he had accumulated through 10 nurturing sessions. A pale golden light filled the ward, the purest power of life creation. The numbers on the monitor began to fluctuate, stability index 25%, 38%, 52%. As energy was injected, Lin Chen felt a strange resonance of faint eternal plan gene was responding to his energy within the fetus. Two forces of the same origin began to merge, reconciling the conflicting gene sequences. An hour later, when Lin Chen's forehead was covered in a fine sweat, the stability index finally stabilized at 88%. On the hospital bed, Li Yue slowly opened her eyes. My baby. She immediately touched her belly and was overjoyed to feel the strong fetal movement. My baby is alive? Overjoyed, Li Wenqi wept and knelt down, kowtowing, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Chu Xiaoran stared at the monitoring data, her eyes wide with shock. Not only has it stabilized, but its genetic optimization has reached an excellent level. If this child is born smoothly, it may possess some eternal traits, but it will be perfectly healthy.
When Lin Chen left the hospital, he was exhausted, but he had a new understanding.
The fusion of the eternal race's genes with those of Earth's humans may be the key to restoring the world's reproductive balance. And the source core in the Ice Soul Mountains may be the key to achieving all of this. On the last night before departure, Lin Chen gathered everyone in the living room. The lights were warm, and the pregnant wives sat together, each with a belly that bulged to varying degrees.
This is his family, his responsibility, and also his source of strength. I'm going to the Ice Soul Mountains tomorrow.
Lin Chen held Lin Lan and Lin Xiaoran's hands, his gaze sweeping over everyone.
I assure you, we will return safely. You brat, keep your word, Zhao Manli said, her eyes red.
Lin Ku, unusually, leaned into his arms and said softly, the babies and I are waiting for you.
Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lu Man, Lu Ruyer, everyone offered their blessings and words of advice.
Although Yang Panning and Wang Yutong are independent individuals, they also showed genuine concern at this moment. We will protect the Lin Group and the Research Institute, Lin Lan, as the eldest sister, said on behalf of everyone.
Focus on what you're supposed to do. Remember, there's always someone at home waiting for you.
Late at night, Lin Chen stood alone on the balcony.
Xia Qingyin walked over and handed him a cup of hot tea.
Are you nervous? She asked softly.
A little, Lin Chen said honestly. But more than that, it's a sense of mission.
I feel like I'm getting closer to some truth about why I'm here and what I'm supposed to do.
Xia Qingyin was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Senior, no matter what the truth is, you are Lin Chen. You are our family, the father of those unborn children. That will never change. She paused, then lowered her voice. Yes. I'm a very important person to you.
Under the moonlight, the girl's cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he took her hand. Qingyin, thank you for always being by my side.
Of course.
Xia Qingyin smiled, a clear and firm smile. Starting tomorrow, I will stay with you until the very end.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, the expedition team had assembled.
A 15-person elite team was ready to go, the helicopter rotors swirling up snowflakes. Lin Chen glanced back one last time in the direction of the manor. It was brightly lit, and his family members were standing by the window to see him off. Lin Chen touched the silver pendant on his chest. It was a talisman that Su Wanqing had sent through someone. She said that when Lin Chen came back, she would personally cook his favorite dishes.
Mom, wait for me to come back.
He turned and boarded the plane, his eyes resolute as iron. The helicopter took off and flew deep into the Ice Soul Mountains. Outside the porthole, the deepest darkness before dawn was receding, and the horizon was beginning to lighten.
A new journey has begun. Chapter 72: The Secret of the Resonance Stone.
The blizzard in the Ice Soul Mountains gradually receded into the distance behind us. Inside the helicopter cabin, Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, his palm tightly gripping the resonance stone he had obtained from the entrance to the ruins. The stone is only the size of an egg, with an irregular crystal shape. A pale golden halo slowly flows inside, and it feels warm to the touch, as if it is pulsating slightly with life.
System: analyze this. Item analysis: resonance stone from ancient intelligent creature relics fragment 17. Material: unknown energy crystal, with naturally formed gene sequence patterns on the surface.
Functions: slightly enhances the carrier's genetic stability. Resonates when near other fragments or relics. Can store a small amount of life energy.
Warning: the main ruin entrance cannot be opened until all fragments are collected.
Forcing it open may cause the ruin to self-destruct. Lin Chen closed his eyes, his mind replaying what he had seen in that narrow ice cave. That wasn't the maternal body, but a ruined outpost barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Ancient symbols were carved on the cave walls, most of them weathered away, but a few patterns were still faintly discernible: a double helix, the silhouette of a pregnant woman, and a cluster of stars. Following his bloodline connection, he removed the resonating stone from the center of the altar.
The instant the stone shifted, the entire ice cave began to tremble.
The symbols lit up and then went out in turn, finally returning to silence. Only a fragment of information entered his mind through some kind of telepathy. The key, 1/7, when the time comes, bloodline will guide the way home.
Then Xia Qingyin and her teammates forcibly pulled him out.
3 minutes later, the ice cave completely collapsed and was buried by ice and snow.
Lin Chen, are you alright?
Xia Qingyin handed him a hot drink, her eyes full of worry.
It's nothing.
Lin Chen took the cup, smiled at her, and said, I'm just a little tired. It was truly exhausting. Not only physically continuously releasing life energy to stabilize Li Yue's fetus, then trekking a long distance to the Ice Soul Mountains, and enduring the impact of the ruins' energy field, but also psychologically.
Too many secrets, too many responsibilities, like layers of ice and snow pressing down on my heart.
Xia Qingyin sat down beside him and said softly, Researcher Chu has sent a preliminary report. The energy signature in that rock did indeed resemble that of ancient biological remains found in the Arctic, but it was more vibrant. She said it might be some kind of bioenergy battery, or an identification device.
Lin Chen nodded without saying anything more.
He only intends to tell 3 people about his complete speculation on the eternal race for now: Chu Xiaoran for technical analysis purposes, Xia Qingyin who already knows too much, and Director Chen Jiangwo for national-level responses.
As for the rest of the family, let's talk about it when the time is right.
Right now, the most important thing is for them to focus on their pregnancy. It was nearly dusk when the helicopter landed on the estate's private helipad. As soon as the cabin door opened, Lin Chen stepped out and saw a row of figures waiting at the edge of the tarmac. Lin Lan, 6 months pregnant, stood at the front. Even in a thick down jacket, her powerful aura was undeniable. Next to her was Lin Ko, who was 4 months pregnant and holding a tablet computer. She seemed calm, but Lin Chen noticed that her fingers were unconsciously tapping the edge of the screen, a habitual action she took when she was nervous. Lin Xiaoran burst into tears.
5 months pregnant, she was more emotional than before.
Tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to rush over, but Zhao Manli grabbed her arm.
Slow down. There are 2 of you now.
Zhao Manli was 5 months pregnant, and her belly was already quite noticeable, but she still moved with agility.
Behind her, Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lu Man, Lu Ruyer, everyone had arrived. Yang Panning and Wang Yutong stood a little distance away, but their concerned gazes were equally genuine. Lin Chen strode over, but before he could say anything, Lin Xiaoran threw him into her arms. "Brother! You scared me to death." The little girl cried uncontrollably, burying her face in his chest. Sister Chu said there was danger over there. I thought. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Chen patted her back gently, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I'm back, all right. Lin Lan walked over, looked him up and down to make sure he wasn't missing any limbs, and then snorted coldly, if you dare to go to such a dangerous place alone again, just wait and see. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly clutched her stomach, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Lin Chen immediately became nervous. It's nothing, the little one is kicking me. Lin Lan's expression softened, and she took Lin Chen's hand and placed it on her stomach. He probably got excited when he heard your voice. He could indeed feel the powerful fetal movements beneath his palm. That rhythm of life instantly dispelled all the gloom in Lin Chen's heart. Yes, that's the most important thing. He hugged each of them, whispering in each one's ear, I'm back. When it was Zhao Manli's turn, this fiery young lady, unusually, didn't say anything harsh. She just hugged him tightly and didn't let go for a long time. You little rascal, she said, her voice a little hoarse, welcome home. Dinner was a sumptuous family feast. Brother, the baby is unusually active today. Does he know daddy's back? Maybe. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair, then naturally leaned down and kissed her slightly protruding belly. Be good and don't make mommy work too hard. This intimate gesture made Lin Xiaoran blush, but she smiled sweetly. Across the table, Xia Qingyin ate quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chu Xiaoran in hushed tones. She had changed out of her adventure gear and was wearing simple home clothes, her long hair loosely tied up, looking completely integrated into the family. Su Wanqing sat to Lin Chen's right, the seat she always sat in. She wore a light purple sweater today, and her complexion was much better than a few days ago. She didn't talk much during the meal, but she would occasionally put food on Lin Chen's plate, her eyes gentle. Mom, you should eat more too. Lin Chen served her a bowl of soup. Su Wanqing took it and paused slightly when her fingertips touched Lin Chen's hand. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but in the end, it all boiled down to one sentence: it's good that you're back safe and sound. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to chat. Lin Chen briefly recounted his trip to the Ice Soul Mountains, of course, an abridged version. They only mentioned that they discovered the entrance to an ancient ruin, obtained an energy stone that might be of research value, and then had to evacuate due to the collapse of the ice cave. So there's no danger? Lin Xiaoran pressed. It was a close call, but we escaped unharmed, Lin Chen said with a smile. And we gained something from it, so researcher Chu will be very happy. Indeed, Chu Xiaoran was already eager to study that resonance stone. But Lin Chen told her to rest tonight and start again tomorrow. Late at night, everyone gradually returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen first escorted Lin Xiaoran back to her room. Pregnant women need plenty of sleep. She held onto his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Brother, can you stay with me tonight? Baby wants to hear daddy tell a story. Okay. Lin Chen kissed her forehead. Go wash up first, I'll come over in a bit. Then he went to Lin Lan's room. Although the eldest sister is strong-willed, her body is under increasing strain during her 6 months of pregnancy. Lin Chen massaged her swollen calves and ankles with a professional technique, something he had learned at the research institute and medical group. I feel much better. Lin Lan leaned against the headboard, looking at his focused profile. Chen, you've grown up. Lin Chen looked up and smiled. I can't always be a child who needs my older sister to protect me. In my eyes, you will always be. Lin Lan reached out and touched his face, her eyes soft. But it's true, you're a man who can take responsibility now. After the massage, Lin Lan lay down to rest. Lin Chen tucked her in, turned off the light, and before leaving, Lin Lan whispered. Honey, I want to eat your egg pancakes tomorrow morning. Good. Then came Lin Ke's room. My second sister was indeed still awake, processing data on her tablet. Seeing Lin Chen enter, she adjusted her glasses. Perfect timing. I have a few questions about the energy characteristics of the ruins. Tomorrow. Lin Chen walked over and took her tablet. It's time to rest now. Pregnant women need to get 8 hours of sleep every day, as you just mentioned in your prenatal lecture last week. Lin Ke, unusually, did not refute him,
but simply looked at him. Are you sure you're alright? The energy readings in the ruins are fluctuating abnormally. I'm worried. I'm fine. Lin Chen helped her lie down. And with you here, even if something happens, we can handle it, right? These words made Lin Ke's lips curl into a slight smile, of course. After she fell asleep, Lin Chen quietly left the room. In the corridor, he encountered Zhao Manli, who was wearing a bathrobe. The young lady had clearly been waiting for him, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Oh, all done with your work? Sister Manli, Lin Chen walked over. Why aren't you asleep yet? Waiting for you. Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow. What, you only keep young girls company, not this pregnant woman like me? Lin Chen laughed and naturally put his arm around her waist. Jealous? TCH, who's jealous? Zhao Manli said, but she snuggled into his arms. It's just. I'm worried about you. That woman Chu Xiaoran always leaves things unsaid. I know it's definitely not that simple. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then said softly, it is a bit complicated. But trust me, I can handle it. Of course I believe you. Zhao Manli looked up at him in the firelight, her eyes were earnest. But remember, you're not alone. Don't shoulder everything alone, we're all here for you. After escorting Zhao Manli back to her room, Lin Chen went to visit Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lu Man, and Lu Ruier in turn. Everyone needs his company, even if it's just a few words, a pat on the belly, or a goodnight kiss. This is his responsibility, and also his happiness. Chapter 73. Lin Xiaoran loves to crawl under the blankets. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Lin Chen's face. He was awakened by a strange touch, soft, warm, and with a faint body fragrance. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Xiaoran had somehow crawled into his bed and was curled up in his arms like a kitten, sleeping peacefully. This girl. Lin Chen chuckled and carefully moved his body to get out of bed, but startled the girl in his arms. Brother. Lin Xiaoran groggily wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled against his neck. Sleep a little longer. Pregnant women need to eat breakfast on time, Lin Chen said softly, gently smoothing her slightly disheveled hair with his fingers. And today I'm going to make you egg pancakes, the older sister ordered them. Hearing egg pancake, Lin Xiaoran's eyes lit up, but she still wouldn't let go. Then hug me for another 5 minutes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen. Get up. Zhao Manli's voice rang out from outside the door, utterly unceremonious. I'm starving. You promised to make breakfast last night. Coming, Lin Chen responded, patting Lin Xiaoran's back. Get up, you little glutton. Lin Xiaoran reluctantly let go, but as Lin Chen stood up, she quickly kissed him on the cheek, her face slightly flushed. Good morning kiss. This girl is getting better and better at being affectionate. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, then went to the bathroom to wash up. In the mirror, he saw a faint red mark on his neck. He casually straightened his collar, not paying much attention. But when they went downstairs to the kitchen, this small mark sparked the first round of family discussion. Wow, the battle is fierce. Zhao Manli was sitting at the dining table drinking warm water when she noticed the marks on his neck. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. That girl Xiaoran is something else, still so proactive even though she's pregnant. Lin Chen blushed and said, Sister Manli, don't talk nonsense. She just accidentally rubbed it while she was sleeping. Really? Lin Lan came down the stairs, her 6-month pregnant belly protruding, her steps steady. She walked up to Lin Chen, examined the red mark closely, and then smiled meaningfully. Looks like we'll have to prepare separate bedrooms for you too. Pregnant women need plenty of sleep and can't stay up all night playing all the time. Big sister. Lin Chen said, both amused and exasperated. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Lin Lan patted his shoulder. Hurry up and make breakfast, I'm really hungry. The little one has been unusually active this morning, he must be hungry too. Lin Chen felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly tied on his apron to get to work. Making egg pancakes is one of his specialties. Before transmigrating, as a corporate slave, the only survival skill I could rely on was cooking. Flour, eggs, chopped green onions, diced ham, the ingredients are processed quickly in his hands. An enticing aroma soon filled the kitchen. Lin Ke was the second to come downstairs. Today, she was unusually not wearing a white coat, but instead wearing a loose maternity dress. She was 4 months pregnant and her belly was already noticeably protruding, but she looked great overall. Do you need any help? She asked as she walked to the kitchen doorway. No need, you can just sit and wait. Lin Chen turned to look at her, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Lin Ku has a great figure even during her pregnancy, her long legs and slender waist are still visible. Today, the length of this skirt is just right, reaching the knees, revealing my shapely calves. My second sister's legs have always been beautiful. Lin Chen quickly looked away and focused on flipping the pancake. But Lin Ku noticed it. She glanced down at her skirt, a slight smile playing on her lips, and walked over to Lin Chen, pretending to reach for a spice bottle. Where's the salt? When she approached, she smelled faintly of laboratory disinfectant mixed with another elegant fragrance. Lin Chen subconsciously stepped aside to make room, his arm inadvertently brushing against her soft arm skin. It's in the cabinet on the left. Lin Chen felt his ears getting a little hot. Thank you. Lin Ku took out the salt shaker, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stood beside him and watched him operate it. The temperature control is good. Proteins start to denature at 68 degrees Celsius, and the 70-75 degrees Celsius you are maintaining is the optimal range. Second sister, this is cooking, not an experiment. Lin Chen said helplessly. Cooking is essentially a chemical reaction, Lin Ku said, adjusting her glasses with an air of self-assurance. At this moment, Xia Qingyin also came downstairs. She wore a light gray loungewear outfit today, with her long hair tied in a simple ponytail, looking refreshing and capable. Upon seeing the scene in the kitchen, her eyes flickered slightly, but she quickly put on a natural smile. Good morning. Do you need any help? No need, it'll be ready soon, Lin Chen said, taking the last pancake off the griddle and plating it. Qingyin, go and call researcher Chu. She must have stayed up all night again last night. Okay. When breakfast was served, everyone had arrived. The long table was laden with food, golden egg pancakes, steaming millet porridge, several light side dishes, and a strawberry milkshake that Lin Xiaoran had insisted on adding. Su Wanqing sat in the main seat, watching the lively scene with tenderness in her eyes. She looked radiant today, wearing an elegant cheongsam and her hair loosely tied up, appearing to be no more than 30 years old. Mom, try this. Lin Chen put a piece of cake on his mother's plate. Okay. Su Wanqing smiled and accepted it, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Chen's neck. She paused for a moment, but said nothing. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and subtle. Lin Xiaoran clung to Lin Chen, insisting that he feed her. Brother, feed me, my arms are too weak. Weren't you quite strong when you snatched my pillow last night? Lin Chen said, but still scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and fed it to her. Zhao Manli looked on and scoffed, tisk tsk, they're spoiling her rotten. But then she turned and pushed her plate over. You brat, I want one too. Sister Manli, it's not like you can't reach it. Pregnant women come first. Hurry up. Lin Chen had no choice but to feed her a bite as well, but the young lady took advantage of the situation and said, give me another bite. Seeing this, Lin Lan shook her head and chuckled, Manli, don't bully him. But she pushed the bowl of porridge towards Lin Chen. But this porridge is really hot, could you blow on it for me? Lin Chen. Breakfast was a chaotic yet joyful affair. After the meal, Xu Xiaoran went to the research institute to continue analyzing the data of the resonance stones. Xia Qingyin had to return to the Xia group to handle the alliance preparations. I'll take you, Lin Chen said to Xia Qingyin. No need, the driver is at the door. Xia Qingyin smiled, but there was a hint of something else in her eyes. Spend more time with your sisters, they need you more. She walked to the door and glanced back at the scene in the restaurant. Lin Chen was surrounded by several pregnant women, frantically clearing the table. The scene was so heartwarming that it was impossible to look away. Senior, he's such a kind person. Xia Qingyin sighed softly and turned to leave. Chapter 74, a topic sparked by a kiss mark. A brief silence fell over the living room. Lin Chen felt several gazes focused on him. Lin Lan's scrutiny, Zhao Manli's curiosity, Lin Xiaoran's confusion, Lin Ku's calm observation, and Su Wanqing's gentle yet all-knowing eyes. That his mind raced, it really was Xiaoran who accidentally rubbed against me while sleeping. She had a nightmare last night and kept snuggling into my arms, it was probably around that time. Having nightmares? Lin Lan looked at Lin Xiaoran. The little girl nodded vigorously, yes, yes. I dreamt that the baby disappeared, I was so scared, so I clung to you and wouldn't let go. As she spoke, her eyes actually reddened. Pregnancy makes one emotionally sensitive, and tears would fall when she talked about sad things. Lin Chen quickly hugged her to comfort her. It's okay, dreams are always the opposite of reality, the baby is fine. Seeing this, Lin Lan softened her tone. Alright, I'll trust you this once. But Xiaoran, you're pregnant now, so you need to be careful about your emotions.
Chen Chen, you should sleep separately too, don't spoil her. I know, big sister.
Lin Xiaoran smiled through her tears and snuggled closer to Lin Chen.
The crisis appears to have temporarily subsided.
But Zhao Manli's eyes were still fixed on the red marks on Lin Chen's neck.
She walked over and touched them, saying, "This shape, it looks a bit like a teeth mark?"
Lin Chen's body stiffened. Someone did come to his room last night. In the middle of the night. It was Zhao Manli. He had just put Lin Xiaoran to sleep and was about to rest when there was a gentle knock on the door. When he opened it, Zhao Manli was standing outside in a silk nightgown, her face slightly flushed.
Sister Manli? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Zhao Manli walked into the room and sat down on his bed naturally. The baby keeps kicking me. He's probably scared by all the mess you made during the day.
She was 5 months pregnant, and the baby was moving very frequently. Lin Chen sat down beside her and gently placed his hand on her abdomen, and sure enough, he felt strong kicks.
Relax, let me soothe you.
He released a faint life energy, and a soft golden halo seeped in. Zhao Manli sighed comfortably, relaxing completely, and leaned on his shoulder. You brat, you really scared me to death this time.
Next time something like this happens, you have to take me with you, you hear me? How can you go with such a big belly? I can't let you take the risk alone.
Zhao Manli looked up at him, but her eyes were a little red.
If anything happens to you, what will happen to me and the child?
Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself.
That's more like it. Zhao Manli was satisfied, but she didn't leave immediately.
Instead, she leaned closer to him and gently bit his neck, not hard, but it left a mark.
This is a mark.
She licked her lips, her eyes alluring.
To remind you that you are mine. Even if there's a bunch of sisters, I'll be the first one to settle for you.
After saying that, she got up and left gracefully, leaving Lin Chen alone in the room, stunned.
Looking back now, that mark could indeed have been a tooth mark. What are you thinking about? Zhao Manli's voice pulled him back to reality.
The young lady was looking at him with a half smile, her fingers tracing his neck.
Could it be that there really is some secret? No.
Lin Chen quickly denied, holding her hand.
It was Xiaoran who rubbed against it. Don't make wild guesses, it's not good for prenatal education. TCH, boring.
Zhao Manli withdrew her hand, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes.
Su Wanqing then spoke, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Alright, stop fooling around. Chenner has things to do today, right? Researcher Chu is waiting for you. Yes.
Lin Chen felt relieved.
I need to go to the research institute. I'll go too.
Lin Ke stood up. I have a few hypotheses that need to be verified regarding the energy decay curve of the resonance stone.
Me too. Lin Xiaoran also wanted to go.
You should stay home and rest, Lin Lan said, pressing her down.
Didn't you say your back was sore yesterday?
Just lie down today, and I'll have a masseur come and give you a massage.
Oh.
Lin Xiaoran pouted, but dared not refute her older sister. So Lin Chen and Lin Ke went to the research institute together.
In the car, the second sister, unusually, spoke up. Manli came to see you last night? Lin Chen almost choked on his saliva. Second sister, what are you doing?
The time she went back to her room was wrong. Lin Ke adjusted her glasses, her tone calm.
I was analyzing data last night when I heard noises in the hallway. At 1:47 a.m., she came back from the direction of your room.
The observational skills of this research fanatic are terrifying. That mark was left by her, Lin Ke continued, stating rather than questioning. The teeth marks match her biting habits. However, she controlled the force, resulting in only slight bruising on the surface, which does not affect her health. Lin Chen smiled wryly, second sister, about this matter.
I won't say.
Lin Ke turned to look at him, her eyes behind her glasses clear.
This is your private matter. I just want to remind you Manli is quite possessive, and you need to balance the relationship. Pregnancy can cause mood swings, so don't let them create unnecessary conflicts. She paused, then added.
Of course, if you need, I can design a family emotional management system that analyzes each person's emotional state and needs based on behavioral data and provides optimization suggestions.
We don't need it for now.
Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat.
Whatever you want.
Lin Ke looked ahead again, but gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen.
However, if you're free tonight, you can come to my room. I have some questions about fetal development that I'd like to discuss.
She spoke in a serious tone, but Lin Chen clearly saw that the roots of her ears were slightly red.
Is my second sister inviting me? The system panel pops up in a timely manner. Lin Ke's favorability +5. Current affection level 95, rational appreciation plus pregnancy dependence plus nascent possessiveness.
Special state, beginning to attempt to express emotional needs.
Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he took her hand. Okay, I'll come to see you tonight. Lin Ke's fingers trembled slightly, but she did not pull them back. On the third basement floor of the research institute, Zhu Xiaoran was already waiting in the laboratory. Seeing Lin Chen and Lin Ke enter together, her eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. You're here? The pulse data from the resonance stone last night is out. It's very interesting.
The holographic screen displays a complex energy waveform. Look here, Zhu Xiaoran pointed to one of the peaks. At 2:03 a.m., the stone suddenly released a directional pulse. It lasted 0.3 seconds, and the energy intensity was 300 times greater than usual.
And the direction of the pulse?
She brought up a 3D coordinate map, where 3 rays extended from Jiangcheng, pointing to 3 locations: Jiangcheng Art Academy, Beijing National Gene Bank, Blue Star Antarctic Research Station.
Zhu Xiaoran's expression was serious. This isn't random scattering, it's precise targeting. The stone is sensing something.
Lin Chen stared at the 3 locations. Art Academy.
Xiao Tang studies there. Xiao Tang? Lin Ke frowned.
She's your cousin, and one of your potential marriage partners.
Is there something special about her?
I don't know, Lin Chen shook his head, but since it points in that direction, we have to go and take a look.
What about the Beijing Gene Bank and the Antarctic Station? Zhu Xiaoran asked. Let's find out the truth first. Lin Chen pondered. These 3 places are not simple. The Gene Bank is a national key site, the Antarctic Station is an international scientific research outpost, the Art Academy. If it's just Xiao Tang who's there, why specifically point to the school?
He looked at the resonance stone, which was now lying quietly in a specially made container, emitting a soft halo.
What exactly are you trying to tell me? There's one more thing. Zhu Xiaoran pulled up another report.
Xia Qingyin forwarded me an anonymous email this morning. The sender's ID was Eternal Observer, and the content contained the detailed coordinates of these 3 locations, with the note, if you want the truth, start here. She paused for a moment. The email was sent in encrypted form, so its source cannot be traced. But the sending time is exactly the same as the pulse time of the resonance stone, accurate to the millisecond.
The laboratory was completely silent.
Someone is monitoring us, Lin Ke concluded. And the technology they possess may be far beyond our imagination. Lin Chen clenched his fist.
Who is the Eternal Watcher? Is it someone from Genesis Corporation? Or something else entirely?
The phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Qingyin calling. Senior, her voice was somewhat hurried. I just received intelligence from the family. A special student transferred to Jiangcheng Art Academy this morning.
She's a 19-year-old girl, a special admissions student in the dance department. Her file is encrypted, and the Xia family can't find any information about her background.
Alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's mind.
What's her name?
Liuli, Xia Qingyin said, has only one name, no surname. Chapter 75: The Mysterious Transfer Student and the New Family Member.
Jiangcheng Art Academy.
Lin Chen stood at the school gate, his gaze passing through the groups of students, and immediately spotted Zhao Xiaotang walking out chatting and laughing with several girls from the dance department. The 19-year-old girl wore a light pink dress and had her long hair tied in a bun, looking youthful and radiant.
Brother Chen.
Zhao Xiaotang saw him too, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over like a happy little bird, crashing directly into his arms.
Why are you here? Didn't you say you were busy with research at the institute today? I've come to pick you up from school.
Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair, then naturally put his arm around her waist. The girl's slender waist was so thin it could be encircled by a single hand, and the warmth of her skin could be felt through the thin fabric. By the way, take a look at the new transfer students at your school.
A new transfer student? Zhao Xiaotang blinked. Oh, you mean Lioli?
She just joined our class today, and she's amazing. The teacher had her demonstrate a ballet routine, and her technique, it was absolutely professional level. As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice and leaned close to Lin Chen's ear.
And she's incredibly beautiful. Her legs are so long and straight, all the boys in the class, oh wait, there aren't any boys in our school, were completely stunned. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. For Xiaotang to praise it so highly, it seems that Liuli is indeed extraordinary. Where is she now? She's probably practicing extra in the dance studio, right? She said she needs to get used to the new environment. Zhao Xiaotang stopped abruptly, pointing to a spot not far away. Hey, she's here. Lin Chen looked in the direction she pointed. A girl in a white dance costume is stretching. She had her back to the side. She was tall, probably over 1.7 meters. The dance costume featured a backless design, outlining the beautiful and flowing lines of her back, while the tight-fitting leggings perfectly showcased her straight and slender legs, just as Xiaotang had said. Her legs were almost perfectly proportioned, and she was wearing black stockings. Seemingly noticing the gaze, the girl slowly turned around. Lin Chen's breath hitched. It was a face so exquisite it seemed unreal. Liuli's gaze fell on Lin Chen, lingered for about 3 seconds, and then she smiled slightly. Zhao Xiaotang. Liuli nodded to Xiaotang first, her voice clear and pleasant, then turned to Lin Chen. This must be Senior Lin Chen, right? I've heard so much about you. She extended her hand with graceful movements. Lin Chen took her hand in his. It felt slightly cool, soft yet strong, the kind of hand a dancer would have. Hello, Ruri. I heard you just transferred here today? Yes. Liuli withdrew her hand, her purple eyes looking directly into Lin Chen's eyes, for some important matters. Her words were loaded with meaning, but before Lin Chen could press her for details, she naturally changed the subject. Xiaotang said you often pick her up from school, you're such a considerate older brother. But? She tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes. Just my brother? Zhao Xiaotang's face flushed red instantly. Liuli. Don't talk nonsense. I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Liuli chuckled, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen's face. However, Senior Lin Chen is indeed, as rumored, special. She said the word special very softly, but Lin Chen understood its deeper meaning. What does she know? The eternal bloodline? Or the resonance stone? The system panel does not display any prompts. This means that either Liuli is not hostile, or her abilities are beyond the system's detection range. Where is Liuli from? Lin Chen asked tentatively. A very far place, Liuli answered flawlessly. Both my parents are dancers, so I've been learning dance since I was little. I'm transferring schools because I want to pursue my studies in a place with a stronger arts atmosphere. As she spoke, she naturally took Zhao Xiaotang's arm. Xiaotang, can you take me to buy some daily necessities? I just moved to Jiangcheng and I'm not familiar with this place. Okay. Zhao Xiaotang immediately agreed, then looked at Lin Chen. Brother Chen, do you want to come along? Lin Chen glanced at the time. I still need to pick up your sister. Her prenatal checkup is over today. You two go ahead, and be careful. Liuli, please ride in our car. Zhao Xiaotang said enthusiastically. We'll take you back to your place first. Liuli did not refuse, a smile flashing in her purple eyes. Then I'll trouble you. On the way to the hospital, Zhao Xiaotang sat in the passenger seat, while Liuli sat in the back. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat awkward. It seems like there are a lot of people at Lin Chen's house. Liuli suddenly spoke, her tone casual as if she were talking about the weather. I saw it on the news, 10 pregnant couples, it's really enviable. When she said envious, her gaze fell on Lin Chen's reflection in the rearview mirror, her deep purple eyes revealing an unreadable emotion. It's just a responsibility, Lin Chen said calmly. Responsibility? Liuli chuckled. But they all seem so happy to me. There must be something special about you that makes so many outstanding women fall for you at the same time, right? This statement is almost a direct statement. Lin Chen glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Liuli seems quite interested in my affairs. Of course I'm interested, Liuli readily admitted. After all, you are the most unique man of this era. But don't worry, I mean no harm. I'm just curious. She paused, then lowered her voice. I'm curious how someone who has been chosen will face their fate. A brief silence fell over the car. Zhao Xiaotang looked left and right, feeling that the two were speaking in riddles, but she couldn't get a word in edgewise. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Chen waited for Zhao Manli at the entrance of the obstetrics and gynecology department. The young lady wore a loose dress today, but you could still tell that she was 5 months pregnant. Her face was rosy, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen. You little rascal, you're on time.
Zhao Manli walked over and naturally took his arm, then noticed Liuli behind him.
And who is this?
Liuli, Xiaotong's new classmate, just transferred here, Lin Chen introduced.
Liuli, this is my cousin Zhao Manli. Liuli's gaze lingered on Zhao Manli's abdomen for a moment, a strange light flashing in her purple eyes. About 5 months pregnant? The fetus is developing very healthily. Congratulations. Her tone was so certain that Zhao Manli raised an eyebrow. You can tell?
My mother is an obstetrician, so I was exposed to it from a young age, Liuli smiled.
Besides, dancers are more sensitive to their bodies.
This explanation makes sense, but Lin Chen still feels it's not that simple.
On the return trip, Zhao Manli joined them in the car, making the atmosphere even more lively.
The young lady was very interested in Liuli and asked her many questions, all of which Liuli answered flawlessly.
By the time we arrived at the manor, it was nearly dusk.
Liuli got out of the car, looking at the magnificent building in front of her, a complex emotion flashing in her purple eyes. This is Senior Lin Chen's home.
Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Zhao Manli casually invited. Is it okay? Liuli looked at Lin Chen with expectant eyes.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded, welcome. He wanted to see what this mysterious girl was up to.
In the manor's living room, everyone was stunned when Lin Chen brought Liuli in. And this is?
Lin Lan stood up from the sofa and scrutinized Liuli with a critical look.
Liuli, Xiaotong's new classmate, Lin Chen introduced simply. She just transferred to Jiangqing today and is temporarily staying in the school dormitory. I invited her to my house for dinner. He spoke while observing his family's reactions.
Lin Ke pushed up his glasses, his gaze lingering on Liuli for a few seconds before he looked down at his tablet again. But Lin Chen noticed that her fingers were swiping across the screen faster than usual. Lin Xiaoran blinked curiously. Sister Liuli is so pretty. Especially her eyes, they're like amethyst. Su Wanqing came out of the kitchen carrying a fruit platter. When she saw Liuli, she paused almost imperceptibly, but quickly regained her composure. Welcome, Liuli. Dinner will be a while, have some fruit first.
Thank you, Auntie. Liuli politely accepted the fruit plate.
When her purple eyes met Su Wanqing's, both of them paused for a moment.
During dinner, Ruri behaved very well.
She doesn't talk much, but every time she does, she picks up on the topic at just the right moment. She has unique insights into prenatal care, art appreciation, and even business economics, which is quite unlike what you'd expect from a 19-year-old dance student.
What does Liuli's family do?
Lin Lan asked casually.
Both my parents are artists. Liuli put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said.
My father was a choreographer, and my mother used to be a dancer before she became an art therapist. So I was exposed to a wide variety of things growing up.
Art therapist? Zhu Xiaoran rarely spoke up. Is it in the field of gene art therapy?
Yes.
Liuli looked at Zhu Xiaoran, a hint of interest flashing in her purple eyes. Does researcher Chu also conduct research in this area? I've dabbled in it a little. Zhu Xiaoran nodded.
There is a deep connection between gene expression and artistic creation. This field is very interesting. The two started talking about this topic, using a lot of technical jargon, leaving the others completely confused. Xia Qingyin sat down next to Lin Chen and said softly, her knowledge base far exceeds that of the average college student.
You noticed it too?
Lin Chen replied in a low voice.
It's too obvious. Xia Qingyin's gaze turned slightly cold.
She's deliberately showcasing her value.
Why?
Yes, why?
After dinner, Liuli politely took her leave. Lin Chen escorted her to the door. Thank you for your hospitality today.
Liuli stood in the moonlight, turned to look at him. Senior Lin Chen, you have a very warm home. We must protect it well, Liuli suddenly said, her tone becoming serious, because soon a storm will come.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. What are you referring to?
Liuli didn't answer, but took an envelope from her small bag and handed it to him. Here, take this.
Read it when no one's around.
She paused, her purple eyes gleaming mysteriously in the moonlight. Also, regarding the Eternal Watcher, there's no need to worry too much. They are merely observers, they will not directly intervene.
At least not now.
After saying that, she turned and left, her white figure quickly disappearing into the night. Lin Chen gripped the envelope tightly, his heart heavy.
Back in his study, he opened the envelope.
Inside was no letter, only a photograph.
The photo shows an ancient stone mural, and the location is clearly inside some ruins.
The mural depicts a tall female figure holding a glowing stone in her hands, surrounded by many people kneeling in worship. The woman's eyes were deliberately sculpted into a pale purple. On the back of the photo was a line of neat handwriting. The first fragment is already in your hands. The second is in the basement of Jiangcheng Art Academy, and the third is in Zhao Xiaotong's bloodline. Only by collecting all three fragments can you see the first layer of truth. Beware of Genesis Corporation. They're also looking for the fragments, and they're close to the second one. Lioli. Lin Chen stared at the photo, remaining silent for a long time. The system panel then displayed a notification. Ancient ruins detected. Quest update: collect 3 resonance stone fragments. Current progress 1-3. Warning: the competitor Genesis Corporation has intervened. My phone vibrated. Chu Xiaoran had sent an urgent message. Lin Chen. We've just detected unusual energy fluctuations underground at Jiangcheng Art Academy. The frequency matches the resonance stone. Someone's digging something there. Chapter 76: Underground Ruins and Bloodline Resonance. The basement corridor of the Art Academy was dark and damp. Lin Chen and Lu Li stood at the entrance, facing 6 men in black, well-equipped, whose excavation equipment was still humming. A large hole has been carved out of the ground, and ancient stone steps can be vaguely seen below. Miss Lioli, the leader of the men in black, a middle-aged man, said in a hoarse voice, Genesis Corporation does not want to be your enemy. Hand over the keys, and we can cooperate. Cooperate? Lioli chuckled, toying with the strangely shaped bronze key in her hand. Cooperate with a bunch of thieves who don't even respect the bloodline of the gatekeepers? She took a step forward, and moonlight streamed in through the broken window, casting a silvery edge on her white dance costume. You've been digging for 3 days, and you haven't even broken the outermost seal. Do you know why? The man in black remained silent. Because this is not an ordinary ruin. Lioli's voice turned cold. This is an outer outpost of the first mentor's tomb. Without the bloodline of the gatekeeper and without the correct key, forcing entry will only result in one outcome. She snapped her fingers. A dull tremor suddenly came from underground. The ground beneath the feet of the men in black began to crack, and ancient runes emerged from the cracks, emitting a pale purple light. The defense mechanism has been activated, a woman in black exclaimed. Retreat! But it was too late. The runes shone brightly, forming an energy barrier that trapped all 6 men in black in place. They struggled, but found their bodies growing heavier and heavier, as if suppressed by an invisible force. This is a gravity field? The leader's expression changed drastically. 10 times standard gravity, for 3 hours, Lioli said calmly. That's enough for the police to come and arrest you. Oh, by the way, I've already called the police. She turned to Lin Chen, a sly glint in her purple eyes. Senior, it's quiet now. Shall we go down and take a look? Lin Chen gave her a deep look. Who exactly are you? Lioli, Zhao Xiaotong's classmate, a transfer student in the dance department. She tilted her head and smiled. Of course, they are also descendants of the Gatekeeper clan. Are you satisfied with this answer? The Gatekeeper, the guardian of the Eternals? Lin Chen didn't ask any more questions and nodded. The two descended the stone steps. The steps were steep, and the walls were made of ancient stone, covered with murals and inscriptions just like the ones in the glass photographs. These records document the history of the Eternal race, Ruri explained as they walked, her voice echoing through the narrow passage. To be precise, it's the story of the first mentor. She was the last mother of the Eternals, and before the Great Cataclysm, she divided the hope of her race into 7 parts, hiding them all over the world. She reached out and gently touched the wall. The carvings there seemed to glow faintly. 7 resonating stones, 7 gatekeeper families, 7 ruins. This is the contingency plan she left behind. If you're the gatekeeper, why are you looking for me? Lin Chen asked. Because you are not an ordinary eternal bloodline. Lioli stopped and turned to look at him. Her purple eyes shone like 2 stars in the darkness. You are the inheritor. The resonance stone shows you, not me, nor any of the other gatekeeper descendants. This means you are entitled to the complete inheritance. She continued, my task is simply to protect the ruins and guide the successors. As for how far you can go, that's up to you. At the end of the passage was a huge stone gate. The door is carved with a female figure holding a stone in her hands, surrounded by stars exactly the same as the mural in the photograph. Lioli raised the bronze key and inserted it into the lock on the door. Click. The The stone gate slowly opened. The space behind the door was small, a circular stone chamber. In the center was a stone platform, on which sat a crystal box containing the second resonating stone slightly larger than the one Lin Shen held, with more active light flow inside. However, the area around the stone platform was filled with complex mechanisms and energy patterns. The final test. Liuli stood at the door without going in. Only the true heir can obtain the fragment. If the wrong mechanism is activated, or if the bloodline verification fails, the entire stone chamber will self-destruct, including its fragments. Lin Chen took a deep breath and entered the stone chamber. As soon as he stepped in, the patterns on the ground lit up, forming a huge magic circle. At the same time, the first resonance stone in his arms began to heat up, flew out on its own, and hovered in midair. The second fragment also rose from the crystal box. The two stones spun and drew closer in the air, finally merging into one with a click, becoming a larger crystal. The merged resonance stone shone brightly, and all the carvings on the stone chamber walls lit up simultaneously. A massive flow of information surged into Lin Chan's mind through the stone. He saw the magnificent eternal city, the society with a balanced male-to-female ratio, and the widespread application of life energy technology. He also saw the catastrophe descending from the sky, a black meteor shower, and a global genetic collapse. Finally, came the voice of the first mentor, gentle yet firm. If you hear these words later, it means that the disaster has passed and civilization has continued.
7 fragments, 7 pieces of knowledge.
Collect them all, and you will obtain the most precious legacy of the Eternals, the method for creating the life core. But remember, power needs wisdom to wield.
Don't try to create a source core before you're ready.
The gatekeeper will guide you, but the final path, you must walk it yourself.
Information flow has stopped.
Lin Shen opened his eyes and found Liuli kneeling on one knee, bowing her head in greeting.
Gatekeeper Liuli greets His Excellency the heir.
Get up, Lin Shen said, reaching out to help her up.
You don't need to do that.
Liuli stood up, her purple eyes filled with excitement.
You have truly passed the test. Bloodline purity verification, knowledge inheritance reception. You are the one foretold. Prophecy?
The gatekeeper's prophecy, passed down through generations, states, when the shadow of the great cataclysm descends once more, an inheritor will emerge, gather the 7 stones, reactivate the source core, and lead civilization through the crisis, Liuli said earnestly. And now, what Genesis Corporation is doing is creating a new catastrophe. She looked at the 2 resonating stones that had merged into one. You already have 2.
The third one is inside Xiaotang.
Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Xiaotang, she. Liuli made a startling statement. She has the bloodline of the gatekeeper, but her bloodline is thinner and manifests in a different way. Her talent for dance is an instinctive use of life energy.
She paused.
The third fragment is not a physical object, but a genetic memory hidden deep within her bloodline. To activate it, a specific ritual is needed, and your help.
How can I help?
Liuli's face suddenly flushed. That requires bloodline resonance.
Simply put, it's about you two coming together.
Lin Chen was stunned.
This is the fastest way. Liuli looked away.
Of course, if you don't want to, you can activate it slowly in other ways, but it may take several months or even years. And Genesis Corporation won't give us that much time. She looked at Lin Chen, her expression complex.
Senior, I know this is sudden for you. But Xiaotang has actually liked you for a long time. There is an instinctive attraction between the blood of gatekeepers.
She was attracted to you the first time you met, but she probably didn't understand why.
Lin Chen remained silent.
He remembered Zhao Xiaotang's dependence on him over the years, how she always said, "Brother Chen is mine," and the light in her eyes when she looked at him.
So that's how it is.
Of course.
Liuli nodded.
But please do it as soon as possible. Genesis Corporation has its eye on this place.
These people today are just the advance team.
Their real goal is to collect all 7 fragments and create a pseudo-source core under their control.
She put away the bronze key.
I will continue to protect Xiaotang.
Also, from today onwards, I will also move into the manor.
As the gatekeeper, I have a responsibility to protect the heir and the heir's family. It was already 2 a.m. when we got back to the manor. But the living room was brightly lit, and no one was asleep.
Chen Chun.
Brother!
You brat! Lin Chen was surrounded as soon as he entered the door.
Lin Lan checked him over to see if he was injured. Lin Xiaoran hugged him and cried, and Zhao Manli pinched his ear.
Another one going on an adventure. Do you think we're just for show? I was wrong, I was wrong. Lin Chen begged for forgiveness repeatedly. Where is Lioli? Su Wanqing asked. She said she'd go back to her school dormitory first, and the formal visit would be tomorrow. Lin Chen looked at his adoptive mother. Mom, I think I want her to move into the manor. She has a special status and can help us, and it's not safe for her to be out there alone. Su Wanqing gave him a deep look and finally nodded, okay. I'll have someone prepare a room for you tomorrow. Then everyone dispersed to rest. Lin Chen returned to his bedroom, but did not go to sleep immediately. He took out the combined resonance stone and placed it in his palm. The light flow inside the stone has stabilized, forming a complete double helix pattern. The system panel displays Resonance Stone 27. Function upgrade, improved gene stability effect, radius 50 meters, can store more life energy, unlocks part of the eternal race knowledge base. New information, the third fragment is a genetic memory fragment, carrier, Zhao Xiaotang. Activation condition, deep bloodline resonance suggested method, reproductive behavior. Xiaotang. My phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Zhao Xiaotang. Brother Chen, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Lioli said a lot of strange things to me today. She said I have some kind of gatekeeper bloodline, and she also said that you and I. Oh, I'm so shy. Are you free tomorrow? I want to see you. Lin Chen replied, I'll pick you up from school tomorrow, and we'll have a good talk. Okay. Good night. Good night. Chapter 77, Family Meeting, and the third fragment. The atmosphere at the dinner table was so heavy it could be squeezed out of you. Lin Chen could clearly see the changes in their expressions: Lin Lan's furrowed brows, Zhao Manli's anger, Lin Ke's calm analysis, Lin Xiaoran's surprise, and Su Wanqing's unfathomable silence. Sitting next to Lioli, Zhao Xiaotang's face was as red as a ripe apple, her head almost buried in her chest, and her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. The 18-year-old girl had completely lost her usual liveliness, leaving only shyness and a vague expectation. I disagree. Zhao Manli was the first to erupt. 5 months pregnant, her emotions were already prone to fluctuation, and she was even more agitated at this moment. How old is Xiaotang? 18. And she's still in school. What is this? What you're doing? Sister Manli, Lioli interrupted her calmly. In this world, 18 is the legal age for marriage. Moreover, according to the theory of genetic optimization, 1822 is the golden age for women to have children. From a physiological point of view, Xiaotang is fully qualified. I didn't mean physiological. Zhao Manli glared at her. I meant. She couldn't continue, because she knew that on this planet where there were more women than men and procreation was paramount, becoming a spouse at 18 was perfectly normal. Among her own cousins, there were even cases of them successfully finding a match at the age of 16. She just felt a tightness in her chest. Lin Lan took a deep breath. As the eldest sister, she had to remain rational. Lioli, you said Xiaotang is in danger. What exactly do you mean? Genesis Corporation has obtained a list of all the descendants of the gatekeepers in Jiangchang. Lioli put down her chopsticks, her purple eyes sweeping over everyone present. This afternoon I received intelligence from the family that they have kidnapped at least 2 women of the gatekeeper bloodline within the last 3 days. The goal is clear: to extract genetic memories from their bloodlines, or to force them to give birth to children with gatekeeper traits. She looked at Zhao Xiaotang, her eyes softening with worry. Although Xiaotang's bloodline concentration is not high, she is a direct descendant and her genetic memories are relatively well preserved. If she falls into the hands of Genesis Corporation, the consequences will be unimaginable. The dining table was deathly silent. Su Min said softly, so having Lin Chen protect her is the best choice? It's the only effective option right now, Lioli corrected. Only the life energy of the inheritor can activate and stabilize the fragments in her bloodline. And once the combination is complete, Genesis Company will no longer be able to extract them through conventional means. The fragments will be completely integrated with Xiaotang's genes and will only be available to Lin Chen. Lin Ke suddenly spoke up, does the data support your claim? Have. Lioli took out a yellowed paper document from her bag. In the digital age, paper documents often signify the highest level of confidentiality. This is the bloodline record passed down through generations of the Gatekeeper clan. Page 7, paragraph 3. She pushed the document to the center of the table. Lin Ke picked it up, quickly glanced at it, and adjusted her glasses.
The gene lock theory, the bloodline resonance encryption, does indeed conform to some cutting-edge assumptions of modern genetics. So, Lioli looked around at everyone. This is not my personal suggestion, but a rule passed down for thousands of years by the gatekeepers. When an heir appears, when a crisis approaches, the gatekeeper with the closest bloodline must unite with the heir to activate memories and protect knowledge. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. I know this is sudden. But please believe me, my feelings for Xiaotang are no less than any of yours. She is my cousin, one of my last remaining blood relatives in the world. If possible, I wouldn't want her to bear these burdens so early, but time is really running out. Zhao Xiaotang finally raised her head, her eyes slightly red, but her gaze was firm. Sisters, I'm willing. She looked at Lin Chen, her voice soft but clear. Brother Chen, ever since I was old enough to understand, I knew I would be with you in the future. Although I didn't understand why before, I know now, it was destined. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her fingers gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, but her gaze did not waver. Besides, I don't want to be a burden to everyone. If this can help Brother Chen and protect everyone, I'm really willing. Silence fell over the table once again. This time, it was Su Wanqing who broke the silence. The foster mother put down her spoon, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Chener, what do you think? All eyes were on Lin Chen. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Lin Lan, who was 6 months pregnant, unconsciously protected her lower abdomen with her hand. 5-month-old Zhao Manli, though still angry, had eyes full of worry. Lin Ko, also 6 months pregnant, showed concern beneath her calm exterior. 4-month-old Lin Xiaoran looked at him with teary eyes. Su Min, Zhou Siyu, Lu Ruer, Yang Panning, Wang Yutong, these wives were all in early pregnancy, and there was also Lu Man. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhao Xiaotang. An 18-year-old girl, dressed in a simple white dress, with long hair flowing over her shoulders, was as pure as a lily in the morning dew. Her eyes were bright, filled with expectation, shyness, and unwavering courage. She's definitely not young anymore. In this world, 18 is already old enough to take on the responsibility of bearing children. Lin Chen recalled Xiaotang's dependence on him, and how she always said, Brother Chen is mine. I recall the undisguised admiration in her eyes every time we met. He nodded easily and made his decision. I agree. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Xiaotang's tears fell, a mixture of relief and emotion. But Lin Chen immediately added, but there are conditions. Everyone looked at him. First, Xiaotang must continue her studies. Dance is her dream, and she cannot give it up just because she becomes my spouse. Lin Chen said seriously. Second, the timing of the marriage is up to Xiaotang herself, she cannot be forced. Third, he looked at Lioli, you must guarantee that this union is truly for her protection, and not for any other purpose. Lioli kneels on one knee. This is the highest form of etiquette among the gatekeepers. I swear by my bloodline that every word I have spoken is true. If there is any falsehood, I am willing to suffer the punishment of blood retribution. This vow was so weighty that even Lin Ke was moved by it. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. So, Xiaotang, are you willing to become my spouse? Not out of responsibility, not out of pressure, but your own choice. Zhao Xiaotang stood up, walked to Lin Chen, and nodded without hesitation. I do. I always will. The girl threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Brother Chen, thank you for accepting me. Lin Chen gently patted her back, a complex emotion welling up inside him. There was a sense of responsibility, pity, and also a feeling of being moved by this brave girl. The atmosphere at the dinner table finally eased. Lin Lan sighed, since it's decided, then let's do it properly. Xiaotang, from today onwards you will officially move into the manor. Your room will be arranged on the 3rd floor, on the east side, closer to Lin Chen. Thank you, Sister Lan. Zhao Xiaotang smiled through her tears. Zhao Manli was still a little awkward, but in the end she muttered. All right, I'm not that petty. Xiaotang, from now on you should call him brother-in-law, stop calling him Brother Chen all the time, it's so cheesy. No way. Zhao Xiaotang poked her head out from Lin Chen's arms and made a face. I want to call him Brother Chen. You little rascal. The dinner table became lively again. Although the decision was made hastily, since it was a done deal, everyone had no choice but to accept it. In thinking about it carefully, Xiaotang was already on the marriage list, and it was bound to come to this sooner or later. After dinner, Lin Chen accompanied Zhao Xiaotang to her new room. The room on the east side of the 3rd floor was originally a guest room, but it was very spacious and well lit. The servants had quickly set it up and changed the bedding to a light pink, a color the girl liked.
Do you like it? Lin Chen asked.
I love it.
Zhao Xiaotang happily twirled around the room, then suddenly stopped, blushing as she looked at him.
Brother Chen, when, shall we? She couldn't continue.
Lin Chen walked over and gently hugged her.
No rush. Let's talk about it when you're ready. Until then, let's just get along like this, okay?
Zhao Xiaotang buried her face in his chest and whispered.
But I want to hurry. I don't want to be a burden to everyone, and I don't want to worry Sister Liuli.
You are not a burden, Lin Chen said earnestly.
You are my family, someone I want to protect.
The girl looked up at him, her eyes sparkling.
Then, how about I wait until summer vacation? There's only a month and a half until summer vacation. Then I won't have to go to school, and I can concentrate. She blushed again.
Lin Chen smiled and kissed her forehead. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Chapter 78, the third fragment. Late at night, in the study.
Lin Chen, Lu Li, Zhu Xiaoran, and Xia Qingyin gathered together. Su Wanqing was also there, but she just sat quietly in the corner drinking tea, like a guardian deity.
These are the detailed data for the second fragment.
Zhu Xiaoran turned the holographic screen towards the crowd. After the merger, the energy intensity increased threefold, and a new function was unlocked: gene memory retrieval. She brought up an interface. Lin Chen can now actively search for specific information in the Eternal Race's knowledge base.
For example, if I enter Life Energy application, 27 related records will pop up.
Very efficient, Lin Ku commented. But the third fragment is more important, Liuli said. It's a fragment of memory left behind by the mentor himself, containing the truth about the Great Cataclysm and how to prevent the next catastrophe. She looked at Lin Chen. Once the fragments within Xiaotang's body are activated, you will obtain the complete primary inheritance. Only then will you be able to truly understand the power system of the Eternal Race and truly fight against Genesis Corporation.
What stage is Genesis Company at now? Xia Qingyin asked. They've already obtained at least one fragment. Lioli's expression was grave. At the Antarctic station. My family's intelligence indicates that a month ago, a Genesis Corporation team disguised as a research team entered the depths of Antarctica and has not returned.
And the energy signal at the Antarctic station disappeared after that.
Zhu Xiaoran pulled up the satellite monitoring image. Indeed.
The anomalous energy signal at the South Pole suddenly decreased by 90% a month ago, and now there is only a weak residue. They blocked the signal somehow, or moved the fragments.
Liuli clenched her fist. We must speed things up.
If they can gather more than 3 pieces, they can create a pseudo-source core, which, though incomplete, would be enough to cause a catastrophe. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, Liuli, how many people are left in your gatekeeper clan?
Liuli's eyes dimmed. There are 7 families on the surface, but in reality, no more than 20 people can completely inherit the bloodline.
Most of them are like Xiaotang, with a thin bloodline, and they don't even know who they are.
She paused. My parents died 3 years ago. A car accident, but I don't believe it was an accident.
The gatekeepers are being systematically wiped out.
The atmosphere in the study was heavy. From today onwards, you are our family.
Su Wanqing suddenly spoke, her voice gentle yet firm.
Liuli, if you live here, no one can hurt you. Liuli's eyes reddened, and she bowed deeply. Thank you, Auntie. Just call me Aunt Su. Su Wanqing smiled. All right, that's all for today. Everyone's tired, go and rest. After everyone left, Lin Chen remained alone in the study.
He took out the combined resonating stone and placed it in his palm. The stone emitted a warm glow, like a tiny heart beating.
Eternals, gatekeepers, cataclysm.
The thick smoke rising above Jiangchang Art Academy was particularly glaring against the gray morning sky. Lin Chen's car was stuck at an intersection 200 meters from the school gate. He glanced at the last location sent by Zhao Xiaotang's homeroom teacher on his phone screen in the basement area at the center of the explosion, and without hesitation, he pushed open the door, got out of the car, and ran towards the deepest part of the thick smoke.
Sir! Danger! You can't go in, a firefighter tried to stop him.
Lin Chen immediately produced the National Security Bureau Special Agent Pass that Director Chen Jiangwo had just issued to him yesterday, intended for handling potential emergencies. Upon seeing the pass, the other party immediately allowed him to pass and then notified the personnel on site via walkie-talkie. Attention!
Special agents are entering. Repeat, special agents are entering.
Rushing into the campus, the scene before him made Lin Chen's heart sink. The explosion occurred at the entrance to the ruins where the second fragment had been discovered, but the extent of the damage far exceeded expectations. The entire basement area collapsed completely, forming a crater over 15 meters in diameter. Firefighters and rescue workers were busy at the edge, but Lin Chen immediately realized that ordinary rescue equipment simply couldn't penetrate those complex, ancient structures.
Lin Chen! Xia Qingyin's voice came from the right.
She changed into a dark gray emergency combat suit and led the Xia Group's elite rescue team, whose equipment was clearly more professional than that of the official rescue team.
Liu Li went in 5 minutes ago.
She said there's a secret passage that the gatekeeper knows about.
Xiao Tan's vital signs are still there, but they're very weak, and her position is constantly shifting. Moved? Lin Chen's heart tightened. She's being taken away? Not sure. Xia Qingyin pulled up the thermal imaging image on the tablet.
Look here, there are at least 6 heat sources underground, 2 of which are moving rapidly. But judging from their trajectories, it doesn't seem like a hostage situation, it's more like.
They're fighting, Lin Chen replied, his eyes cold. The people from Genesis Corporation have already gone inside.
Without hesitation, he rushed towards the edge of the ruins in the direction Xia Qingyin pointed out. There was an inconspicuous crack there, half hidden by the debris of the collapsed building, allowing only one person to pass sideways. The crack led to a narrow, downward-sloping passage. The walls were made of ancient stone, with faint, mottled carvings visible on them. Lin Chen turned on his phone's flashlight and quickly descended the passage. The passage was unusually quiet, with only his own footsteps and breathing echoing. But after walking about 50 meters, he heard faint sounds of fighting and muffled thuds of colliding energy. Accelerating past the final bend, the view suddenly opened up before us. This was an ancient hall of about 200 square meters, styled similarly to the stone chamber where the second fragment was discovered, but several times larger. In the center of the hall, Zhao Xiaotang was bound to a stone pillar by a dark red energy chain, unconscious. Around the pillar, 3 figures were engaged in fierce combat. It was Liu Li and 2 women dressed in black combat uniforms. Liu Li was in bad shape. Her white dance costume was torn in several places, revealing skin burned by energy beneath. There was a deep wound on her left arm, from which purple blood dripped continuously, the blood unique to the gatekeeper. But her eyes remained sharp, and she held a short blade formed from purple energy in her hand, fighting off 2 enemies. The 2 women were clearly professional fighters, their movements ruthless and efficient. They weren't using conventional weapons, but rather gloves that released a dark red energy, leaving corrosive marks in the air with each attack. Liu Li! Lin Chen rushed into the battle. Lin Chen, be careful! Liu Li exclaimed, they are the Blood Rose Squad. The elite combat unit of Genesis Corporation. Before the words were even finished, the 2 women turned and pounced on Lin Chen at the same time. They were so fast that they almost left after images. Lin Chen instantly activated his life energy field, and a pale golden shield condensed in front of him. But a dark red energy fist slammed heavily into the shield, actually piercing through the defense. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, his chest heaving. He was shocked to discover that his opponent's energy could actually suppress his life energy. Surprised, Mr. Lin Chen? One of the women stopped what she was doing, lifted her helmet visor, and revealed a cold and beautiful face. She looked to be around 30 years old, with deep-set features and a familiar look in her eyes and brows. Let me introduce myself, Zhao Yuqing, head of the action team of Genesis Corporation's Asian branch. Another woman lifted her mask. Her face bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yuqing, but she looked younger. Zhao Yushi, deputy team leader. Zhao Yulinshan suddenly looked at Zhao Xiaotang on the stone pillar, then at Liu Li, and finally stared intently at the 2 women. You are from the Zhao family? To be precise, they are people from the main branch of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuqing smiled, her smile filled with undisguised contempt. Zhao Manli's branch is just a collateral branch, and it should have been eliminated long ago. As for Zhao Xiaotang, her mother was expelled from the family back then because she refused to join our plan. Liu Li gritted her teeth and said, their lineage betrayed the oath of the gatekeepers long ago and sided with Genesis Corporation. Betrayal? Zhao Yuqing sneered. We have simply chosen a wiser path. What is the point of clinging to ancient vows and waiting for some elusive successor? The eternal race is extinct. Only Genesis Corporation can truly ensure the gatekeeper's bloodline flourishes. She looked at Lin Chen, speaking of which, I should thank you. If it weren't for your appearance and activation of the resonance stone, we wouldn't have been able to find Xiao Tang, the key.
Although her bloodline is thin, it's enough to open the seal of the fourth fragment. The fourth fragment?
Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat.
You've already got the fourth one?
Of course. Zhao Yushe raised her chin triumphantly. This morning, our people entered the second ruin deep within the Ice Soul Mountains.
They should have succeeded by now. Liuli's face turned deathly pale. Impossible. The seal of the second ruins requires 3 gatekeepers to be present simultaneously.
So we arrested 2 more descendants of the gatekeepers, Zhao Yuqing said with a cruel smile.
Do you think we've been kidnapping women of the gatekeeper bloodline all over the past few months? It's all for today.
She walked step by step towards the stone pillar, a dark red energy blade forming in her hand. Xiao Tang is the last key.
Activating the fourth fragment with her blood will allow us to obtain the complete intermediate inheritance. Then, Chapter 79 Family Betrayal and Bloodline Rescue. Don't even think about it. Liuli exploded.
Her entire body burst into purple flames of forbidden technique that burned the very essence of life. The short blade transformed into a purple rainbow, piercing straight at Zhao Yuqing.
Sister, be careful.
Zhao Yushe rushed forward, and dark red energy clashed fiercely with purple flames.
Boom! An energy explosion swept through the entire hall.
Lin Chen was thrown back by the shockwave, but he adjusted his posture in midair and charged towards the stone pillar.
Touch of life.
He clenched his hands, and life energy materialized in his palms, condensing into a pale golden blade of light, which he used to slash at the energy chains binding Zhao Xiaotang.
The chains snapped.
But just as Zhao Xiaotang's body plummeted, a dark red energy whip lashed out from the side, aimed straight for her throat.
It was Zhao Yuqing.
She withstood Liuli's forbidden technique attack head-on, and although blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she remained incredibly strong. Lin Shen didn't have time to swing his sword to block, so he could only turn over and hug Zhao Xiaotang, taking the whip with his own back.
Sizzle!
A sharp pain shot through him. The energy whip not only tore through his flesh but also injected a chilling viral energy into his body.
System alarms blared frantically. Warning! New genetic virus K10 detected.
This virus is specifically designed to suppress the life energy of the Eternals, and it continuously converts the host's energy into nutrients for the virus.
Automatic purification program activated.
Purification efficiency, only 35%.
Lin Chen!
Liuli exclaimed, but Zhao Yushe held her tightly and she couldn't break free. Zhao Yuqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and approached with a cold smile. It's over, Lin Chen.
Your life energy will become the best nourishment for the K10 virus.
Once you are completely transformed, we will extract your genes and create a more perfect inheritor clone. She raised her hand, and dark red energy condensed into a sharp cone in her palm. Don't worry, it won't hurt much.
After all, you're still useful. The energy spike pierced straight into Lin Chen's heart. At the critical moment. Stop! A majestic roar came from the entrance of the hall. Immediately afterwards, golden energy blasts rained down on Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yuqing's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly dodged. The energy blast struck the ground and walls, creating deep craters. At the entrance, Su Wanqing stood there. She was dressed in simple home clothes, but she exuded an aura of sternness and unapproachability. Behind her, Lin Lan, Zhao Manli, Xiao Qingyin, and others had all arrived, each holding a specially made energy weapon. Mom, what's wrong with you?
Lin Chen said with difficulty.
Zhu Xiaoran detected an energy anomaly here, how could we not come?
Zhao Manli gritted her teeth and glared at Zhao Yuqing and Zhao Yushe.
Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yushe.
You two are traitors to your families.
You even dared to hurt Xiao Tang.
Zhao Yuqing steadied herself and looked at the group of people who had suddenly appeared. Her face was gloomy. TSK, a bunch of small fry have arrived. But she soon noticed the weapon in Su Wanqing's hand, an antique-looking golden pistol covered with complex runes.
The Eternal Relic Arbiter, how did it end up in your hands?
Su Wanqing did not answer, but calmly raised her gun and aimed. Release my son and Xiao Tang, immediately.
Dream on! Zhao Yushe screamed. Sister!
Wait. Before she could finish speaking, Su Wanqing pulled the trigger. There was no sound, no flash, only a thin golden line shot out from the muzzle of the gun, instantly piercing Zhao Yushe's right shoulder. At the wound, the dark red viral energy melted away like ice and snow.
Ah!
Zhao Yushi screamed and fell to the ground, her wounds unable to heal.
Zhao Yuqing's pupils contracted, retreat.
She grabbed her sister, threw a smoke bomb, and used the smoke as cover to rush towards a hidden door deep inside the hall. Liu Li wanted to give chase, but Su Wanqing stopped her.
Save lives first. Everyone gathered around Lin Chen.
Zhao Manli looked at the deep, bone-revealing wound on Lin Chen's back and the spreading dark purple poison, and tears welled up in her eyes. "You brat!
Are you out of your mind? Xiao Tang, save Xiao Tang first." Lin Chen's consciousness was already fading.
The medical team rushed forward.
But after the examination, the team doctor's face turned grim. "Mr. Lin is infected with a special genetic virus that our equipment cannot remove.
Ms. Zhao has lost too much blood, and there is some kind of energy continuously draining from her body, so conventional blood transfusions will have limited effect." Liu Li knelt beside Zhao Xiaotang, her purple eyes filled with tears. "It's the backlash from the key.
Her bloodline was forcibly activated as the key, and if it's not stabilized soon, her genes will collapse."
"How do we stabilize it?"
Su Wanqing asked.
Liu Li looked at Lin Chen, then at Zhao Xiaotang, and gritted her teeth. "Bloodline resonance. Only the inheritor can stabilize her genes in the most direct way, and at the same time, use the enormous life energy generated by the resonance to purify the virus in Lin Chen's body."
The most direct way. Everyone understood.
Zhao Manli clenched her fists, but looking at her dying cousin and the seriously injured Lin Chen, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Then let's do it.
What are we waiting for? We need an absolutely safe environment."
Xu Xiaoran's voice came through the communicator. "I have prepared the highest level isolation chamber from the Research Institute. But time is at most 2 hours. If the resonance cannot be achieved within 2 hours, both of them will be in mortal danger."
"Let's go,"
Lin Lan decided immediately. Xing Yin, arrange the fastest transportation. An hour later, on the 5th basement floor of the Research Institute, in the simulated isolation chamber of the Eternal Race ruins. This is an experimental facility that Xu Xiaoran built in just 1 week based on the knowledge he had acquired about the Eternal Race. The cabin simulates the energy environment of the Eternal Race ruins, which can maximize the support for bloodline resonance. The chamber was filled with pale golden life energy liquid. Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaotang were carefully placed inside, their hands connected by a specially designed energy conduit. Outside the cabin, everyone gathered in the observation room. Su Wanqing, Lin Lan, Zhao Manli, Lin Ko, Lin Xiaoran, Xia Qingyin, Liu Li, Xu Xiaoran, everyone's face was filled with worry. "Let's begin," Su Wanqing said softly. Inside the cabin, Lin Chen endured the excruciating pain in his back and gently embraced the unconscious Xiao Xiaotang. The girl's body was ice cold, and her breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible.
"Xiao Tang," he whispered in her ear, "can you hear me? It's Brother Chen."
Zhao Xiaotang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her lips.
The instant their lips met, boom!
A surge of golden energy erupted from both of them.
A complex purple rune appeared on Zhao Xiaotang's chest, the mark of the third fragment.
The rune lit up, resonating strongly with the 2 fragments within Lin Chen's body. The power of the 3 fragments converged and merged, releasing a massive amount of life energy. That energy washed over their bodies like a tidal wave, purifying the virus, repairing damage, and stabilizing their genes. Zhao Xiaotang opened her eyes. A purple light swirled in her eyes, a sign that the gatekeeper's bloodline had fully awakened. She looked at Lin Chen, who was so close to her, blushed, but wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss.
Bloodline resonance reaches its peak.
The monitoring instruments outside the isolation chamber were displaying alarmingly high readings.
Life energy concentration, gene stability, bloodline synchronization rate, all indicators were exceeding their thresholds.
Looking at the data, Xu Xiaoran murmured in shock, "It's a success. Not only is it a success, the resonance effect is 3 times stronger than expected." The energy gradually subsided.
The hatch opened, and Lin Chen carried Zhao Xiaotang out.
The wound on his back had healed, leaving only a faint scar. Zhao Xiaotang nestled in his arms, weak but with a rosy complexion and a glimmer of new life in her eyes.
"Brother Chen,"
she whispered, "I think
I had a very long dream. There were so many ancient memories in the dream. That is the inheritance in your bloodline." Liu Li stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Gatekeeper Zhao Xiaotang, welcome back."
Zhao Xiaotang looked at Liu Li, then at Lin Chen, and suddenly burst into tears. I remember everything. The reason my mother left the family, the responsibility of the gatekeeper, and those traitors. She looked at Zhao Manli, Sister Manli, Zhao Yuqing, and Zhao Yushi. They are our aunt's daughters. Their lineage sided with Genesis Company 20 years ago. My mother was forced to leave the Zhao family with me because she discovered this secret. Zhao Manli clenched her fists, her eyes burning with rage. These traitors, no wonder our family has been declining year by year. There was a mole inside. Lin Chen gently patted Zhao Xiaotong's back and looked at Liuli. The fourth fragment, they really took it? Liuli nodded heavily, judging from Zhao Yuqing's words, it should be. Moreover, they mentioned intermediate inheritance. If they were to collect all 4 fragments and obtain the intermediate inheritance, the consequences would be unimaginable. She pulled up her tablet, which displayed a portion of the newly deciphered ruins records. According to Xiao Tang's awakened memories, the 4th fragment contains a basic manufacturing method for the life source core. Although incomplete, if it falls into the hands of Genesis Corporation, they will try to create pseudo-source cores, Lin Ke continued, adjusting his glasses. And if a pseudo-source core gets out of control, it will trigger a regional genetic collapse. The scope at least one city. Everyone gasped in shock. We must take it back. Lin Chen's voice was icy. Moreover, the traitors within the Zhao family must be eliminated. He looked at Su Wanqing. Mom, I need to contact Director Chen. This matter requires the use of national resources. Su Wanqing nodded, a sharp glint in her eyes. Don't worry, Mom will arrange it. As for the Zhao family, I should go back too. There are some old scores that need to be settled. She spoke calmly, but everyone felt a chill. Did her adoptive mother also have an old grudge against the Zhao family? Chapter 80 Bloody Negotiation. The atmosphere outside the manor gates was as tense as a taut string. Zhao Yutong stood in the center of a triangular formation of 3 black cars, her scarlet cheongsam glaringly bright in the evening glow. She looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, her makeup impeccably applied, her long hair styled in a retro updo, revealing a section of her fair neck. But in her eyes, which bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Manli's, there was no warmth whatsoever, only cold calculation. Behind her, 12 modified beings clad in dark gray combat suits stood silently. These individuals were even more bizarre than the apostles and blood roses Lin Chen had encountered before. Their pupils were pure black, devoid of white, and their skin was covered with faint, dark red, vein-like patterns that seemed to undulate. Each of them exuded a chilling aura of oppression. The manor's security personnel were all on high alert, with energy shields fully activated and weapon systems locked onto targets. But all the experienced bodyguards knew that if a fight broke out, they wouldn't last 3 minutes. Lin Chen and his group walked out of the main house. He walked in front, with Su Wanqing on his left and Lin Lan on his right. Zhao Manli supported Zhao Xiaotang, whose face was still a little pale, and followed behind. Lin Ke, Xia Qingyin, Liuli and others were scattered on both sides. The 2 groups confronted each other 20 meters from the manor gate. Sister Yutong, Zhao Manli spoke first, her voice cold and hard, bringing so many people here as guests. When did the Zhao family become so ignorant of etiquette? Zhao Yutong smiled slightly, a smile as perfect as a textbook example of etiquette. Cousin Manli, it's been so long, and you still have such a fiery temper. I was just worried about you all. I heard that Xiaotang had an accident a few days ago, so I specially came all the way from Beijing to see you. Her gaze fell on Zhao Xiaotang, paused for 2 seconds, and a barely perceptible glint of greed flashed in her eyes. Cousin Xiaotang, I heard that your bloodline has awakened? Congratulations. It's been so many years since our Zhao family has produced a complete gatekeeper. Zhao Xiaotang subconsciously shrank behind Lin Chen, but quickly straightened her back and looked directly at Zhao Yutong. Cousin Yutong, when my mother left the family, she said that some people are not worthy of being called members of the Zhao family. These words were so direct that Zhao Yutong's smile froze for a moment. The child is ignorant, I don't blame you. She smiled again and turned to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, let us get straight to the point. I was unaware of what my sister Yuqing and the others did beforehand. Genesis Company has complicated factions, and they were misled by another faction. Oh? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. So you're here today to uphold justice and turn your own family away? I'm here to discuss cooperation. Zhao Yutong took a holographic projector out of her handbag and turned it on. The image shows a complex gene sequence map with a noticeable gap in the central part. This is the 4th fragment of the gene lock, Zhao Yutong said. You already have 3, so you should be able to tell this is mentor-level encryption, requiring at least 3 fragments to resonate before it can be unlocked. And the content after unlocking. She zoomed in on a mark in the missing section. It's the first third of the life source core manufacturing technology. The complete technology requires 7 fragments, but even this third is enough to create a miniature source core capable of stabilizing the genetic environment within a 10 square kilometer area, providing permanent immunity to K-series viruses, and even slightly increasing the probability of genetic optimization for newborns in the region.
The video is off. Genesis Corporation is now divided into 2 factions. Zhao Yutong's tone became serious.
One faction is the radical faction, represented by Astrid, which advocates using violent means to collect the fragments, create controlled pseudosource cores, and establish a genetic aristocracy.
The other faction is the moderate faction, which I belong to.
She took 2 steps forward, and the bodyguards immediately raised their weapons, but she merely raised her hands to indicate that it was harmless. We believe that we should cooperate with the successors. The legacy of the Eternals should not be monopolized, but should be used to improve the genetic condition of the entire Earth. This is the original intention of the mentor in leaving behind the fragments. Su Wanqing finally spoke, her voice calm. You speak very nicely.
But where were you when Yuqing and Yushur kidnapped Xiaotang? I'm trying to prevent something worse from happening.
Zhao Yutong smiled bitterly. Astrid's faction has more say at headquarters, and I have limited resources to mobilize. Yuqing and the others acted behind my back, and by the time I found out, it was too late. That's why I'm here now, both to apologize and to seek genuine cooperation. She took a silver metal box from her bosom and opened it. Inside was a pale purple crystal fragment, only the size of a fingernail, but the light flowing within it was dazzling.
The 4th fragment.
This is something I kept privately, and Astrid doesn't know about it, Zhao Yutong said.
As a token of my sincerity, I can give it to you.
On the condition that I join your alliance to fight against the radicals at Genesis Corporation. The scene was completely silent. The proposal was too sudden, too tempting, and too suspicious.
Lin Chen looked at Liuli, who nodded almost imperceptibly. It was indeed the aura of the 4th fragment.
We need to discuss this, Lin Chen said.
Of course.
Zhao Yutong collected the fragments. However, I suggest we act quickly. Astrid already knows about Xiaotang's awakening, and judging by her style, what follows will be an even more frenzied attack.
Moreover.
She paused, then said meaningfully, Ansu, you should know that there are deeper forces behind Genesis Corporation. Relying on yourselves alone is not enough.
Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't speak. Give me an answer by noon tomorrow.
Zhao Yutong turned and walked towards the car, then suddenly turned back to look at Zhao Xiaotang. Xiaotang, take good care of yourself.
The bloodline of the gatekeeper is very precious, don't waste it. The convoy drove away.
A long silence fell over the crowd in front of the manor gates. She's lying, Zhao Manli was the first to speak. Zhao Yutong has been a drama queen since she was a child. What she says is 3 parts truth and 7 parts lies. But the fragment is real, Liuli said. I can sense that it is indeed the 4th piece.
The question is, what exactly does she want?
Lin Ke pushed up her glasses.
What good would it do her to hand over the fragments and join us?
Xia Qingyin pondered and said, perhaps she is telling the truth. Genesis Corporation is internally divided, and she needs external support to fight for dominance.
Or this is a trap, Lin Lan said coldly, using the fragments as bait to lure us in. Everyone looked at Su Wanqing and Lin Chen. Su Wanqing remained silent for a long time before saying softly, let's eat first.
Shen'er, you stay and rest well with Xiaotang tonight, and we'll discuss it again tomorrow.
Her gaze lingered on Zhao Xiaotang's face for a moment, carrying a complex tenderness. The atmosphere at dinner was quieter than usual.
Zhao Xiaotang ate very little, mostly keeping her head down, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the soup spoon. Today she wore a light purple loungewear dress, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders, revealing her slender neck and collarbone. After awakening her gatekeeper bloodline, her temperament had undergone a subtle change. She had lost some of her girlish naivete and gained a more serene sense of mystery.
Lin Chen sat beside her and could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her.
It was no longer the fruity scent of before, but a cooler and more lingering fragrance, like the scent of ancient books mixed with the aroma of the first snow.
Is this the taste of the gatekeeper's bloodline?
As he thought this, his gaze involuntarily fell on her. Zhao Xiaotang seemed to notice, her ears turning slightly red, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she gently leaned closer to Lin Chen, her shoulder against his arm. Through the thin fabric, he could feel the warmth of her skin. Under the table, her calves naturally pressed against his. The girl's legs were slender and straight, her skin smooth and delicate, the warmth seeping through her pantyhose. Lin Chen's fingers twitched slightly, almost reaching out to grasp them, but he restrained himself.
She's just recovered and needs rest. Chapter 81, The Mark of the First Night. But Zhao Xiaotang didn't seem to think so.
She suddenly put down her spoon, turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Chen, I'm full.
I'm a little tired and want to go back to my room to rest."
"I'll take you."
Lin Chen immediately stood up. "Mum." Zhao Xiaotang's face turned even redder.
Amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, the two left the restaurant. As they went upstairs, Zhao Xiaotang naturally took Lin Chen's hand, their fingers intertwined. Her hands were stronger than before, and her fingertips were warmer. This was a change in her physique brought about by the awakening of her bloodline. On the third floor, Zhao Xiaotang's room had been rearranged. The room was decorated in a light purple hue, with several of her favorite dance posters hanging on the walls, and a delicate dressing table added beside the bed. A pot of blooming violets sat on the windowsill, a gift specially sent by Su Wanqing that morning. The door closed, leaving only the two people in the room.
With her back to Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaotang whispered, "Brother Chen, could you help me unzip my jacket? It's in the back."
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still did as instructed. The zipper at the back of the skirt slowly slid down, revealing the girl's smooth back. Her skin was so white it was almost transparent, and the lines of her shoulder blades were as beautiful as a work of art. And in the middle of her spine, there was a light purple mark, the bloodline emblem left after the gatekeeper's bloodline had fully awakened, shaped like the outline of a key.
Lin Chen's fingers involuntarily traced the emblem.
It felt slightly cool to the touch, but the emblem glowed with a soft light the instant he touched it. Zhao Xiaotang trembled slightly, but did not pull away.
"It glows,"
Lin Chen whispered.
"Only you can make it shine."
Zhao Xiaotang turned around, her skirt sliding down her body to the ground. She was wearing simple white underwear underneath, and her figure seemed even more slender and graceful after awakening, with a slim waist, straight legs, and every curve perfectly proportioned. Her face was flushed red, but she didn't try to hide it. Instead, she looked up and stared directly at Lin Chen. Sister Liuli said that the bloodline resonance between the gatekeeper and the successor needs to be strengthened regularly. After the first time, it's best to combine again within 7 days to make it completely stable.
Lin Chen felt his throat was a little dry. He certainly understood what Zhao Xiaotang was talking about.
In fact, ever since the initial union in the isolation chamber of the research institute that afternoon, he had been experiencing a strange restlessness within him. It was the aftershock of energy generated by the resonance of the three fragments, which needed to be channeled and combed through in-depth contact with the gatekeeper. However, he was mindful that Zhao Xiaotang had just recovered, so he kept it to himself. "Xiaotang, you don't have to force yourself," he tried to remain rational.
"I didn't force you."
Zhao Xiaotang stepped forward, almost pressed against him, and looked up at him.
"Brother Chen, I like you. I've liked you since I was little."
Before, it was just a younger sister's liking for her older brother, but now it's different. Her hand caressed Lin Chen's cheek, her fingertips warm. "I can feel the energy in your body is restless, which makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Let me help you, and let me help myself too." She stood on tiptoe and kissed him.
This kiss was more proactive and deeper than the one in the isolation pod. Zhao Xiaotang's arms wrapped around Lin Chen's neck, and her whole body pressed against him. Lin Chen could clearly feel the softness of her chest, the curve of her slender waist, and her warm, long legs pressed tightly against his thighs. The string of reason snapped. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, deepening the kiss. His other hand involuntarily slid down, stroking her smooth back, feeling the bloodline emblem slightly warm in his palm. Zhao Xiaotang's breathing quickened, her body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she pressed herself even closer. The two staggered and fell onto the bed.
Clothes slipped off one by one.
Lin Chen, supporting himself above her, saw Zhao Xiaotang clearly for the first time in full by the soft light of the bedside lamp. Her body was like meticulously carved white jade, every inch of her skin delicate and smooth. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, and her legs were long and straight, gleaming with an ivory-like luster under the light. Most striking was her lower abdomen. There was also a pale purple emblem there, slightly smaller than the one on her back, shaped like a budding violet. "This is the fertility crest," Zhao Xiaotang explained, her face flushed, her voice barely audible.
"It only appears after the gatekeeper bloodline is fully awakened."
Sister Liuli said. "With this, the genetic stability of the fetus will be much higher than that of an ordinary person when I get pregnant in the future."
Lin Chen's fingers gently traced the emblem.
Zhao Xiaotang's body trembled violently, letting out a suppressed moan. "Does it hurt?" he asked.
"No, it doesn't hurt."
Zhao Xiaotang shook her head, her eyes glazed over.
It's just very sensitive.
Sister Liuli said that only the heir can touch this place, and if anyone else touches it, it will trigger a bloodline backlash. This unconscious little movement made Lin Chen's breath catch in his throat. The girl's legs were simply too perfect, from her shapely calves to her firm thighs, every line was impeccable. He couldn't help but reach out and grasp her ankle, feeling the delicate warmth in his palm. Zhao Xiaotong's face turned even redder, but she didn't pull her foot away. Instead, she gently kicked his arm. Brother Chen, don't look. She's beautiful, Lin Chen said honestly, then bent down and kissed her calf. Zhao Xiaotang trembled all over, her toes curling up. Don't. But her protests were quickly drowned out by an even deeper kiss. This union was completely different from the hasty contact in the isolation ward for the sake of saving lives. There was no emergency, no crisis, only two people attracted to each other slowly exploring, adapting, and merging. Zhao Xiaotang's body was more flexible and sensitive than Lin Chen had imagined. Every touch sent a slight shiver down her spine. She held Lin Chen tightly in her arms, her fingernails unconsciously leaving shallow scratches on his back. Lin Chen could clearly feel that as the union deepened, the restless energy within his body began to calm down, be channeled, and circulate. The three fragments resonated joyfully deep within his consciousness, and more fragments of eternal knowledge flooded into his mind, this time not a massive flow of information, but a gentle, continuous trickle.
At the same time, the bloodline emblems on Zhao Xiaotong's body grew brighter and brighter.
Pale purple light emanated from her back and lower abdomen, intertwining and merging with the pale golden life energy on Lin Chen's body, forming a warm energy cocoon around the two of them. Time slipped away amidst gasps and soft murmurs. By the time everything calmed down, it was past midnight. Zhao Xiaotang nestled in Lin Chen's arms, her body covered in fine sweat, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes hazy with contentment. Her calves were still draped over Lin Chen's legs, the skin around her ankles tinged with a faint pink, the marks left by Lin Chen's tight grip earlier.
Brother Chen.
She whispered, I think.
I've remembered something again. What?
Regarding the fourth fragment, Zhao Xiaotang closed her eyes, seemingly organizing her memories. It's not simply a manufacturing technique, it's a verification key. The person who obtains the fourth fragment needs to go to the trial grounds and pass a test to prove they are qualified to obtain the true manufacturing method.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Where is the trial ground?
Deep within the Ice Soul Mountains lies the gene temple left behind by the eternal race. Zhao Xiaotang opened her eyes, a hint of worry flashing in her purple pupils.
But it's very dangerous there.
Genesis Corporation must know this information as well. I suspect that Zhao Yutong voluntarily handed over the fragments so that we would go and clear the trials for her. She propped herself up and looked at Lin Chen earnestly. Brother Chen, if she really hands over the fragment tomorrow, don't accept it immediately. Let her go to the trial grounds first to prove her sincerity. Lin Chen smiled and gently stroked her cheek. Xiaotang has become smarter. I'm not stupid to begin with, Zhao Xiaotang pouted, but quickly smiled again and snuggled back into his arms. It's just that before, you protected me, so I didn't have to think so much. But now it's different. I'm the gatekeeper, and I have to help you share the burden. As she spoke, her hand wandered downwards again, and
I feel like my stamina has improved a lot. I wasn't tired at all even after all that time.
Lin Chen grabbed her mischievous hand. You've just recovered, don't mess around.
Just kidding.
Zhao Xiaotang leaned in and bit his collarbone, leaving a shallow tooth mark.
This is a mark. From now on, you'll have my mark on you.
Her face flushed again as she spoke. There should be one here too. Lin Chen's breath hitched, and he rolled over and pinned her down. Looks like you're really not tired.
Not tired.
Zhao Xiaotang smiled sweetly.
Chapter 82. It will be fine in a couple of days.
The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. When Lin Chen woke up, Zhao Xiaotang was still fast asleep in his arms. A satisfied smile graced her face, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she were dreaming. Her arms were wrapped around his waist, and one leg was draped over his lap possessively, exuding an air of absolute possessiveness. Lin Chen tried to get up quietly, but as soon as he moved, Zhao Xiaotang woke up.
Brother Chen.
She mumbled sleepily as she leaned in and kissed him on the lips.
Good morning. Good morning.
Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair.
It's time to get up. We have important things to do today.
Zhao Xiaotang reluctantly let go, but as she sat up, she suddenly gasped softly, her face flushing. It hurts a little.
Where does it hurt? Let me see. No need to look.
Zhao Xiaotang quickly covered herself with the blanket, her face as red as an apple. It's just that yesterday was too, you know. Sister Liuli said that it's normal for the first time, and it will be fine in a couple of days. As she spoke, she glared at Lin Shen, but her eyes were full of sweetness. It's all your fault, for not knowing how to restrain yourself. Lin Shen chuckled, leaned down and kissed her forehead. Okay, it's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. When the two finished washing up and came downstairs, the others were already in the restaurant. Zhao Manli immediately noticed Zhao Xiaotong's slightly unnatural gait and the faint hickeys on her neck. Her expression became complicated, a mixture of relief and a touch of bitterness. But she said nothing, only serving Zhao Xiaotang a bowl of porridge. Drink more, it'll help you recover. Thank you, Sister Manli. Zhao Xiaotang accepted it obediently, her face turning red again. Lin Lan put down her tablet and looked at Lin Shen. Zhao Yutong sent a message half an hour ago, asking to meet at the Cloud Tea House in the city center at 10 a.m. She said she would bring the fourth fragment. What else did she say? Lin Chen asked. Lin Lan's expression was strange. She also said, please be sure to bring your cousin Xiaotang along. There are some things to note about the gatekeeper that need to be told to you in person. Liuli frowned immediately. She wants to see Xiaotang? No, it's too dangerous. I think so too, Xiao Qingyin said. Yesterday's sincerity might have been feigned, today is the real trap. Su Wanqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Let Xiaotang go. Everyone looked at her. Mom, this is too risky, Lin Chen wanted to object. Su Wanqing raised her hand to stop him, her gaze falling on Zhao Xiaotang. Xiaotang has already awakened the gatekeeper bloodline, and she is qualified to participate in all of this. Moreover, there are some things that do need to be confirmed face to face among the gatekeepers. She paused, her tone gentle but firm. Of course, we will make full preparations. Qingyin, mobilize all the resources of the Xia group around the Cloud Tea House. Xiaoran, prepare the remote energy shielding device. Liuli, you go with Xiaotang and stay by her side at all times. Finally, she looked at Lin Chen. Chener, you have to go too. But remember, today's protagonist is Xiaotang. Let her decide for herself. Zhao Xiaotang clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and nodded. I'll go. At 9:50 a.m., in the top floor private room of the Cloud Tea House, Zhao Yutong had arrived. Today she wore an elegant moon-white cheongsam, and her makeup was lighter, making her look less aggressive. She was alone, without any of her modified bodyguards. On the table was a silver metal box, the same one from yesterday. Very punctual. Zhao Yutong smiled and gestured for her to sit down. Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaotang, and Liuli sat down. Xia Qingyin directed the perimeter from downstairs, while Chu Xiaoran remotely monitored the situation from within the manor. Zhao Yutong first poured tea for everyone, and then directly opened the tea box. The fourth fragment lay quietly on the black velvet cushion, radiating a pale purple glow. As agreed, this is yours. Zhao Yutong pushed the box in front of Zhao Xiaotang. Cousin Xiaotang, you can verify it. Zhao Xiaotang reached out and touched the fragment. Instantly, the fragment shone brightly. The bloodline emblem on her back also lit up in response, and a clear energy connection was established between the two. It's true, Zhao Xiaotang said, but instead of immediately putting away the fragments, she looked at Zhao Yutong and asked, Cousin Yutong, you said yesterday that you wanted to join our alliance. What are the specific conditions? Zhao Yutong gave her an appreciative look. Xiaotang has really grown up. Okay, here are my conditions. First, I need your help to purge the radicals from within Genesis Corporation. Second, after it's done, I want complete control of the Asian branch. Third. She paused. I need a pass to the trial grounds. Not all of them, just one chance. As expected, the trial grounds were mentioned. Zhao Xiaotang and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, then Zhao Xiaotang calmly asked, why do you think you are qualified to enter the trial grounds? Because I am a descendant of the gatekeeper, although my bloodline is thin. Zhao Yutong rolled up her sleeves, revealing a very faint purple mark on the inside of her wrist, a sign of not being fully awakened. Moreover, I have a trial token that my mother gave me before she died. She took a pendant off her neck and opened it. Inside was a small fragment of purple crystal, the same material as the fourth fragment, but smaller. This is a small verification fragment that was separated from the fourth fragment back then, Zhao Yutong said. Only those who possess it are qualified to undergo the trial. Without it, even if you collect all 7 fragments, you cannot enter the temple. She looked at Zhao Xiaotang. I can give this to you too. In exchange, I need a promise if I pass the trial and gain knowledge, I must be allowed to use a portion of it, provided it does not harm others.
This condition is more reasonable than expected.
Zhao Xiaotang looked at Liuli, who nodded slightly. The verification fragment was real. We need to discuss this, Zhao Xiaotang said.
Okay.
Zhao Yutong picked up her teacup.
But I suggest doing it as soon as possible.
Astrid's faction has already sent people to the Ice Soul Mountains. Their purpose is not the trial, but sabotage. They want to blow up the entrance to the temple so that no one can get in. She put down her teacup, her expression turning serious. If the temple is destroyed, not only will the trials be impossible, but the eternal race's heritage preserved inside will also be buried forever.
At that time,
Genesis Corporation will be completely out of control, and the genetic future of the entire Blue Star will be in the hands of a bunch of madmen.
Silence fell over the private room. Outside the window, the skyline of Jiangcheng was clearly visible in the morning light.
In this city, there was their home, their pregnant wives, and their unborn children.
Some choices, in fact, leave no way back from the very beginning. Chapter 83 Double Vortex.
The shock of the Antarctic intelligence report lingered in the conference room for a long time. On the holographic projection, the photo was magnified to its limit beneath the ice layer. The magnificent pyramid structure was clearly visible, its surface covered with complex energy patterns, clearly not a natural creation. And the figure looking back at the top of the pyramid, although appearing at least 20 years younger, bore a striking resemblance in facial features, eyes, and demeanor to Su Wanqing, who was currently sitting in the main seat of the conference room. This is impossible, Zhao Manli murmured. The photo was taken 3 months ago, but Aunt Su has been in Jiangcheng for the past 3 months.
It's footage from 20 years ago. Chu Xiaoran pulled up the analysis data.
Based on the thickness of the glacier cover and the energy decay rate of the pyramid's surface, this structure has been dormant for at least 20 years. The person in the photo, if it really is Aunt Su, then she should be around 25 years old. All eyes were on Su Wanqing. The foster mother stared silently at the photograph, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. Her expression was calm, but Lin Chen noticed that her fingertips were trembling slightly. "Mom," Lin Chen said softly, "if you don't want to talk about it,
it's time to speak."
Su Wanqing interrupted him, raised her head, and glanced at everyone present, her children, her daughters-in-law, and her friends. Some secrets, if kept for too long, can become a hidden danger. She stood up, walked to the window, her back to everyone, her voice carrying the vicissitudes of time. 25 years ago, I did go to Antarctica. But not as Su Wanqing, but as the gatekeeper envoy.
Liuli suddenly stood up. You are the gatekeeper of that generation? Not entirely.
Su Wanqing turned around, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I am a product of the matriarchal project, as you already know. But the people who created me were not Genesis Corporation, but the last watchers of the Eternals. They slumber in the Antarctic temple and awaken once every 100 years to select suitable women to implant eternal gene fragments in preparation for possible inheritance. She walked back to her seat and pulled up another encrypted file. I am the 7th batch of maternal carriers, codename M07. But unlike other test subjects, I had an accident during the implantation process. My genes were deeply fused with the Eternals fragments, not only gaining some Eternals abilities, but also inheriting some of the Watcher's memories. A photo of Su Wanqing in her youth appeared on the holographic screen. She was wearing a silver-white research coat, standing in front of an Antarctic research station, smiling brightly. Back then, her eyes still held an innocent gleam. I lived in Antarctica for 2 years, learning about the Eternals and receiving training from the Watchers. They told me that after the cataclysm, the Eternals left behind 7 temples on Earth, of which the one in Antarctica is the main temple, preserving the most complete remnants of civilization. However, the temple is sealed by the eternal ice lock, and can only be opened by collecting 7 resonant stone fragments and opening a specific astronomical window. Su Wanqing's tone was as calm as if she were telling someone else's story. When I left Antarctica, the Watcher gave me 2 tasks. First, to find and protect the successor. Second, after the successor has collected all the fragments, to bring him back to the temple to undergo the final trial. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of tenderness. Shunner, I adopted you not because of coincidence, nor because of Genesis Company's arrangement. It's because when you were 5 years old, the eternal clan bloodline within me sensed your presence. Your newly awakened system energy resonated faintly with the temple. I knew that you were the prophesied successor. The meeting room was silent. This truth is too heavy and too shocking. So you've always known everything. Lin Chen's voice was a little hoarse. I know, but I can't say. Su Wanqing smiled bitterly. The Watchers have placed a silence lock in my genes.
I can't reveal this information before the successor collects all 4 fragments. Besides, Genesis Corporation has been monitoring me. Saying too much will only make things more dangerous for you. She pointed to the photo of Antarctica, but now, the silencing lock has been loosened because you've collected all 3 fragments. And the awakening of the Antarctic Temple means the astronomical window is about to open. If Genesis Corporation gets in first, they might forcibly break the core, creating an uncontrollable pseudo-source core, and might even awaken the temple's defense system, triggering a global genetic catastrophe. Lin Ke pushed up her glasses. A time window? 3 months. Su Wanqing pulled up the star chart. The next triad alignment will be in 90 days, which is the only opportunity to open the temple. And Genesis Corporation obviously knows this too, as their activities in Antarctica have clearly accelerated. Xia Qingyin frowned, but Zhao Yutong said there's a trial ground in the Ice Soul Mountains. That's the secondary hall, Liu Li replied, clearly having also gained new information from the gatekeeper's inheritance. 7 temples, 1 main and 6 secondary. Antarctica is the main control temple, and the Ice Soul Mountains are the gene trial secondary hall. Zhao Yutong's information is incomplete, or rather the higher-ups at Genesis Corporation deliberately gave her incorrect information, using her as a pawn. Zhao Manli slammed her fist on the table. These bastards! They even betrayed their own people. What does blood relation matter in the face of absolute interests? Su Wanqing said calmly. Zhao Yutong probably doesn't know yet that the 4th fragment in her possession is actually a bait fragment. It does contain knowledge, but it also has tracking and countermeasure programs. Once she actually brings the fragment into the Ice Soul Mountain Range's secondary hall, the Genesis Company can use the fragment to locate her and wipe her out in one fell swoop. Lin Chen closed his eyes, his brain racing. 2 options. First, as originally planned, accept Zhao Yutong's conditions and go to the Ice Soul Mountains. However, it might be a trap, and it would waste precious time. Second, change direction and head straight for Antarctica. However, Antarctica is territory that Genesis has operated in for many years, with a higher risk factor, and a new plan needs to be developed. More importantly, there are 10 pregnant women in the family, 6 of whom are already in their 2nd trimester. He can't take them on this dangerous trip, but leaving them in Jiangchang would also expose him to the possibility of an attack from Genesis Corporation. We need to split up. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his voice firm. Some people will go to Antarctica, some will stay in Jiangchang to protect their families, and some will accompany Zhao Yutong to finish this charade. What do you mean? Lin Lan asked. Zhao Yutong is still useful, Lin Chen said. Since Genesis Corporation wants to use her as bait, let us play along. Let her take the processed 4th fragment to the Ice Soul Mountains to attract their attention. Our real target is Antarctica. He looked at Su Wanqing. Mom, can you contact the Antarctic Watchers? We can try, Su Wanqing nodded, but I can't guarantee whether they are still conscious or willing to help. Then let's give it a try. Lin Chen stood up and looked around at everyone. Now, let's assign tasks. The first team, the Antarctic team, me, Mom, Lioli, Researcher Chu, plus elite support from the Xia group. Our goal is to enter the temple and obtain the complete inheritance. Second team, Jiangqing Defense Team, eldest sister, second sister, Qingyin, you are responsible for protecting the manor, and working with the United Nations Security Bureau to build a defensive line. Once Genesis Company discovers our true target, they may resort to desperate measures. Third team, the Deception Team, Sister Monli, you accompany Xiaotang to see Zhao Yutong and accept her cooperation, but you need to tamper with the 4th fragment. Researcher Chu, can you implant a reverse tracking program into the fragment? Chu Xiaoran nodded, sure. And I can make a simulated fragment that matches the real one in appearance and energy characteristics, but has an empty internal knowledge base. Give the simulation to Zhao Yutong, and we'll take the real one. Okay. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Xiaotang. Xiaotang, you need to act and make Zhao Yutong believe that we really are going to the Ice Soul Mountains. Can you do that? Zhao Xiaotang clenched her fist, her eyes resolute. Yes. I am the gatekeeper, and this is my responsibility. Then it's settled. Lin Chen took a deep breath. We'll depart in 3 days. Before that, we need to make thorough preparations. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed to prepare. Lin Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked to Su Wanqing's side and asked softly, Mom, when you left Antarctica back then, did the Watchers mention what dangers were inside the temple? Su Wanqing remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, they said that the final test of the temple is not strength, not wisdom, but choice.
She looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. Shinner, you need to be mentally prepared.
The inheritance of the eternal clan is not a gift, but a responsibility.
Accepting it means you will have to shoulder the weight of the entire civilization, and may even pay a price you cannot imagine.
For example? For example, Su Wanqing's voice lowered, you may have to choose between saving the world and protecting your family.
The trials of the temple often force the successor to face the cruelest dilemmas. Lin Chen's heart sank, but he quickly regained his resolve. I will find a third way, he said.
To save the world and protect my family. That is my promise.
Su Wanqing smiled, a smile that contained both relief and a touch of sadness. Your father said something similar back then. Lin Chen was taken aback. This was the first time his adoptive mother had brought up his biological father on her own initiative. But Su Wanqing didn't say anything more, she just patted his hand and turned to leave the meeting room.
Chapter 84 The Morning of Choice. That evening, Lin Chen visited his pregnant wives one by one. He went to Lin Lan's room first.
His older sister was 6 months pregnant, her belly quite noticeable, and she often needed to elevate her legs to relieve swelling while sleeping. When Lin Chen entered, she was doing bedtime yoga. Her long legs, beneath her loose pajamas, drew graceful arcs in the air.
Still not asleep?
Lin Chen walked over, naturally took her leg, and began to massage it.
I can't sleep.
Lin Lan leaned on his shoulder, her voice unusually weary.
Chen, this time, it was very dangerous, wasn't it? I will be careful. I don't want you to be careful.
Lin Lan looked up at him, her eyes sharp.
I want you to promise me that no matter what, you will come back alive. My child and I cannot live without you.
Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her lips. The kiss was deep and forceful, as if he wanted to melt all his promises into it.
I promise you.
After they parted, he pressed his forehead against hers and said, I will definitely come back to see our child born. Lin Lan's eyes reddened, but she didn't let the tears fall. Okay.
I believe you.
Next was Lin Ke's room. Her second sister was still looking at research data, her 6-month pregnant belly pressed against the edge of the table, forcing her to lean back slightly. Lin Chen took her tablet away. It's time to rest.
There are 3 more data points, Lin Ke frowned. We'll see tomorrow.
Lin Chen helped her lie down, his hand naturally resting on her abdomen, feeling the baby's movements.
Was the baby good today? Very active. Lin Ke's expression softened.
She was kicking me just now, as if she knew you were coming. She placed her hand on Lin Chen's and whispered, I will develop a safer defense system.
When you return, the manor will be the most fortified fortress on Blue Star. I trust you.
When it was Zhao Xiaotong's turn, the girl had just finished showering, wearing a thin nightgown, her hair still wet. Seeing Lin Chen, her eyes lit up, and she threw herself into his arms.
Brother Chen.
Lin Chen picked her up and placed her on the bed, then took a towel to dry her hair. Zhao Xiaotang comfortably squinted her eyes, like a lazy cat.
Are you nervous about meeting Zhao Yutong tomorrow? Lin Chen asked.
A little, Zhao Xiaotang honestly admitted, but more than that, I'm excited.
Brother Chen, do you know? The gatekeeper's memories contain many images of the glorious era of the eternal race.
I want to see with my own eyes what the real temple looks like.
She turned around, straddled Lin Chen's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said with sparkling eyes, when we get back from Antarctica, shall we go on our honeymoon?
Sister Liuli said that the gatekeeper clan has a very beautiful island overseas.
Okay.
Lin Chen agreed with a smile, his hand unconsciously sliding down to her leg. The girl's legs gleamed like ivory under the light, her skin delicate and smooth, her curves perfect. Zhao Xiaotang noticed and blushed, but instead of pulling away, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Brother Chen.
I'm going to act tomorrow, could I practice a bit tonight?
As she spoke, her hand began to wander downwards.
Lin Chen's breath hitched, and he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. What are you studying?
Previewing Zhao Xiaotang's face turned bright red, but her eyes were bold.
How do I be a good bait?
After all, to fool an old fox like Zhao Yutong, I have to act very convincingly. Her nightgown strap slipped down, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone.
Lin Chen's kiss landed, tracing a faint trail down her collarbone. This night was very long. But it's also very heartwarming. Because we have each other.
The next morning, at the Cloud Tea House,
Zhao Yutong arrived on time.
She was dressed in a smart business suit today, and her makeup was exquisite, but the dark circles under her eyes showed that she hadn't slept well last night. Zhao Xiaotang sat opposite her, wearing a simple preppy dress, her long hair tied in a ponytail, looking like an ordinary college student. Zhao Manli sat beside her, her expression indifferent. "My cousin Xiaotang looks great today," Zhao Yutong said with a smile. "It seems Mr. Lin Chen knows how to take care of people. Brother Chen is very good to me." Zhao Xiaotang lowered her head to drink tea, her face slightly flushed, her performance just right. "Cousin Yutong, we've discussed it and we'll accept your conditions. But there is a condition before going to the Ice Soul Mountains. We need to conduct a comprehensive test on the fourth fragment to ensure safety." "Of course." Zhao Yutong readily took out the metal box. "I've brought the testing equipment with me. You can verify it on the spot." She took out a portable gene analyzer. Following Chu Xiaoran's instructions, Zhao Xiaotang placed the fourth fragment into the instrument. A complex gene lock structure diagram appeared on the screen. It is indeed mentor-level encryption. Zhao Xiaotang pretended to examine it carefully, but actually secretly activated the reverse tracking program implanted by Chu Xiaoran. It requires the resonance of 3 fragments to decrypt. Brother Chen said that after he finishes dealing with things at home, he will set off for the Ice Soul Mountains in 3 days. A fleeting hint of smugness flashed in Zhao Yutong's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. "Great. I'll make all the preparations over these 3 days. By the way, at least 3 gatekeepers are needed to enter the trial grounds. Besides you and me, we also need one. Sister Liuli will go," Zhao Xiaotang said. "She is the complete gatekeeper. With her there, the success rate is higher." "Liuli?" Zhao Yutong raised an eyebrow. "That transfer student? Is she also a gatekeeper? You didn't know?" Zhao Xiaotang tilted her head, her expression innocent. "I thought your Genesis company knew everything." There was a barb in those words, and Zhao Yutong's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "Information isn't shared within Genesis company, so it's normal that I didn't know. Now that Miss Lioli has joined, it's even more secure." The two sides discussed some details and finally signed a provisional cooperation agreement. Zhao Yutong left with a satisfied expression. As soon as she left, Zhao Xiaotang immediately dropped her innocent expression and looked at Zhao Manli. "Sister Manli, do you think she believed it?" "I believe her about 70%, Zhao Manli sneered. "But she definitely has a backup plan. This woman has been suspicious since childhood and will never completely trust anyone. That's enough." Zhao Xiaotang gripped the metal box in her hand. It contained the simulated fragments made by Chu Xiaoran. The real one had been switched last night. As long as she takes this to the Ice Soul Mountains, Sister Chu can track all of Genesis Company's movements. The two left the tea room, got into their car, and returned to the estate. On the way, Zhao Xiaotang looked at the street scene outside the window and suddenly said softly, "Sister Manli, do you think it's right for us to scheme against our own family like this?" "Family?" Zhao Manli sneered. "Xiaotang, remember this, from the moment they betrayed their oath to the gatekeepers and joined Genesis Corporation, they were no longer family. Family won't kidnap you, won't bleed you dry, and won't try to destroy the future of the entire planet." She held Zhao Xiaotang's hand and said earnestly, "True family are those who stand in front of you when you are in danger, those who would rather get hurt themselves than let you suffer. Lin Chen is one, Aunt Su is one, and everyone in the manor is one." Zhao Xiaotang's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously, "Yes." When the car entered the manor, Lin Chen was already waiting at the entrance. He took Zhao Xiaotang from him, naturally put his arm around her waist, and kissed her forehead. "You've worked hard." "It's not hard work." Zhao Xiaotang leaned against him and reported softly, "She believed it and will bring people to the Ice Soul Mountains in 3 days. Sister Chua's tracking program has been activated, so we can monitor them in real time as long as they enter the signal range." "Well done." Lin Chen patted her hair approvingly. But he knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. The real storm is still in Antarctica. He had to protect all the people he loved during that storm. Chapter 85: Fatal Choice. Holy crap! This crazy woman kidnapped Xiaotang's mother? Lin Chen stared at the pale, unconscious face on the holographic screen, his heart feeling as if it had been struck by a hammer. Zhao Shuawei, Xiaotang's biological mother, whom she thought had died 3 years ago, was now lying in a hospital bed, her belly swollen high, at least 8 months pregnant. Even more terrifying was the fourth fragment placed in her abdomen. The pale purple crystal emitted an eerie dark red light, frantically draining the fetus's life energy like a blood-sucking leech. Monitoring data showed that the fetal heartbeat was rapidly weakening. "Brother Chen." Zhao Xiaotang broke down on the spot, tears streaming down her face. "That's my mother. She's still alive."
She's being. Calm down.
Lin Chen grabbed her and forcefully held her trembling body down.
Researcher Chu. Can you remotely sever the connection between the fragments? No.
Chu Xiaoran's voice came through the communicator, urgent and desperate. The fragments are protected by a special force field.
Forcibly severing them will trigger an energy backlash, killing the fetus instantly. And
she pulled up a 3D scan of the hospital. Zhao Yutong has set up at least 30 gene virus release points in the hospital. Once a large-scale energy fluctuation or multiple intrusions are detected, the virus will be automatically released. The entire hospital, more than 3,000 patients and medical staff will all be infected with the K10 variant.
She's gone mad.
Xia Qingyin exclaimed, her face ashen. She's using the entire hospital as hostages. Su Wanqing stared intently at the screen, her nails digging into her palms. She's forcing you to make a choice, Shunner.
Go to Antarctica, or save people. Save one person, or save 3,000?
What the hell is this choice? Lin Chen felt his blood rushing to his head. But the more he felt this way, the calmer he became. A skill he had honed during his time as a corporate slave before transmigrating. The greater the pressure, the clearer his mind became.
Researcher Chu, what are the specific triggering conditions for the virus release?
The energy intensity exceeds the standard value by 150%, or Chu Xiaoran quickly analyzed the data, or more than 5 non-hospital registered lifeforms enter the inpatient building at the same time. Zhao Yutong set the threshold very strictly. We can only have a maximum of 4 people enter, and we cannot use large-scale energy skills. 4 people, unable to use their ultimate moves, still need to rescue a pregnant woman controlled by a special force field right under Zhao Yutong's nose. This difficulty level is absolutely hellish.
I'll go.
Lin Chen said without hesitation.
No way.
Lin Lan was the first to object.
She specifically asked you to go alone.
This is clearly a trap.
Going there would be suicide. Big sister, that's Xiaotang's mother.
Lin Chen looked at Zhao Xiaotang, who was crying her eyes out in his arms.
And she's pregnant. She's 8 months along, it's a life.
Zhao Manli gritted her teeth. I'll go with you. That bitch Zhao Yutong, I'll tear her to pieces today.
Sister Manli, you can't go.
Lioli suddenly spoke, her purple eyes flashing coldly.
You're pregnant, 5 months along. It's too dangerous for you to go in.
Besides, Zhao Yutong might really be trying to kill you.
She pulled up a newly declassified gatekeeper file. I found it.
Aunt Zhao Shuawei didn't die accidentally. She was framed by the main branch of the Zhao family. Because she discovered the main branch's deal with Genesis Company, she wanted to leave with the gatekeeper's inheritance. Zhao Yutong's mother, the current matriarch of the Zhao family, personally injected her with a gene dormant agent to fake a sudden death. But unexpectedly, she had an unactivated gatekeeper bloodline protecting her, and the dormant agent instead put her into a state of suspended animation, while the fetus continued to develop.
So she's actually been in a coma for 3 years? Lin Ku frowned. How did the fetus survive? The eternal race possesses a life-freezing technology, Su Wanqing said in a deep voice.
It allows the mother and fetus to maintain minimal life activity under extreme conditions.
But the cost is once thawed, the mother may never wake up. Zhao Xiaotong's crying grew louder.
Lin Chen hugged her tightly, his eyes as cold as knives. I'll go.
But I won't be alone. He looked at Lioli. Lioli, you are a complete gatekeeper. Do you have a way to block the energy absorption of the fragments?
Yes, but it will take time.
Lioli nodded. It requires at least 3 minutes of uninterrupted energy output, during which it cannot be interrupted. Xia Qingyin, does the Xia family have resources at the hospital? Yes. Xia Qingyin immediately pulled up the information. 3 of the hospital's shareholders are companies affiliated with the Xia family.
I can get the complete architectural drawings and security access. I can also arrange for a medical team to be on standby outside, but to enter the building, they can only bring a maximum of 2 people.
That's enough. Lin Chen quickly assigned tasks. Me, Lioli, and Qingyin will go in. Researcher Chu will provide remote technical support.
Eldest sister and second sister, you 2 stay at the manor and be ready to provide backup at any time.
What about me? Zhao Manli asked anxiously.
Sister Manli, you stay with Xiaotang.
Lin Chen looked at the girl in his arms, his voice softening.
Xiaotang, do you trust me? Zhao Xiaotang raised her tear-filled face and nodded vigorously. I believe you.
I've always believed you. Okay.
Lin Chen kissed her forehead hard.
I'll take your mother home when I arrive. 3 minutes later, at Jiangcheng International Hospital.
Lin Chen, wearing a medical protective suit and mask provided by the Xia Group, pushed a medical equipment cart into the inpatient building. Lu Li and Xia Qingyin, disguised as nurses, followed behind him. The three looked like an ordinary medical team, but everyone was on edge. System, full power scan. Scanning in progress? 37 virus release points detected, distributed across the building's ventilation systems on various floors. A high-intensity energy barrier was detected, covering the VIP floor of the obstetrics and gynecology department. At least 15 armed life signals were detected, scattered across key locations. Warning, K10 virus parent source detected within the target ward. Holy crap! She's carrying the virus itself with her? Is this woman really not afraid of death? The elevator ascends, and the numbers change. 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor. Bite. The elevator doors opened. We had arrived at the VIP floor for obstetrics and gynecology. The corridor was empty, the lights a stark white. Only at the end of the corridor stood two burly men in black suits. Their eyes, like those of the previous modified bodies, were pure black. Mr. Lin Chen, please. One of the burly men said mechanically, the rest of you stay outside. I need an assistant, Lin Chen said calmly. The pregnant woman's condition is critical. One person can't handle it. The two burly men exchanged a glance, and one of them pressed his earpiece, seemingly asking for permission. After a few seconds, he nodded, you can bring an assistant. Lin Chen looked at Lu Li, come in with me. Liu Li nodded, her eyes resolute. The ward door opened. The scene inside made Lin Chen's pupils shrink sharply. Zhao Shuawei lay on the hospital bed, her face as pale as paper, her breathing weak. Her abdomen was swollen high, and the outline of the fetus could be seen under her skin, but the numbers on the fetal heart monitor were slowly decreasing 68, 67, 66. The fourth fragment was placed on her stomach, and the dark red light pierced her skin like blood vessels, greedily absorbing it. Zhao Yutong was sitting on the edge of the bed. Today she wore a black, form-fitting dress with a low neckline, revealing her delicate collarbones and a hint of cleavage. The dress was short, only reaching mid-thigh, her long legs crossed, the pointed heels of her high heels lightly touching the ground. Her makeup was heavier than before, her lips as red as blood, and she exuded an aura of danger and allure. Mr. Lin Chen, you're very punctual. Zhao Yutong smiled, stood up and walked over. Oh, you even brought a little assistant? This must be Liu Li, right? She's getting more and more beautiful. She walked up to Lin Chen, almost pressing her lips against him, her red lips close to his ear, her voice suggestive, did you know? In Genesis Corporation's genetic assessment report of you, there's a special note, Sexual Attractiveness Index SSS level. Even I, after seeing those data, am a little tempted. She gently placed her hand on Lin Chen's chest, her fingertips tracing circles. How about this, you cooperate with me, I'll give you the fragments and return your aunt to you, how about that? We can have a deeper discussion. What's with this woman's lewd behavior? Lin Chen suppressed his nausea and took a half step back. Zhao Yutong, just state your conditions. What do you want in return for letting Aunt Zhao go? The conditions are simple. Zhao Yutong withdrew her hand, her smile turning cold. First, hand over the 3 fragments you have. Second, abandon the Antarctic project. Third. She paused, a mad glint in her eyes. I want you to sleep with me for one night. I want to personally verify just how special the heir's genes really are. Liu Li instantly flew into a rage, you're dreaming. Chapter 86 Reverse Trap. Oh? Is the little gatekeeper angry? Zhao Yutong chuckled. Don't worry, I won't steal your man. I'm just borrowing him for a bit. After all, it would be a waste not to experience such superior genes firsthand. As she spoke, she actually started to untie the shoulder straps of her dress. Lin Chen grabbed Lu Li's hand to stop her from doing anything, and said coldly, Zhao Yutong, are you out of your mind? My wife is waiting outside, and you're telling me this? Outside? Zhao Yutong tilted her head. You mean that little girl Xiaotang? What does she know? I can teach you a lot of interesting things. She licked her lips, her eyes turning morbid. Moreover, with just one attempt, I can extract your living genetic sample. Then, I can have as many Lin Chen clones as I want. Just imagine, a world entirely composed of you, how wonderful. This woman has completely gone mad. Lin Chen stopped wasting time and directly activated the system.
Launch in the field of gene stabilization. Buzz. A pale golden energy field instantly expanded, enveloping the entire ward. The dark red light of the fourth fragment dimmed abruptly, as if doused with cold water. You. Zhao Yutong's expression changed drastically. How could you? I've gathered all 3 fragments. The domain's range is 100 meters, and its strength is beyond your imagination, Lin Chen said coldly. Liuli, make your move. Liuli formed hand seals, and purple gatekeeper energy surged forth, transforming into countless fine threads that coiled around the fourth fragment. These energy threads precisely severed the connection between the fragment and Zhao Shuewei's abdomen, while simultaneously beginning to purify the contamination within the fragment. Stop them! Zhao Yutong screamed. 2 burly men rushed in from the doorway. But Xia Qingyin was faster than them. She had already sneaked into the next ward, and now she burst through the wall, her specially made high-frequency vibration blade sweeping across the room. Swoosh! A burly man's arm was severed. But no blood flowed from the cut, only black energy dissipated. An upgraded version of the modified body. Xia Qingyin's expression turned grave. Be careful. They might. Before he could finish speaking, the one-armed giant's body suddenly swelled up. His skin cracked open, revealing dark red muscle tissue underneath. His eyes turned blood red, and he opened his mouth to let out an inhuman roar. The complete K10 virus. Liuli exclaimed. They've transformed themselves into virus carriers. Bang bang bang. More modified entities poured in from the corridor. A full 15, all of them entering a berserk state. A piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire floor. The threshold for the virus release point had been triggered. Warning. 37 virus release points detected simultaneously. K10 virus begins to spread. Researcher Chu. Lin Chen roared. It's already being cracked. Chu Xiaoran's voice was filled with static. Give me 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, all ventilation systems will be forcibly shut down. 30 seconds is enough time for the virus to infect everyone on the entire floor. Liuli. How much longer? 20 seconds. Sweat beaded on Liuli's forehead. Purple energy threads had already enveloped most of the fragment. This fragment is deeply contaminated. Purification will take time. Qingyin. Guard the entrance. Clear. Xia Qingyin, wielding twin blades, stood at the doorway of the ward, facing 15 ferocious modified creatures alone. Her movements were as swift as a ghost, each strike precisely hitting the joints of the modified creatures, temporarily slowing their onslaught. But there are too many. A modified creature broke through the defenses and rushed straight at Zhao Shuewei, who was lying in the hospital bed. Without a second thought, Lin Chen lunged forward and shielded the target with his body. Bang! The modified creature's fist slammed heavily into his back. A sharp pain shot through him, but Lin Chen gritted his teeth and endured it, unleashing a touch of life with a backhand, a pale golden lightsaber piercing through the modified creature's chest. 10 seconds. Liuli shouted. More modified beings surged into the corridor. Xia Qingyin was already injured, with a deep, bone-revealing cut on her arm, but she didn't back down an inch. 5 seconds. The virus has spread to other floors through the ventilation vents. Panic screams echoed throughout the hospital. 3 seconds. A modified creature broke through Xia Qingyin's defenses and pounced on Liuli. Get out of the way. Lin Chen kicked the modified creature away, but was hit in the ribs from the side by another modified creature. Crack, the sound of bones breaking. 1 second. Done. Liuli clasped her hands together, and the fourth fragment erupted with pure purple light. All the dark red contamination was completely purified. The fragment automatically flew up and landed in Lin Chen's hand. The fourth fragment has been successfully purified. Current fragment collection, 47. Eternal race knowledge base openness, 45%. Unlock new ability, virus immunity domain, immune to all genetic viruses within a 50-meter radius. Now. Launch in the field of virus immunity. The pale golden field expanded instantly. All the spreading K10 virus melted away like ice and snow the moment it touched the edge of the field. The viral activity in the bodies of already infected patients also began to drop sharply. No! Zhao Yutong screamed in despair, my plan, my. She suddenly pulled a syringe from her pocket and plunged it into her neck. None of you will get away with this.
Her eyes turned dark red, and her body began to mutate.
I'm going to turn this entire building into hell.
But Lin Chen was faster than her. A punch landed squarely on her stomach. It wasn't a full-force attack, but it was enough to interrupt her mutation process. Zhao Yutong screamed and fell to the ground, the syringe shattering and the black liquid inside spilling onto the floor.
Take Aunt Zhao away.
Lin Chen picked up the unconscious Zhao Shuawei.
Qingyin, can you still walk?
Yes. Xia Qingyin gritted her teeth and stood up.
The three of them escorted Zhao Shuawei out of the ward.
In the corridor, the modified bodies, deprived of the virus's support, began to collapse and disintegrate one after another.
The elevator descended smoothly.
Outside the hospital, a medical vehicle from the Xia group was already waiting. Zhao Xiaotang and Zhao Manli rushed over, and upon seeing the unconscious Zhao Shuawei, tears welled up in their eyes again.
Mom. Get in the car first. Back to the manor. Lin Chen carefully placed Zhao Shuawei on the stretcher. The convoy sped away.
In the car, Liuli began to perform an emergency examination on Zhao Shuawei. But the more she examined her, the worse her complexion became.
What's wrong? Lin Chen's heart sank.
Aunt Zhao's body had too much life energy drained by the fourth fragment.
Liuli's voice trembled.
Although the fetus was saved, her organs are severely failing.
What's even more troublesome is.
She looked at Zhao Shuawei's prominently protruding belly. This fetus was not conceived naturally.
What's the meaning? It's a gene-edited fetus.
Liuli closed her eyes. Genesis Corporation used Aunt Zhao's egg and the genes of an unknown man to edit this child.
Inside her belly there might be a weapon. The entire car was deathly silent.
Zhao Xiaotang covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. Lin Chen clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm.
Just then, the fourth fragment in his hand suddenly vibrated, projecting an image.
It was inside a magnificent temple, with a huge incubation chamber in the center. Floating inside the chamber was a fetus, its body covered in purple patterns, and its eyes were pure gold.
Below the image, a line of text appears. Seventh Apostle, Child of Eternity. Awakening conditions, collect all 7 fragments plus sacrifice of the mother's life. Current progress, 4-7. Mother body status, dying. Lin Chen's heart instantly turned cold. Chapter 87 Desperate Dual Line Strategy.
Prepare the treatment room. Qingyin, activate the manor's highest defense.
Everyone, prepare for battle.
Lin Chen's voice echoed in the medical pod, eerily calm. But only Zhao Xiaotang, who was closest to him, could feel that his hand holding hers was trembling slightly, not from fear, but from suppressed anger and the cruel trade-offs he had to make. Brother Chen. Zhao Xiaotang's eyes were blurred with tears, her voice choked with sobs. If it's too dangerous, we can.
There are no ifs. Lin Chen interrupted her, wiping away her tears.
She is your mother, and she is my family.
Family cannot be abandoned. He turned to Chu Xiaoran, speaking rapidly. What are the specific procedures for deep resonance therapy?
Chu Xiaoran brought up the holographic interface and quickly swiped his finger in the air. Your life energy needs to be injected into Aunt Zhao's body through gene bridging to repair the life essence extracted by the fragments. This process consists of 3 steps. First, establish a 2-way energy channel. Second, purify the residual K10 virus and fragment contamination in her body. Third, and most importantly, use your energy to simulate the function of her failing organs to strive for at least a 48-hour repair window. She paused, her face turning pale, but the risks are extremely high. First, your energy output must remain stable at over 300% of the standard value for at least 6 hours during treatment. This exceeds your current record.
Second, you cannot be disturbed by any external factors during treatment, including emotional fluctuations.
If the energy gets out of control, not only will Aunt Zhao die on the spot, but your gene sequence may also collapse due to the backlash.
Third, Chu Xiaoran looked at Zhao Shuawei's prominently protruding belly. That fetus, the 7th apostle, it's currently in a dormant state.
But during deep resonance, your life energy might unexpectedly activate it.
If it awakens prematurely, what will happen? Lin Lan asked in a deep voice. I don't know.
Chu Xiaoran shook her head. The Genesis Corporation's files only vaguely state that the Child of Eternity possesses independent consciousness and can absorb and manipulate any form of life energy. If it awakens during treatment, it might drain Lin Chen and Aunt Zhao dry as nutrients.
The medical pod was deathly silent.
The only sounds were the regular ticking of the monitor and Zhao Shuawei's faint breathing.
Success rate? Lin Ku asked directly. Theoretically, no more than 30%. Chu Xiaoran's voice was dry. And this data was collected without any external interference. Genesis Corporation's cleanup force is on its way and will arrive in 6 hours. Then let us turn those 6 hours into our advantage, Lin Shen suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Researcher Chu, deep resonance therapy must last for 6 hours, right? Lin Shen's eyes were sharp. And the enemy's estimated arrival time is also 6 hours later.
This is no coincidence. Zhao Yutong tampered with the syringe. She deliberately triggered the alarm, letting Genesis Corporation know our location and treatment time. He walked to the holographic map and pulled up a 3D structural diagram of the manor. They want to launch a full-scale attack when we are at our weakest.
Then we'll give them the illusion of being weak. You're trying to set a trap? Xia Qingyin immediately understood. Yes.
Lin Shen marked several key locations with his finger. The treatment room is located on the 3rd basement level, the core of the manor. There, a relic energy shielding layer was set up by researcher Chu, making it impossible for outsiders to detect what's inside.
We need to make the enemy believe that I'm really inside conducting high-risk treatment and can't afford to be distracted.
He looked at Su Wanqing.
Mom, can you simulate my life energy characteristics?
Create an energy projection on the 3rd underground level so that remote detection looks like I'm exerting my full power.
Su Wanqing pondered for a moment and nodded, okay.
But I need Liuli's assistance. The gatekeeper's bloodline energy can enhance the realism of the simulation.
Liuli, is that all right? Lin Chen asked.
Liuli replied without hesitation, yes.
Okay.
Lin Chen continued to make arrangements, the real treatment 1TB on the 3rd basement level, but in the underground laboratory of the East Annex. There is a gene silencing field that researcher Chu recently built, which can completely shield energy from leakage. Researcher Chu, Xiao Tang, and the medical team, you will accompany me there for the actual treatment. He looked at Xia Qingyin and Lin Lan. Qingyin, eldest sister, I'm entrusting the defense command of the manor to you. Second sister, I need you to create an energy decoy program to simulate the illusion of my energy going out of control when the enemy attacks, luring them deeper in.
Lin Ku adjusted his glasses. I need specific parameters. Do you have the characteristic data of your energy runaway?
Yes.
Xu Xiaoran pulled up the file.
When Lin Shen was infected by the K10 virus in the Ice Soul Mountains, there was a 37-second out-of-control peak in his energy fluctuation records.
I can reproduce that data. That's enough. Lin Ku's fingers tapped rapidly on the tablet. Give me 2 hours, and I can create a decoy program that's indistinguishable from a real one.
Finally, Lin Shen looked at his pregnant wives, Zhao Manli and Su Min, and said, Sister Manli, Sister Su Min, you take all the pregnant women to the rock-safe house on the far west side of the manor.
It has independent oxygen supply and energy, and its defense level is national treasure level. It can last for at least 72 hours. I'm not going. Zhao Manli immediately objected. I'm staying to fight. You're 5 months pregnant.
Lin Shen pressed down on her shoulders, his tone leaving no room for argument.
This is not a discussion, it's an order.
Sister Manli, you're not alone now, you're carrying our child.
Protecting yourself is the greatest help you can give me.
Zhao Manli's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I know.
But you brat, you have to come back alive. You hear me? Must.
Once the deployment was complete, everyone immediately split up and took action.
2 hours later, in the underground laboratory of the East Annex building. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive than in the main medical pod.
The entire laboratory was shrouded in a pale blue gene silence field, completely isolating all external sounds and energy fluctuations.
Zhao Xuewei lay on the central treatment table, connected to dozens of monitoring lines.
Her breathing was so weak it was almost non-existent. Only occasional fetal movements in her abdomen proved that life was still continuing. Lin Shen stood by the treatment table and took off his shirt. Xu Xiaoran placed 12 energy conduction patches on his chest and back, the other end of which was connected to the corresponding acupoints of Zhao Xuewei. Before we begin, I must confirm this one more time, Xu Xiaoran said solemnly. Lin Shen, once we begin, there can be no interruption for 6 hours. No matter what happens outside, no matter what you hear or feel, you must maintain a stable energy level.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Lin Shen looked at Zhao Xiaotang standing to the side. Xiaotang, you stay here. I need you to hold my hand.
Zhao Xiaotang nodded vigorously and grasped his right hand. The girl's hand was cold, but firm. Lioli stood at the other end of the treatment table, her hands forming a mudra, and purple gatekeeper energy formed a protective barrier. I will maintain the stability of the silent field and monitor the fetus's condition. If the seventh apostle shows any signs of awakening, I will suppress it immediately. Let's begin. Lin Chen closed his eyes.
Chu Xiaoran pressed the start button.
Buzz. Pale golden life energy surged from Lin Chen's body and flowed into Zhao Shuowei's body through the conductive patch. The initial stage was stable, and monitoring data showed that Zhao Shuowei's failing organs began to show slight signs of recovery. But 10 minutes later, something unexpected happened. The fetus in Zhao Shuowei's womb, the seventh apostle, suddenly began to move violently. Purple lines appeared beneath her abdominal skin, wriggling like a living thing.
It's absorbing energy, Lioli exclaimed. Not passively absorbing it, it's actively stealing it.
On the monitoring screen, the curve representing Lin Chen's energy output began to fluctuate violently. The energy that had been steadily flowing into Zhao Shuowei's body was now being forcibly retained by the fetus by more than 40%.
Lin Chen, maintain your output. Don't let it stop, Chu Xiaoran urged.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth and increased his energy output to 350%. More golden energy surged in, barely maintaining Zhao Shuowei's vital signs. But he could clearly sense the greed of that fetus. No, that thing. It was devouring his life energy like a black hole, and it was also trying to invade his consciousness through some strange connection.
Warning! Higher dimensional consciousness intrusion detected. Target, the seventh apostle, incomplete form. Invasion method, gene resonance reverse link. Resistance success rate, calculating. 68%. 55%. 43%. Damn it. I can't take it.
Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness, and chaotic fragments of images began to appear in his mind. The eternal race's temple, countless fetuses floating in cultivation pods, a golden-eyed figure whispering in the darkness.
Brother Chen.
Zhao Xiaotang gripped his hand tightly, tears falling onto the back of their clasped hands.
Hang in there. You said you'd bring my mother home. You said it. The girl's tears contained a faint trace of the gatekeeper's bloodline energy.
That energy seeped into Lin Chen's body through skin contact, resonating with him and temporarily stabilizing the genetic link. Xiaotang continued. Lin Chen began with difficulty. Your energy can help me.
Chapter 88: A Gamble with Life.
Zhao Xiaotang was stunned for a moment, then without hesitation bit her finger and smeared the oozing purple blood on Lin Chen's hand. That was the purest bloodline essence of the gatekeeper. Purple and gold intertwined to form a stable two-color energy cycle. The fetus's rate of phagocytosis slowed significantly. It works. Lioli's eyes lit up. Xiaotang, keep outputting bloodline energy. Don't stop. Zhao Xiaotang's face was pale. The massive blood loss made her dizzy, but she bit her lip tightly and forced herself to stay upright.
Treatment continued amidst difficulties. Meanwhile, in the main manor, there's a bait room on the third basement level. Su Wancheng and Lioli's projected clones stood side by side. In front of them, a holographic simulation of Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his entire body radiating intense energy fluctuations. The decoy program written by Lin Ke was running perfectly. Energy signature matching rate 98.7%. The projection of Lioli looked at the monitoring data. Remote detection will definitely be fooled. Su Wanqing nodded, but her gaze was directed towards the East Annex building. I wonder how the actual treatment is going.
Trust him, Lioli said softly. The successor won't fall so easily. At that moment, Xia Qingyin's voice came through the communicator. Ansu, Lioli, external energy fluctuations detected. 12 high-energy targets are rapidly approaching. Expected to enter attack range in 15 minutes. They're here. Su Wanqing's eyes turned cold. Activate level 1 combat readiness. Everyone, proceed according to plan. The manor is located 3 kilometers above the ground. 12 strangely shaped aircraft hovered above the clouds. These aircraft were diamond-shaped, covered with a dark coating that could absorb detection waves, and their engines were almost silent. Inside the central aircraft, a man in a silver-white commander's uniform looked at a 3D scan of the manor below. Target energy source confirmed. He said into the communicator, his voice icy. 3 underground levels, 47 meters deep, peak energy output reaches 320% of the standard value, and fluctuates violently consistent with the characteristics of deep resonance therapy. Lin Chen himself is confirmed to be present and cannot be moved. A hoarse reply came through the communicator, very good. As planned, the first wave of attacks will destroy the outer defenses, the second wave will break underground, seize the fragments, and eliminate all targets. Remember, capture Lin Chen alive headquarters wants his complete genetic sample. Clear. The man pressed the red button on the console. 12 aircraft simultaneously opened their belly hatches, and hundreds of fist-sized black spheres rained down. As the black spheres fell, they automatically unfolded into miniature combat robots with red eyes and wielding energy-cutting blades. The Manor's defense system activated immediately. Dozens of energy beams shot out from the hidden turrets, weaving into a fire net in the air. The first batch of robots was instantly destroyed. But there were just too many. And these robots were clearly specially designed. They would self-destruct when destroyed, releasing corrosive black smoke. The smoke quickly spread, interfering with the defense system's locking mechanism. Start air purification. Xia Qingyin ordered from the control room. High-pressure air vents rose from various parts of the manor, dispersing the black mist. But in this brief lull of interference, the second wave of attacks arrived. 3 aircraft descended, their massive energy cannons extending from their bellies. Charge up, launch. 3 dark red energy beams slammed into the manor's energy shield. The shield flickered violently, its strength instantly dropping by 30%. The shield can't withstand the third salvo, the technician urgently reported. Looking at the monitor screen, Lin Lan calmly ordered, activate the hive defense. Let them in, then shut the door and beat them. Yes. Suddenly, several gaps appeared in the manor's shield. The attacking aircraft were taken aback, but then overjoyed they thought the defense system had been breached. The 3 aircraft rushed in through the gap without hesitation. But the moment they entered the manor grounds, the breach closed instantly. At the same time, hundreds of small turrets rose from the ground, firing energy beams from all directions. This is Lin Ke's honeycomb trap, deliberately luring enemies into a preset death zone, then annihilating them with a saturation attack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 aircraft were riddled with holes within 10 seconds, crashing and exploding. But the remaining 9 aircraft learned their lesson. Instead of charging recklessly, they hovered outside the shield and began long-range artillery fire. At the same time, more combat robots were deployed, surging towards the shield like a tide. They are depleting our energy reserves. Xia Qingyin's expression was grave. The shield energy is at 42%. At this rate, it can only last for another hour at most. There were still 4.5 hours left before the treatment ended. Time has become a luxury. The underground laboratory in the East Annex building. The treatment has lasted for 3 hours. Lin Chen's face was ashen, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. Maintaining his energy output at the maximum limit of 350% was an enormous burden on his body. But he dared not relax. Xiao Shuowei's vital signs had just stabilized above the critical threshold. If the energy output weakened, she could die at any moment. Zhao Xiaotong's condition was even worse. The continuous output of her blood essence had caused her to lose too much blood, and she was now only surviving on nutrient solutions and her willpower. Liuli had to divert some of her energy to maintain her vital signs. The fetus is moving again, Liuli suddenly exclaimed. On the monitoring screen, the energy reading representing the 7th apostle was slowly rising. That thing was adapting, evolving. Its efficiency in absorbing Lin Chen's energy was increasing, now reaching an astonishing 60%. If this continues before the treatment is even over, Lin Chen's energy will be completely drained. Chu Xiaoran's forehead was covered in sweat. We must find a way to suppress the fetus. How do we suppress it? Zhao Xiaotang asked weakly. Liuli remained silent for a moment, then a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Use my bloodline to perform a permanent seal. The forbidden technique of the gatekeeper race, at the cost of the caster's life, sets a genetic lock in the fetus's body, preventing it from ever waking up again. You're going to die? Lin Chen asked with difficulty. Highly likely, Liuli said calmly, but it's currently the only way to save everyone. Once the 7th apostle fully awakens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Compared to that, my life alone is. I disagree. Lin Chen interrupted her, his tone resolute. Liuli, you are family too. I will not use the life of one family member to exchange for the life of another. But. No buts. Lin Chen took a deep breath and suddenly made a crazy decision. Researcher Chu, could you reverse strengthen the energy connection between me and the fetus? Chu Xiaoran was taken aback. Reverse enhancement?
You mean? Since it wants to absorb my energy, then let it absorb as much as it wants.
A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Shen's eyes.
But I can add some ingredients to my energy. What kind of stuff?
The Eternal Race's purification mark. Lin Shen retrieved a piece of information from the system's knowledge base. New knowledge unlocked after collecting all 4 fragments. Life energy can be converted into a seed of purification and implanted into the target's body. Once the seed is activated, it will continuously purify all foreign gene editing and pollution within the target's body. He looked at Zhao Shuowei's abdomen. The 7th apostle is a gene-edited product manufactured by Genesis Corporation, and there are definitely a lot of traces of artificial editing in its body.
If I could insert the purification seeds, it will begin to disintegrate from the inside. Liuli's eyes lit up. But the risk is extremely high.
The purification process will generate violent energy conflicts, and Aunt Zhao's body may not be able to withstand it. Therefore, precise control is required. Lin Shen looked at Chu Xiaoran.
Researcher Chu, can you do it? Create a miniature energy isolation bubble inside the fetus to confine the conflict to a localized area?
Chu Xiaoran quickly calculated, and nodded a few seconds later. Theoretically, it's possible, but it requires maintaining 30,000 energy control nodes simultaneously.
I can't do it alone. I'll help, Liuli said immediately.
The gatekeeper's bloodline control precision can reach the cellular level. Me too. Zhao Xiaotang struggled to stand up.
Xiaotang, you should rest, Lin Shen said softly. You've done enough. Leave the rest to us.
He closed his eyes again and began to mobilize all the remaining energy in his body. This time, he no longer resisted the fetus being swallowed. Instead, he actively fed the energy to it, but within that energy, he implanted thousands upon thousands of imperceptible seeds of purification. Those seeds enter the fetus's body along with the energy flow, silently attaching to every edited gene segment. It was like being in a powder keg, with sparks flying everywhere.
It only takes one signal to detonate.
The button for that signal was in Lin Shen's hands.
Preparation complete. Chu Xiaoran's voice was tense.
The isolation bubble has been constructed, covering 90% of the fetus's body.
But the head and heart areas have some kind of defense mechanism that prevents it from penetrating. Enough.
Lin Shen opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them.
Detonation countdown, purification process to begin in 10 seconds. Liuli, prepare to deal with the energy impact. Researcher Chu, once purification begins, immediately provide life support to Aunt Zhao. 10. 9. 8.
As the countdown began, the atmosphere in the laboratory froze. Meanwhile, the battle outside the manor had reached a fever pitch. Shield energy remaining, 17%.
There are 3 hours left until the end of the treatment. Chapter 89 Blood and Fire Rebirth. Boom!
The laboratory trembled violently from the shockwaves of the double explosion, the alloy walls groaning under the strain. The energy silencing field shattered like a soap bubble, and the sounds of the external battlefield and the turbulent energy currents surged in like a tidal wave. But the most terrifying thing is the rotating energy vortex in the center of the laboratory. The golden and purple light had materialized, like a frantically struggling behemoth, each expansion distorting space and shattering instruments. Zhao Shuowei lay in the center of the vortex, the fetus in her abdomen, the 7th apostle emitting inhuman screams. That wasn't just a sound, but a mental shock directly impacting the soul.
Run!
Lin Shen used his last bit of strength to push Zhao Xiaotang away, then turned and rushed into the energy vortex. The moment he made his decision, a cold system notification popped up.
Final agreement: life sacrifice initiated.
Sacrifice contents, 50% of the essence of life. Sacrifice effects, forces completion of the current purification process, temporarily grants eternal flame access, lasts 30 minutes, temporarily increases all attributes by 300%. Warning, the aftereffects of sacrifice include, but are not limited to, permanent lifespan reduction, 30% decrease in genetic stability, decreased fertility, and a permanent 25% reduction in maximum energy output.
Countdown, 3, 2, 1, sacrifice begins.
Buzz. Lin Shen's body erupted with a golden light more dazzling than the sun. That was not ordinary life energy, but the eternal flame generated by burning his very essence.
Flame surged from every pore of his body, instantly enveloping the entire energy vortex. Excruciating pain. Indescribable pain.
It felt like someone was stabbing his brain with a red-hot iron rod, stirring up his soul. Lin Chen felt his consciousness tearing apart, his memories burning, and his life force draining away like a floodgate being opened. But he gritted his teeth and stared intently at Zhao Shuiwei and the fetus at the center of the vortex. Stop! The eternal flame transformed into countless golden threads, forcefully piercing through the turbulent energy flow and precisely penetrating the edited gene fragments within the seventh apostle's body. Every seed of purification was instantly activated. Crackle! A series of cracking sounds echoed inside the fetus. Those were the sounds of gene editing being forcibly erased. The purple polluting energy melted and evaporated rapidly, like ice being doused with boiling water. The seventh apostle's shriek turned into a shrill scream. It struggled frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the eternal flame, but to no avail. The power Lin Chen gained by sacrificing half of his life had already exceeded its current limit. Purification progress 70%, 80%, 90%. Xu Xiaoran's voice came through the communicator intermittently, but An Xiao's body can't withstand this level of energy impact. Her organs are beginning to disintegrate. What? Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He saw blood starting to flow from Zhao Shuiwei's mouth and nose, and the vital signs curve on the monitor plummeted like a cliff. No. I can't let her die. Xiao Tang can't lose her mother. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Since the eternal flame can purify gene editing, could we do the reverse? System. Can you use the eternal flame to reshape An Xiao's body? Theoretically feasible, but requires simultaneous gene editing and erasure and reconstruction of the life essence, demanding quantum-level precision. Given the host's current state, the success rate is less than 0.7%. 0.7%, that's enough. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He forcibly separated half of the eternal flame, transforming it into the finest energy needle, and pierced into Zhao Shuiwei's body. It's not destruction, it's reconstruction. Using his own life essence as raw material, he repaired her failing organs little by little and rebuilt her broken gene sequence. It's like threading a needle in a raging storm or building a sandcastle during a volcanic eruption. Every second consumes a massive amount of computational and control power, and every second accelerates the burning of his life essence. Lin Chen. Your vital signs. Lu Li's exclamation came. Ignore me. Keep suppressing the fetus. Lin Chen roared. Outside, the explosions at the manor grew closer. Clearly, the battlefield was advancing towards the laboratory. Time. The main battlefield of the manor. 3 giant warrior-class war machines have been deployed. Each mech is 15 meters tall, covered in dark red bio-armor, with sharp bone spikes extending from its joints. They have no conventional weapons, but their arms can unleash devastating gene-disintegrating beams. A materialized application of the K-series virus. Any lifeform struck by it will undergo genetic collapse and turn into pus within 10 seconds. Astrid piloted the central mech. Her voice, booming and triumphant, echoed throughout the manor through the loudspeakers. Lin Chen. I'm back. Surprised? You think the National Security Bureau's methods can trap me? The mech raised its right arm, and a dark red beam swept across. An annex building on the west side of the manor was cut in half and collapsed with a crash. All the defensive turrets inside fell silent. Su Wanqing. Come out and see me. Astrid continued to shout, you ruined my experiment back then, and today I want you to see with your own eyes how your son is turned into a specimen. From the direction of the main house, Su Wanqing's figure appeared on the roof. Today she changed into a combat suit, a silver-white, form-fitting suit that accentuated her still perfect figure. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and in her hand she held the Eternal Clan relic, the Arbiter. Astrid, 25 years have passed, and you're still as noisy as ever. Su Wanqing's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling edge. It was my mistake not to kill you back then. Today, I will correct that mistake. She raised her gun. Without aiming, he pulled the trigger. A nearly invisible golden line shot towards the mech. Astrid clearly knew the weapon's power, and the mech instantly made a desperate evasive maneuver, but it was still a fraction of a second too late. A thin golden line grazed the mech's left shoulder, and the entire mechanical arm snapped off at the root. At the break, the dark red bio-armor hissed and smoked as if corroded by strong acid. Astrid was both shocked and furious. The weapons of the Eternals are specifically designed to counter you genetically corrupted monsters, Su Wanqing sneered, raising her gun again. But the other two mechs reacted and opened fire simultaneously. Two beams of Jin disintegrating energy crossed and shot towards Su Wancheng.
Mom, watch out.
Xia Qingyin lunged out from the side, grabbing Su Wancheng and rolling off the roof.
Boom!
The roof was struck by the beam of light and shattered into pieces. Amidst the smoke and dust, Xia Qingyin's arm was struck by the aftershock, her combat uniform instantly dissolving to reveal the corroded and bloody skin beneath. The excruciating pain turned her face deathly pale, but she gritted her teeth and didn't scream.
Qingyin. Su Wancheng quickly checked her wound. Don't move.
There's still virus residue in this wound.
I'm fine.
Xia Qingyin was sweating profusely, but the Mech's firepower is too intense, we can't hold out for long.
Indeed, the manor's defenses are on the verge of collapse.
Lin Lan looked at the holographic map in the command room.
The green dots representing their side were rapidly decreasing, 70% of the outer defense line has been breached. The enemy has entered the core area of the manor. The laboratory is only 500 meters away.
She looked towards the East Annex building and clenched her fist.
Chen, hurry up. In the laboratory. 15 minutes have passed. For Lin Chen, those 15 minutes felt like 15 years.
One half of his consciousness was suppressing the seventh apostle, while the other half was reshaping Zhao Shuawei's body. His brain felt like it had been split in two, with each half operating at overcapacity.
Monitoring data shows. The seventh apostle's gene editing purification progress, 98%. Zhao Shuawei's body reconstruction progress, 63%.
Lin Chen's remaining life essence, 28% and still rapidly decreasing. Most dangerously, in its last 2% resistance, the seventh apostle launched a frantic counterattack. It began to actively absorb Zhao Shuawei's life force, attempting to use the mother's life to fight against the purification.
Lin Chen. The fetus is absorbing Aunt Zhao's essence. Luli cried out urgently, if this continues, Aunt Zhao will die first. Damn it. I have no choice but to gamble.
Lin Chen made one last crazy decision.
He poured all the remaining eternal flame into the seventh apostle.
Not purification, but transformation. Since this fetus was destined to be born, and since it possesses the genetic potential of the Eternals,
then let it become a true Eternal.
The system's knowledge base instantly retrieved the technology related to the Eternal race's genetic enlightenment. Lin Chen used his burning life essence as fuel to forcibly inscribe the most core inheritance mark of the Eternal race deep within the seventh apostle's genes. That wasn't a crude edit by Genesis Corporation, it was the highest level of genetic enlightenment.
Boom! A pure golden light erupted from the seventh apostle's body.
All the dark red pollution was completely dispelled. The purple gatekeeper patterns transformed into a sacred gold, and the eyes that opened inside Zhao Shuawei's abdomen changed from their original dark red to pure gold. It stopped absorbing the mother's life force and instead began to give back, gently injecting its purified energy into Zhao Shuawei's body to accelerate her physical repair.
It's a success? Chu Xiaoran looked at the monitoring data in disbelief.
The fetal gene editing has been completely cleared, the gatekeeper bloodline has been transformed into the initial bloodline of the Eternal race, and it is actively assisting the mother's recovery. This is simply a miracle. But Lin Chen could no longer hear it.
The price of sacrificing the very source of life is beginning to show.
His vision was blurry, his ears were ringing, and his body felt utterly weak, as if it had been hollowed out. He only had 3 minutes left to use his eternal flame privileges, and the explosion outside was imminent.
Chapter 90: The Eternal First Cry.
Liuli, take Aunt Zhao and Xiaotang through the secret passage. Lin Chen said with difficulty, I will hold off the outside.
No. Your current state. Run.
Lin Chen roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
This is an order.
Luli's eyes reddened, but she knew this wasn't the time to let her emotions get the better of her. She quickly disconnected the monitoring cables from Zhao Shuawei and, together with Chu Xiaoran, lifted her onto a mobile stretcher.
Zhao Xiaotang refused to leave.
She rushed to Lin Chen's side and grabbed his hand. Brother Chen.
Let's go together. Xiaotang, be good.
Lin Chen tried to push her away, but he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand.
No.
Zhao Xiaotang cried, tears streaming down her face. You've already sacrificed so much for my mother.
I can't abandon you.
She suddenly did something that shocked everyone. She bit her wrist and fed the purple gatekeeper's blood into Lin Chen's mouth.
Xiaotang, you.
The gatekeeper's blood can temporarily replenish life energy. Zhao Xiaotang's face was pale, but her eyes were firm. Although it's not much, it can at least help you hold on for a while. Indeed, as the blood entered his body, a surge of warm energy flowed into Lin Chen's body, temporarily stabilizing his rapidly declining vital signs. However, the price was that Zhao Xiaotang fainted due to excessive blood loss.
Take her with you, Lin Chen said to Lioli. And you? I have my own way.
Lin Chen forced himself to stand up, a golden flame flashing in his eyes. The Eternal Flame's access has 2 minutes left.
Enough for me to give Astrid a surprise. He looked toward the laboratory entrance.
There, the alloy gate had been melted through by the high temperature, leaving a large hole. Outside the hole, the enormous shadow of a war machine was approaching. Astrid's voice came from inside the mecha, with a playful, cat-and-mouse tone.
Found you, little mouse. What, hiding here playing house?
The mecha's arm rose, and the dark red gene disintegration beam began to charge. But Lin Chen smiled.
That smile held absolute madness. Astrid, he said softly, his voice carrying through the entire manor through energy vibrations, do you know? The greatest strength of the Eternals is not power, but wisdom. He raised his hand, palm up.
In the palm of his hand, 4 fragments of the resonance stone, including the 4th one that had just been purified, floated up and began to rotate. With all 4 fragments gathered, the temple's summoning privilege is unlocked. Lin Chen's voice grew louder and louder.
Although it's just a temporary projection, it's enough to deal with you. All 4 fragments simultaneously erupted with dazzling light.
The lights intertwined in the air, outlining the phantom of a magnificent building, the projection of the Eternal Race Temple. Although it was only 1% realistic, the oppressive aura emanating from an ancient civilization had already frozen the air on the entire battlefield.
Impossible! Astrid screamed, you don't have the temple coordinates. How? My mom gave it to me.
Lin Chen grinned, revealing bloodied teeth.
Now, it's my turn.
He clasped his hands together. The temple projection crashed down with a deafening roar. It wasn't a physical impact, it was pure energy and the crushing force of rules. The War Mech's gene disintegrating beam was extinguished like a candle before the temple's projection.
The bio-armor on the mech's surface cracked inch by inch, revealing the mechanical structure inside. No! Astrid's scream was drowned out by the enormous roar.
The 3 war mechs were crushed, flattened, and turned into scrap metal like toys under the crushing force of the temple's projection.
The projection lasted for 10 seconds before dissipating.
Lin Chen also exhausted his last bit of strength and collapsed to the ground. The privilege period for Eternal Flame has ended. The aftereffects of the sacrifice fully manifested. He felt his body aging rapidly, his strength draining away, and even his thinking becoming sluggish.
Is it over?
Through his blurred vision, he saw Su Wanqing, Xiao Qingyin, and Lin Lan rushing towards him. They also saw Zhao Shuowei and Zhao Xiaotang being carried out by Liuli and Chu Xiaoran. Zhao Shuowei's abdomen, the fetus which could no longer be called the 7th apostle, was emitting a soft golden light. Through the translucent abdominal wall, a small, curled-up figure could be seen, its entire body covered with golden patterns.
A new Eternals.
It was born from his sacrifice. Lin Chen laughed, then everything went black before his eyes, and he completely lost consciousness.
3 days later, at the Manor Medical Center.
When Lin Chen woke up, he found himself lying in a specially designed life support pod. His body was covered in tubes and wires connected to various life support devices. Through the hatch, he saw Zhao Xiaotang standing guard beside him. The girl looked much more haggard, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly she had been crying for a long time. But when she saw him wake up, her eyes lit up instantly.
Brother Chen! You're awake!
She rushed to the edge of the cabin, tears welling up in her eyes again.
I was so scared.
The doctor said your vital signs had stopped for a while.
I thought. I'm fine.
Lin Chen wanted to raise his hand to touch her face, but his arm was too heavy to lift.
How is your mother? Mom's awake.
Zhao Xiaotang cried with a smile. Although she's still very weak, the doctor said she's out of danger.
And the baby?
Her voice trailed off, and her face flushed slightly. The doctor said, it's a boy. Genetic testing shows that he has the perfect original bloodline of the eternal race, without any contamination.
My mother named him Zhao Nianchen. Nian Chen. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Where is Astrid? Dead.
The answer came from Su Wanqing, who pushed open the door. Her adoptive mother's face was also somewhat pale, but her spirits were good. Under the crushing force of the temple's projection, she and her mecha were reduced to scrap metal.
The remaining enemies have been cleared out by the National Security Bureau.
She walked to the life pod, gently placing her hand on the canopy, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Shunner, you've been too reckless.
Sacrificing half of your life essence, do you know what that means?
I know, Lin Chen said calmly, but I don't regret it.
Fool.
Su Wanqing's eyes reddened, but she quickly regained her composure.
However, it's not like there's no chance of a turnaround.
She pulled up a report. Zhu Xiaoran analyzed your genetic data. The sacrifice caused you to lose 50% of your life essence, but it also activated some hidden fragments deep within your genes.
Those fragments are very likely insurance mechanisms left behind by the eternal race. What's the meaning?
It means that if you can enter the Antarctic Temple and receive the complete inheritance, you might be able to repair some of the damage, or even gain a longer life.
Su Wanqing paused.
But the premise is that you have to collect the remaining 3 fragments within a year and open the temple.
1 year. 3 pieces. Antarctic Temple. Lin Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then open your eyes. Then let's go.
His voice was weak, but firm. For myself, for my family, for this newborn child.
I have to go.
Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes filled with pride and heartache.
Get some rest, she said softly. Once you've recovered a bit, we'll begin preparations. We already have a clue about the location of the 5th fragment.
Where? Su Wanqing uttered 2 words that caused Lin Chen's pupils to shrink sharply.
The capital city. The Zhao family's ancestral hall. Chapter 91: Ancestral Temple Secrets and Forced Marriage by a Mature Woman.
A week later, Lin Chen was able to get out of bed and move around with difficulty. Just as he was undergoing rehabilitation training, an unexpected visitor came to the manor. Zhao Yutong's mother, the matriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingxian. This woman, still charming in her 50s, wore an elegant cheongsam and was accompanied only by an old servant. Her first words to Lin Chen were, "Mr. Lin, I apologize for my daughter's actions. As compensation, the Zhao family is willing to hand over the 5th fragment, as well as the complete star map of the Antarctic Temple that the Zhao family has preserved for 300 years. She paused, her eyes deep. But there is only one condition: please marry me."
Marry you? Lin Chen froze on the spot, almost spitting out his tea.
Although Zhao Qingxian was over 50 years old, she was very well maintained. Her dark red cheongsam accentuated her voluptuous figure, and her eyes and brows exuded the majesty of a wealthy matriarch and the charm that comes with age. She was a stunningly beautiful, mature woman.
But this is Zhao Manli's biological mother and Zhao Xiaotong's biological aunt. System notification: special marriage request detected.
Zhao Qingxian, mistress of the Zhao family, has a genetic rating of S+. After gestation, you can unlock 3 rewards: access to the Zhao family ancestral hall, the complete Antarctic star map, and ancient bloodline resonance.
Lin Chen's heart pounded, and a lewd thought instantly surfaced: holy crap! This mature woman's genes are so strong? But she's Manli and Xiaotong's mother.
This generational mess is all messed up. On the surface, he feigned composure and coughed lightly.
Madame Zhao, you must be joking. Manli, Xiaotang, and I are relatives. This is absolutely unacceptable. I'm not joking.
Zhao Qingxian put down her teacup, her eyes sharp as knives.
The Zhao family is now beset by internal and external troubles.
Genesis Company is eyeing the fragments of the ancestral hall, and collateral branches within the family are trying to seize power.
Only you can keep things in check.
She leaned forward slightly, revealing a section of her fair leg through the slit in her cheongsam. Lin Chen glanced at her subconsciously, then quickly looked away, inwardly thinking, damn it.
Is this mature woman doing this on purpose?
With such a great figure, she's still playing this trick.
Brother Chen can't marry her.
Zhao Xiaotang was the first to explode, throwing herself at Lin Chen and clinging tightly to his arm.
She's my aunt. If you marry her, how am I supposed to address you?
Zhao Manli's face turned ashen as she pointed at Zhao Qingxian and roared.
Mom! Are you crazy? He's the man I've set my sights on. How dare you try to take him from me? Insolence!
Zhao Qingxian snapped, her aura as the matriarch of a wealthy family instantly dominating the entire room.
Everything I've done is for the Zhao family. Lin Chen is the only one who can unlock the ancestral hall fragments. Only through a marriage alliance can he legitimately intervene.
Lin's mother, Su Wanqing, sat quietly to the side, never speaking, but looking at Lin Chen with a complicated expression, her fingers lightly tapping the table, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he realized that Zhao Qingxuan's apparent attempt to force him into marriage was actually an attempt to force him to make a commitment. The fifth fragment and the South Pole star chart were too important for him to refuse. Mistress Zhao. Lin Chen took a deep breath and steadied himself. A marriage alliance is impossible, but I can help you protect the Zhao family ancestral hall and obtain the fragments. The condition is that you must hand over the star map and tell me the secret of the ancestral hall. Not enough. Zhao Qingxian shook her head, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. The gate to the ancestral hall requires both the bloodline of the Zhao family and the bloodline of the heir to unlock it. Either you marry me, or you marry the woman with the purest bloodline in the current Zhao family. Her gaze swept over Zhao Manli and Zhao Xiaotang, with a meaningful look. Zhao Manli's expression changed. You want me to marry him? You should have said so earlier. I'm willing. I'm willing too. Zhao Xiaotang quickly raised her hand, afraid that it would be snatched away. Lin Chen. In his mind, he was frantically complaining, this chaotic situation came too fast. I just dealt with a mature woman forcing me to marry her, and now two relatives are trying to steal the bride. But I have to say, Manli, this hot and mature woman, and Xiaotang, this soft and cute lowly, are both my type. System notification, the Zhao family bloodline choice quest has been triggered. Choose Zhao Manli to unlock the hot pregnant mother buff. Choose Zhao Xiaotang to unlock the lowly pregnant mother buff. Choose Zhao Qingxian to unlock the ultimate buff for mature pregnant women. Task reward, the fifth fragment is directly bound. Lin Chen's mind raced, but on the surface he remained righteous and indignant. Now is not the time to talk about marriage. Genesis Corporation could make a move at any moment, so let's go to the ancestral hall first. As for marriage, we can discuss that after we resolve the crisis. Okay. Zhao Qingxian readily agreed, as if she had expected him to say that. The ancestral hall is in the western suburbs of Beijing. I've already arranged a private jet, let's go now. As she stood up, she deliberately moved closer to Lin Chen, lowered her voice, and spoke in an ambiguous tone. Lin Chen, I know what you're worried about. But you have to understand that the women of the Zhao family, whether it's me, Manli, or Xiaotang, can bring you unexpected surprises. A warm breath brushed past his ear, and Lin Chen froze, his mind screaming. This mature woman is too good at flirting. I can't resist. I need to play it safe and not get cocky. Half an hour later, at the manor's helipad, Lin Chen, Su Wanqing, Zhao Qingxian, Zhao Manli, Zhao Xiaotang, Xu Xiaoran, and Xiao Qingyin, a group of 7, boarded the private jet. Inside the cabin, Zhao Manli firmly occupied the seat next to Lin Chen, elbowing him. You brat, behave yourself when we get to the ancestral hall, and don't be fooled by my mother's nonsense. You can only be mine. Zhao Xiaotang squeezed to the other side, her little hands tightly gripping Lin Chen's clothes, looking aggrieved. Brother Chen, you promised you'd only love me. Lin Chen was caught in a dilemma, but secretly pleased, having both women on my left and right, this is what it means to be a winner in life. It's just that this love triangle is too much of a brain drain. Su Wanqing, sitting in the front row, glanced back at the three entangled figures, her eyes deep, and said softly. Chun'er, be careful when you get to the ancestral hall. What the Zhao family ancestral hall holds may be more than just fragments. Mom, what do you know? Lin Chen asked curiously. Su Wanqing smiled without saying a word, but handed over a good luck charm. Take this, it will keep you safe. Lin Chen took the amulet, his fingertips touching her palm, warm and soft, and his heart fluttered again. My mom still loves me the most. Who can resist the gentleness of a mature woman? The special plane took off and sped towards the capital. Zhao Qingxian sat opposite him, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions: calculation, admiration, and a barely perceptible infatuation. Xu Xiaoran whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Be careful of Zhao Qingxian. Her genetic test report is abnormal and seems to have been tampered with. It is vaguely related to Genesis Company's maternal lineage project. Lin Chen's heart sank, and his gaze towards Zhao Qingxian became more wary. Just then, Zhao Qingxian suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, do you know what else is in the ancestral hall besides the fifth fragment? What? It's the Eternal Clan's bloodline awakening device. Zhao Qingxian's lips curled up. It can fully awaken your eternal bloodline, and even repair the life essence you sacrificed. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Repairing the source of life? This was exactly what he needed. System notification, clue to bloodline awakening device detected. Completing the Ancestral Hall quest will permanently restore 20% of your life essence. But to use the wake-up device, one condition must be met. Zhao Qingxian changed the subject, her gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, Zhao Manli, and Zhao Xiaotang. You and women of the Zhao family bloodline need to complete the gestation ceremony in the core area of the Ancestral Hall. The cabin fell silent instantly. Zhao Xiaotang blushed deeply, but still nodded firmly. For Brother Chen, I'm willing. Lin Chen was completely stunned. His inner voice screamed wildly. Holy crap! Are they forcing me to give birth in the Ancestral Hall? And in the Zhao family's Ancestral Hall no less. This is too exciting. Play it safe, we have to go for it this time. System notification, ultimate mission triggered. Complete the gestation ceremony at the Zhao family Ancestral Hall to unlock the complete version of Eternal Bloodline, restore 50% of your life essence, and directly bind the fifth fragment. The special plane pierced through the clouds, and the outline of Beijing became increasingly clear. Looking at the excited Zhao Manli beside him, the shy Zhao Xiaotang, the burning gaze of Zhao Qingxian opposite him, and the enigmatic Su Wanqing in the front row, Lin Chen suddenly realized this trip to the ancestral temple was not a simple matter of retrieving fragments. It was an ultimate struggle surrounding him, a battle of bloodlines, power, and desire.